Hey people, Shinobi no Kami here. This a new fanfic that I will be uploading in 9 to 10 hour long parts. In this fanfic, Kurama is a female who trains Naruto to be strong and powerful like her. There is a small harem of 3. So let us see how the elemental nations, specifically Konoha, are rocked to their very foundations by Naruto, who's been under the tutelage of the most powerful Biju in the world. So let us begin. Chapter 11. Waves Current Part 1. It was the following day after Naruto's test, and as the pair quickly found out, Konoha's reputation for being gossips was quite accurate. With the simple fact that it seemed many of the villagers heard he was back and quickly recognized him and already began their hateful glares and verbal tirades about the demon returning, causing the demon pair to scowl in annoyance. It was the early part of the morning, so thankfully Naruto didn't have to deal with many gazes as he walked throughout the town. However, the gazes still reminded Naruto of what he had chose to leave behind all those years ago, and seeing them again only reaffirmed his decision to do so. Natsumi, who was walking with him, wasn't subtle with her thoughts, unlike he was. Evident by her growls and sneers at whomever looked at her mate, albeit in his child form currently, got the wrong way. They had their first pseudo mission with their new team, but Naruto had wanted to see a certain someone before they left. Natsumi just smiled at his thoughtfulness and nodded in agreement before they left the house. They reached the veterinary office with a little time to spare before their assigned meeting for their mission. The couple walked into the office and looked around, noticing no one dropped part of their genjutsu to look like their adult selves, before spotting a brown blur run past them. To be expected from an Inuzuka, Natsumi chuckled, making Naruto nod and laugh as well before they followed the blur. They followed her scent and ended up at a door. They looked inside the window to find Inuzuka Hana tending to a large dog that seemed to have its hind leg deeply sliced by something. The two watched with some interest as Hana worked on the poor animal that was whimpering in pain. Soon the dog was asleep thanks to some sedatives, before Hana began to stitch the poor canine up. Noticing that she has finished, the pair opened the door silently. "I'll need to have a talk with your owner," Hana said to the unconscious dog, her tone ensuring pain to the owner that let this happen to their pet, that is until a pair of hands obscured her vision. "Always the caring type, nay Hana-chan." A masculine voice chuckled against her ear, making her perk up at recognizing the voice immediately. Hana didn't wait for the hands to move before she swiveled around to look at Naruto's smiling face. "Naruto-kun," she shouted before enveloping him in a hug. "Hi, it's me, Hana-chan. Nice work on that dog, by the way," he complimented her, returning her hug. "Arigato," she said as she released her embrace, before noticed a smirking Natsumi leaning on the doorway. "Ohio Natsumi-san," Natsumi pouted cutely at the greeting. "Ohio, what, I don't get a hug?" Hana rolled her eyes and walked over, giving Natsumi a hug too, that is until Naruto noticed the glint in his mate's eyes, before his own widened into dinner plates when he saw Natsumi give Hana's ass a nice good squeeze, making Hana eep and jump out of her embrace. "What was that for?" she asked incredulously while subconsciously rubbing her butt, making Naruto's blush deepen even more since he was still standing behind her, getting quite the eyeful. "I already told you before that I'm making sure you're good enough for my mate, didn't I? And that was one of my tests. Very nice, by the way," she answered with a knowing grin, making Hana blush, well deeper considering it wasn't often she gets groped by a woman, let alone complimented after the fact. Hana pouted. "Well, give me some warning at least," she huffed. "No fun in that now, is there? Besides, Naru-kun seemed to enjoy it," she responded with a smirk, pointing to him. Hana was too embarrassed to look back, but inside was quite happy to know that Naruto liked that. She shook her head of that thought before coughing to try to regain her tarnished dignity. "Not that it isn't nice to see you too, but what brings you around?" "Well, as you know, we are now a part of Kakashi-san's genin team, and were assigned a mission this morning," Naruto started, before grabbing a random lollipop from a jar sitting on the desk in the corner of the room. "So I just wanted to see you before we left. And if you wanted to make plans for another date after I return," he finished with a smile. "Ah," Hana replied while mentally thinking about any plans she might have within the week. "That would be great, Naruto-kun. All right then, how about next week, since I don't know how long this mission will last?" "Anyo." She thought about her schedule again, remembering only unimportant things for the next week, before smiling and nodding. "Hi, next week sounds great." He smiled widely. Okay, I'll see you when I get back and we can settle on the specifics then. He paused to walk up to her to kiss her on the cheek. Yane Hana-chan. He finished as he and Natsumi shunted from the office. Hana just smiled, and rubbed her cheek where he kissed her, before whispering a, "Be safe," for their mission, and then going back to her paperwork. Hokage's office, I've taken your team's request into consideration and are allowing you to take a higher ranking mission, the Hokage said the assembled Team 7 with Kakashi present as well. Arigato Hokage-sama, Kakashi said aloofly. Right. Now then, this mission will be AB rank and the parameters will be the protection of your client until he reaches his destination, Wave Country. He briefed before letting a drag of smoke leave his lips. But because of high ranking of this mission as well as other circumstances that have come up, 2 more genin will be added not only for this mission but for all others as permanent members of Team 7, until I see fit to move them, he finished. But Hokage-sama, how can we be getting new genin now? All of the graduates from the academy for this year were put on teams already, Sakura countered, more curious than argumentative. That is correct. But as I said, there are circumstances you need not be privy to, where 2 people joined Konoha and were given the rank of genin after the evaluation test. And since Kakashi here was the one to evaluate them, I felt it only natural for them to join his team. But, Hokage-sama, she said but was cut off by a gruff, curious and slightly agitated voice. Who are they? Sasuke asked, his posture stating he was interested as to the topic at hand. You should know one of them, or at least his reputation. He was a civilian of Konoha up until 6 years ago and has only just returned. The other is his companion. As for who they are, you can ask them yourselves. They will be here. He paused to look at the clock on the wall counting down the seconds. Now. He finished at the clock struck 9 a.m. The next moment a knock on the door to Sarutobi's office resounded throughout the room, making all occupants look anxiously. With an affirmed word from the office's owner the door slowly swung open revealing the 2 demon teenagers. At first Team 7 just stood there analyzing the 2 that began walking into the room. Sasuke immediately noted their postures being very shinobi-like, which to him caused a chill down his spine thinking that these 2 might be strong enough to have a spar against. These 2 seem to be seasoned shinobi even if only genin. They might pose a decent challenge to test my strength against. But I'll have to see their abilities before I give them that much credit to even be on the same level that I am right now. He thought, before his eyes began to unconsciously wander. The teenage form of Natsumi and the tiniest of smirks crossed his lips. Despite him not being interested in any of his fangirls, didn't mean he didn't know when to appreciate a good-looking girl. And Natsumi was looking very good to him. Sai's reaction while only being his eyes opening, which was a feat unto itself, was shocked on the inside. Danzo-sama will be very interested to learn of this turn of events. He mused, trying to assess the strength of the Jinchuriki before him and his companion. Sakura on the other hand was livid. Not only were 2 strangers joining her team, but one of them was the demon child, said to have left the village 6 years ago and was presumed dead by most of the village. And his companion was the icing on the proverbial shit cake that she was just forced to eat by the Hokage. Naruto's companion was gorgeous, even Sakura's pride would admit that much. And to her utter fear and loathing noticed Sasuke's approving smirk as he looked at the new girl. She had come a long way from being the complete love-sick puppy she once was back in the academy. But when a girl took a serious interest in Sasuke or vice versa, she became the devil himself. By seeing the man who had her heart on a string ogling another and worse yet better looking girl made her both afraid and pissed off, and was seriously half tempted to beat the crap out of her. Thankfully though she was smart enough to see how stupid that move would be with everyone around, but still decided to voice her hatred. Hokage-sama, for a mission like this and who Team 7 is, do we really need 2 extra people, especially these 2? She asked the aged leader, with rage ringing in her voice. Sarutobi let out a sigh. I've already explained it once young lady, I don't feel the need to again. And I'd prefer it if you didn't think of Naruto-kun here as the Kyuubi. There are facts you are unaware of concerning him, so I suggest you hold your tongue of your ignorance on the subject lest you be taught a lesson that I'm not willing to stop. He offered, with an edge to his voice that told her that this was her only warning when breaching the subject of Kyuubi and Naruto. Naruto smirked at the aged man's defense. Seems the old monkey hasn't let his strength dwindle much despite his age. I don't see a problem with it. Sasuke interjected, eyeing Natsumi one last time before facing forward. Besides, if you need them to catch up to the standards of being a genin of Konoha, there is no better team than us to do it with. He said with a smug smirk. Granted, he was correct. Team 7 currently had the best record for missions than the other teams of their generation. Arrogant little bastard. And did I just see him checking me out? Natsumi thought, holding back the growl that was attempting to reach her throat. I agree with Sasuke-san, it would be wise to learn the ropes of being a genin of Konoha from us rather than another team, Sai concurred in his usual tone. Although the Hokage could easily read all but Sai's meaning of their words, he smiled and nodded at their decision. He just hoped that putting Naruto on this team wouldn't bite him on the ass later. But this really was the best team to put them on with so little time before the Chunin exams started. Very well, now that your team has come to a decision, granted not a unanimous one, I will leave the introductions of the new genin to you Kakashi, so for now I will introduce your client. The moment the Hokage stopped speaking, the shinboy that was standing next to him, proceeded to the door, opened it, and signaled someone to come inside. A minute passed before a odd-looking man came through the doorway, quite obviously tiptoeing on the line of drunkenness. I'm Tazuna the bridge builder, he said in a drunken accent. Welcome Tazuna-san. I have your shinobi escorts here ready to complete the mission parameters you have paid for. Sarutobi spoke in his Hokage voice. Tazuna nodded and looked at the assembled shinobi and snorted, either in disgust or drunkenness. These are the shinobi I bought. Don't look like much. I assure you Tazuna-san, they are all licensed shinobi of Konoha. Kakashi defended. And besides, if something serious were to happen I'd be there. I suppose, the man shrugged. Good. Now all of you are to report to the Norther Gates in 20 minutes. Tazuna-san wishes to get back to Wave Country with haste. Naruto, Natsumi, please wait here, I have something to ask you. Hi, Team 7 said before Kakashi and Tazuna left. What's up OG-san? Naruto asked in a bored tone. I just wanted to wish you well. He said before a knowing smile graced his lips. And if something were to happen, try not to show off. I'm sure you've noticed Uchiha Sasuke's rather arrogant mannerisms. Hi, we're just going to keep up with the facade OG-san. Not doing much of anything lest it completely necessary is how we wish to stay. He answered before getting a nod from the old man, with that both demons shunshed out of the office. Konoha Gates, it was about 5 minutes from the deadline, and all the shinobi were there, and with the tensions as high as they were, Kakashi decided to try to break the ice as he had when he first met his team. So, why don't you two introduce yourselves? You can tell us things about you, your likes, dislikes, dreams, etc. He inquired, getting the attention of his new team. Naruto grunted at the annoyance of the idea, but supposed that it would make sense with the deeper meaning behind it, to know at least a little bit about your new teammates. My name is Namikaze Uzumaki Naruto, my likes are training and the things involved in it, and Natsu-chan. I have many dislikes that most of you wouldn't understand, so I'll save my breath. And I have a few dreams I don't wish to discuss with you, he answered in a huff. Why do you insist on using Yondaime-sama's last name? Sakura questioned, looking peeved. Everyone knows that after that night. She was about to continue, but Kakashi's hand on her shoulder and facial expression told her to not tread any farther. Naruto snorted, knowing that this girl was going to be a thorn in his side if not for her high-pitched voice, then from her nosiness into other people's business. A trait probably passed on within all of Konoha. I can already tell this mission is going to get on my nerves, he thought. My name is Natsumi, my likes are Naru-kun, and nature. My dislikes are more than Naru-kun's, which I will not state either. My dream is having a family, and killing a certain group of people who deserve it. She finished with a sneer, but calmed when Naruto squeezed her hand in support. So she has the same dream as I do, that works out well. Sasuke mused with a small smirk, before looking at Naruto. That is if I can get her to like me over him. He concluded. Alright, well, my name is Hitaki. Kakashi began before seeing a hand raised by Natsumi. We both already know who all of you are, we need not hear about pointless information. Natsumi said with annoyance lacing her words. Kakashi just smiled sheepishly at her response but nodded. Well, at least I know you guys are on time, a haggard voice called out behind them. Promptness is one of Konoha's rules, Kakashi chirped, only to get annoyed glares from his original team. 3 hours late to everything was anything but prompt. Good, then let's go, the faster we get there the faster I can get on with my real work. The new Team 7 and Tazuna grabbed their supply packs and quickly left the protection of Konoha's borders, for the starving lands of Wave. Konoha Forest, the group had only been walking a few hours, and were still in the deep recesses of Fire Country's forest. Most of the time spent walking was done so in silence, much to the annoyance of Sakura. She held her tongue however, knowing this was a mission and not a place to make a scene. The group soon passed by a rather unusual puddle that was in the middle of the dirt road. While most of the group didn't pay any attention, both Kakashi and the demon pair eyed the puddle warily. Seems they noticed too, Kakashi thought, as he noticed the hardened eyes of the pair. I'll leave this to them, maybe it'll give me a chance to see their skills. He finished. A little while later the forest grew deathly silent, and Team 7 was now on edge. Well, for those who didn't know what was going on anyway. After surveying the area and finding nothing out of the ordinary, they began to move, until 2 shadows shot forward from behind them. Gotcha! One of the shadows shouted, as chains shot out of his arms and eviscerated the unsuspecting Junin. Kakashi-sensei! Sakura cried out, as Sai and Sasuke prepared for battle. One down. The second shadow said smugly, while eyeing the rest of the team, that is until a gleam of steel crossed his vision. The steel the man saw was actually Naruto's, Sotenkei's, which he had summoned, and while unsheathing the sword itself cleaved the top half of the first shadow's head clean off, making a sick gurgling sound as blood careened across the dirt road and the leaves of trees that were close by. Oni-san! The remaining shadow cried before being impaled through the chest. The sword within him then twisted sickeningly so it pointed up, before it ran up and completely through his chest and head, sending another arch of blood into the air. Both bodies fell lifelessly to the floor with a thud, and small squelch, from the puddles of blood they fell into. I thought you said lay low, Naru-kun. Natsumi whispered with a pseudo-angry undertone. Naruto quickly slashed the sword a single time so the blood on the sword flew off, making the sword look as if it hadn't just been used to kill 2 people. Gomen, itchy trigger finger. He answered with a sadistic smirk, sheathing Sotenkei's, and unsummoned it, before looking over his shoulders at the forest. Nay Kakashi, please come out so we can continue. A rustling of the bushes soon resounded, as a body come out of the forest. Asa, I guess your eyes weren't lying, good job you two. Kakashi said with an aloof smile. Although it would have been nice to interrogate them before killing them. Sensei. Saruka interrupted while rubbing away the tears for her supposed fallen sensei. Gomen, Sakura, I just wanted to test you guys, to see if you could handle things without me always being there. Granted, our mission to Snow Country was a nice test too, but still. He said, patting the young Kunoichi on the head. Good reactions as well, you two. He praised, looking towards Sai and Sasuke. Sasuke just sneered at Kakashi's compliment. He was rather agitated at the moment with just how the situation went down. Naruto killed those 2 like he was a practiced shinobi already. Then his skills with that sword he summoned, he wielded it like he was as an expert samurai. While not seeming to care in the least the manner in which he dispatched enemy. I need to see what else he is capable of, maybe I can learn some things. He thought, flaring his Sharingan unconsciously. Kakashi, if Sasuke's boasts in Hokage-sama's office were true, who these 2 were wouldn't matter since Tazuna has the best genin squad of this generation, Naruto said matter-of-factly. Knowing full well that Sasuke was probably leering at him because of his mocking attitude. Nonetheless, knowing as much intel as you can is always an advantage for a shinobi, Kakashi countered, only getting a half-assed shrug from his new subordinate. Naruto has definitely changed. His cold demeanor is excellent for a shinobi. But that shouldn't mean he needs to throw out his nicer side as well. I only hope myself and the village haven't completely killed the boy he used to be. He thought lamentingly. Letting those thoughts slide, he turned to their client. Tazuna-san, would you mind explaining why the demon brothers, a rank nuke nin from Kiri, were after you? He asked, leveling a glare. Tazuna knew he had been caught, and decided to cut his losses and tell the team the situation he was in. It hadn't taken too much of the story for the team to realize what was now happening in Wave Country, and despite both the lack of right payment and correct manpower for such a mission, the team decided to move on anyway. After reassessing their supplies, the team decided that they still had enough for the new mission parameters given, and were now off to the secret port to get to Wave. They reached the port without further problems, other than the fact that Sasuke was either secretly trying to ogle Natsumi or scowl at Naruto, which then caused Sakura to voice her annoyances at the two new arrivals. Kakashi, deciding enough was enough, told everyone to settle down, and the boat ride was silent ever since. Thankfully, it only took a few hours to reach the sandy beach of Wave Country, where the team disembarked and headed to Tazuna's house. They were walking through the dense and misty forest to his house when Natsumi threw one of her kunai in the bushes, making everyone but Naruto jump into battle formation. Once they settled down, Sakura was about to yell at her when a now bloodied white-haired rabbit hobbled out of the bushes with said kunai lodged in its side. "What is the matter with you? It's just a rabbit," Sakura yelled, trying to grab the poor animal to give it aid. "Was there a reason, Natsu-chan?" Naruto mentally asked. "I was hungry," she joked dryly, making him snort in amusement. "That rabbit has white fur," Kakashi said mainly to himself, but everyone heard him. "But white fur is for colder climates, unless they are kept in captivity." He thought before the equation clicked in his mind, and his facial expression grew shocked before lunging at Tazuna. "Everyone get down," he shouted while in midair, tackling Tazuna to the dirt road. All of Team 7 sans Naruto flew to the floor, never second-guessing Kakashi's orders. He may be a lazy ass, but when it came to serious situations he was always someone to listen to. Not a few moments later did a large bladed sword cleave the air where their heads had just been. Naruto, however, got that familiar itch again and summoned Sotenkei's, before blocking the large sword with his own. "Tsh, with my chakras suppressed I can't completely block this," he thought, as the momentum of the sword was pushing his entire body back, until he gave a final push and flung the offending sword to the side, lodging it into a nearby tree. "Ah, seems like I missed my mark," a gruff voice whined through the mist of the forest. "Oh well, just means I get to play with my prey before finishing them off," it chuckled insanely. Team 7 quickly recovered, and surrounded Tazuna with Kakashi to their back where the voice originated, and Naruto and Natsumi, who had just walked to his side, standing to their front, with Sotenkei's resting across Naruto's shoulder rather boredly. "Seems even for genin this group is pretty decent. It's no wonder why the demon brothers died," the voice said excitedly, before the mist slightly cleared to finally reveal the sword-throwing assailant. Kakashi quickly flashed through his knowledge of the bingo book, assuming that this person was another nuke nin. And a few seconds later knew he was on the mark. Momochi Zabuza, S-rank nuke nin from Kiri, nicknamed Devil of the Hidden Mist. Kakashi recalled his visible eye shone with cold focus. "Ah, it's an honor to know that the great Sharingan no Kakashi knows of me," he mocked, taking a slight bow. "Sadly, however, this isn't a social visit, so let the fat man go and you can all be on your way." His playful tone completely erased, and his business voice coming out. "You know we can't do that, Zabuza, it would be bad for business, I'm sure you can understand," Kakashi snidely said. "Hi, I suppose I do," he answered, shrugging his shoulders. "Well, no choice then, I suppose, can't say I wasn't diplomatic," he finished before forming a set of hand seals. Ninpu, Kurigakur no Jutsu, ninja art, hidden mist technique. Much to Kakashi's annoyance, he wasn't able to get to Zabuza in time to stop him from using his signature jutsu. Team. Get tighter, this is the first part to his Muon Satsujin Jutsu, silent homicide technique. Kakashi shouted, not being able to see his team anymore, decided to unleash his Sharingan, hoping it might alleviate some of the mist's stubbornness. The team did as was told, and crowded Tazuna even tighter, with Sakura having a kunai out, Sai already drawing on this scroll, and Sasuke surveying the area with his own Sharingan active. The demon pair themselves just looked on as if the mist wasn't bothering them at all. And in truth it wasn't, having demonic senses afforded them that luxury. Seems they can handle things on their own, Naru-kun. Natsumi thought sweetly. Hi, I doubt they'll need us, so why don't we go pay a visit to Zabuza's little helper, and have a little chat, nay? Without another word, Naruto putting away his sword, they both shunshing out of the mist without anyone the wiser. Forest surrounding Team 7, a few dozen yards away formed the currently brawl with Team 7 and Nuke Nin Momochi Zabuza, was a hunter nin with a Kiri mask on. Now usually hunter nins follow their targets to the ends of the earth until they can finally get rid of them. But this hunter nin was different than most. And what is a person like you doing in a place like this, Nay Hunter-chan? A smooth voice called out, startling the shinobi, never even feeling a presence. The hunter nin quickly turned with a senbon needle in each hand to face whoever it was that had sneaked up on her. She was about to attack when the mist that shrouded the two standing there dissipated and she noticed who it was. Ho! How did you find me? A young feminine voice called out, thought the mask. Naruto took the initiative of answering and just tapped his nose a few times, getting the point across. You reek of that mansa. It wasn't hard to find you, nor realize what your real motives are. Natsumi answered rather bluntly, her words causing the shinobi to tense her body for a fight. No need for that, we didn't come here to fight, cause if we did, you'd already be dead. Naruto responded, seeing her jerky movements, his jovial tone growing cold as the sentence went on. Besides, the seats are better up here, he concluded, reverting back to his nonchalant tone. Gomen. But you'll excuse me if I don't quite believe you, the nin stated, body tensing even more now. Believe what you want then. Natsumi countered with a shrug, while taking a seat next to her mate who was already sitting on the branch watching the fight between their team and Zabuza. What with these two? It's like they don't even care if their team dies. The nin thought, quite confused at the turn of event. Nearly 5 minutes of pregnant silence surrounded the trio, before the nin decided to let her guard down slightly and take a look back at the ongoing fight. The demon pair smirked at her ease, returning but paid no real mind, quite enjoying the show they were watching. However, when Naruto saw Kakashi get caught in Zabuza's Suoro no Jutsu water prison technique, he decided to pick up the conversation with the hunter girl. You know, your Kekkei Genkei is being quite wasted for Zabuza's sake, I think, Ms. He said nonchalantly as if discussing the weather. The nin physically stiffened and drew her senbon again. Somehow this boy knew she had a blood limit and she hadn't even used it. How do you know I have one? She asked, her eyes if seemed ridden with worry. Natsumi decided to answer for him, as Naruto seemed to be enjoying the fight, after Zabuza was just forced to release Kakashi. She simply turned her head and gazed into the nin's own. These eyes of ours can see more than most people would like to admit to, could ever hope to witness, or possibly imagine. She answered cryptically, but getting the general message across. The hunter nin was rather scared of these two people right now. So much of what they had done up to this point shouldn't have been possible. Sneak up on her undetected, killing her if they liked. Able to see she had a blood limit without her even using it, and even leaving their own team to fend for themselves versus Zabuza. Who are you? Was all that came to mind to ask. Her thoughts were too jumbled to ask a more relevant question. The two just looked at her with a smirk, laughing lightly that was the first question she'd ask them. Although there were better questions to ask than that one. We can oblige you, I am Namikaze Uzumaki Naruto, and this, he paused while thumbing to his mate. Is my mate Natsumi. Now who may I say we are speaking to? He asked. Haku, the nin answered dumbly. Haku-san. Now tell me, why are you following Zabuza around for? From his demeanor he doesn't seem to hold you in very high regard. He inquired. She paused, looking over to watch Zabuza for a moment, conviction coming back into her posture and voice. He saved me from my past. I am repaying him by being his tool to do with as he sees fit. She answered confidently, making the demon pair nod in affirmation. I suppose I can understand that. But being a tool isn't something that defines you as a person. You should make a goal for your own life. Just because he saved you doesn't mean you need to devote yourself to him. If that kind of thing were true, I'd owe my life to Natsumi as well, since she did the same for me many years ago. You can thank someone for helping you bring you back from the brink of oblivion, maybe even feel a debt is owed. But Zabuza is the type of person to never accept that with a grain of salt. He will always take, and never allow you to live your own life because he knows you'd never have the backbone needed to leave him. I think you need to think long and hard about how your life has been since you've become his tool. Then think about if that's what you want for the rest of your life. Shinobi like us have sporadic lives, that can end at any time, so we should live by the beat of our own hearts and try to be as content as we can for as long as we can before the Shinigami claims us. I have tired to do as such, and I can tell you I'm much happier now with who I am than I was way back then. So if I think I understand your situation the way I think I do, I believe you will be happier as well. Think about it, Haku-san. Naruto finished his sage-like rant while still enjoying the fight, which appeared to be at its end. Haku listened to this boy's words. She would never believe that someone from Konoha, a village that is notorious for its citizens being one big family, would say such a thing. And yet the eloquence of his words, and strong meaning told her that he really did go through something similar that she did. And despite her usual steel-edged loyalty to the Nuke Nin before, a small voice in the back of her mind told her that Naruto spoke the truth about how she was currently living her life. She honestly had no idea how this boy spoke with such reverence that one would think it coming from a wizened old man who's lived his life and learned many harsh lessons while on the path of life. Although not admitting it to herself, Naruto had sowed the seeds of doubt inside her mind and heart, about her own continuation as Zabuza's tool. If you wish to save your master, I suggest you do it now, Haku-san. We can talk another time. Your scent is unique, so it won't be hard to find you if we wished to. Natsumi stated, knocking Haku's current thoughts away, and the ones left now were to save Zabuza. Haku hesitated only slightly while taking one last look at the demon pair before throwing her Senbon needles into Zabuza's neck and then, shunshining to his side, giving Team 7 her usual speech about helping her with a dangerous Nuke Nin before, shunshining them both to safety. Time to go back to the peanut gallery, I guess. Natsumi joked, before feeling a tug on her flak jacket, only to meet her mate in a rather heated kiss that left them both gasping for breath. Wow, Naru-kun, what I do to deserve that? She purred out questioningly with a grin and glazed over eyes. Nothing, I just needed my fix, he joked back, licking his lips of the remnants of her taste, making her smirk in response. Well, warn me next time, thought I do so love the spontaneity, she said, her grin growing slightly, before they both shunshed a few yards away from the worn-out Team 7. Team 7 was recovering from their heated battle with Zabuza. Sasuke and Sai helped to get their chakra-exhausted though still conscious sensei on a stretcher, while Sakura aided with medial bandages on his wounds. In the meantime, the demon pair came strolling through the forest, onto the scene, making all but Sai leer at their inactiveness throughout the fight. Where the hell were you two? Sakura shouted. We were having a little chat with Zabuza's accomplice that you just let grab him and escape. Naruto said boredly. All of Team 7 looked at the two in confusion. The person who grabbed Zabuza was a hunter nin from Mist, not his accomplice, they all thought. Kakashi though after a moment put the pieces together, and looked emotionlessly at the pair. And why didn't you stop him if you knew he was with Zabuza? The Junin questioned. We wanted to have a chat. And fighting isn't very productive in that area. Natsumi said, not caring in the least how the fight ended up with her teammates, before she noticed Sasuke eyeing her hungrily, confused and annoyed until she noticed her slightly glistening body thanks to the mist jutsu Zabuza had cast. Besides, you are the best genin team, remember, right Sasuke-kun? She cooed out, inwardly smirking about teasing him before breaking the poor boy's spirit. Granted, he deserved it for ogling a taken woman with her mate being not 2 feet next to her. Sasuke's demeanor slightly perked up at her name for him and tone she spoke with, making him smirk. While Sakura just cursed the girl and ground her teeth together so she wouldn't yell at such an inopportune time. Well, at the very least, did you get any useful information out of him? Kakashi said, noticing the situation growing rather tense. It was mostly questions that we wanted to know, but useful to Konoha. I suppose only that her name is Haku, and she has a blood limit. What it was we couldn't discern because of the abrupt ending to the fight, Natsumi answered, making great pains to emphasize that the hunter nin was a female to the Junin. If she had to make a list of her top 3 hated things. 1. Orochimaru and snakes, 2. Perverts, unless it's Naruto, and 3. Sexists. So you left us for dead, so you could have a stupid talk with her? Sakura asked accusingly. Naruto shrugged. I knew you guys could handle it. If you couldn't, you wouldn't be very good Konoha shinobi now, would you? Naruto questioned, getting heated glares from Sakura, because he was so careless about his teammates and Sasuke, Because he was acting superior to everyone but more importantly to him, as well as being allowed so close to Natsumi instead of him. Naruto noticed the glares, and sighed in defeat. If nothing else, he didn't want them to report to the Hokage. Neither he nor Natsumi helped them during the mission. "We'll take Kakashi, you guys should rest," he began while grabbing the end of Kakashi's stretcher, while Natsumi grabbed the front. "Tazuna-san, which direction to your house?" he asked, making the bridge builder jump up startled after the rather intense fight he just witnessed. It's about 3 miles west of here," he answered after getting the nervousness out of this system. With Sasuke and Sai in the front, Tazuna led Team 7 from the middle of the group to his house, which they soon reached without any more interruptions. The group was quickly introduced to Tazuna's daughter, Tsunami, and were given the lodging they desperately needed after such an exhausting day. Team 7 quickly went to sleep, hoping the next day would be a little less adventurous than today had been, so they could recover some of their lost strength. The next day all of Team 7 felt well rested aside from Kakashi, who was still suffering from slight chakra exhaustion. Kakashi, however, now knowing that Zabuza was still alive, realized he'd need to train his team before they fight Zabuza again. Their first encounter was far too close for the Junin's comfort, and needed his team stronger if they had any hope with defeating him. Especially now that his accomplice had a known but still unknown blood limit. It was the early morning and the group, including Tazuna's family, had just finished a hearty breakfast thanks to Tsunami. "Team," Kakashi called out after the plates were cleared from the table. "You need to get stronger before the next time we meet Zabuza, especially with his accomplice now known to us. So get your gear ready and meet me outside in 5 minutes." he ordered, dismissing his team while crutching his way to the door of the house, Naruto and Natsumi heading in the same direction. The 5 minutes ended and the team was once again in their shinobi garb, awaiting Kakashi's instructions for their training. "All right, follow me," he said, heading towards the beach that was close by Tazuna's house. They reached the sandy beach, before Kakashi, slowly but surely, began to walk across the water until he was a few feet out and looked back to his pupils. How are you doing that, sensei?" Sakura asked in astonishment, getting a grunt from Sasuke, and a slightly interested expression from Sai, with Naruto and Natsumi looking on boredly as he expected. "I'm simply using my chakra to stand on top of the water, as now you 5 will attempt to do for your training. Though I should warn you, the water is rather cold this early in the morning," he explained with his usual aloof smile on his face. "How can this help us other than the obvious advantage of being able to fight on water, even though I don't plan on making a habit of it?" Sasuke spoke up, wondering just what his lazy sensei was up to giving them this kind of training. Quite observant, Sasuke. And you were right, there is another reason I wish for you to learn this ability other than the practical purposes that you are looking at now. And that's to build up your chakra control and reserves," he responded. "Kakashi, though I appreciate the opportunity to train, I'm afraid I already know how to water walk," Naruto interjected boredly. "Somehow I'm not in the least surprised about that," the Junin cripple thought. "I see, well, I'll assume that Natsumi over there knows how to as well. So in that case I'll have these 3 begin this exercise and I'll start you on something more advanced," he offered. Naruto raised his hand. "If it's alright with you, I'd rather just train with Natsumi alone. It's rather awkward, after 6 years with just her, to train with other people," he answered back, though with a tone that really said he wasn't giving the Junin an option. Kakashi quirked a brow, but nodded nonetheless. "Very well, I'm sure it'll take some getting used to train with other people, so I'll let you go, but try to stay close in case something happens, alright?" he negotiated, getting a nod from them before they shunshined away in a swirl of leaves, shocking the 3 genin. Shunshin. Those 2 must have done some serious kind of training to be that tough and be this young. Then again, losing to Naruto should have given me enough proof, but still, just what kind of training did he do? Kakashi thought, while making a mental note to interrogate the old man, to see just how damn strong those 2 really were. "They can do Shunshin," Sakura gasped. She knew it was a regular skill for most Chunin and Junin, but to see 2 fresh genin be able to do it, as well as everything else she's seen, made her question just how strong those 2 really were. Both Sai and Sasuke had the same thoughts as the other 2, but for totally different reasons. "Seems I will be needing to write quite a lengthy report about this mission to Danzo-sama thanks to Naruto-san," Sai lamented, nobody likes paperwork. How can this guy use such a high-level jutsu? He hadn't even gone to an academy to learn about be a ninja like me, and yet he appears to be more powerful than I am and I was the rookie of the year. There is something strange about him and I need to figure out what. And if I'm lucky I'll be able to learn a few of his jutsu for myself. Sasuke thought, pondering about the new guy. Alright well. You three should get started on this. Kakashi stated, knocking the there from their thoughts. And here is a clue about how to accomplish it. Think about how you do tree walking but add in the fact that the surface you are standing on is now moving. He advised before walking back to shore. The original Team 7 nodded in understanding and soon attempted to accomplish their new training. With Natsumi and Naruto, in a clearing within the forest near Tazuna's home, two odd swirls of leaves appeared out of nowhere, and from the leaves stood our two demon teens. Naruto, swiftly taking advantage that they were finally alone, moved behind his mate and wrapped his arms around her waist, pulling her against him. Natsumi was a bit shocked at his actions. She had honestly thought Naruto had really wanted to train, but to her his actions were certainly a nice truth to the matter. Oh, wanted another fix, nay Naru-kun. She purred to him, as she rested her arms on top of his. Perhaps Natsu-chan, but I just wanted some time alone with you and relax a little. He said, before he pulled her with him to sit down next to a large tree. The pair got comfortable before just looking out at the forest, enjoying the scenery and company. Natsumi turned so she was on her side and rested her head in the crook of Naruto's shoulder. Although what you said it was quite true, I'm just curious on what you planned on telling Haku-san if she decided to leave Zabuza. She murmured out, already feeling his warmth lull her into a state of sleepiness. At the time I didn't actually think about it, I kinda just said what came to my mind about my feelings on the topic, he confessed with an embarrassed smile. But I have been thinking about it, and I think that if she does decide to leave Zabuza I will allow her to stay in our compound until she decides what she wants to do with her life. He finished, getting a purr as her response. Sounds like a plan, Naru-kun, but you might just want to warn Hana. She offered, leaving the idea of what might happen if he didn't up to his imagination. Hi, I will let her know of the situation if it happens. He responded, letting the conversation die and just relax in each other's arms before they both fell asleep. It was the middle of the afternoon, when a rather loud crunching noise awoke the sleeping demons. They would have reacted much differently had they smelled an unknown person, but the smell of Zabuza permeated the air and they knew exactly who it was. Well, speak of the devil, Naruto whispered to Natsumi with a chuckle, before seeing Haku in a pink kimono walk around a tree and into the clearing. Haku, apparently preoccupied with something, failed to notice the two sets of eyes that stared bemusedly at her and her actions of picking herbs. Afternoon, Haku-san, a gruff voice pleasantly greeted, startling the poor girl almost to death. Haku's shinobi senses were soon on full blast, her head swiveling from side to side to find her assailant, before her gaze was fixed on the couple still resting against the tree. Once she recognized them, her tense body relaxed, before giving a small smile. Good afternoon, Naruto-san, Natsumi-san, she returned the gesture, before curiosity got the best of her. What are you two doing all the way out here? She questioned. Just relaxing, as you can see, Natsumi answered, while snuggling deeper into Naruto. What about you? He questioned. Picking medicinal herbs for Zabuza-sama, her warm tone dimming slightly. So I take it you haven't quite decided on what to do about what we talked about. He probed. She began before stopping and looked down at her feet. I don't know. While I admit that my life with Zabuza-sama hasn't been the best, it's still tremendously better than how my life was without him. She confessed, letting the pair know she at least thought about his words after she left. And perhaps being his tool isn't the best thing for my life. But I do owe this life to him, and there was nothing else that I could offer him at the time. She paused before talking, a self-examination of her teenage body before shaking her head in what appeared to be disapproval. And besides, even if I did leave, what then? I have nowhere to go, and I don't know anyone who would want me around. I've been with Zabuza for 7 years. And anyone I used to know either wants me dead or is dead themselves. She finished, and by the tone in her voice already seemed to make up her mind about the topic. Natsumi just shook her head in disappointment with what appeared to be Haku's unspoken decision. First off, You are lucky I'm so damn comfortable where I'm at, or else I'd have smacked you for even considering offering yourself to him in that fashion. You should have more self-respect than that. She growled out, making the girl look away ashamed. As for your problem about what to do afterwards, it's rather ironic that you should mention that considering that. Only a few hours ago Naru-kun and I were discussing the same exact thing. And came up with a proposition should you decide to choose freedom over slavery. She explained, letting her words sink into the young teen. Haku looked back in shock from Natsumi's cryptic words about her decision. But even so, the little voice in the back of her mind hoped that it wasn't something degrading. What was it? She stuttered out, fear and curiosity clearly evident in her expression, making Natsumi smirk in satisfaction. Oh, how she loved to make people squirm, Naruto especially. But for other reasons. Oh, just that if you did decide to leave him and finally live your own life, Naruto would offer you our home in Konoha until you decide what you'd want to do. Haku looked even more surprised now, and she'd have smiled over the offer if not for the fact that her home would be smack dab in the middle of the same village she currently had to fight to do her job for Geto. She gave them a sad smile. Arigato for the offer, but I highly doubt I would be welcomed in such a place, after what has and probably will happen between myself and your team. She replied, bowing in appreciation, making Naruto snort in annoyance. Trust me, with me as your landlord, you will have nothing to worry about when it comes to being ridiculed in that village. He reassured with venom dripping from every word, making Haku look at him curious as to the meaning behind his words. After hearing the boy's words, and seeing firsthand just how strong he seemed to be, her hopes were raised that much higher, and the two could see it in her eyes. Suddenly the pair's eyes focused into an icy glare, before turning to their right. Gomen Haku-san, but our conversation will have to be postponed once again. One of our teammates is approaching, so I suggest you gather your herbs and make haste. But do not forget our offer. Natsumi stated, her tone changing from venomous to warm. Haku by now knew not to underestimate the two teens and nodded, before quietly leaving the clearing. A few moments later Sasuke strolled into the clearing, his hands inside his pockets, his Sharingan activated, looked directly at the two. Who were you just talking to? He questioned in a ridged tone. Someone who was picking medicinal herbs, before they had to leave. Naruto answered truthfully, unconsciously sliding his hands up and down the sides of Natsumi's hips and sides, making her purr against his chest. Sasuke noticed the affectionate touching Naruto was giving her, and his lips turned into a scowl while the tomo in his eyes began to spin dangerously, trying to intimidate the blonde. Then it was no one important. I just wanted to be sure it wasn't that Haku person, so I knew you weren't planning on betraying us. He accused with a sneer. Even if it was her and we were planning on betraying Konoha, not that it doesn't deserve it, what could you alone do to stop me, let alone both of us? Naruto questioned nonchalantly, making Sasuke twitch in rage. Well, I wasn't planning on humiliating you in front of Natsumi. Granted, I don't know why she is with a person like you when she can be with a true shinobi like myself. But I won't steal her from you either. She'll eventually come to me of her own free will from witnessing my strength after I beat you. Plus Kakashi told me to not pick a fight with you. But I think I'll make an exception this once. He stated firmly, getting into his family's taijutsu stance, kunai already in hand. Naruto just grunted in annoyance, and gave Natsumi a loud, wet, French kiss, purposely making their battling tongues easily visible to Sasuke just to rile him up more. Naruto wasn't disappointed in his foolish reaction, seeing Sasuke not even wait for him to get up before launching himself at the blonde. The only problem was that the moment his feet kicked off the ground he felt two sensations of cold metal at both sides of his throat. I didn't even see him move. Sasuke thought, while taking an audible gulp. Sasuke, I suggest you refrain from attacking not only an unarmed shinobi, but one that wasn't even ready for the battle. That is, unless you mean to assassinate him, and if that was your goal here, the talking to your target was the most foolish choice you made. Naruto advised emotionlessly, making the hairs on Sasuke's neck stand on end at the cold and empty tone. How the hell is he doing this? Sasuke mentally shouted, as the words of his brother began to resonate in his mind, and his Uchiha pride began to boil within him. Naruto was about to pull his kunai away, when he felt Sasuke's stance shift, and was forced to jump back from a back kick Sasuke just tried to land. Don't think that after only one move, this fight is over. My eyes can see everything, you can't defeat me. I'm prepared this time. You won't sneak up on me again. Sasuke retorted seriously, getting into his family's stance again. Naruto just sighed loudly, getting into a well-known and rather mediocre taijutsu stance. Naruto just waited patiently for Sasuke to make the first move, which after about a minute of a standstill occurred when Sasuke launched his kunai with deadly aim, before phasing out of sight. Naruto leaned to his side to avoid the kunai, and used his forearm to block Sasuke's heel kick from above. Naruto grabbed Sasuke's prone calf and spun him in a circle before launching him towards a tree, but was disappointed to only hear a chunk of wood crack against the tree. The little bastard is talented, I'll give him that. Naruto complimented, while looking for the dark-haired boy who seemed to have disappeared. Kaden. Gukaku no Jutsu, fire style, great fireball technique. A voice behind Naruto yelled, before a ball of flame shot through the trees right for the blonde. He'll need to do better than that, using such a multi-sensory jutsu is pointless for sneak tactics. Naruto mused, while shaking his head, and jumping out of the way, letting the fireball scorch the forest around them. The baka is gonna burn down the damn forest. He grunted, before performing some hand seals. Sweeten. Baku Sushoha, water style, bursting water collision waves. He yelled as a column of water shot out of his mouth towards the flames, and extinguished them in mere seconds. The water finished exiting Naruto's mouth, who was just then socked in the jaw by an opportunity awaiting Sasuke. Naruto spun through the air in a beeline towards a tree. The moment his head was smashed down into his body, said body puffed into a plume of smoke, making Sasuke look in shock. A bushin. But I was able to hit it, that can't a normal bushin. He thought, before he felt a quick but sharp pain in the back of his neck, as his vision went black. Naruto was behind the knocked-out Sasuke, and just sighed once more, before shaking his head and lugged the unconscious Uchiha over his shoulder. Well, that was certainly entertaining, Natsumi said, reaching her mate's side with a smile. Not really. But at least I know the arrogant ass isn't talentless, he grunted. I suppose, though I do enjoy the fact of men fighting over me. She teased with fake sparkles in her eyes like something Sakura would do. TSH, sorry but you're mine and mine alone, Natsu-chan. Sasuke can fight me as long as he wants, but that fact will never change. Naruto answered sternly, playfully glaring at his giggling mate. Hi, Naru-kun. And besides, I doubt he could ever pleasure me quite like you can. Nor have the stamina like you do, she cooed out seductively, while licking her lips hungrily, making him blush. Certainly like knowing I can. But I think we should hold off on this kind of talk until we are alone, right, Itachi? Naruto finished, his playful tone going back to his emotionless one as an instant, while looking towards the blackened forest. Also, you noticed us. Very good, Naruto-kun, very good. Quite the little show you put up. A voice as emotionless as Naruto's said, before two figures emerged from the forest. Seems my Odoto wasn't quite as observant, however, a shame he is still so weak. Though I do wonder how you knew who I was. I highly doubt you came all this way just for a family reunion. Natsumi cut in, leveling a glare at the two uninvited guests. Nay, Itachi. Can I do away with the girl? She doesn't seem to be that important to our mission, the towering man next to the cloaked Uchiha asked, while fingering the large bandaged sword on his back. No, Kisame. Something about this girl is different, similar to Naruto, but still different. Leave her be. For now, the elder Uchiha answered, his Sharingan clearly analyzing the two teens in front of him. Would you mind telling us why you are following us? Naruto asked, with a huff of annoyance. That is something you will learn in due time, Naruto-kun. All in due time. He responded cryptically. Then I'm afraid you'll have to wait all in due time to find out how I knew it was you. And if all you are going to do is observe us and try to find out how strong I am, I wouldn't hold my breath if I were you. And if that really is your reason for being here, then get out to the way so we can get back to Tezuna's. He barked, as he and Natsumi began to walk up to the two cloaked figures. Naruto walked up to Kisame and leveled a glare at him, only making Kisame smirk in a sadistically happy way, before both cloaked men moved to the side to let the trio pass and into the direction of Tezuna's house. The Akatsuki pair just watched as the teens blurred out of sight from the darkened forest. No sooner did a large blast of inhuman ki envelope the area, causing their knees to buckle slightly at the force and a demonic voice call out. Itachi, I suggest you advise Kisame to hold his tongue when it comes to my companion, lest he wish for a shortened life. A second warning will not be issued. The voice echoed throughout the forest like a prowling beast, before the ki finally released the pair when the voice disappeared. That was. Kisame started, his voice actually shaken slightly, before being interrupted by his partner. I suggest we contact Leader Sama, he will want to hear of this new circumstance concerning the Kyuubi Jinchuriki. Itachi interrupted before shunshing out of the forest. Itachi kept the fact that a sliver of fear crept into his heart and mind from the combination of the voice and ki. For a moment he didn't believe he felt what he had, and yet he knew deep down he had, which unnerved him if only slightly. But it was enough for his concern and excitement. You will certainly be challenged, Naruto-kun. Get stronger, much stronger, before we meet again, so that I may test my strength against yours. The elder Uchiha warned, before memories of what happened ran through his mind. I do wonder what those waves coming off you were, however. He mused, recalling strange waves flowing from both the demon pair. Tazuna's house, Kakashi-sensei, they've been out there for hours. We need to go look for them, Sakura argued against Kakashi's orders to stay in the house. No need. A voice called out from the archway of the front door, making the residents of the house turn towards it. The demon pair looked boredly at the group before walking in the house, with Naruto unceremoniously throwing Sasuke onto the couch before joining Natsumi at the dinner table to eat. Sasuke-kun. Sakura screamed, seeing the raven-haired boy obviously unconscious and bruised. Should I even ask what happened? Kakashi asked, who simply shrugged in response. He challenged me to a fight, this was the result, Naruto stated nonchalantly, before going back to eating. I see. I'll need to talk with Sasuke, he is walking down a dangerous path right now, and I need to get him back on track. But with Naruto around that will be a lot harder said than done, especially if Naruto actually begins to try on this mission. The Junin concluded in his mind before glancing at the damage done to Sasuke. The rest of the night was rather quiet in Tazuna's house, with everyone doing their own thing. Tazuna's family, Sai, and Kakashi did whatever they wished, while Sakura held fast, taking care of Sasuke. The demon pair just continued their actions in the forest in their bed, enjoying the closeness until they fell asleep. Chapter 12. Waves Current Part 2. 1 week later. It had been a week since Sasuke's little spat with Naruto, and both Sharingan users were now back to full fighting strength. Kakashi's training had paid off quite well for his original team. Their chakra control and reserves were boosted a good chunk thanks to their completion of walker walking. Once they had mastered it, he decided to send them out in pairs to bodyguard Tazuna as he continued his work on the bridge. And today was his and Sakura's turn to go. However, he decided to bring everyone but Naruto and Natsumi along, guessing they already knew the training he was going to have them perform while at the bridge. Team 7 along with Tazuna were walking along the mist-filled bridge heading to the construction area when they noticed the unconscious bodies of Tazuna's workers sprawled along the bridge. Seems Zabuza has healed as well, Kakashi stated, his visible eye now dressed with concentration. Good, I'll finally be able to test myself after the training I've completed, Sasuke said, with a smirk, his Sharingan already flaring in anticipation to test his new strength. The group continued on, making sure the workers were still alive, who miraculously were. They reaching the end of the bridge when the mist around the bridge grew heavier. Also we meet once again ne Kakashi. Zabuza's cut through the tense silence that permeated the air. The team quickly surrounded Tazuna as planned, while swiveling their heads looking for the nuke nin. The mist began to slightly clear and revealed both Zabuza in a new outfit, as well as the hunter nin that saved him from last time. Seems you made a full recovery from your near death, state your little friend dealt you, Zabuza, Kakashi taunted. Even if I wasn't, it would still be enough to finish you. You won't be so lucky this time, Kakashi, that Sharingan of yours won't help you. The taller man growled out. We'll just see, the Junin said, revealing his Sharingan. I'll take the hunter nin, Sasuke stated. Zabuza chuckled lightly. Also the little genin is volunteering to be the first to die. Very well then, Haku, show him how real shinobi fight. And don't let your emotions get in the way like the other times either. Zabuza ordered. Haku just nodded at his orders and walked forward between the two groups just as Sasuke had done. She pulled out a senbon and got in her usual stance, while Sasuke did the same with a kunai. The two soon disappeared, creating small puddles and splashes where they landed across the bridge while attacking each other when the opportunities presented themselves. "Ah, I see you had them trained during our hiatus, Kakashi. But I hope you don't think that a week will make a difference between your genin and Haku. Hell with her Kekkei Genkai, she could in theory beat me in a fight. If I didn't have every inch and thought of her wrapped around my finger, that is," Zabuza stated while enjoying the kiddie show in front of him. Kakashi heeded Zabuza's words carefully, and in truth had to agree with him. Even with Sasuke's training and blood limit activated, he still seemed to have a sluggish reaction time against Haku's attacks. A stalemate soon commenced between the two fighters, where her senbon and his kunai were deadlocked. "Not bad," Sasuke grunted out, putting more pressure on his weapon, trying to force her back. "You've gotten stronger, however I'm afraid not strong enough. I have already won this little battle," Haku stated, before surprising everyone but Zabuza when she began a set of one-handed seals and stomped her foot on the ground to upraise some water into the air. Damn, Sasuke is outmatched. For her to be able to use one-handed seals at her age, Kakashi thought, both scared for Sasuke, and intrigued about the jutsu at the same time. Hyoten, Sensatsu Susho Ice Style, Death by 1,000 Flying Water Needles. Haku yelled, when the water in the air took form of 1,000 senbon needles made of ice. Sasuke was in a panic. He wouldn't have ever imagined that Haku's unknown blood limit was Hyoten manipulation. Not only that, but to use one-handed seals. Sasuke knew he was in trouble, but quickly ran through scenarios on what to do. Gomen. Haku apologized before performing one last seal, which made the needles fire at the prone Uchiha. "I only have one shot at this," Sasuke thought before letting his Sharingan anticipate the best time to escape. The moment soon presented itself to him, and concentrated a large sum of chakra to his feet, which successfully sent him flying into the air and out of the way of the jutsu. "Ah. The Uchiha is inventive," Zabuza remarked offhandedly. "He's much more than that, Zabuza," Kakashi responded. "Perhaps, but I won't be seeing what else he can do. After all, we have a match to finish now, don't we?" The bandaged man retorted while going through his own seals. "Ninpu. Kurigakur no Jutsu, ninja art, hidden mist technique." Kakashi just pulled out a kunai and prepared for the oncoming battle. "Damn. Now I wish I brought those two, even if they would have complained the whole time." Kakashi berated himself, annoyed at the unfortunate turn of events before the heavy artificial mist covered the entire area. Tazuna's house, currently Naruto's worst enemy while in bed, seemed to be winning in their eternal struggle for domination. "Fucking sunlight," he mentally grumbled, his face contorted in annoyance. Naruto soon realized that the evilness of the sun would always win out, and decided to not postpone the inevitable and opened his eyes to the morning. He turned to see his mate sleeping contentedly on his chest, and to both his playful annoyance and humor was completely naked. "She does this to me on purpose, I swear," he thought, chuckling. "Wonder what Sasuke would say if he saw us like this right now," he questioned, trying to stifle his laughter so not to rouse his bedmate. He caressed her cheek softly, before pulling her off him so he could get ready for the morning, that is until he heard Inari scream, "Leave my Ka-san alone." The urgency and fear in the boy's tone caused Naruto to become both curious and annoyed at the same time while he put on a pair of pants. Bah, must be Getu's dogs trying to get an upper hand with Tazuna. The pseudo-blonde thought, before strapping his last shoe on and shunshining outside of the house. "Alright, what is going on?" Naruto asked, appearing on the dock outside the house. Naruto quickly assessed the situation, seeing two henchmen who liked to play samurai holding Tsunami with Inari crying to give her back. "Like we told the kid, unless you want to die just stay the hell out of the way," the larger goon stated, unsheathing his katana. Naruto made no verbal response, and only summoned 2 balls of blue spiraling chakra into each hand, before disappearing. "Seems the kid was smart too. Ah," the goon stated before, letting out an unbridled scream of pain, falling to the ground face first. "Waraji." The second goon that was still holding Tsunami yelled, after seeing his partner's lower body blown completely off from the blue ball in Naruto's hand. Let her go, I will not ask again. Naruto ordered emotionlessly, with Waraji's blood completely drenching him, and a familiar blue chakra ball in his other hand. The man just looked terrified at the blonde teenager, as he brought his shaking sword up to Tsunami's throat. This kid is insane, he thought. How do I know you won't kill me afterwards? He shouted, fear obvious in his voice. You don't. Naruto began. But if you release her I promise to not kill you. He offered. You expect me to believe that? No shinobi I've seen ever had a sliver of honor in them, they'd faster stab you in the back than have honor. The goon countered in desperation. Guess I'm your first one then. He answered back, letting his Rasengan disappear as a show of good faith. His guard is down, kill him Zori. Waraji yelled, apparently still alive, though not particularly looking well if the massive pool of blood and intestines surrounding his body were any indication. Zori just looked in Naruto's eyes and saw nothingness. He knew if he harmed either the woman or the boy he would certainly die. Oh, okay, I'll let her go. He agreed, seeing Naruto relaxing ever so slightly. But I'll go to the edge of the forest and then release her. Just cause you say you have honor won't make me believe it. He demanded, only seeing Naruto nod in agreement. You fool. He'll kill you anyway. Kill him now. Then do away with the bitch. Waraji shouted, with blood careening out of his nose and mouth. It was obvious that he wasn't long for this world. Zori didn't even listen to his partner, and with the speed of a turtle crossed the dock, keeping his eyes focused on Naruto, with his sword on Tsunami's neck. He soon reached the tree line of the forest, and without another second threw her towards the beach and ran like a bat out of hell into the forest. Tsunami quickly recovered and ran frantically to her house and hugged her son, whispering calming words for both her son's sake and her own. Naruto, seeing them reunited, let the tiniest of smiles cross his face, before the gurgling laughter of Waraji was heard. You, will die, when Getu finds out. He threatened while manically laughing, causing Naruto to sneer in disgust. Tsunami-san, take Inari inside, you won't want to see this. He softly ordered before picking up the dying man by the scruff of his shirt, or what remained of it. No. The woman responded sternly, her eyes with determination. I'm tired of running. I want to see for my own eyes this man's end. She demanded with conviction in her voice, and Inari furiously nodding in agreement. Naruto only looked back, and nodded, very well. He agreed, before summoning another Rasengan and slowly and quite painfully, if Waraji's screams were any indication, ran the ball of chakra into his chest. The man's skin began to contort in a clockwise motion, before just simply ripping off his muscles, which were next on the chopping block for the jutsu. As soon as the man's ribcage was able to be visibly seen, his screams finally stopped, telling the trio watching he was finally dead. Naruto's visage just twisted in annoyance and anger before plummeting the rest of the ball through Waraji's body, which caused all but his head to explode in a cloud of blood, muscle, skin, and bones. Once Naruto was finished, he just turned his bloodied body towards his audience, who showed both fear and appreciation for what he did. He simply nodded to them, and tossed the head into the water, before heading back into the house to get his things as well as Natsumi ready to go to the bridge to tell Kakashi what happened. He quickly reached his and Natsumi's room and lightly shook her awake. Had it not been for the urgency, he'd have enjoyed his mate's reaction more than he had. What is it, Naru-kun? She cutely groaned while rubbing her eyes sleepily, until her nose picked up the scent of blood, fresh blood. She quickly opened her eyes only to see a shirtless Naruto, with fresh blood dripping off his body. She looked at him surprised, before a glint shined in her eyes and she licked her lips hungrily. You know it isn't my birthday yet, Foxy-sama. But still, you really shouldn't have. She cooed in a sexy voice, making him shiver, honestly wishing that he had time to indulge his mate. Gomen my Benny Kisai. But this isn't a present right now. Though it could be at a later date. He offered with a smirk, seeing her pout like a girl who lost her favorite doll. Seems Getu's men went on the offensive and tried to take Tsunami hostage to use against Tazuna. He explained, making Natsumi perk up at the news. I just wanted to get you so we could head out and let Kakashi know about what happened. You're such a tease, Naru-kun. She whined, flipping the covers off her, before being pulled into a passionate and blood-filled kiss, making her moan loudly. You're lucky I love you as much as I do, or else I'd bar you from sex for a month for turning me on so much right now. She warned in a purr, with a lusty haze in her eyes, making him smirk. Gomen, just wanted to give you your morning kiss, I'll make it up to you. He promised, getting a nod from her. Get ready while I take a shower, then we'll take off to the bridge. He ordered, grabbing a towel and headed to the bathroom. Once the pair were ready, they grabbed a quick snack, before telling Tsunami to lock down the house once they left and only opened it for people she knew. Once they made sure she did as was told, they sprinted off towards the bridge, not knowing what kind of scene they would witness once they got there. Bridge, well, this is certainly interesting, ne Naru-kun? Natsumi asked as the two just looked at the situation they had run into at the bridge. The demons had reached the bridge expecting nothing out of the ordinary, but even if there was a battle going on, seeing what they saw now wouldn't have come up on either of their minds. The entire bridge was covered in a thick mist, with Kakashi and Zabuza on one end of the bridge obviously continuing their fight from last week, only this time Kakashi was the one losing. While on the other end was the strangest thing, a dome of what appeared to be mirrors made of ice surrounded both Sai and Sasuke, who both appeared to be on their last legs thanks to the dozens of Senbon needles lodged into different parts of their bodies. Sakura was still protecting Tazuna, while looking torn between her mission and going to help her comrades. Once they got the gist of the situation, the demon pair walked up to Sakura and the bridge builder. Sakura calmed down, Naruto's bored voice echoed around the kunoichi. Nah, Naruto, is that you? She stuttered before seeing the silhouettes of the demon pair within the mist, fear, anxiety, and the slightest bit of relief easily seen in her expression. Hi, calm down, we'll handles this, he reassured her, before the silhouettes vanished. Please hurry, Sasuke-kun, she thought worriedly. Ice dome, damn, even with my Sharingan being able to keep up with her speed, my body's reactions still aren't fast enough. Sasuke mentally growled, before another Senbon was lodged into his right arm. Any ideas, Sai? He grunted to the kneeling boy next to him. Gomen. But I lost have my tools, but even if I did I wouldn't be able to do much against this kind of opponent. Sai answered, getting an annoyed growl from the Uchiha. Damn. And I only have a little chakra left. He admitted. Then it's a good thing we've come. Naruto's voice seemed to bounce off the mirrors, making it impossible to determine where he was. Great. The worst possible time he could arrive, when I'm on my last legs. Sasuke thought, a scowl growing on his face. Haku-san, have you come to a decision? Natsumi's voice echoed throughout the dome just like Naruto's. Hearing that question caused Haku to stop her attacks on the teen boys, while her image was etched into every mirror. A long silence entered the area, which both pissed off Sasuke and intrigued Sai. So the bastard did talk with her. Damn traitor. The Raven boy roared. Seems Naruto-san and Natsumi-san tried to make some kind of deal with the Hunter Nin. I should see how this plays out, if nothing else it'll at least give me time to recover. Sai thought. You traitor. You were talking to her behind our backs. Sasuke shouted accusingly. Shut up, Sasuke. Learn just when to speak your mind and when to keep quiet. Naruto barked. Gomen Haku-san, but we must hear your answer. You have no more time to think it over. Naruto's tone caused Haku to slightly tremble. She still wasn't completely sure of her answer. She quickly took a calming breath and thought about everything about her life. The day her parents died, all the years of loneliness, the day she met Zabuza, the years of shinobi training, the forced sexual acts and humiliations she had endured to satisfy his lust as his tool, the unnecessary murders she had committed, all for Zabuza. And finally the day she met the demon pair and heard Naruto's words, along with them offering her a safe way out for a new life and home that day in the forest. After all the memories flashed through her mind, she finally opened her eyes with a determination and clear agenda. And that agenda was to live for Zabuza no longer. Haku soon melted out of her Maku Hyusho demonic ice crystal mirrors and landed effortlessly onto the ground, before the mirrors began to melt and turn into puddles of water once more. Naruto and Natsumi then entered the area, revealing themselves to the fighters. Naruto smiled at the masked girl. I'm glad you made the correct choice for yourself, Haku-san. She smiled behind her mask, and bowed her head slightly. I decided it was time to try to live for myself instead of someone else. Naruto-sama. Naruto's smile grew cold. Do not call me that. I didn't ask you decide to go from one master to another, Haku-san. You have chosen this on your own for yourself. Naruto retorted sternly, not wanting Haku to make him her master now. Gomen, she responded, before an odd, chirping, sound resonated in the area. I don't know what you three are talking about, but it's obvious you are in league with each other and I cannot allow this to go on. Sasuke yelled as he charged forward with his last ounce of strength, and a white lightning ball in his hand. Reikiri. The talking trio were so wrapped up in their conversation, they completely forgot about the two injured teens, and were caught off guard when Sasuke attacked, his target clearly being Haku. He was within a yard of his target when he thrust his arm forward to pierce his opponent's heart when a hand grabbed his thrusting wrist and held it completely still with Sasuke's body struggling for dominance. Sasuke, while I do admire your stubbornness to continue the fight, I will have to ask you to stop attacking Haku-san, seeing as how she is under both my and my clan's protection as of 30 seconds ago. Naruto said, before throwing Sasuke's arm into the ground where the jutsu created a rather impressive crater considering the little chakra he had behind the jutsu. Please explain, Sai requested. We'll explain later, right now your sensei might need help. Natsumi replied as everyone looked towards where they heard Kakashi's battle taking place. With Kakashi and Zabuza, seems your Sharingan is useless to you if you can't look into my eyes, Zabuza taunted. Then it's lucky I'm not completely dependent on it. Kakashi retorted, before smearing blood on his hand from the chest wound he just received from Zabuza's sword, onto the unfurled scroll that rested in his other hand. Kuchiyos. Suga no Jutsu, summoning, tracking fang technique. Kakashi slammed the scroll on the ground, which caused a crack along the bridge to rip open, before snaking its way towards Zabuza. Zabuza unfortunately was unable to move out of the way before a pack of 8 nin dogs jumped out of the ground and bit down on him, immobilizing him. Now I believe it's time to finish this so I can help my students. Kakashi spoke before a familiar blue orb and chirping sound echoed in the vicinity. Reikiri. He yelled as he burst from his position heading straight towards a prone and defenseless Zabuza. Damn these mutts, I can't get free, he thought, while seeing Kakashi quickly gained ground towards him. Guess Haku has one last use as my tool, he concluded as an idea wrapped around his mind. Haku, he shouted suddenly, expecting his tool to show up any second. Upon hearing her name called by her former master, her body reacted on its own, taking an unconscious step towards the fight, before a hand clasped on her shoulder stopping her advancement. She turned to see Naruto shaking his head, before letting her shoulder go. Haku looked saddened after realizing what he silently said, and took one final look in Zabuza's direction. If you wish to be granted a new life you must cast away your old. Natsumi said sagely as they listened to the battle, until an angry scream of pain, and loud, splashing, sound echoed in their ears. The screams soon began to grow softer, as the mist itself lifted, creating a much clearer scene on the bridge. Soon Team 7 could see the end result of Kakashi and Zabuza's fight. Kakashi's arm running through the nuke nin's chest. Kakashi pulled out his arm with a sickening crunch of bone, before turning and seeing to his surprise all of his team alive and well. Well as one could expect someone to be who just fought a Hyoten manipulator in the land of waves no less. I suppose he didn't need your help after all. Natsumi chuckled. And it seems you didn't need my help either, Kakashi answered back looking at the worn-out Sai and Sasuke. You two alright? He questioned, getting nods in response. Of course I doubt they would have been had it not been for Naruto and Natsumi showing up when they did. He mused, while looking at the two, before noticing Haku next to Naruto and quirking an eyebrow. Mind explaining? He asked, the topic of his question quite obvious to the two. I'll explain once we get back to Tazuna's, Naruto replied, before a maniacal and quite annoying laugh surrounded the area. No need for that, my boys will take care of you here soon enough. The voice called out from behind the group. Everyone turned to see a large gang of what appeared to be Ronin and bandits just like Naruto had to deal with at the docks. While a short, plump man in a crisp business suit stood in front of them with a superior grin on his face. You must be Gato, Kakashi offered, with the tiniest sliver of venom in his voice. Got that right, Cyclops, Gato answered with a smirk, before turning to Zabuza's corpse. Oh, and thank you for taking care of my rather large bill also. Would have been a nuisance if he kept on annoying me for his money. Not that I was going to pay him anyway. His words cut deep in Haku, Naruto and Natsumi. Naruto's gaze grew ice cold and focused solely on the short, fat man. Natsu-chan, he called out, before biting his thumbs and summoning both Soden-Kase and Shinku Kaijin and threw her old sword. Haku-san, we'll leave Geto to you. Naruto finished, his intentions quite obvious to everyone near him. Naruto, wait. Kakashi yelled, trying to stop the three from leaving, but couldn't even finish his sentence before the demon pair sprinted towards the mercenaries Geto hired, while Haku disappeared through an ice mirror. What Team 7 and Tazuna witnessed in the next few minutes wasn't a fight, it was a genocide. Never had any of them seen anything so grotesque in their lives. Not even Sasuke considered his own family's murder in the same league as what he witnessed. Even Kakashi, a seasoned shinobi and veteran of the Third Shinobi War, considered this one of the worst things he'd ever witnessed. Both Sakura and Tazuna had tossed the contents of their stomachs on the bridge not even a minute after the trio began their assault. By the time everyone was dead, the entire area was bathed in blood, flesh and bone. If you didn't know this was a bridge beforehand, you'd swear you were standing in the bowls of hell itself. They're monsters. Sakura groaned out, remembering a rather vicious head cleaving, and threw up once more. No. They are shinobi, Sakura. And whether you like it or not, this is a shinobi's life. Kakashi answered solemnly. Kami-sama, what has the village and I done to you, Naruto? And what happened in Natsumi's and Haku's lives to warrant such unbridled carnage against obviously undermatched opponents? I really need to talk to Hokage-sama about this. Kakashi thought with a frown under his mask. How can not only Naruto, but those other two be so strong? I don't understand. I've been the very best since the beginning of the academy. And I'm even of noble blood with one of the most feared Kekkei Genkei of all the elemental nations. Yet compared to those three around the same age as me, I'm just a helpless puppy. I need to get stronger. This is unacceptable. If they can defeat me so easily as they have, I have no chance against Itachi at my current strength. Sasuke raged in his mind, his fists clenching and his Sharingan flaring viciously while watching the three's slaughter. Once everyone was dead, Naruto, Natsumi and Haku rejoined the group, while the group silently slinked away from them, wanting to be as far away from the bloodied teens as possible. That wasn't really necessary, you two. Kakashi scolded them half-heartedly, only receiving annoyed glares from the trio. Let's just go, I want to get cleaned up. Naruto spoke, ignoring Kakashi's statement, already heading back towards Tazuna's house with Natsumi and Haku in tow. Kakashi-sensei? Sakura questioned almost in a whisper. Let's go, he answered before grabbing Zabuza's corpse and followed Naruto. Once everyone returned home, they all began to settle down and relax the best they could after having such a serious day happen. Once the murderous trio were cleaned up, Kakashi wished to have a meeting to have explained everything that happened, including the rather large blood puddle on the deck outside the house, and the pair's talks with Haku. The three explained the best they could without giving away any of the more important reasons about Haku's decision, which thankfully satisfied the Junin. However, he warned them they would have to talk with the Hokage about everything that went on during this mission. Once the talk was finished, everyone decided to get some well-deserved rest, with Haku sleeping in Naruto and Natsumi's room. The pair didn't trust Sasuke nor Kakashi if Haku slept in a separate room alone, plus there weren't any extra rooms anyway, so it worked out. Natsumi, however, was a little peeved that because of the extra person in the room, she and Naruto couldn't finish their little activity they had started in the morning. But she conceded that she'd get plenty more chances once they were back in the Namikaze compound. The next day was uneventful since the threat of the mission was already disposed of, and all the team did was help the bridge get built faster. It was close to nighttime before the bridge was finally completed thanks to Natsumi and Naruto's use of cage bushins, of which they were quickly questioned about by Kakashi on just how they learned one of Konoha's kinjutsus when they were out of Konoha when he assumed they learned it. He also questioned them about how they could use it without hand signs. They just shrugged and gave an half-assed answer, which made Kakashi note to mention it to the Hokage during the meeting he'd have with him. They were also questioned by Sasuke personally, because he figured that was the kind of bushin he fought against in the forest with Naruto. And questioned him while secretly wanting to learn the jutsu himself after finding out that it was a Junin-ranked kinjutsu. The pair just leveled a glare at the boy's attitude, and shrugged him off, which only caused him to bother them more, until they, Kawaramite with 2 clones to get away from him. Wanting to get many of his questions answered as soon as possible, Kakashi told his team and Haku he wanted to leave for Konoha that night. After the few groans from Sakura ended, they prepared their bags and set out, thanking Tezuna's family for their hospitality, and good luck with Wave's future. The team took another day to reach the gates of Konoha, which for everyone but Haku, Naruto and Natsumi were thankful to see. Haku because she was apprehensive over what might happen to her, while the demon pair were simply annoyed at being back. What they hadn't expected, however, was to get stopped by the gate guards by order of the Hokage. The team looked confused and with begrudging remarks waited at the gate, until several Anbu officers showed up and finally answered the unanimous question everyone wanted answered. Uzumaki, Naruto and Natsumi, please come with us to Hokage-sama's office. The council wishes to speak with you and Hokage-sama. The Neko, masked Anbu said with authority, despite having a pleasant feminine voice. The team and Kakashi just looked at the two with questioning looks. But upon seeing the annoyance on the pair's faces, guessed it was news to them as well. Kakashi spoke to them quickly before dismissing the team and leaving them to go on their separate way. The moment they were gone he shunshed away, hoping to have a word with Sarutobi before the meeting happened. The demon pair just stared annoyed at the 3 Anbu, but soon conceded and created a pair of cage bushins to escort Haku to the Namikaze mansion while they went to said meeting. Haku and the clones nodded in understand and soon left. Led on, Naruto softly ordered, before all 5, shunshed towards the Hokage tower. Chapter 13. Meetings. Hokage's office. Enter, an aged voice called out from within his office after hearing a knock on the door. The door to the Hokage's office soon opened up, revealing 5 people, 3 Anbu officers and 2 teenagers. Hokage-sama, we have retrieved Uzumaki, Naruto and Natsumi as you've requested once they returned from their mission in Wave. The Neko, masked Anbu stated in her work voice. Ah, good, thank you, Neko. You may go back to your posts now, Sarutobi ordered, waving his hand in dismissal. The 3 Anbu quickly left the office, leaving only the 3 occupants in the room in silence. Sarutobi was filling out some more paperwork for a few minutes before the pair became agitated. Oji-san, if you just wanted to annoying us, then you're doing one hell of a job. Now why have you and the council summoned us for? Or is it as we suspected? Naruto asked, with an annoyed tone. Sarutobi stamped his insignia on a single paper before putting the rest away inside. I wasn't the one to call this meeting, the council called it, but I don't know why. Though I assume that it'll has to do something with you two and your return here. He responded. Well, it was bound to happen sooner or later. Natsumi said in a huff. Gomen, I didn't want to reveal. Kakashi, I dislike eavesdroppers. Get out here, Naruto interrupted. A shadow in the corner of the room began to bend and warp into the form of the infamous copy ninja, with an embarrassed smile under his mask. You better have a good reason for this, Hataki. This meeting is a private matter of which you have no need to be a part of. Sarutobi growled out, not only for his subordinates eavesdropping, but also that Naruto called the Cyclops out when he didn't notice him himself. Gomenasai Hokage-sama, he started with a bow. I had come here to have a word with you before this meeting occurred. But the Anbu got here before I could and I just came in hoping I could still get that chance. He explained. That still doesn't explain why you purposely hid yourself from us, and then listened in on this meeting. The Hokage countered. Kakashi's nonchalant mannerisms quickly left, leaving only battle-hardened shinobi standing there. It's because I have concerns that need to be answered about these two standing in front of me, Hokage-sama. He began before eyeing the 2 teens. I have seen strong genin in my time. But I have never seen any as strong as these 2. Their skills are greater than they are willing to express, and I've also noticed they are using a type of genjutsu that is beyond anything I have ever seen or heard of. I want to know who they really are and what they are truly capable of. Kakashi's hardened voice cut through the room, making everyone know he was deathly serious about every word he just spoke. Sarutobi just sighed softly. I should have figured that if anyone of the Junin would find these 2 odd, it would be Kakashi, Gomen Kakashi, but those questions not even I can completely answer. I only know the tip of the iceberg when it comes to these 2. If you wish to know more you can ask them yourself. But I doubt they will tell you. He confessed. Kakashi just looked analyzing at the two pseudo-teens in front of him, before sighing, and nodded to his commander. I understand, with Naruto's past in this place I can see why he would be hesitant to tell or show anyone the real him. And after what I've done to him I know he won't tell me. So all I can do is wait until he reveals himself or trusts me enough to tell me the truth. Gomenasai, my intrusion will not happen again, he explained, making Naruto crack a small smile. He would admit that Kakashi was making strides to get in his good graces, but there was still a long way to go. Well, since we got that out of the way, Kakashi, you'll have to leave. As you've heard, the council wishes to speak with me and I'm bringing along your students. Kakashi nodded in knowing the situation and bowed once more before shunning out of the office to leave the three to the torture that awaited them in that damnable room. We going with the plan, Natsu-chan? Naruto mentally asked his mate. Hi, it'll be far too annoying to have those people know what I really look like. She answered back. As the Hokage got up from his desk he noticed Naruto dispelling something, and then seemed to seal what looked like a body in a storage scroll. He was about to ask Naruto what he was doing, but knew the boy had so many secrets that asking would probably only cause him to come up with even more questions than he already had. Naruto hand-sealed for the Kuchiyos no Jutsu, which piqued the man's interest and watched in fascination as Naruto summoned a 10-foot, 5-tailed red fox. Sarutobi almost had a heart attack when his eyes met the gaze of the fox, his hand immediately going for his kunai under his robes. Calm down, Hokage, it is only me. Natsumi's voice, though much more fierce and masculine but still recognizable, rumbled out of the fox's maw. The old man relaxed at her words, and quickly looked ashamed for his reaction. Gomenasai Kyuubi-san, bad memories. He whispered out, getting an understanding nod from the vixen. You don't fight a 50-story fox, and get over it when you see a large fox again. That day was a large pill to swallow for all of us. She agreed, her visage showing deep pain, before a set of hands petted her muzzle affectionately, making her glad Naruto was with her now. As for this form, I do not wish to have the council to know of my human form. Yet anyway. She explained. I understand. Are you both ready now? He asked, getting nods from the teen and fox before they both vanished from sight. Genjutsu Oji-san, Naruto answered the question written on the old man's face. He smiled and shook his head. You two really are something. Well, let's get this over with. Council meetings are like band-aids, the faster you get it over with the less painful it'll be in the long run. He joked, getting snickers from his invisible company, as they walked towards the council chambers. Council chambers. The council chambers were currently filled to the brim with delegates from every important family clan that belonged to the Hidden Leaf Village. The council consisted of 8 civilian clan heads, the Hokage's 3 personal advisors, and 8 shinobi clan heads. However, only 6 of the shinobi seats were filled. The Namikaze and Uchiha seats were empty, awaiting a time for their clan to return to glory. This made the council equally split positions and power between the civilians and shinobi. However, the true and final power of the council was held by the Hokage herself. The council members were having their own separate conversations before a knock resounded against the large wooden double doors. The council quickly quieted down, while an Anbu officer allowed the Hokage entrance. Sarutobi sighed. If he hated one thing more than paperwork, it was council meetings. Because in the end he'd just have that much more paperwork to do whether he gets his way or not anyway. He swiftly reached the stand meant only for the Hokage, while Naruto and Natsumi stayed against the wall hidden behind him, curious as to the point of this meeting. Let this meeting come to order. Sarutobi called out, getting the last remnants of whispers silenced. Now this meeting has been appointed by the council itself to have an audience with me. What does the council wish to speak with me about concerning the village? He eyed the heads to see who'd speak up first. Kaharu stood. We the council wish to understand your reasons why for the past 2 weeks you've been holding back a large force of our shinobi from attempting missions that lead outside of Fire Country. She requested. I was hoping they wouldn't notice so soon, so I wouldn't have had to explain the things Naruto has told me so far from the Chunin exams. Sarutobi sighed out. The answer to that is quite simple. He began, making all of the council listen intently to his next words. I know from a very reliable source that sometime during Chunin exams, the newly formed Hidden Sound Village and Hidden Sand Village will make an attempt to invade Konoha and either conquer it or burn it to the ground. He finished. The moment he finished his explanation, the council was in an uproar. A multitude of questions were shot at him about what he said. But he simply waited for their initial shock and stupidity to run its course before he answered any questions. After a few minutes, the council room finally calmed down into silent whispers. Hyuga Hiyashi was the next to stand. Hokage-sama, I believe the council wishes for you to elaborate on what you just said. More specifically, who this reliable source of yours was and what proof they have. Suna is our ally. And to question their loyalty to our alliance is a heavy accusation, do you not agree? Also, why wasn't the council told about this earlier? And if this proves to be true information, what exactly are your plans to stop it? While I understand the council's concerns, know that my decisions on this matter were and still are for the best for the village. But to answer your questions, I'm afraid that my informant wishes to stay anonymous because of their past dealings with this village. As far as their proof goes, they have told me that they have a spy within Oto, of which is preparing for war even as we speak. He began and looked around to see the faces of the council. As for my reasons for not telling the council about this possible invasion, when I first heard it is because of how the council just reacted to the news. If I told you weeks ago, the village would be in an uproar, with villagers trying to flee the village for their own sakes. However, if they did, then three things would occur. The Oto leader would learn of this, since I'm sure he or she has spies in Konoha, and then cancel the attack. Plus, if most of the population of Konoha fled, what would happen to the Chunin exams for this year? The teams would be sent back, and then the other hidden villages would question our reasons for canceling the exam. And how would they react to us telling them that an invasion would occur within our borders? I highly doubt they would think of us as the strong country that we truly are. So to prevent this from happening, I was going to wait until a week before the exams to tell the council of this. Since this would be the barest of minimums to prepare for an invasion of two countries. He paused once more to take a breath. As for the plans, if an invasion happens, some have already been implemented, one of which you caught on to. My summoning of all our shinobi back to Konoha to prepare for war. I believe the lack of funds from a few missions is an acceptable loss to have Konoha in top fighting strength if Oto and Suna attack. Other than that, I have already talked to specific groups of Junin and Chunin to prepare the evacuation of the civilians into the Hokage monument, as well as other safe houses scattered across the village, as per the law of the Shadaime. The council absorbed Sarutobi's words, and quietly began to converse with the clan heads around them to listen to the others' opinions on his reasoning. After a few minutes, a cane hit the concrete floor, making a loud resounding crack within the council room, making everyone present stop their talking. Only one man on the entire council could quiet down the leaders of the village in such a manner, Danzo. While I agree with Hokage-sama's ideas about the invasion, even if I would do things differently myself, I must question about your informant. One would think that someone with such vital information would want to be recognized by the people she is saving, perhaps for something in return for said information. Yet this person asked for nothing in return. I also wonder why, if what you said is true and this person has bad blood with Konoha, would they warn us at all about an invasion? One would think they would enjoy seeing this village burn to the ground. Therefore, on those grounds, I ask that you bring in your informant and have them speak to this council directly, so we may judge them and their information ourselves. We shouldn't base our own village's actions on one person who admits to not having good relations with the village. He argued before sitting down with a smug smirk on his old lips from the resounding affirmations amongst the council. Danzo-san, I'm afraid that my informant, Sarutobi began before another voice cut him off. Knows that his information won't be welcomed in Nanoha once he is identified. A voice finished. Immediately a squad of Anbu officers surrounded both the Hokage and as many council members as possible. Once the room settled down from the intrusion, Danzo spoke up. So you are the informant, I take it. Rather impressive to get into this room undetected with such strong shinobi here. According to whose standards exactly? But hi, I am Hokage-sama's informant about the invasion of Konoha. The voice affirmed, still shrouded in shadow, making all the council scowl except for Inuzuka Sume, who was smirking like a mad woman, knowing exactly who was speaking. Then reveal yourself and tell us the information that you told the Hokage. And we as a council will decide if your information is reliable, Danzo ordered. I will not reveal myself. As for the information, what I told Hokage-sama is what he told you. I know no more nor less than that. The voice replied, slight anger seeping into his words at Danzo's command. You will do well to show yourself, boy. Because just by being in this very room during a council meeting is tantamount to a felony punishable by death should this council so choose to charge you. Danzo stated, giving him the ultimatum. Tsh, very well. But I warn you, I will not be held responsible for my actions if anyone attempts to take my life, that is my only warning. The voice warned, getting cocked eyebrows as his answer. Naruto held his hand and dispelled his genjutsu, allowing his shadowed form to bask in the light. The council was confused at the demon boy's presence. Arrest that boy, he has entered a forbidden area of the village for the likes of him. The head of a Haruno clan ordered, utterly disgusted that the demon was in her presence. The Anbu was about to go when the Hokage halted their attempts. As I'm sure most of the smarter of you realized, Namikaze Uzumaki Naruto is the informant I was speaking about. Sarutobi stated, getting some slight shocks from several council members. But Hokage-sama, that's just the demon brat. How could it have such a spy in the Sound Village when we cannot? It was living on its own for the past 6 years, it's not possible for it alone to gain access to Oto when we as an entire village could not. She countered. Naruto sighed at this woman's ignorance, but let the fact of calling him a demon slide since technically the third's law was still in effect. But mainly due to the fact that he was part demon now, so it's not like it would be a lie anymore. Hi, you're right, my spy in Oto isn't originally mine, he was a spy for a great friend of mine, who after they died was loyal to their last will and thusly became my own spy. Naruto explained, though leaving any important details out, knowing the council couldn't be trusted. Danzo watched Naruto carefully, and noticed no lies coming from the boy, as far as he could tell. Uzumaki-san. How reliable is your spy? They have never led me astray. While their short dialogue was going on, one of the civilian clan heads was twisting in rage from his seat. He lost all his family during the Kyuubi attack, and here was the demon itself standing in front of him and no one was doing anything about it. His rage came to a boil before he swiftly stood up, knocking his chair over and banged his hands on the desk before him. How can you even listen to this demon? Have you all forgotten what it is? What it's done? It's the Kyuubi no Kitsune. The demon that devastated our village 12 years ago, not this Uzumaki child, not Yondaime Sochi. Not even his own Ka-san believed him to be her child anymore and left him here to rot. Have you all really forgotten that he killed our loved ones? Why haven't you sent Anbu to kill the damn thing before it gets the chance to do the same to us? He roared. The chamber was completely silent as they contemplated his words. Most of the council quickly agreed but only nodded in agreement, while others thought the safety of the village was more important than their vendetta that could be dealt with at a later time. Sum, however, was the least happy with his hateful and ignorant words, which was obvious when she grabbed the man by his kimono and socked him in the face with a right hook, sending him into the wall of the chamber. His body crumpled to the floor, in a bloody mess. Thankfully, however, Sum reeled her anger back enough to leave the covering man still alive. As I've stated in the past, I will not allow people to badmouth the Yondaime Sochi. Sum spoke through gritted teeth, before going back to take her assigned seat. After her actions, the council room calmed down, and left a smirking Naruto now, noting that most of the council wouldn't look at him in the eyes anymore. Silence reigned in the room, no one knowing where to go from there. After some time, Hiyashi purposely coughed before speaking to get everyone's attention. As we were discussing before that interruption, Uzumaki-san, would you care to explain your reasons for coming back to Konoha after 6 years of absence? As well as why, as you've already said, you don't trust us, yet you decided to come and warn us about this attack. Naruto noticed he purposely addressed him wrong, but shrugged it off. The one reason for both your questions are simple. I came back to Konoha, and told Hokage-sama about the invasion because I want to keep those that are important to me in this place safe, that is all. He answered, and was annoyed that some of the council's expressions took on an approving look towards his reasons. Do not read into my reasons in the wrong way. If I had the choice to get those people out of this village, I would do so and let the rest of you in this village burn to the ground. But because of who those people are, I was forced to come back and tell the Hokage about it. There are many things that this village should burn for. Not only for the things that happened to me when I was younger, or what you did to the Kyuubi. But many other reasons that I'm so disgusted with I would throw up while naming them. Naruto finished with a scowl on his face. The council was once again in an uproar, shouting to arrest the boy, to kill him and do away with the demon and other such nonsense that only people who were fools spoke. Tell me. Danzo's voice roared over all others, making them grow silent. You. Speak as if you have spoken to the Kyuubi. He stated, letting the real question hang in the air for the boy to answer. Hi, I have. How is that possible? You are the Kyuubi. Another civilian council member accused. Naruto simply shook his head. No, I am not the Kyuubi. He said before pointing to his left. This is. He confirmed before from the shadows next to him unveiled a 10-foot, 5-tailed red fox that looked like it was about to kill everyone in the room. For the third time the council was in an uproar, though for good reason this time. The Anbu as well as the shinobi clan heads but soon quickly readied themselves for a fight, as Natsumi just sat down on her haunches, letting Naruto pet her muzzle until the council chamber became sane again. Hokage-sama, the Kyuubi has been released. Why aren't you doing anything? One civilian council member screamed while trying to reach the exit. Naruto was getting annoyed and wanted to get out of this meeting as quickly as possible. In his slight annoyance he released his chakra and flooded the room with a concentrated burst of ki. Immediately the room was silent with everyone but Sarutobi and Tsume struggling with the pressure his ki was pressing down upon them. The civilians were already unconscious, while the shinobi clan heads were hard-pressed to keep their normal breathing regulated. Good, now that I have your attention. Naruto started, his tone and demeanor taking a complete turn. I have a few things I wish to clear up about your ignorance. First of all, neither myself nor Kyuubi here have any intentions of doing harm to the village, unless we are attacked first. I mean really, if we wanted to destroy this place, you'd all already be dead and Konoha burning, so calm down. Secondly, if you are wondering why we aren't going to continue what occurred 12 years ago, we have our reasons. Plus the leader of Odo will be here for the invasion as well, and we both have a score to settle with him more so than with your damn village. Now you can believe what I say or you can take it with a grain of salt, knowing your feelings towards me, either matters little to me. However, this will be my one and only warning for once we leave this room today. If either Kyuubi, myself, the Inuzuka clan or anyone residing in the Namikaze compound are physically or verbally threatened in any way, I will not hesitate to deal with them. This will be your village's warning, so I do hope that you take it to heart and spread the word. He finished before resealing his chakra and ki, allowing the council to breathe normally again. Now are there any more questions? If not, we'd like to be going. He looked around the room waiting to see if anyone had a question. And to his satisfaction those people who had the courage to actually look at him did so with disapproving and angry gazes. Hearing no one speak, Naruto turned to Sarutobi. Good, then I'll be going. Oji-san, I'll leave the specifics and the rest of the meeting to you. Hi, I'll talk to you later Naruto-kun, he replied and smiled. Naruto and Natsumi both nodded to the aged man before, shunshing out of the office within a swirl of leaves and red flames. Namikaze Uzumaki. Naruto, what a great addition to, nay, you will be if I can get you to join me. To be able to control Kyuubi to such an extent to have it be your own personal pet. Danzo thought with a smirk while watching the boy leave, more plans running through his mind at the new possibilities he just learned. Namikaze Uzumaki. Naruto, if only you had stayed within the village, perhaps I could have befriended you and used your strength to boost my clan's power. To hold the Kyuubi, a beast of such power, in the palm of your hand as you've shown. Such power would make the Hyuga clan untouchable if under my control. Hiyashi thought, several schemes running through his mind as the possibilities for his clan should he get the boy under his thumb. Hokage-sama, are you just going to let them go? He unleashed the Kyuubi no Kitsune, you have to do something. One of the civilian clan heads that were awakened by Anbu yelled. Enough. If you do not understand what Uzumaki-san was saying, then do yourself a favor and pretend that you didn't see him here, you'd be better off. Danzo barked at the foolishness of the villagers. Hokage-sama, what should we do about him? Despite his outburst, the man is right. The boy released the Kyuubi no Kitsune, you can't leave him be. He asked. I will deal with them my own way, do not concern yourself with the details. I will keep this village safe as I have always done as Hokage. However, I suggest you all heed his warning, lest you want there to be bodies piled up on the streets before too long. As for the invasion, we still have much to discuss. The aged leader spoke. The meeting continued on as normal, though Naruto's words rung frequently in the backs of their minds. With Naruto and Natsumi, how do you think they'll react? Natsumi asked as the pair walked out of the council building in their adult forms. It doesn't really matter, it's too close to the Chunin exams to figure something out before shinobi from the other villages come here. He retorted, while yawning. Though truth be told, they accepted everything better than I thought they would have. I was half expecting them to go berserk once you came out, and we'd have to fight all of the Anbu. He confessed with a small chuckle. That's true. And knowing them, that reaction is going to bite us in the ass later on. She retorted with a sour expression. I suppose, but nothing to do now, we can only wait and see. The two continued to talk about the repercussions of the council meeting. While walking back to the Namikaze compound, Natsumi noticed Hana through the window of a quaint bistro sitting with two other women seeming to be in a rather enjoyable conversation. Want to say hi? He asked, noticing what she was looking at. Sure. And those other two seem to be the kunoichi who watched your fight in the bushes. Naruto nodded at her observation before the two walked over. With Hana, so I wrapped up his wounds and he just asked me out. Kurenai said while giggling at her recollection of how she and Asuma got together. The other two girls just laughed at the story, before Anko's died when she noticed Naruto standing in the doorway. Oh, looky here girls, fresh meat. She purred out, licking her lips, not noticing that the man looked awfully like what Hana's description of Naruto was. The other two girls turned slightly to see the new occupant, Kurenai quickly sizing up the young man up and blushed lightly at how good he looked. While Hana tried to hold in her smirk, realizing that her friends didn't put two and two together. She decided to play a prank on the two older kunoichi, and quickly stood up, walked over to Naruto and abruptly gave him a kiss. The two girls just looked slack-jawed that Hana would go up to a complete stranger and do that. With a large smirk on her face, Hana pulled on Naruto's shirt to drag him over to the table and made him sit down. Wow, Hana-chan, I didn't think you'd get back in the game so soon. And I thought you liked that Arashi guy. Tisk tisk, cheating in him already, for shame. Anko teased with a smirk. I'm not, this is Arashi, Hana boasted, before bursting out laughing at seeing the embarrassed blushes of her two friends. I'll assume this was for revenge for the prank we pulled on you a few days ago, Kurenai stated with a smile, only making Hana nod. Oh, and this is Natsumi, Arashi's close traveling companion. Hana introduced the demoness who was standing behind Naruto. Just listened to the females talk. And this is Anko and Kurenai, my best friends, she finished, pointing to the girls respectively. The four gave each other the usual greetings before settling down at the table again. So this is the infamous Arashi that we keep hearing about, nay? Anko rhetorically asked while looking Naruto up and down in an analyzing way, paying extra attention to his chest and lower area. So Arashi, Natsumi, tell us about yourselves. I mean, other than what Hana might have told us anyway. Kurenai asked, trying to get Anko's attention back into the right train of thought. The demon pair were slightly on edge since they just met the pair of women, but realized that if Hana was okay with introducing them to her friends, she must trust them enough. So they decided to tell them general things about themselves, but kept the more important details discreet. By the end of the conversation, all of them were quite comfortable with each other, and were having an enjoyable conversation. Eventually, however, Naruto and Natsumi had to leave to begin their daily training. Nay, Hana-chan, did you want to grab that date I asked you about last week tonight? Naruto inquired, getting up from his chair. Hana thought for a moment to make sure her schedule was clear, and quickly nodded when she remembered she was free for the evening. All right, I'll come pick you up around the same time as last time, he advised before leaning down and giving her a peck on the cheek, and left with Natsumi in tow after saying their goodbyes to Anko and Kurenai. My Hana-chan, seems you two have taken a shine to each other, Anko teased with a smirk. I have to agree with Anko on that one. You seem to really be at ease with him. You like him a lot, don't you? Kurenai asked, adding her 2 cents. Anyo, well, Hana stuttered out, while blushing. She didn't want to admit it even to herself, but she had indeed fallen quite hard for the orange-haired Hanyu in the few weeks they were actually together. Ah, our little Hana-chan is growing up so fast. Enko teased again in a baby voice. Enko, stop it. Hana yelled with a weak pout on her lips from embarrassment. Ah, you know I'm just teasing you, Hana-chan. Arashi seems like a nice guy, and you certainly weren't kidding about his body. I mean, damn, could eat breakfast off his abs. Would you be willing to share? She asked, as she absent-mindedly began to lick her lips. Enko, be nice, Hana is already going out with him, so he is off limits, Kurenai scolded the purple-haired Junin. You're no fun, you know that, Nai-chan. She pout, crossing her arms under her chest with a huff. The girls just continued on with their fun, until it got a bit late and went their separate ways for the day. Enko to her interrogation duties with Morino Ibiki, Kurenai to her genin squad, and Hana back home to prepare for what she hoped to be another great date with Naruto. With Naruto and Natsumi, they seemed nice. Natsumi began as they walked down the street back home. At least while in these forms. She admitted. True on both accounts, however I have a feeling that Hana picks her friends carefully. So I think that even if I went in as my child from the two wouldn't treat me like the rest of the village does. Especially Anko, I noticed her body movement when we first sat down was apprehensive and defensive towards us. I also noticed that cursed mark on her shoulder which she adamantly tried to keep covered with her coat whenever she moved. That coupled with WHO gave it to her in his relationship to this village, I have a sneaking suspicion that her life in this village is slightly comparable to mine. But I'll do a bit of digging to see if my assumptions are right. If they are, I might be able to adopt her into our plans like we're gonna try with Haku-chan. Natsumi just shrugged. I suppose. She seemed rather strong, so she might be a good addition, but we'll have to see. She retorted. And don't think I didn't notice you looking at her breasts either, granted hard not to with what she wore, but still. She warned with a smirk that promised pain if the next thing he said wasn't what she wanted to hear. Yours are better anyway. He answered without wasting a moment. She smirked. Damn right. She then grabbed her own and jiggled them, successfully enticing him with a blush now evident on his face. You know it's a lot harder to concentrate on me training regiment when you do that. She grinned victoriously. Just think of it as more training on your concentration then. She suggested in a seductive purr while moaning and squeezing herself, making his cheeks redden more. Vixen, he whispered under his breath, making her laugh as they entered the Namikaze grounds, where Naruto began his training before getting ready for his date with Hana later that night. 1 week later, it had been a week since Naruto and Hana's second date, of which the couple enjoyed greatly once again. Especially the hour-long make-out session that occurred after Naruto brought her atop the Hokage monument to watch the sunset. Meanwhile, Kiba was finally able to meet him, and thank him properly for protecting his sister from Mizuki, before getting to know a bit about each other. In the meantime, Naruto and Natsumi had a talk with the Hokage about Haku's situation, as well as their plans for her in the Chunin exams, of which she had agreed upon without hesitation since they helped her out of Zabuza's abusive grip. The Hokage agreed, noting that it was a good idea since they needed a third member for their team for the first part of the exam anyway, so it worked out. He had tested Haku with a random Junin and made her a Konoha genin. He also finally told Naruto about his mother and half-siblings coming to Konoha, which Naruto feigned ignorance of, playing the part of a jaded son. Sarutobi was none the wiser. After that meeting, nothing much happened with the demon pair, aside from Kakashi giving his team their permission slips to participate in the Chunin exams. That is until the day before the Chunin exams started, when an Anbu messenger called the pair to the Hokage's office for another meeting. Hokage's office, what's up Oji-san? Naruto asked, while yawning out of boredom. Sarutobi just stamped the paper he was reading before looking up with a smile at the demon pair, however his smile turned into a scowl soon after. Gomen Naruto-kun, Kyuubi-san. He started, making said people furrow their brows, not liking where this was going already. But it seems that after you left, the council and I discussed many things pertaining to what you both presented them with last week. And it appears they have asked for another audience with you. This time I don't know why, but I doubt it's anything good. He explained sourly. Natsumi sighed in annoyance. Would have been simpler if they just threatened us so we could have killed them. She grumbled. Can't argue with you there, Natsu-chan. Naruto agreed with a scowl on his face. Sarutobi nodded to the pair, waiting for Naruto to summon Natsumi in her fox form, same as last time. Once that was finished, they headed to the awaiting council room. Council room. The Council of Konoha were waiting patiently for those invited to the meeting to arrive, with most of the council were excited about what the meeting was held for. Especially if everything goes according to plan, which would mean the bettering of Konoha, and secretly themselves. A loud knock on the doors made them quiet down, while the Anbu allowed the Hokage and Naruto in the room to settle in. Why has the council requested this meeting? Sarutobi called out to the clan heads as he took his seat. Kaharu stood up and bowed lowly in Naruto's direction. We would first like to apologize to Namikaze-san for our past actions towards him. We were wrong to accuse the Sochi of our greatest hero of betrayal, Gomenasai. Kaharu stated, which caused everyone else but Tsume to stand and respectfully bow towards Naruto. Naruto and Natsumi weren't impressed with the half-assed apology that was given. They could easily smell that most of the council didn't even mean it. Along with this fact and their abrupt personality changes within only a week's time, one must wonder and suspect why they changed so quickly. You must forgive both my refusal and reluctance to accept such an apology, Naruto retorted coldly. Danzo lifted his head. Please show us some manners, Namikaze-san. After you left the last time you were here, we realized the errors of our ways in how the village treated you when you were a child. We simply wish to make amends for past mistakes, Danzo elaborated, with a sugar-sweet tone that was just too innocent to be honest. Is that why you called me here? Not entirely, but that was one reason. The other was to speak to you about your clan, and the fact you have finally returned to Konoha. Naruto's eyes narrowed dangerously. So that's their game. Oh, and what about my clan? He feigned curiosity. Because of recent facts that you have revealed to us, we wish to have you reclaim your rightful place in Konoha, Danzo explained in that same tone, which was getting Naruto annoyed. Please stop beating around the bush. I have the Chunin exams to think about, so if you would just tell me what this is about exactly. Naruto growled out, his anger showing slightly. Of course, Namikaze Uzumaki. Naruto, we the Council of Konoha wish to present you with your two sons' inheritance, which includes his home, and his old seat on the council prior to him becoming Hokage. Naruto's eyes opened wide, as he guffawed at this council's audacity. They were presenting him with his father's belongings, his blood inheritance. Naruto physically shivered in rage at the gall the council had to try such a thing with him, dangling his inheritance in front of him like it was theirs to give, instead of his from the very beginning. I hope this council is just making a very bad joke, Naruto said darkly, his tone becoming more and more emotionless as he spoke. Because if I'm hearing you right, you are trying to sway me by giving me a gift that was mine the very moment I was born with Namikaze blood in me. Most of the council shivered slightly at the boy's tone, with some of them realizing their mistake by trying to manipulate the boy. Just because he looked young didn't mean he was stupid nor ignorant enough to be used as a pawn. We would never do such a thing, Namikaze-san. Danzo quickly answered with a fake smile. We simply wished to present you with what was yours now that you are finally back home. Naruto raised an accusing brow. Really? Because to me, it just seemed like this council was trying to buy me off, one could say, with items that already belonged to me after you saw with your own eyes the Kyuubi and myself separated. Which made you finally realize I am and always was the Yondaime Sochi. And are now just trying to manipulate me into being a good little Konoha shinobi under your thumbs. Naruto hypothesized, accusingly. A civilian council member stood abruptly. You speak out of turn, boy. To receive anything from this council, even something already belonging to you, is an honor we seldom give. And worse yet, you accuse us of such underhanded tactics as lying to a child to force his loyalty. People have been executed for far less when talking before us. He barked, keeping his anger at the boy's audacity and lack of respect barely in check. Naruto raised a brow at the outburst, but paid no mind. That person was of no consequence at the moment. Perhaps I have. But the council is also out of line. This entire meeting is a farce as far as I've witnessed. You people apologize to me after seeing Kyuubi and myself separate. Instead of realizing beforehand that all you did for 6 years of my life was abuse a little boy. Then you have me come here to present me with items that already belong to me. As well as try to gain my favor and loyalty. So one must wonder who in fact is really out of line here. Hiyashi stood in response. Namikaze-san, enough. We didn't ask you here to argue again. We simply wish to repent for our past actions, and to allow you the rightful place in Konoha you should have been given since the Yondaim's passing. Hiashi interjected smoothly. Naruto leveled a glare at the Hyuga head. If that is the case, then I decline your offer as well as your repentance. I have already claimed my 2-san's home, his jutsu library within said home, and as for the seat on the council, as I've told you the last time, I did not come back to fully join Konoha. I came back to warn the village, help out those that are important to me, and to get my revenge on the Otokage. Everything else is irrelevant. Another civilian council member stood up, looking very bothered. But what about your 2-san's work in Konoha? Are you really going to betray his efforts and sacrifices by not being a part of the village he gave his life to protect? All the shinobi clan heads looked at the man as if they wanted to kill him for his inquiry, but a sudden blast of ki in the room quickly quelled their thoughts. Naruto looked murderous. Don't you ever speak to me about betrayal. This village is ridiculous. You abuse and nearly kill me when I was a child. You celebrated the moment the news of my disappearance was made public. I then returned several years later only to still find glares of hatred at every turn. The topper is when I show the council Kyuubi out of the seal, you people immediately try to sweet-talk me into loyally joining the village once again, because your bigoted eyes finally realize that I'm still Namikaze Minato's Sochi and want me back. All the while expecting me to just forgive and forget all this village has done to me. Did I miss anything? He roared accusingly, finally dispersing his ki, allowing the council to breathe once more. Please calm down, Namikaze-san. From the bottom of our hearts, gomenasai for all of the ill treatment we delivered upon you when you were younger, and we foolish gomenasai for that, Namikaze-san, truly. The Haruno clan head said. I don't believe you. And you're just lucky that I have more use for this place to still be standing than destroyed. He threatened. Hokage-sama, please tell your subordinate that threats towards the council or the village will be taken seriously, and should reconsider speaking like that again. Yamanaka Inochi spoke up. Sarutobi just glared at the blonde man, who wilted back into his seat. Hiashi stood once more with a frown. We do mean our apology, and understand your sentiments, but whether you believe us or not is up to you, Namikaze-san. And while we wish you'd reconsider our offer, it is certainly your choice to accept or decline. Then if there is nothing else, I'd like to leave. Naruto requested, having enough of these people. I'm afraid there is one other matter to discuss, Namikaze-san. Danzo spoke up, the slightest of smirks crossing his wrinkled face. The implementation of the CRA Clan Restoration Act. Also, this is what they wanted the whole time. Naruto thought, finally finding out the real reason for this meeting. Since you are participating in the Chunin exams while representing Konoha, you are thusly under the laws of Konoha. As such, we as the council are enacting the right to implement the CRA for the Namikaze clan. You are the last of your noble blood and may not make it out of the exams alive. Therefore, Konoha must know that the Yondaime Hokage's Kekkei Genkei doesn't disappear should the worst happen to you. Danzo elaborated, sounding as if he had just won a great victory. Naruto glared disgustingly at the aged man. So, what? You want me to run around Konoha and fuck anything that is fertile and has a vagina, so a village I'm not even a real part of has my Kekkei Genkei? Naruto retorted, making Danzo scowl. Your crudeness aside, Namikaze-san. Hi, that is basically what we are saying. We wish for you to take multiple wives, and try to impregnate them so that another one of Konoha's Kekkei Genkei doesn't disappear, much like the Uchiha and their Sharingan nearly did. Danzo answered harshly. TSH, that's what this entire meeting was about, I bet. You couldn't care any less about me. All you want is my 2-san's Kekkei Genkei back. And the Uzumaki's Kekkei Genkei as well for a bonus, I'm sure. This village really does disgust me. And don't think for a moment that just because you are the council of Konoha you can force this on me either. And for the record, you can't claim something that isn't Konoha's anymore. My 2-san is dead and I'm the last Namikaze, which means that the Namikaze Kekkei Genkei and transversely the Hiraishin no Jutsu belong solely to me and the village that I swear allegiance to. And that certainly isn't this one. So I see no reason to go around this village of hateful bigots and impregnate the women for your purposes, no reason at all. Naruto's speech caused a civilian council member to shoot up from their seat. You will hold your tongue, boy. You state that you aren't a part of Konoha. But that headband you currently wear says otherwise. And while you wear that, the council can order you to do whatever it is we like. So if we want to take your Kekkei Genkai from you to further advance the village, you have no say in the matter unless you wish to be executed for treason. So as this council had ordered, the CRA will be implemented for the Namikaze clan, and you will fulfill your obligations to Konoha accordingly. She responded heatedly. Enough. Sarutobi's voice roared throughout the room, saturating it with ki, getting everyone's now silent attention. Now that I have your attention, this council has far surpassed its authority concerning Naru. It's all right, Oji-san. Naruto's voice quietly cut off the old man's reprimand, making everyone look at him to see what he had to say. If this is the village's terms to continue receiving my help, then I have an easy solution. He paused, before lifting the Konoha headband from his forehead. I'll leave. He finished, and made his point crystal clear when he dropped the headband on the floor. A cold silence reigned in the council room, after the headband clanked on the floor several times before it stopped moving. Then the council burst into an uproar, shouting to arrest him, to keep him from running, to simply kill him, the village not needing the Hiraishin, while others stayed quiet. Sume herself looked wide-eyed at Naruto because of his declaration. She never would have imagined things would get so out of control. Of course she blamed the rest of the council for its escalation. But still, for Naruto to go so far, it broke her heart for several reasons, most notably on how devastated Hana would be over this turn of events. She would have thought more about the implications, but a resounding crack silenced the room. You do realize what exactly it is you are implying when you said this, correct, Namikaze-san? If you do this, you will become a missing nin, and our shinobi will be forced to apprehend you. Do you really find it in your best interest to threaten us with your desertion? Especially while you're inside the middle of the very village you'd be deserting. Besides, even if you were to miraculously escape, where would you go knowing that there would be Konoha hunter nin after you? Danzo questioned, expecting the fearful repercussions of his threat make Naruto scared and give in to their demands. Naruto glared at the war hawk for several moments before finally responding. I understand completely the implications of my words. It's you who should be worried about them, not me. Do not forget, I've been gone for 6 years and you have no idea what I'm capable of. Not only that, but it seems that I'm the one holding all the cards here, since you have not shown me anything of interest to obey your orders. So yelling at me, making unruly demands, and threatening me into submission is rather foolish on your part. I mean, I could have very well replaced myself with a Kage Bushin before this meeting even started, and by now the real me could be well into the thick forests of Fire Country with you having no idea which direction I went. Naruto paused before looked towards the ceiling with an exaggerated thinking expression on his face. I wonder which of the other 4 hidden villages would welcome my strength and Kekkei Genkai into their ranks. Kumo perhaps. He mused loudly, making the council look on wide-eyed at the boy's point, and in spoken ultimatum. It was true, the council really had no idea what kind of strength Naruto possessed other than his Kekkei Genkai, so the scenario he proposed could very well be true. And simply knowing that the Hiraishin and Uzumaki Kekkei Genkai abilities alone could end up in a rival village's clutches, caused the council's superior demeanor and attitude towards Naruto to greatly dwindle. Hiyashi was the first to regain his thoughts, stood up and with a heated stare addressed the teenager. We understand, Namikaze-san. He answered, showing Naruto that his hidden message was understood. What exactly do you want then? He questioned, having trouble even forming the words in his mouth, knowing that not only he but the entire council was just outsmarted by a boy no older than 13. Naruto shrugged. You already know what I want. The CRA will be nullified for the Namikaze clan unless I specifically ask for it to be implemented. And for the council to understand my position of only helping out the village for the invasion. More specifically, that neither I nor anyone under my clan's current protection will be true Konoha shinobi or civilians unless they or I expressly request later. We are here to help, and will play the part of being Konoha shinobi until the invasion begins. But rest assured, we certainly are truly not leaf shinobi. He answered lazily, but with an edge that allowed for no further negotiation, before the council began to murmur amongst themselves for a time, until Danzo, taking over as representative of all the council, stood and nodded in consent to Naruto's demands, who simply nodded back. Very well, we have an accord. And if this was all the council needed to discuss with me, then I'll be going. He finished, before seeing Sarutobi nod to him and then, Shunshin out of the chamber. Shunshin. At his age. He really wasn't bluffing. Most of the council thought after seeing Naruto accomplish a Chunin rank jutsu. Their musings were interrupted when a voice rang throughout the chamber. Hokage-sama, please explain why you allowed Naruto to act in such a manner in front of us. Nara Shikaku questioned. Sarutobi looked at the Nara with a harsh, but lazy glare. Because you deserved it, did you not? It wasn't until after he showed himself and Kyuubi separate did you all decided to see him like myself and the Inuzuka clan did, and treat him like a human being, instead of the demon itself. Besides, you were trying to manipulate him. And his reactions as such were understandable since he caught you. He may be my subordinate, but shinobi aren't emotionless drones, and his reactions to your words and actions were more than appropriate, I should think. It's not very nice to have your plan backfire on you, is it? He questioned harshly. TSH, still as soft-hearted as ever, you old fool. You should have forced him into the CRA, then perhaps I could have gotten one of those babies, or at least his DNA, and incorporate it into my ROOT to strengthen them somehow. Danzo thought, a scowl on his face while looking at Sarutobi. TSH. The CRA was the only way for me to unsuspectingly try to get Naruto within the web of my clan. But without him needing multiple wives, it'll be nearly impossible to get Hinata or Hanabi close enough to him to have any sort of courtship without him thinking it's some sort of ploy. Not that Hinata would have done well anyway. Hiyashi scowled as well on just how twisted the council's plans had gotten. The remaining council meeting was just talks about what exactly happened, and also to fully understand Naruto's words, lest they break the agreement accidentally. Some of the council members truly realized their mistake with him and resented their stupidity, but knew after this meeting it would be nearly impossible to try to gain forgiveness from Naruto. Later that night, Namikaze compound. What do you think, Natsu-chan? Naruto asked, as they rested in their bed in their Hanyu forms with her on top of him. How much I want to burn this village to the ground, she retorted, her sadistic grin easily shown in the moonlight. They are slowly starting to lose my support on stopping you, especially after the show they put on today. Stealing my Kekkei Genkei. Please. I may look like a child to them, but they really shouldn't underestimate me because of my age. He growled, as one of his tails began to massage Natsumi's round bottom, which caused her to purr slightly. What can I say, Naru-kun? Humans are selfish creatures. You know that on a better level than anyone. If they want something bad enough, they will do whatever it takes to get it, by any means necessary. A little harder too, please. She answered, moaning softly by the end, greatly enjoying his massage. Naruto obliged, sending another tail to massage her other cheek while she growled pleasurably as they rested there. What do you think the Chunin exams will be like? He questioned, before groaning slightly when he felt his mate's soft hand start to travel over his boxer briefs with only the slightest of pressures. Hard to say, with Kushina and Orochimaru lurking about, it could get interesting. But the exam itself will probably be boring. Who knows? Maybe some of the other shinobi will be entertaining at the very least. She answered, before slightly jumping in surprise when one of Naruto's tail tips tickled her puckered hold teasingly. Seems someone is getting a little frisky, nay Namikaze-san. She cooed out, squeezing his hardened member through his underwear, making high growl. That's a good point, seeing those two will definitely be worth having to deal with being back here again. He agreed with a smirk, before leaning down bit her lower lip. Sensually, well, you know how it is, tails have a mind of their own, he answered in a coy but huskily voice. That they do. She retorted with a lustful smirk, as her own tails reached up his underwear and began to caress his member, making him whimper slightly. Ah, does my Foxy-sama want something perhaps? She feigned in a lustful tone. You have no idea, he growled playfully, before pouncing on her. The demon pair ravished each other for the rest of the night, knowing full well they wouldn't have the time for themselves like this for a while with the Chunin exams tomorrow. As well as what else lurked within the shadows just waiting for the right time to strike. Chapter 14. Chunin Exams Part 1. It was finally the day of the long-awaited Chunin exams, and the entire village was bustling excited for the day's events to begin. Meanwhile, for the demon pair, it was finally the moment of truth. They would finally meet the people they were preparing themselves for years. Unfortunately both of them were still resting in bed, instead of preparing themselves for the exam. Of course Naruto's most hated enemy would soon change that. Fucking sunlight, he mentally screamed, with the rays of light searing his eyes. Naruto grumbled from being woken up, but gave a silent thanks to the sun for waking him up for such an important day. Naruto noticed that Natsumi was lucky enough to still be sleeping soundly. But misery loves company, and with a devilish smirk decided to wake her. He leaned down and sunk his fangs into his mate's neck and drank the small amounts of blood that trickled out, as she moaned in both pain and pleasure. Harder Foxy-sama, she cooed out, making him snort in laughter from her unconscious wishes. He released his grip from her neck and gave her a short kiss before shaking her awake. Natsu-chan, it's time to wake up. Just a little longer Foxy-sama, I'm almost there, she moaned out, making Naruto both blush and chuckle at her antics. Unfortunately he noticed the time and knew he couldn't enjoy the blackmail material she just gave him anymore and forced her up. After some more vigorous shaking, he was successful. Morning Naru-kun, she groggily greeted, wiping the sleep from her eyes. Morning Natsu-chan, enjoyed your sleep I noticed, he greeted back amusedly. Hi. How did you know? She questioned, noticing his amusement. Naruto just chuckled and pointed down to the dampened area on their bed sheets that covered her lower region. Natsumi had the decency to blush out of embarrassment, before throwing a pillow at him. Perv, you could have woken me sooner. She roared. And it was your fault anyway after last night, she confessed with a huff. Naruto just laughed at her antics, and leaned in to kiss her cheek, before getting out of bed. We should get ready, the exam will start soon and I want to see Ayame-chan and Tyuki-san beforehand. Would you mind getting Haku-chan up? He requested before going to shower. After the trio got ready, and the demons already in their teen forms, the designated team, Ice Fox, headed out to lunch. Lots of teams this year, Haku said absent-mindedly as the trio were walking down the heavily crowded streets. It's just too bad it'll be a waste, Naruto said dismissively, as Ikiraku's ramen stand finally came into view. The three reached the stand, which was actually quite busy, though understandably so with the exams. But being the favorite customer of the owner did have its perks, like seats always on reserve for you and your guests. Naruto smiled at the owner and his daughter, the first two villagers to ever treat him nicely, before his team quickly took their open seats and waited patiently for the pretty waitress. Konoha. Gates, so I've finally returned. She doesn't look any different, the cloaked women thought while staring past the gates of Konoha only a couple dozen yards away from them. Sensei. A teen boy called out to the woman, knocking her out of her thoughts. Hi, let's go, she ordered, and she and her team finished their journey to Konoha. Please state your business, if you are here for the Chunin exams please present your permission slips, Kotetsu ordered as soon as the team reached the threshold of the village. The blue-eyed woman narrowed her unseen eyes in annoyance before presenting her slips. He looked suspiciously at the slips, before his eyes widened at the names. So. The trader's return, he thought with digest. Everything seems to be in order, please remember that you must follow Konoha rules while you and your team are here for the exams. Welcome to Konoha, he said, giving the slips back to the woman, letting them proceed unhindered. The team nodded at his greeting and went into the streets, quickly engulfed by the crowds. Hey Kotetsu, who were they? Azumo asked. Just a bunch of traders, that now represent Whirlpool, he answered with a sneer, before going back to his duties. The women and her team were heading towards the Hokage Tower, when a very familiar stand came into her line of sight. And for a brief moment a very happy and warm memory of her past raced across her mind, before a ghost of a smile spread across her face. Let's see how they have been, she thought, a little happy and curious about how her old friend and daughter were holding up. We are a bit early, so why don't we get something to eat? I'll show you a little spot I used to go to all the time, she asked, with her team only nodding in agreement. Ikiraku's team, Ice Fox, was currently enjoying their food, after having a short but nice chat with Tyuki and Ayame, who unfortunately couldn't talk for long with all the orders coming in from tourists and shinobi alike. Everything was going fine, until a shout from Tyuki caused the whole stand to grow silent at the usually subdued owner. I said get the hell out of my restaurant. You were no longer welcome here once you left him. The shout echoed through the stand. Naruto and his team were now quite interested in what the problem was, and chanced a look at the people who Chuki was verbally raping so adamantly at. The moment Naruto turned just enough so the small group could be seen from between the crowd, he nearly lost control of his chakra and ki. Rage was all that filled Naruto's every thought at that moment, but it was a controlled rage. Had he not mentally prepared for this beforehand, he knew he'd have already went ballistic and attacked by now. He mentally screamed, as the pressure from his balled fist broke his chopsticks. Chuki-san. You can't still be angry at me. The now unhooded woman yelled back but in much lower frequency. I will always be angry and disgusted at what you did to your own son, Kushina. Now get the hell out before I make you. He raged once again, before a split second later the point of a kunai was resting against his jugular, causing everyone watching to hitch their breath. I suggest you refrain from threatening my sensei, especially when she was just trying to be nice by visiting. The largest of the hooded teens said coldly, pressing the kunai deeper into Chuki's neck but not breaking the skin. And I suggest you release that kunai from someone that is important to me, lest your team lose one of its members before the Chunin exams even begin. And I highly doubt there is anything nice about Uzumaki Kushina, an even colder voice called out from within the audience. The next moments seemed to go in slow motion for the cloaked team, as the crowd separated, to reveal the person who spoke. As the crowd moved away, all the eyes of the cloaked people grew wide at recognizing the speaker. The crowd revealed an irate-looking Naruto with Soden K's draped across his shoulders, while sitting nonchalantly on his stool looking at his family, with nothing but contempt and utter loathing in his gaze. When he saw their expressions at his identity, he couldn't help but sadistically smirk. It's been a while, hasn't it, Ka-san, he said, with mother, in a tone that expressed the utmost disgust. Naruto. Kushina responded just as coldly when she and her firstborn's eyes locked, seeming to be in an intimate battle. In that moment, everything else disappeared beyond the mother and son, their gazes hardened, seeming to look into each other's souls. Naruto's azure eyes reflect the rage, anguish, pain, and betrayal of the years he spent in Konoha, all thanks to this woman. As he looked at her, he could see the subtle differences in her. Then he remembered those 10 years prior. She looked tired, her face showing signs of old age that should only be seen in the elderly, yet she was no older than 35. Her eyes still gleamed with life, and yet a certain spark was missing, while her face had only the slightest of wrinkles. She was still as beautiful as Naruto remembered. Even so, he could see she still held that aura of strength she was famous for. Her posture was straight and true, perfection for chosen her profession. Whatever negative happened in those 6 years didn't do much to diminish anything about Uzumaki Kushina. At the same time, Kushina watched her son, her matching azure eyes reflecting her anger, as well as sorrow to see her son like this, and a reigniting of righteousness to release her son's body from the clutches of Kyuubi rose within her. She too saw the differences in her son's appearance. His old eyes, once gleaming with childlike innocence, now turned into the coldness that reminded her of ice. She might have felt slight guilt about that, but knew her son was no more. The baby fat was now gone from his face and limbs, leaving the perfect form of a shinobi in its place. If not for the demon, she would admit to herself that her firstborn was a handsome young man, reminding her much of her late husband. She also noticed his posture and body language, which looked relaxed to the untrained eye, lead her to believe that if any of them made a wrong move he was ready to strike. Whoever taught him the ways of the shinobi was very good, she mused. The last thing she saw, or more specifically felt, some may call a mother's intuition. But she felt it clear as day, that the boy in front of her was powerful. There was an aura about him that she couldn't explain other than using the word powerful, and it slightly frightened her. She didn't know why she felt it. She wanted to believe that it was Kyuubi's evil chakra causing it. But it felt far too different than the evil chakra did during that fateful night. Just some hidden strength seemed to exude it off his presence. So you are the Uzumaki Naruto we have heard so much about, nay? Another feminine voice called out from the smallest of the cloaked teens, making Naruto's gaze switch to her, and knocking Kushina out of her thoughts. He gave her a look. And if I am? He questioned. The person shrugged. Nothing, we just wished to gaze at the past visage of our Oni-sama, and the current one of the demon. She retorted hatefully, making Naruto arch a brow. I see Kushina's paranoia has been passed down. Naruto retorted, making the cloaked bodies tense in anger. However, this is getting off the topic. Your Nissan's weapon is still at my good friend's throat. So if he values his life, he'll remove it. He practically ordered. You'll forgive me if I don't listen to the demon that stole my Nissan. The muscular teen stated, that is until the cold steel of a katana was at his own throat, surprising all the occupants of the stand. The second Naruto stopped the sword there, looking as menacing as the real one, simply awaiting the order to kill the boy. So he knows the cage bushin. Not bad. For a demon, Kushina thought, her eyes scrunching in hatred. Kushina. The real Naruto called out. Call off your Sochi. I don't wish to spill his blood so early in the morning. Don't underestimate me, demon. The teen shouted, about to attack the clone, when Kushina's hand on his shoulder stopped him. Stop, Valios-kun. Not now and not here. She ordered in a voice that almost sounded frightened. Naruto's clone relaxed his own grip and threw Shinku Kaijin at the real Naruto before poofing out of existence. I believe now you and your team should leave, he said as he turned on his stool, and allowed his sword to poof out of existence. Kushina looked at her firstborn with a hardened gaze, before taking one final look at her old friend. She nodded and she and her team strolled out of the stand. Oh, and Team Whirlpool, Naruto called out, causing the team to stop and look back. I'm not your Oni-sama anymore. You have your Ka-san to thank for that, since I'm sure you know she was the one to banish me from the clan. Not that I want to have anything to do with her or the Uzumaki clan any longer anyway. It's bad enough that I have her blood running through my veins as it is. He concluded coldly with a tone of finality. The team said nothing and just left the stand, with a pregnant silence inside the stand before a new customer broke it with his order. A few minutes later the stand was as it was before the confrontation occurred. Was that the best way to introduce yourself, Naru-kun? Natsumi asked, though personally liking it herself. The meeting was going to be volatile no matter what. Besides, they were threatening Tyuki, so my hands were tied, he answered with a shrug while finishing off his current bowl of ramen. Anyo, Naruto-sama, what was that exactly? Haku asked, slightly confused at the entire situation. Naruto sighed. What did I tell you about calling me that, Haku-chan? Naruto said, emphasizing the chan, to tease and embarrass her. Ah, gee, Gomen. She replied with a blush of embarrassment on her cheeks. It's fine, as for them, well, I'm sure you gathered they are technically my blood relatives. But I don't recognize them as such, ever since that women abandoned me in this hellhole of a village when I was only 2. He explained, Haku's expression turning to shock and slight anger at the revelation. Geomenisai Naruto-san, she bowed, not really knowing what else to say. He waved his chopsticks dismissively, at the soft-spoken girl. Forget it. Not your fault. And don't worry, they will see what fools they have been for abandoning me by the end of this exam. He stated before going back to his food, his team following suit. With Kushina, Ka-san. Kasumi asked, hi, what do you think of him? Kushina stayed quiet for a moment. I think he is strong, if you fight him be careful, that goes for all of you, she answered, Oni-sama, we will free you from Kyobi's grasp, I swear. Kasumi thought, I'll get that demon back for humiliating me, Valios thought, balling his fists, he is strong, Kiyoshiro thought, while looking at the clouds. He is much stronger than he looks, I wasn't even able to sense him summon the Kage Bushin. The demon is still this strong when in a human host. I'll have to talk with the Hokage about this. But still, what was that indescribably powerful aura surrounding him? Kushina mused, as she and her team reached the Hokage Tower, to have a chat with Sarutobi. With Team Ice Fox, we should get going, it will be starting soon, Naruto said, finishing off his final bowl. His female companions nodded in agreement before saying their goodbyes to Tyuki and Ayame. They heading towards the designated Chunin building, the walk there being surprisingly quiet, that is until yelling could be heard. Hey, let me go. I already apologized to you. A young boy's voice screamed. Recognizing the voice as the Hokage's grandson, Naruto headed towards the voice with Natsumi and Haku in tow. The scene they came upon would have made the two demons snicker in amusement if not for the fact it was Konohamaru being threatened. The grandson of the Hokage was currently being lifted up by the scruff of his shirt by an older-looking boy, dressed in all black with an odd cat ear hat, with what looked like a bandaged mummy on his back and something similar to war paint, or makeup on his face in an intricate design. Next to him was a blonde girl, who was only a little shorter than him, with her hair in a unique style, 4 ponytails. She wore a light pink battle kimono that showed off part of her legs, and a battle fan strapped to her back. Both of them were wearing headbands that belonged to the Land of Wind. Think I'll play a little prank, Naruto thought mischievously, as he lifted the mask he had pretty much given up wearing since Konoha knew he was back, up over the bottom half of his face. Let the boy go, we can't be detained for such a stupid reason, the girl yelled. Mama, I'll just teach this brat a quick lesson in manners then we can go, the boy negotiated with his smirk widening, lifting Konohamaru higher into the air making him choke. The boy released his one hand and reeled it back for a punch, and when he was about to propel it forward he couldn't. He looked back, and to his surprise saw another blonde standing behind him holding his fist in place. Oi, who the hell are you? Please put the boy down, Naruto requested. The boy looked at Naruto for a moment before his smirk turned into a scowl, and he released the boy. He then quickly moved to unfurl the mummy on his back, when he left a kunai against his throat and immediately stopped his movements. There is no reason to fight, so just leave for the exams, Naruto suggested, his kunai now hovering above the boy's jugular. Now, where is the third one? Naruto thought before feeling the ground underneath him shift if only slightly, making him smirk in approval. Ah, there is my brother. He concluded with a mentally laugh. The next moment a pillar of what looked like sand shot up from the ground and wrapped itself around Naruto's hand that held the kunai. Although he was at fault, I cannot allow you to harm my brother. Yet another new voice called out, from a nearby tree. And how are you going to stop me if I want to? Naruto taunted the newcomer, enjoying his prank very much. The new boy stepped out of the shade of the trees to reveal himself. He wore a black ninja suit with a white sash across his chest, and an oddly large gourd strapped to his back. He had blood-red hair much like Natsume's with cyan eyes, and black markings surrounding them. I will crush your ability to, Sabaku Susu, Desert Funeral. He said coldly, as the sand around Naruto's hand constricted and with a meaty crunch his entire hand was crushed under the pressure, splashing small amounts of blood on the ground, before the sand receded off the broken limb. To all their shock the boy wasn't doing anything but looking at the bloody stump that used to be his hand. That is until he sighed in annoyance and a blue glow began to emanate over the wound and in a minute was a fully functioning hand again. Didn't I already tell you to not do that again? It still hurts like hell, brother, Naruto said before he turned to the sand trio, and pulled his mask down to reveal himself. Arashi. The girl and cat hat boy yelled, making him laugh. Hi. It's been a while, Kankuro, Temari, and Gaara, he said in a jovial tone. The Sand siblings were shocked at this turn of events, although Naruto kept his word with writing them letters to keep in touch. It had been a little more than 6 years since they last saw him. They each went to him and greeted each other properly now as friends. So what? Suna isn't good enough for you to become a shinobi of? Temari asked with a smirk, noting Naruto's Konoha headband. He scoffed. Hardly. But there are important things we need to discuss, like certain invasion business. But that'll have to wait till after the first part of the exams. He said, making all but Gaara stiffen in apprehensiveness. How do you know about that, Arashi? Kankuro asked. I have eyes and ears everywhere. He answered before laughing, making the 3 sweat drop. How I know doesn't matter. It's that I do, and we'll need to talk about this. But first I'd like you to meet some other friends of mine. He paused, signaling Natsumi and Haku to come out of the alleyway they had been watching from. This is Natsumi and Haku. And these are Gaara, Temari, and Kankuro. He finished, with each other then giving their own greeting to one another. Arashi. Why does Natsumi smell just like you? Like fox? Gaara asked. Ever since talking to Naruto and taking his advice, he began training with Shukaku while getting demonic senses when using the demonic chakra. Arashi. Haku thought, confused on why Naruto was being addressed wrong, but decided to question him later about it. That can be explained later as well, since it seems that the exams will be starting. We should probably get going. Oh, and tell Baki-san about this too. I wish to speak with him as well when the opportunity allows us to be alone. He requested, getting nods from the Sand siblings. Team Ice Fox and Team Sand quickly headed towards the Chunin Tower to get prepared for the hell that is soon to come. Chunin exam building, what do you mean you won't let us pass? This is room 301, so we have to get in for the exam. A teenage boy wearing a Konoha headband screamed at a pair of men that seemed to be guarding a door. Like I said, if you can't even get past us to get into this room, then you have no right to even participate in the exams. One guard yelled back, addressing the small audience of Chunin hopefuls that were standing around, as the other was guarding the next flight of stairs. This was the scene that Naruto and his friends came across when they reached the second floor of the building. As the two teams drew closer to the crowd, both Naruto and Natsumi recognized a small portion of the gathered mass. More specifically those of the academy graduates for this year, who were all ironically heirs to their respective clans. "Oi, drop the genjutsu and let us pass," Sasuke ordered with his famous scowl. "What do you mean, brat? You have to get past us to go into the examination room." That would be true, if this was the right room for it. But we only took 2 flights of stairs, so this can't logically be room 301. I will only say it one more time. Let us pass," he ordered with a smug smirk at seeing most of the other genin look at him in awe. "That was a nice catch, Sasuke," a voice called out, carrying over the crowd, making everyone look at Naruto. "I wasn't the rookie of the year for nothing. Not that you'd know since you didn't even go the academy." Sasuke snapped back, making a few of the other genin snicker. "That may be true, but I did learn that when you're in a contest, try to have as little competition as possible. If I were in your shoes, I'd have just went to the right room without giving away the purpose of this nuisance, to weed out the weaker participants," he explained, a smirk growing across his face from hearing the snickers of the crowd as well as seeing the embarrassed blush of a Shoed up Uchiha. "Tsh, you'd only do that because you'd be afraid that someone here could beat you, like me," he yelled back, trying to restore some of his pride at being made a fool of. Naruto leveled a glare at the boy. "My concern is not winning or losing this exam, my goals are not so provincial," he answered cryptically before his team and Team Sand followed him up the stairs to the true examination room. "That kid is interesting, even for a demon," the bullying guards thought, before shunshining to the exam room as well. The gang of genin soon climbed the stairs and reached their destination, but while the rest of the teams continued through the door, Team 7 and Team Ice Fox was stopped by Kakashi. "Yo," Kakashi greeted in his usual fashion. "I'm glad to see that all of you decided to participate. It would have been a shame if I had to send you all back because one of you lost faith in your abilities." "What do you mean, Kakashi-sensei?" Sakura asked, confused at his words. "It's simple. You were placed on a team of 3 to work as a unit. It's the same concept in these exams. If any of us decided to not go, none of us could. One for all, and all for one, as it were," Natsumi explained. "Very good, Natsumi," Kakashi praised. "She is correct. If any of you said no, none of you could continue on. But since that is not the case, no need to worry. I just wished you give a finally good luck before the exams start, well Yane." He finished with a small wave and hidden smile before shunshining out of the hallway. The two teams took the man's words in stride and soon entered the waiting room. "So these are all of the people I'm going to have to beat, eh?" Sasuke said offhandedly, walking towards the other graduates of his same year with his team following close behind. Meanwhile, Team Ice Fox was walking through the crowd to reach a solitary corner to rest in until the exams began, while casually checking out the other participants. Naruto was shifting his eyes this way and that, not taking any particular interest in anyone he saw, until something in his mind seemed to call out to him, almost beckoning him to look in a certain direction. When he did, his gaze was met by a young woman's. Said woman looked older than what one would think should represent the usual genin shinobi. He'd guess she was in her mid to late 20s. She had blonde hair, much like how his former self used to, that was tied in a long ponytail reaching down to her lower back, with her headband with the Lightning Village insignia on it keeping her hair from falling over her eyes. She wore a short-sleeved black shirt with what looked like a form-fitting lavender-colored body armor on top covering her torso, standard black shinobi pants, a red bandana crossing her hips, and standard shinobi sandals. She had both her arms and legs wrapped in medical tape and wore fingerless gloves. She exuded a strength that seemed to surround all serious kunoichi of any nation, yet she still held on to a semblance of femininity, apparent by her still rather generous curves though still lithe body. Although Naruto would say this woman was quite attractive, that wasn't the reason she captured his attention as much as she had. The real reason being that he couldn't shake some feeling of familiarity with her. And for some reason it had a lot to do with her eyes, which were a light shade of emerald. They also held an odd, feline look, with an unnatural feeling to them, though he'd also admit they made her look exotic, which only seemed to accentuate her natural beauty. Even as he continued to walk on what seemed like autopilot, their eyes never breaking contact, it was like they both had the same thoughts about the other and just couldn't look away, and some part of them also didn't want to. Unfortunately, a very sarcastic and agitated-sounding voice called out, "Buki Hime," to which the girl physically responded by hesitantly looking away from Naruto towards the direction of the voice. Once she turned, Naruto's almost trance-like stare ended and shook his head from his thoughts, making Natsumi look at him oddly, not noticing his prior actions. "Everything okay, Naru-kun? Hi, there was just someone who I felt like I knew, and yet never met them before. She had weird eyes, almost like a cat, and she smelled like one too," he explained. A cat. Yae and her teammates call her Buki Hime, which was the weirdest thing. And I think she felt the same towards me, the same cause she was staring at me also. I see. Natsumi said while pondering his words. It could be Izanami-chan. But I'll have to see for myself, she thought. Naru-kun, could you point her out the next time you see her? Anyo, I guess I could. Why you getting jealous or something that another woman is looking at me? He teased with a smug smirk. She rolled her eyes. You wish. And besides, I think Hana-san and I are more than enough for you, especially if we were to, I don't know, double team you one night. She teased, smirking victoriously at seeing Naruto heavily blush and have a shit-eating grin on his face, obviously pondering that very prospect. As much as that thought intrigues me greatly, we should concentrate on the exams. And apparently save Haku-chan, he said, after noticing three shinobi from Mist trying to flirt with her since she got separated from them a few minutes ago. The demoness nodded after snickering in amusement from her friend's pain, and headed to her. Sorry guys, but we need to talk strategy with our teammate, Natsumi said, pulling Haku away. The men tried to follow, but Naruto stood in between the two groups. Leave, he ordered, his voice completely cold. The three shinobi unconsciously stepped back before they just turned and left. A genin presenting himself like that wasn't one to mess with, especially in his home village. There was no advantage in continuing even for a fine piece of ass like Haku was, in their opinion. Arigato, Haku said, letting out an annoyed breath. Not a problem, Natsumi answered back with a sympathetic smile. She knew all too well the determination that a male's second head can cause. Either of you notice anything interesting? Naruto asked, getting head shakes from his teammates. Oh well, we'll wing it, not like they stand much of a chance anyway. He finished whispering the last part so only they could hear it. They all sat in the corner waiting for the proctor to finally arrive. Unfortunately, they were disappointed after a good 10 minutes of waiting. Luckily, or unluckily depending on how you looked at it, while waiting their attention was tugged on by a nearby conversation, and the voices within it. What do you mean nin info cards, Kabuto-san? The voice of Sakura could be easily recognized. Team Ice Fox got up and made their ways towards the location of her voice to see what the matter was. What I mean is that these cards have info about many of the participating genin in this exam. And since you are fellow Leaf Nin, I could divulge some of that information to you. That is, if you have someone in mind you want to know about. A silver-haired boy with glasses, clearly older than his audience, explained with a reassuring smile. How could you have a list of people from other hidden villages already when the exams just started? Sai asked, intrigued at this boy's information-gathering skills, if what he boasted was true, of course. Oh, that's simple, this is my 7th time taking the exams. I'm a bit embarrassed about that fact, but I hope to reach Chunin this time, plus I got all this information on other shinobi, so it wasn't a complete failure. He chuckled, embarrassed for a second before schooling his expression. So, was there anyone you wished to see? His words were laced with a candy that none of the Konoha genin could resist. Yeah. The designated team, Ice Fox, Uzumaki, Naruto, Natsumi, and Haku, Sasuke said, surprising everyone around. They didn't think he'd be interesting in knowing anyone since he'd destroy them anyway. You know their names, should be easy, he answered back with a pleased smile. Kabuto grabbed 3 cards, sent chakra into them before ink began to appear on them revealing the vitals of the 3 shinobi. Not much on them I'm afraid. Namikaze Uzumaki Naruto, he just returned to Konoha after a 6-year self-exile and was apparently training as a shinobi during so. His skills are pretty much unknown because of his absence, but if his father can be any indication he is adept at ninjutsu. He was tested as a candidate for genin, and passed the test with flying colors. He was in a single B-turned-a-rank mission before the exams began with Team 7 with Junin instructor Hitaki Kakashi. Gomen, that's all I really have. Kabuto said apologetically before looking up, and sweat dropping at what he saw. Nearly the entire room was staring at Naruto intently. Very few outside of Fire Country knew that the 4th Hokage had a son. And yet here was his legacy standing not 5 feet from them. Apparently Konoha, despite hating Naruto, didn't want to chance a kidnapping attempt from vengeful villages because of who his father was and kept his lineage within the village at all costs. Naruto noticed the stares of few of awe and respect, though many being death glares, especially from the Iwa genin in the crowd. As well as from Team Whirlpool, who he noticed was now in the front of the crowd, probably wanting as much information on him as possible. He also felt a heated gaze on him. The same gaze he felt when looking at that Kumo Kunoichi, thought he couldn't tell where she was if it was her. May I help you? He questioned the crowd, before a Iwa genin strode up to him and glared. Are you really the Yondaime Hokage's Sochi? He asked with venom dropping from every word. And if I am? The boy's eyes narrowed dangerously. Then I just want to tell you to watch yourself, because since you're good for nothing Two-san is dead, we'll have to take Iwa's revenge out on you. If you must, though I don't recommend it, as this guy said I'm an unknown. And that is a very dangerous variable when in the shinobi world. Naruto answered nonchalantly. The boy growled through clenched teeth. It won't matter, you'll die for the sins of your Two-san no matter what, that's a promise. He spat before turning and disappeared into the crowd. There was a pregnant pause within the room, no one dared to speak after that rather heated talk. That is until Kabuto coughed, cutting the tension and having everyone go back to their own doings. As I was doing before that all happened, Natsumi, no known last name, is completely unknown with no prior shinobi record in any village. Appeared to be Naruto's companion while he was gone and returned with him. Her skills are too unknown and was partnered with Naruto and Team 7 to that false B-rank mission, after she passed the test, as well. He said before turning to the last card. And finally is Haku, no known last name either. She hails from Water Country though not as a shinobi, and is adept at Suiten and surprisingly enough Hyoten as well. And she apparently has a Kekkei Genkei of some kind. Well, seems like Team Ice Fox has the element of surprise on their side, a powerful weapon if used correctly, he mused. Most of those people who were still listening to him were slightly unnerved at such a wild card team. Especially with the Namikaze legacy, and someone who has probably trained with him in Natsumi too. Most of the teams made mental notes to leave the team alone no matter what, whereas others just wanted to fight them even more, or more specifically Naruto. Kabuto was about to put his cards away since no one else seemed interested, until he felt a hand on his shoulder. Team Whirlpool, Uzumaki Valios and his 2 siblings, Naruto said taking his hand off. Uzumaki. Wait Naruto, isn't that your clan? Sakura asked, confused at what was going on. His eyes immediately darkened. No. Don't think that just because we have the same name we are family. Family runs deeper than a simple name, much deeper. He answered coldly, making everyone around him but his teammates and Kabuto take a step back, and Team Whirlpool clench their fists. Kabuto, he called, silently ordering him to continue. Right, let's see. He stuttered, while rummaging throughout his cards before finding the correct 3. Okay, Team Whirlpool, Uzumaki Kasumi, Uzumaki Valios, and Uzumaki Kiyoshiro whose Junin instructor is Uzumaki Kushina, the current head of the Uzumaki clan. Well, at least I have some info on this team. And taught by the ex-wife of the Yondaime Hokage. Impressive. He stated more to himself than his audience. Uzumaki Kasumi. The current heir to the infamous Uzumaki clan who reside in Whirlpool Country. She is the oldest of the 3 siblings, and her mission list is quite impressive. 50D rank, 15C rank, 8B rank, wow. And 3A rank too. She seems to be well versed in all aspects of the shinobi arts but appears to excel and prefer ninjutsu. She is said to be a ninjutsu prodigy amongst the clan, having created a variety of her own jutsu at an early age. Kabuto said, getting slight gasps from the still gathered crowd, and a smug smirk from Kasumi that could even dwarf Sasuke's. Uzumaki Valios, he is the next born after Kasumi, and his mission report is the same as his sister's. He is well balanced in the shinobi arts, but enjoys using taijutsu more than anything. He was deemed the best taijutsu user in his generation in Whirlpool after creating his own impressive fighting style that is made even more powerful when enhanced with his chakra. Many rumors from Whirlpool say he can decimate an entire mountain with this. But rumors are all that they are. He said, getting another set of gasps, and the complete attention of a green spandex-wearing youth that was attached to another team from Konoha who appeared to be 1 year older than the nicknamed Konoha 9 graduates of this past year. And finally, Uzumaki Kiyoshiro, the youngest of the siblings, but apparently no less dangerous. His mission report is about the same, but that he's also participated in the interrogations of captured enemy shinobi on occasion. He is well-rounded in all aspects of the shinobi arts, same as his siblings, but he has a knack for genjutsu. Apparently so much so that he was nicknamed Genjutsu no Mahoutsukai, Wizard of Genjutsu, by his shinobi peers, and uses his skills during his interrogations. And apparently he has never met anyone who he wasn't able to break. He finished before sighing, and put his cards away. Seems there are a few teams to look out for this year: Ice Fox with their unknown skills, Whirlpool with their impressive stats combined with their Kekkei Genkei and apparent skill balance, as well as sand taught by the Kazekage's military general. This year should prove to be the most interesting. He mused mostly to himself, but everyone else that heard him were thinking the same thing, as well as having their own thoughts too. Quite interesting indeed. I just wonder what your master Orochimaru is planning at this moment, Kabuto, Naruto thought, already knowing Kabuto to be a spy. He smelled like snake, but rooting him out so soon would be a bad choice. He could gather some information later if he let the boy go. So, I'll have some strong competition this year, huh? Good, I'd hate to face weak opponents that couldn't give me a challenge. Sasuke thought while turning his back from everyone. Damn. Now he has an idea on what we are capable of. And all we got is his name. Kasumi cursed her luck at her half-brother's ingenuity. Oh well. Not like it will matter, we will crush the demon and finally allow my Oni-sama's soul to be free. She finished, with Valios thinking along the same lines before the three went into the crowd. Arashi. Why did you lie to us? Both Kankuro and Tamari wondered in sadness that their friend had lied to them. Namikaze Uzumaki Naruto. Why are you so familiar to me? The emerald-eyed Kumo Kunichi mentally questioned, before being called by her team. The room soon began to rumble with whispers about the exams and the identified teams thanks to Kabuto. That is until a loud voice boomed over all the noise, silencing the genin. They turned towards the voice's origin to find a scarred man in a long black trench coat and garbed in Junin attire standing in front of a line of Chunin who dressed just like the guards who were protecting the door on the second floor. Seems there are a lot of you this year. I'll just have to cut those numbers down now, won't I? The man's gruff voice rumbled throughout the room, making a few of the genin look like they just voided their bowels. I'm Morino Ibiki, your proctor for the first part of the Chunin exams. Now, I suggest you all go down the hall and reach the designated room or else you'll fail the exam. He suggested before smirking sadistically, causing a few more genin to lose the color in their faces. Oh. And you have 30 seconds. He stipulated before he and his gang puffed out of existence. For a moment a pin could be heard dropping, before the roars of the many teams echoed throughout the entire building as they rushed to the room, fearing to fail the exam. As the final team exited, Team Ice Fox was the only one left. Idiots, Natsumi said under her breath. Haku smiled sympathetically. They are only genin, it's only natural that their deductive skills aren't the best. Well, I think we gave them enough time to get there, so let's go. Naruto suggested before he and his team walked to the exam room. The examination room was packed with mostly panting genin as they took seats wherever they could find them inside the large classroom. It seems only a few of them get the meaning of being a shinobi. Ibiki thought while noting all of the normal breathing genin, those being sand, whirlpool, kumo, and some specific individuals. Oh well, by the end of this examination they will be forced to take a long and hard look at themselves to see if they are really cut out to be shinobi, and Chunin at that. He concluded his little monologue, before nodding to one of his subordinates to close the door so the test could begin. The Chunin nodded in response, and when he was about to close the door, a kunai slid between the door and the archway, stopping its progress before being opened up fully, allowing Team Ice Fox to enter. Ibiki saw this and smiled mirthfully. "Ah, seems the last team made it. You're lucky, you had no time left," he said in a threatening tone. It wasn't luck. Naruto started as he and his team headed to the last of the open seats. Just because this is an organized exam doesn't mean there couldn't be enemy shinobi around. For all we know, there could have been a bunch of sword-wielding samurai, or hand-sealing shinobi in this room ready to slaughter the lot of us. Stealth is a part of being a shinobi. And rushing into an area you've been assigned a mission to but have no real intel on is foolish at best, even if that mission was given to you by comrades. Time as well is vital to a shinobi, to the success of a mission or the life of you or your team. You do something too soon, and you blow the element of surprise. You do it too slow and you run the risk of your enemy finding you. That is why my teammates and I came exactly when we needed to, with no time left to spare, and no time wasted. He lectured, before plopping himself down in his seat and leaning back in his chair. Now shall we begin? He asked condescendingly. The reactions to Naruto's little explanation was chaotic at best. Most of the genin had the decency to look sheepish out of embarrassment at such a novice mistake. Some just smiled at the boy's common sense, while others looked at him in distaste for their own personal reasons. Ibiki, however, was smirking widely at the boy's correct response to the situation, as well as the balls he had to speak to a superior-ranking shinobi in such a fashion. Hell, if I could, I'd promote that little bastard to Chunin right now, I'd do it, demon or no. What he just did is exactly what a Chunin-ranking shinobi is supposed to be. But let's see if he can put his life and skills where his mouth is. The Junin thought. Alright, well, now that everyone is here, we can start the exams. He began as his subordinates handed out exam papers and pencils to write with. Now this will be the written part of the exam to access your strategic and logic skills, which are needed to be successful Chunin. Ibiki took a short stint to explain all the rules that applied to the written exam, getting mixed reactions from the genin, mainly being suspicious glances while he was mentioning the rules about cheating. I hope you have listened well, because neither will my helpers, nor I repeat any of the rules to you. Prepare yourselves, the exam will begin. He paused and watched as all the genin grabbed their papers and writing utensils. Now, the entire room was quiet as a mouse save for the small scratches from the pencils against the test papers. Naru-kun. Hi Natsu-chan. I'm bored, this man's mind games, or rather elementary. She answered with a playfully bored tone. True, but it seems to be working for most of the genin. I mean, look at them, some of them haven't even found out the real purpose to the test yet. So you have to admit, for who he is using them on, he seems to be pretty good with psychological warfare. I suppose. But still. She let her argument drop when he interrupted her. Oh, by the way, that woman I was talking about before is sitting 3 rows behind you and 4 seats over your left shoulder. Hearing this, Natsumi chanced getting a point away to glance at the woman Naruto seemed to be obsessed with since the other room. Natsumi looked analyzingly at the blonde-haired, green-eyed woman. And surprisingly, with a quickly glance, she did look slightly like a cat. Which only caused Natsumi's suspensions to rise, that is, until she took a strong sniff in the air. So it is Iza-chan. That little hellcat didn't even say hi to me. But then again, I suppose she has her reasons, Natsumi mused. So, any idea why she feels familiar? Naruto asked. No. But you were right, she does look a little like a cat. But are you sure you weren't just checking her out? She teased. You'll figure it out soon enough, Naru-kun. This'll be my revenge for this morning, she thought to herself, making sure not to let Naruto hear. I already said no. He grunted. No need to get upset, Naru-kun. She has a nice body from what I can tell. And just imagine if she really was a cat. All that flexibility, she probably has even more than me. Just imagine all those positions she could do. She teased more, while smirking at knowing he was probably blushing from her implications. You know, for someone who said she hated to share me. You sure are giving the impression of wanting me to have sex with a lot of other females. First Koyuki-chan and now her. He decided to parry her own teasing with his own, while pushing down the erotic thoughts flashing through his mind thanks to his mate. True, but that's because I like to tease you, especially since I know you'd never do that to Hana-chan or little ol' me. She finished her tone, taking on a sad little babies, and yet still being sexy at the same time. Not to ruin the fun, but, what do you think about Whirlpool now that you know a little about them? She asked. Not much, however Kushina seemed to train them well if their mission stats were any indication. And for each of them to hone one of the 3 parts of the shinobi arts while still being good at the others and then combining them into a team. I can see why she had such a reputation before. It's nearly strategically perfect with very few holes in the design. The main one being if they ever get separated from each other. He mused, analyzing the teams. True, if there is nothing good you can say about her, you can't say she isn't stupid when it comes to the world of shinobi. But what if you face one of them? I'll destroy them, utterly. And in front of Kushina if possible, just to add salt to the wound of their pride, ignorance, and betrayal. He answered, his cold tone making a slight appearance before leaving. By the way, do you think I should keep a KGB Bushin following Kabuto? No. It would be best to lay low and off the radar of Orochimaru right now. Let the proctor know about him and then let the Hokage deal with him. We have more important things to deal with than a spy. She responded before asking another question. And what if I face one of them? I will never tell you how you fight your battles, Natsu-chan, you know that. Though I'd prefer you not kill them, but hey, accidents happen, he said with a dark chuckle, making Natsumi want to jump down to him and give him a heated kiss. Naruto's dark side was a rarity to see, and it caused Natsumi to always get hot under the collar to see her mate be so demonic. You always know just what to say, Foxy-sama, she cooed seductively, purposely using her personal, intimate, pet name for him, to express her happiness at what he told her. It just means I know you, my Benny Kisai, he responded huskily. That you do. 6 times last night if I recall. She answered thoughtfully in a satisfied tone, making him chuckle at her memory. Seems the exam time is up, he lamented, not being able to talk with his mate more. Unfortunately, all right, pencils down and turn your papers over for the 10th question. Ibiki's voice rang out throughout TTHE room, which had lightened in its capacity since the beginning. About half of the teams had been disqualified. Now before I give you the final question, there is one last rule I wish to tell you that pertains to this particular question. He continued on. And that rule is applied because of the 10th question's weight upon your passing of this part of the exam. The rule is simple: stay here and take the 10th question, or leave now, your choice. What do you mean the final question if an optional one? Tamari questioned, slightly confused and suspicious of these circumstances. It's as it sounds, he is giving us the option of either taking the final question, or quitting the exam. However, I believe there are stipulations to our choice he hasn't told us yet, Haku explained. Being with Zabuza for so long gave you the useful ability read people like Ibiki like a book, so it wasn't hard to figure out what this part of the exam's real intentions are. Seems Team Ice Fox is a bunch of know-it-alls. The scarred man joked. But hi, you are correct, there are stipulations with each choice you make. And that is exactly it. The choice is completely up to you. However, you will hear the stipulations before you decide. He paused before that infamous sadistic smirk raced on his lips again. If you choose to stay and take the 10th question, that's all well and good. However, if you answer and get the question wrong, you will never be allowed to participate in the Chunin exams again. You'll be a genin, doing D-rank missions for the rest of your life. What? That isn't fair, Tamari shouted. Ibiki growled. Tough. My exam, my rules. Not all choices you make in this life will be easy, especially when it comes down to leading a team of your comrades, which is what you will do if you become Chunin. What is the other stipulation for the other choice? Kiyoshiro asked, shocking most of the genin since the boy hadn't uttered a sound the entire time since the exams began. Asahi speaks. Ibiki joked, getting a scowl from Kasumi and Valios. The other stipulation is that you forfeit your exam papers and leave, the rest of your team must as well. But you'll at least be allowed to take the exams the next time they roll around. Damned if you do, damned if you don't, nay. Natsumi said out loud but not to anyone in particular. Now, I will allow you 1 minute to decide on what each of you will do. Simply raise your hand and name your team, then leave if you wish to quit. Your minute starts. Now, Ibiki said, noticing a few hands already raise. What weak-willed fools. They don't deserve to be shinobi if they are shaken up so easily, Valios thought, wanting to spit in the face of every genin that fell to Ibiki's mind games. The minute fully passed and another 5 teams left the room, failing themselves. Ibiki smirked at the outcome. Good, seems we have some genin with some backbone. He congratulated though more to himself than anyone while noting the remaining teams were the ones he figured would stay. Ice Fox, Sand, Kumo, Seven, Whirlpool, and a few others that didn't really catch his eye. Now for the final question. He paused once more hoping to get some kind of nervous response from the occupants but was disappointed. There isn't one. Congratulations, you all passed the first part of the Chunin exams. He finished with a genuine smile. Troublesome. A boy called out, who appeared to be sleeping the entire exam time, making most of the genin in the room nod their heads in agreement. I don't get it, Sakura stated rather apprehensively, not wanting to be yelled at for asking. The 10th question was actually the choice you all just made to take it. Ibiki answered, only serving to confuse the poor girl. Look, Chunin have to deal with life or death decisions every mission they take. Some of those choice could get a teammate killed or worse. The point of the choice was to see if you had the fortitude to deal with that kind of situation, having the weight of your team resting solely on your shoulders, and picking the best choice in a bad situation. He elaborated, seeing a few faces light up in understanding. Right when another one of the genin was about to ask a question, something busted through the window of the room, which immediately put all the genin in edge. Fortunately for them, all it was a large sign that clung to the wall via kunai that stated, "The sexy and single, Mitarashi Anko, your second exam proctor." The genin settled down, after reading it realizing it wasn't a sneak attack, before a feminine voice called out echoing through the room. "Asa, here are the brats for this year's Chunin exams, nay. Don't look like much, bunch of greenhorns to me," Anko stated after revealing herself from behind her sign, making a few of the male genin leer at her attire, which did nothing to hide her generous figure. Damn Ibiki. You let this many brats pass. You must be losing your edge, she teased, making the taller man grunt in annoyance. Oh well, just means I'll have to skim their ranks a bit during my part of the exam. She smiled, a quick seductive but evil smile that promised both pleasure and pain, though for who was questionable. Alright brats, now that you have passed the first part of the exam, I suppose I should congratulate you. But I won't, because this part was easy compared to what you'll be subjected to tomorrow. I expect you all to be at training ground 44 at 9 a.m. If you are even a second late, don't even show up, she ordered with a candy-sweet smile before puffing out of the room. Alright, you heard your proctor. You have the rest of the day to prepare yourselves for the second part of the exam. And I suggest you use it, Ibiki said after sighing from Anko's little speech. The genin soon got up from their seats and slowly filed out of the room. When the last one was gone, the door closed, and Ibiki's subordinates began collecting the pseudo-exams, that is, until one of them called Ibiki over to him in a panicked voice. What is it? Ibiki asked, annoyed at the interruption. The man simply gave his superior the exam that had a message written on it addressed to Ibiki himself. Ibiki, the Konoha shinobi called Kabuto isn't who he appears to be, he is one of Orochimaru's spies. Do not ask me how I know this, but trust me, tell Hokage-sama about it immediately. And if he asks who this is, just tell him, 5 tails, he'll understand. Ibiki growled at the message, although he already knew of Orochimaru's plan thanks to the emergency meeting all the Junin attended at the behest of the Hokage a week ago. However, it was still an annoying pill to swallow that a spy could get by his senses. He was the best interrogation specialist in Konoha after all. He looked back at the Chunin with a hard gaze. Do you know who was seated here? Gomen Ibiki-san, but once the exams started our attention were focused on the genins. Cheating, abilities, not who they were or where they were located. The man confessed with a bow of apology. Very well. Men, this does not leave this room, and I understood, he ordered, getting the attention of everyone. Hi. They chorused out. Whoever it was, is very good, if even I didn't have an inkling to one of them being a spy. Damn, Hokage-sama will not be happy about this, he thought, before leaving the room to report to his commander. Konoha streets, the teams that passed quickly, dispersed for their own personal reasons to prepare for the second part of the exam. However, Naruto had something even more important than that to speak with Team Sand about. "Oi guys, wait up," he shouted to Team Sand as they were heading to their hotel room to tell Baki about their success. "What is it, Naruto?" Gaara questioned with a hard edge to his voice. "You're heading back to your rooms, right?" The siblings looked at one another. Before they nodded. "Hi, good, we can finally have the talk then," the blonde boy said with a smile. "Why should we trust you?" Tamari questioned, clearly angry and sad. Naruto frowned at her question. "Gomen about lying to you guys. If we can have the talk, I can tell you everything," he offered in a pleading voice. Team Sand looked at Naruto for a few moments, pondering whether or not to believe the boy who stood in front of him. But their curiosity getting the better of them, they nodded in consent to his request. The two teams headed to the hotel the Sand siblings were staying at, and reached it in little time. They reached their specific rooms and knocked on Baki's door. Since he had the biggest room, they figured it would be best to talk there. "Baki-sensei, it's us," Kankuro called out, before the door to the room opened slowly to reveal Baki. "Ah, so I'll guess that you guys pass," he started before he noticed another team behind his own. "Who are they?" he questioned on guard. "Ah, you don't remember me, Baki-sensei?" Naruto questioned with a fake pout. Arashi?" Baki questioned with his visible eye wide open, surprised that the blonde boy in front of him was the same boy he taught nearly 7 years ago. "Hi, it's me. Okay, what's going on?" Baki questioned, hating being out of the loop. "He needs to talk with us, sensei, about our mission," Gaara answered, emphasizing his final words, to make Baki understand. Baki's body went rigid, when he quickly grabbed a kunai and slammed Naruto up against the wall with a kunai against his throat. "Gomen, Naruto, but no one must know," Baki said with slight sadness in his voice, before feeling two pointed objects, one against his liver, and the other at his left lung. "It's all right, Baki, I already have plans for Suna, however I do wish to speak with you for so I'd like to live," Naruto answered with a small smile. Baki weighed his options heavily, and soon conceded to the teenage boy's whims and let him go. "Very well, Arashi," he said before going inside his room, with the two teams following closely behind. Naruto closed the door since he was the last one, locked it and then used his Otofugen Shoheki no Jutsu to seal the room off from any prying eyes. While Natsumi used the same Onipo Genjutsu when Naruto fought Kakashi. The Sand team and Haku looked at the demon pair oddly, before realizing what they had done. The demon pair finally took their open seats, and stared at the Sand shinobi, with Naruto showing a sign of guilt. "Before we start, I just want to apologize to all of you for lying about who I really was, and why I was in Suna for. But other than my name and the story about my parents, everything else was true. Gomenasai." Baki rose a brow in confusion, before his team explained what Naruto meant. At first Baki was angry at being duped like he was, but certainly couldn't blame Naruto for the reasons behind his lie. "Although we hate being lied to, it is part of being a shinobi, Naruto. I think we can forgive you, this once. However, who are you really?" Baki asked with a smirk, and Team Sand nodding in affirmation, making Naruto smile. "Arigato. Anyo, my real name is Namikaze Uzumaki Naruto, the son of Konoha's Yondaime Hokage." "Well, it's certainly no wonder why you lied. If you told us the truth, we'd have sent you back to Konoha," Baki answered with a short laugh. "Hi, I figured as much, plus my two-san had a lot of enemies, a few of which I met at the exams. So I needed an alias during my travels throughout the elemental nations." Baki nodded in understanding. "Alright, now on to the real business at hand. Naruto, how exactly do you know what is happening?" "I have a spy in Oto, and I learned from him. However, at the time of his report he didn't know when during the exams the invasion is supposed to happen." "You have a spy in Oto? How the hell could you get one so deep inside when all you did was travel around?" Baki questioned, surprised. "Well, since we are laying everything out on the table, Natsu-chan," he said, looking at his mate, who merely nodded. The two put up their hands and whispered, "Kai," before a plume of smoke surrounded the two. The smoke cleared quickly to reveal the demon pair in their adult forms, though still lacking their demon appendages. "Ah, it's feel nice to not have to limit our chakra and ki," Naruto said happily while cracking a few of his joints. The sand shinobi along with Haku looked on in awe at who they were looking at. The two females with slight blushes towards Naruto where Kankuro was drooling at Natsumi. Baki being a seasoned shinobi was able to recover quickly, and just looked sternly at the person who looked slightly like Naruto. Explain, he ordered. That's a bit hard to explain. Naruto admitted, he knew this conversation was going to be well detailed, but that didn't make it any easier. By now I'm sure Gaara has told at least you guys that I am a Jinchuriki just as he is. He said getting nods from the sand shinobi. Jinchuriki? Haku questioned hesitantly, completely out of the loop at this point. Ah Gomen Haku-chan, we never told you did we? Gomen, well long story short, Jinchuriki are humans who have had a biju sealed inside them. Gaara and I are two of those people, there are 9 in all, one for each biju, though we don't know if all of them have been sealed. I hope you don't think any less of us, he explained, hoping the young woman would understand. Haku just looked at Naruto and then at Gaara and then back at Naruto. Truthfully she didn't know what to think about this. She wouldn't have ever suspected that Naruto was carrying a demon, though that might explain a few things about him, like his personality and nearly inhuman skills. She quickly flashed through her memories of the blonde, well now orange-haired man named Naruto, and after thinking about it, realized that he showed no tendencies towards being the demon that resided in him. I've lived with a man who called himself a demon for many years, so now living with the real thing isn't much of a difference, aside from being treated better. She finally answered with an accepting smile, making Naruto smile back. Arigato Haku-chan. But just to note, Jinchuriki aren't demons. We simply live with one inside of us. He explained, making Haku nod in understanding. Well my case is different but we'll get to that later. He mused mostly to himself though everyone heard him and quirked their eyebrows. Well now that everyone is on the same page I can continue. During our travels before coming back to Konoha, Natsumi and I went to the land of snow. And while there we befriended a local woman in one of the small villages. Sadly though she had a disease that caused her death. However on her deathbed she confessed that she used to be one of Orochimaru's top scientists and that she had a spy still inside Oto. Once she died, the spy pledged loyalty to us and that's who we learned about the invasion, as well as finally figuring out a way to get Natsu-chan out of my damned seal. He finished. The room was quiet as a mouse as Naruto's story registered to all that listened. Wait a minute. Are you telling me that? Baki nearly yelled while jumping out of his seat in a defensive stance while facing Natsumi. That I am Baki, Natsu-chan here is my biju. The Kyuubi no Kitsune, Naruto said with an amused smirk. The rest of the occupants in the room but Gaara jumped up and moved towards Baki. The Sand siblings could handle the news of Shukaku. But to hear the most powerful biju and demon in existence was free, that's a while other kettle of fish. What do you mean? She is free. Tamari cried out, fear evident in her face. Calm down you little scaredy cats, you'd think that having Gaara as a Ototo would have made you used to biju, Naruto grumbled. Well at least I still got it, Natsumi stated with a toothy grin, puffing out her already large chest proudly. Naruto-san, please explain, Haku asked slightly trembling. Natsumi rolled her eyes. I'm not here to kill anyone. She retorted, before making a thoughtful expression. Well anyone in this room anyway. So calm down before you give yourselves a heart attack. If I really wanted you dead you already would be. Besides you four were one of the first few people to be kind to Naru-kun when his life bad. I wouldn't harm you nor would I harm you either Haku-chan, she reassured them. The group were hesitant to return to their seats, that is until the vixen growled in disapproval, to which they jumped back into their seats. Please explain, Baki asked, though still scared, now interested. It was a jutsu the friend I was telling you about had developed originally for Orochimaru but he tossed the idea, and her. Thusly, after learning who I was, taught me the jutsu to allow Natsu-chan's soul to be put into a corpse and then that corpse turning into the soul's body, which basically gave Natsu-chan her real human body back. Of course there are a few stipulations to jutsu but no need to get into the specifics at the moment, he explained. So, you're telling me that, the strongest biju known to exist found a jutsu loophole, and circumvented your two Sans seal and now has a real body once again. Baki asked, utterly amazed. Hi, that's pretty much the gist of it, Naruto explained. Anything else about our situation? Anyo, what did you mean by your case being different than Gaara's? Kankuro asked. I nearly forgot about that. Well, pretty much, a human body can only hold so much demonic chakra before it overloads and, for lack of a better visual, implodes. Now, because of how Jinchuriki work, the demon chakra slowly ebbs into the host's chakra coils, which then increase the chakra capacity the Jinchuriki has. I'm sure that Gaara has the most chakra in Suna by now, right? He asked, getting nods from the Sand Shinobi. Well, as you know, the Biju's strength and transversely its chakra reserves can be based directly on the amount of tails it has, 1 through 9. Now, because of the aforementioned point that humans can only hold so much demonic chakra, if that point is reached and yet there is still more to absorb, such as in my case with Natsu-chan. The only possibility of survival is if the human becomes a Hanyu, a half-demon. Half-demons can hold unlimited amounts of demonic chakra, so they aren't limited like humans are. He explained. So that means. Temari started before Naruto nodded. Hi, a few years ago I reached my limit, and had to turn into a Hanyu to survive. And because of the transformation my body changed to as physically perfect as my body would have gotten had I stayed human. Thusly it turned into what my 30-year-old self would look like. So at this moment I'm half demon, and half human, he finished her statement for her. Will I turn into a Hanyu as well? Gaara asked while rubbing his stomach after thinking over Naruto's explanation. No. Gaara, you won't. Shukaku didn't have enough chakra before its ceiling in you to warrant you becoming Hanyu like myself. No offense, Shukaku-san, Naruto finished, surely knowing that Gaara's Biju had been listening the whole time and not wanting to offend it. Hanyu are usually for 5 tails or higher. He said offhandedly. So is this what you really look like, Naruto-san? Haku asked, slightly intrigued at the entire prospect. Anyo, well no, but. Can we see? Baki interrupted. Naruto just looked at Natsumi, who simply rolled her eyes with a chuckle before they repeated the same hand gesture and with a plum of smoke revealed their true forms. Kawaii. Both Haku and Temari shouted before jumping at Naruto to try to caress his flickering tails and ears, making the rest of the occupants sweat drop at the hardened Kunoichi's actions. After successfully getting a tail and petting it happily, both girls realized what they had just done and sat back down with embarrassed blushes that covered their entire faces. Gomenasai, they chorused in unison. It's fine, but I suggest you not do that again, Natsumi said, smirking sadistically. Let's just say Naru-kun here is rather sensitive in his demonic features, she explained, letting everyone's imagination run wild with her insinuation. You know I'm going to get you back for that, right? Naruto growled playfully. I sure hope so, she purred back, while leaning over her chair and nibbled his fox ear lightly, making him shiver. The other in the room looked at them either with a quirked eyebrows or blushes at her actions. Noticing this, Natsumi moved back to her side with a satisfied smirk, while Naruto grumbled under his breath about nympho vixens, not that he ever complained. Alright, Naruto, now that we had our questions answered, what were yours? Baki inquired. Hi, I just want to know the specifics about the invasion, more to the point when exactly it's going to happen during the exams. How many Oto shinobi will be there? What, if any, plans or strategies Orochimaru cooked up to bringing Konoha down? And where Orochimaru is right now? Well, although I am Kazekage-sama's military general, Orochimaru is leading most of the show, but I'll tell you what I can. He wants us to strike during the finals of the exams, more specifically, whenever Gaara's fight occurs. As far as numbers, I'm not sure. Oto is lacking in manpower, which is probably why he wants us as allies. But if I were to guess, I'd say maybe 100 Oto shinobi, all being Chunin or higher. The only strategies that we've been talking about is using Gaara as the main damage dealer because of Shukaku. With the confusion of his rampage going on, we will be breaking though the outer walls of Konoha. Baki explained. Naruto nodded several times during the Junin's explanation. I see. And while that goes on, I'm sure Orochimaru himself will be dealing with his own vendettas. Naruto mused. Knowing that snake, I wouldn't put it past him. By the way, have you already informed the Hokage about the invasion? I have, that is why you've seen so many Konoha shinobi lounging around. I see, Baki said, sounding worried. Do not worry, Baki, I have already told the Hokage that when the invasion happens I will have Suna on Konoha's side. Baki quirked a brow. What do you mean, Naruto? You may be friends with us and Kazekage-sama, but you have no clout within the military of Suna. How can you possibly have Kazekage-sama stop Suna's part of the invasion? Baki inquired. Naruto may be a friend, but there are still lines that shouldn't be crossed between friends. It's because of the Kazekage that I think I can. I may have only known the man for a few months, but those months were important in learning who the leader of Suna was. And with Natsu-chan here to back me up, I don't believe that he would have chosen to invade Konoha like this. I think someone is pulling his strings. And that someone is a certain snake. Naruto growled out. The Sand siblings and Baki were shocked at Naruto's explanation. They wouldn't admit it out loud, but they too noticed a drastic difference in the Kazekage. Over the last few months when the news of the invasion took root in Suna, they all chalked it up to his willingness to get Suna back to its former glory. But when he started renouncing their council's decisions and sided with Orochimaru's plans continually, suspicions soon grew within his closest acquaintances. I see. You certainly have a sharp mind, Naruto. I must agree with you, Kazekage-sama's actions as of the past few months have been the exact opposite of what he would be expected to do. He's traded in a lot of Suna's virtues just to agree and go along with Orochimaru's suggestions. Perhaps you are correct, but still until there is some kind of proof we cannot simply disobey him on hunches. Naruto nodded. I can understand that. But we have time, at least since the invasion isn't happen until after the month hiatus for the final part of the exam. I will find your proof before then. Naruto assured, Baki and the siblings nodding in understanding. Once or if you do, please come to me. I don't want Suna in a war that wasn't even chosen by Suna herself. Baki said lamentingly. Understood. By the way, Baki. Why did you tell me all this? I know we are friends, but to divulge all this information so freely, even if I just gave an inkling to knowing about the invasion. I thought I was going to have to beat it out of you for a minute there after that little incident in the hallway, Naruto said, chuckling a bit. Truth be told, I don't know. I mean, you said you knew of it already. And for some reason I felt okay with telling you. Maybe I trust you more than I realized after all you did for Gaara and his family in only a few months' time. Baki said genuinely with a small smile. I see, arigato for your trust in me then. Naruto said while getting up from his seat, prompting Natsumi and Haku to do the same. Well, we'll let you go and prepare for the exams tomorrow, however before we go. He paused, grabbing a special tan-colored scroll from his pouch and tossed it at Gaara, who caught it effortlessly. Gaara, I know how to perform the jutsu that gave Natsumi her freedom, and I'm offering that to you and Shukaku as well. Talk with it and think it over, you both can benefit from it. However, because of your importance in the invasion you will have to wait until after the exams and invasion are over before I can do it for you. Until then, think over it and make a decision, okay? He offered, looking right in the Gaara was taken aback at Naruto's proposal. He didn't know he could also free himself from his biju just like his brother had. But was more than happy to think it over with his tenant. Arigato, brother, he said with a smile that looked a lot better in Naruto's opinion than the scowl he had during the exams. But then again, reputation was a lot to a shinobi. Not a problem. Now if you'll excuse us. He started before he and Natsumi transformed back to their teenage forms, and broke their jutsus surrounding the room. I'm sure I don't need to say so, but what was said in this room will stay in this room, correct? Not even the Kazekage will hear of this? He asked, getting serious nods in response, making him smile. Team Ice Fox soon left them to muse on the conversation that just took place, while they reached the streets of Konoha. What shall we do now? Haku asked, as the team exited the door to the hotel. I was actually thinking of teaching you a few of the Hyoten jutsu I picked up in snow, Naruto said in a lax attitude. Someone taught you Hyoten jutsu? Haku questioned in surprise. Not many people outside of Snow Country thought their jutsu were worth learning other than her clan and a few others, of course, so she was surprised that Naruto had. Hi. It's the reason we went there. I see. Well, arigato for the help, Naruto-san. Haku bowed in appreciation. Ma, stop with the respect crap, Haku-chan. Just because you know I'm older than you doesn't mean our relationship has changed, so please address me accordingly, Naruto scolded the younger girl with a smile. Gomen Naruto, kun, See, that wasn't so hard now was it, he joked, before creating a cage bushin. Now I'll have him bring you back to the house and teach you a few jutsu ne. He asked, getting a smile from Haku before the pair headed back to the house. What are we gonna do, Naru-kun? Natsumi asked. I don't know about you. But I'm going to grab Hana-chan to see if she wants to go on a date before I have to deal with the exams tomorrow. He said happily, before taking a few steps forward, never seeing the frown from on Natsumi's face. Oh, I see, have fun then, she said, trying not to sound disappointed, but failing miserably with her head looking at her feet. A few seconds of silence passed, before Natsumi gasped when she was pulled in a nearby alley by two strong arms wrapped around her hips and shoulders. I hope you didn't think I was going to ditch you, my Natsu-chan, Naruto's playful and husky voice called out, his breath dancing against the tender part of her neck. Gomen Naru-kun, we just haven't been romantic for a while, she stuttered out, surprised at his sudden actions and touch. Naruto just smiled before giving her neck a chaste kiss and releasing her from his grip. She turned around and just leaned against his chest. He cupped her cheek in his hand and lifted it so she was looking at him with a happy smile. It's okay, Natsu-chan. And I know what you mean, but we both know that the exams take precedence, nay? He asked, getting a nod, while he caressed her cheek with his thumb. Good, now let's go see if Hana-chan is available, nay? He rhetorically asked, before kissing her rather passionately as an apology, and just because he missed the feeling. The two soon released each other, and headed towards the vet clinic that Hana worked at. They reached the building pretty quickly since they used the shinobi method of travel, jumping on people's houses. When they entered the office they weren't expecting what they saw. The entire office was filled with patients and their owners. Naruto whistled in astonishment. Wow, that's a lot of patients, he spoke, before seeing a little brown-haired girl crying with what looked like a dog-fox hybrid in her lap, which looked menacing but cute at the same time. Sure is, Natsumi said before noticing a blur run by, realizing that Hana was doing her best to help the animals as fast as possible, but seemed to be overdoing it. Naru-kun, I'm gonna go see if Hana-chan needs any help, it looks like she could use it, she said, seeing Naruto nod before walking off to where the vet had run off to. Naruto just walked to the little blue girl and kneeled down to be eye level with her. Hey there, I'm Naruto, what's your name? He asked. My name is Sniffle, Mocha, the little girl responded in between cries. Ah. And who is your friend there? Yoshi, ah. And do you know what is wrong with Yoshi? Mocha shook her head. No. He just, Sniffle, fell over last night crying, so my ka-san and I brought him. Sniffle, here, she explained. Well, I'm pretty good with animals, do you mind if I take a look? Maybe I can help, Naruto offered with a genuine smile. Mocha just looked through teary eyes to see Naruto's smile, and after seeing it without a second thought handed Yoshi over to him. Naruto adjusted the poor animal into his lap, and used a diagnostic jutsu on the animal, the glow of his hand making the girl look in awe and worry about what he was doing. Hey, Yoshi, can you hear me? Naruto asked, making the girl lightly laugh between sobs at his antics at trying to talk to the animal. Hi, Yoshi, yipped, in response, with only Naruto understanding. Good, he seems to at least have some kitsune blood in him for me to be able to understand him. Naruto thought. Tell me what happened, Mocha-chan. She let me out of the house, and I decided to explore the village. But the family only just adopted me, and I didn't know people hated kitsunes here. The villagers kept yelling at me about looking like a kyuubi thing, and then one of them threw a rock at me. I didn't think anything serious happened, but when I got home my ribs began to hurt until I couldn't take it anymore and fell over in pain. The pup explained, breathing heavily. Naruto sighed lowly in aggravation, not wanting to upset either Yoshi or Mocha over the stupidity that this village still held for him and his mate. The fools will learn later that their contempt and failure to move on will lead to much more dangerous problems in the future. He mused. Alright, Mocha-chan. Can you get me some tissues? I found out what is wrong with Yoshi. Mocha looked at him confused but saw the determination in him and just nodded before going to the receptionist's desk to grab any tissues or towels she could find. She came back a minute later, to see Naruto's hand glowing once more. Arigato Mocha-chan, I'm going to help Yoshi here for you alright. But I need you to be a strong girl and turn around. What I'm about to do a young girl like you shouldn't see, okay? I promise I'll make him better for you. Naruto said sincerely. Arigato Naruto-nisan. Please help Yoshi, she pleaded, before giving one final pet to the pup before turning around. Gomen Yoshi. But some of your ribs are broken. I have to knock you out so I can repair it. But the next time you wake up you'll be in your home with Mocha-chan ne. He reassured, only getting a whimper of agreement from the pup. Naruto knocked the dog out and began his work. Now Naruto wasn't as skilled as a vet by any means of the word, but because of his summoning contract with foxes, he decided it would be a good idea to learn some animal biology while he was learning human medicine too. And luckily Yoshi was similar enough, one of the animals Naruto studied the hardest, which allowed for a smoother treatment. It was only about 5 minutes later that Naruto called Mocha again. As promised, Mocha-chan, Naruto said with a smile, handing over a sleeping and bandaged Yoshi to the girl. Arigato Naruto-nisan, arigato, she yelled with happy tears flowing down her eyes, cradling Yoshi protectively in her arms. Not a problem. But you should go tell your Ka-san so she doesn't have to worry anymore. When Yoshi wakes up he'll be a little sore but should be good as new in a few days. He explained, ruffling the girl's hair playfully, before she ran off into another part of the office. Naruto sighed in exasperation. If there was one part of the shinobi arts that he had to respect the most, it was medicine. Those shinobi have to be on top of their game for every single mission. Failure wasn't an option for these people. That combined with the necessary chakra control, patience, and understanding of the body made Naruto's respect for them the highest he could give to anyone. After all, it's easy to take a life, but it takes skill to save one. Ka-san. Ka-san. This was the man who helped me and saved Yoshi. Mocha yelled happily around the corner, while dragging her apparent mother by the dress. Alright, Mocha-chan, alright. The mother complied, while laughing at her daughter's antics. Gomen for the trouble, but arigato for helping my Musu. She began before stopping her sentence, after noticing just who Mocha was pointing to in admiration. Mocha. The woman continued in a panicked voice before pulling the little girl behind her protectively. That thing didn't harm you or Yoshi, right? She asked, her voice filled with dread, making Mocha look at her confused. Of course not, Ka-san. Naruto-nisan just helped Yoshi get better, that's all. Mocha explained, before her mother quickly turned around, and kneeled so she was eye level. Mocha-chan, I don't want you going near that boy ever again, do you understand me? She ordered sternly. Ka-san, why? Naruto-nisan was so nice. The mother shook Mocha's shoulders slightly. Mocha, that thing isn't nice. It's a duh. She stopped her sentence and took a breath to calm herself, lest she say something she'd regret. He isn't like the rest of us, Mocha-chan. And it's dangerous if you stay near him. Please just promise me you won't go near him again, Mocha. She asked, almost pleading to the girl with worried eyes. Mocha frowned at the prospect of never seeing Naruto again, but nodded nonetheless to her mother. Hi, Ka-san. The mom let a small smile grace her lips. Good. Now let's get you and Yoshi home, ne? She offered and stood up, grabbing her daughter's hand to guide her to the exit, while eyeing Naruto warily and with hateful eyes. Sayonara Naruto-nisan, Mocha sadly whispered, looking at Naruto with saddened eyes, but Naruto heard it and simply waved back to her with a sad smile until the girl was out of sight. Ignorant villagers. Naruto mentally growled, before standing up. He had just saved the girl's pet, and the mom had the audacity spite him because of it. If that's how they are going to react when I help them, I have a feeling showing them my real form is going to be a pain. He concluded, before heading towards the back of the clinic to see how his two females were doing. He had just turned into his adult form and was strolling the hallways trying to find them, but came up empty until he heard voices a few rooms down the hall and followed them. No, Natsumi-san, it's better if you use 2 fingers. Hana's muffled voice called out through the closed door. Why can't I use my fist or hand or something? Natsumi questioned. Because I know from experience that can be painful and uncomfortable. Hana growled out slightly. Fine, you'd think you'd be happier with me lending you an extra set of hands for this. Natsumi answered back nonchalantly. I'm very grateful and happy you are helping me out, so I can use my hands for other things. But I'm the most experienced with this kind of patient, so please just help me finish. Hana answered back with a groan. During this little dialogue, Naruto was frozen in place at the door leading to the room the girls were in. Okay, I know they aren't doing what I think they are doing, he thought, before hearing both girls groan loudly, making him stiffen more. But then again, this is going to bite me in the ass no matter what I do, he finished, mentally preparing himself for the beatdown he was about to receive. Hope I'm not interrupting, he said loudly, after opening the door. Naruto scoped out the room, to see what was going on, and only found Hana working on a patient, and Natsumi in her adult form as well, a few feet behind her with bloody gloves on her hands. Hey Arashi-kun, glad you could finally make it, Hana said happily while continuing to work on the unconscious cat. Gomen about not being able to greet you properly, but as you can see I have my hands full. Not a problem. But Anyo, were you guys working on that cat the whole time? Hi. Though Natsumi-san here was getting uppity, she answered with a laugh, making Natsumi herself playfully growl. Why do you ask? Anyo, no reason, I just heard you guys talking outside in the hall and sounded like something else was going on, so I thought I'd check up on you, he said, the faint blush that he was sporting, noticed by the two women. They looked at him quizzically, thinking back on what they had said. Hana just looked at him confused, seeing no strangeness in their words, and just went back to work on the cat. Unfortunately for Naruto, however, Natsumi had eventually caught on to his meaning, and smirked, which made him pale slightly. She went over to Hana, and as the Inuzuka continued to work, told her what Naruto thought about their conversation could have been about. By the end, Hana was blushing like a tomato in both embarrassment and anger. Kazama Arashi. You are lucky I'm working on this poor cat, or else I'd have to beat your ass for thinking that Natsumi was helping me to do that. I'm not even a damn lesbian, she shouted. Gomenasai. He shouted in apology. Tisk. Tsk Era-kun thinking such perverted thoughts about us. Natsumi teased. But then again, I suppose any guy would think that. I mean, we are pretty hot. You're just lucky you're already taking us out, or there'd be hell to pay, she said with a maniacal grin. Although Hana, if you two do become mates, you realize we'll have to share him, and sometimes together, right? She asked the Inuzuka heir, who had suddenly stopped what she was doing. Truth be told, Hana had never actually thought about that fact, if Naruto and her relationship became permanent. Although polygamy was known to be used in Konoha to keep a struggling bloodline alive, she never really thought much about it when it came to her own relationship with a man. But now that both Natsumi and Naruto, though his being accidental, had planted the seed of reality in her mind, she quickly drifted off into thinking about the distant future and how things would be between all three of them if she became Naruto's mate along with Natsumi. Hana also wasn't a lesbian in any sense of the word either, she was simply able to appreciate the fairer sex for their beauty, like her friends Anko and Kurenai, who most of the male population considered hot. She too would also admit to them being attractive, but never thought of them in any sexual way. And Natsumi was no different, though she would admit the demoness was the most beautiful female she had ever seen. She wasn't sexually attracted to her, but she could definitely appreciate the vixen's attributes. Although Hana was slightly self-conscious of the fact she wasn't as beautiful as Natsumi was. But as she thought about it more and more, she actually grew slightly more comfortable with the idea of the three of them perhaps having a threesome one night in the future. As long as she and Naruto had their time together, she wouldn't mind too much about sharing him at the same time with Natsumi. And if nothing else, Hana would admit she was experimental when it came to the bedroom, to a certain extent of course. Hi, I suppose you're right, Natsumi-san, it only makes sense that that will happen on occasion, Hana said quietly, not fully wanting to admit it still, but beginning to accept it as a possible inevitability in the future. Good. Now I think it's time we deal with these patients of yours so Era-kun can take us out on that date before it gets too dark, nay? The vixen asked in a happy tone, getting affirmative nods from the others. Naruto created a bunch of cage cushions and got the animals in their own separate rooms, leaving Natsumi and Hana to deal with the heavier work. Every time he entered a room, his clone would disperse and allow him to know the diagnosis. This process lasted a few more hours until all the animals were fixed up in either home with their owners or resting in the recovery ward. Well, I've certainly grown more respectful of you, Hana-chan. Doing this every day, Naruto whistled in surprise. Arigato, Naruto-kun, she thanked with a smile and slight blush from the compliment. Okay, well, now that we are finished, shall we, ladies? He asked jovially before he opened the door for his dates to get to Konoha streets. Where you gonna take us, Era-kun? Natsumi asked curiously. Haven't really decided, let's just go around and pick on a whim, he said with a laugh, making both females shake their head in exasperation, but with smiles on their faces. Naruto summoned another clone, gave it a kunai and piece of paper and sent it on a mission, before joining the girls in the street and headed towards the business area of the village. Their date went well, just talking about this and that, while receiving jealous glares from villagers. Naruto because of the two vixens he had with him, and the girls because of the foxy man they were with. It was getting slightly later in the evening by the time they left the little restaurant they decided on dining in. So they decided to walk Hana home before they left to get some rest for the exams, not that they really needed it. Arigato for the nice time, Naruto-kun, Natsumi-san, Hana said with a smile at the archway of her door. I'm just glad we could before the exam gets into full swing, he retorted, and Hana nodding, remembering their talk at the table about the invasion. Hana knew she and her mother needed to tell her clan about the invasion and needed as much time as possible, so she quickly moved close and gave Naruto a nice goodnight kiss, before stepping inside and closing the door with a final wave and smile. Well, aren't we lucky, Naru-kun, having two of the hottest females in this entire village all to yourself? Natsumi teased, with a snicker. Perhaps fate is just making up for lost time, he responded with a ghost of a smile, before wrapping his arms around his mate. But I certainly am lucky, Natsu-chan, he finished before kissing her cheek and shunshining back to the Namikaze mansion. Chapter 15. Meeting the Neko later that night, it was night time in the village of Konoha where 3 Kumo shinobi could be seen walking the streets. Damn bastards, they said it was all you could drink but they threw us out at closing time. What is up with that? A teenage boy with tan skin, white hair and brown eyes yelled out, while grumbling in a slur. The shortest Kunichi amongst him with deep brown hair just rolled her brown eyes at his antics. The boy only 17 years old, and a third-year genin already addicted to the creature, how embarrassing. When on missions this girl had to be his second mother, to keep him from acting stupid or rubbing the people the wrong way. Damn it, Ray, can't you go one night without drinking your ass off? The 16-year-old girl scolded him, who then just flipped her the bird as they walked. Ray then turned to the last member of their group. Oi, Buki Haim, why didn't you drink anything? Don't tell me you're scared to get drunk cause of that thing inside you. He asked rather hatefully, with her ignoring the boy's taunts and just kept walking. TSH, bitch. Just cause you are older than us don't make you superior. Don't forget you're nothing more than a weapon for us to pass the exams. So don't get all high and mighty cause you're more powerful than us, because we know someone more powerful than you. Got it, Buki Haim. Ray sneered. Hi, the older woman's surprisingly melodious voice rung through the chilly air of the night. Why do you take that from him, kitten? A feminine voice inside the woman's mind called out. And have Raikage-sama punish me just for acting out against his only Sochi. I'd rather take the boy's taunts than deal with that kind of punishment, Izanami-chan. The woman thought, only getting an agreeable hiss in response. The Kumo team soon came to their hotel they had rented rooms in for the Chunin exams. They got to their floor, and said their good nights to each other before entering their separate but adjacent rooms to get some rest for the second part of the exam. The blonde closed her door and let out an aggravated sigh while pressing her back against the door. She felt exhausted, which was surprising for her, considering what she was, but nonetheless was so. She turned on the light to her room, and plopped herself down on the bed with a contented sigh at the softness against her back. So much after just one day of exams. She whispered to herself. And I still don't understand why that boy Namikaze Uzumaki Naruto feels so familiar and calming. It's frustrating. She admitted. Ever since seeing Naruto for the first time in the exam waiting room she had racked her brain for any inkling on how she felt she knew him, or who he was. Unfortunately, when she learned his name and heritage, even more questions were brought up on her mind about the boy. She had concluded that she had never met him before, and even asked her tenant if she knew the relation the boy was to her. But got no real help in that department after hearing snoring inside her mind. She utterly hated this feeling of uncertainty. Her life had been an uncertainty ever since she was born. She never knew what the next day would bring, and it infuriated her and made her feel helpless and completely alone all at the same time. But this feeling she had when she saw Naruto, this feeling she hated more than any other, because it completely pierced her emotional defenses she had spent years strengthening. When the boy looked at her, she left his gaze pierce her completely and look into her very soul. She felt naked and wanted so badly to look away, but nothing she did allowed her to, as if they were the only ones in existence at that moment. Although that gaze she feared because it made her feel vulnerable, more so than she had ever felt in her entire life. She also feared is because when he looked at her, it also felt like a warm silk blanket had been wrapped around her naked fragile form. It made her feel happy, safe, and most importantly accepted, beyond anything she could ever wish for. The blonde shook her head and sighed, trying her best to knock those memories out of her mind, because no matter what fleeting joy it brought her at that moment, the truth was she wasn't happy, she wasn't safe, and she wasn't accepted by anyone, excluding her only friend Akiko and tenant Izanami. The blonde shifted her body on her bed, trying to find a comfortable position, until she heard a clang sound next to her bed. Curious to the noise, she shifted over the edge of the bed, and looked over to find oddly enough a kunai with a note attached to its handle. "Someone snuck into my room," she thought before realizing the implications, and jumped out of the bed, all her senses on high alert. She whipped out a pair of kunai and explored her room with skill and stealth only attributed to shinobi. She checked the entire room top to bottom, for any intruders or booby traps, but found none. She then looked inside one of the dresser drawers that held her underwear. She hated to admit it, but she was the victim of many thefts back in Kumo, mostly being her panties. Oddly though, she would admit that when males asked her out for a date she would let them down harshly because she knew most just wanted to get into her pants so they could say they fucked a demon. It also didn't help that she was listed as one of the hottest women in all of the Hidden Village. She supposed that they stole her underwear as both revenge of her refusals, and to quell their sexual frustrations at never spending the night with her. Fucking perverts, she cursed under her breath, remembering all of the new pairs of underwear she had to buy because of guys stealing them. She was still on edge, but was now more curious about the note on the kunai. She went back to her bed and unwrapped the note before beginning to read. "Yobuki Heim, I know this isn't your real name, however I wasn't able to learn it at the exam, so I didn't know how else to address you, Gomen. However, to more important matters, I want to meet you. I have some questions that I want answered. And I have a strange feeling you do as well. If you do, then go to this location outside of Konoha. And come alone. I have a feeling this conversation would be best to stay just between us. But bring a weapon if you feel this is to be a trap or for security. I'll be waiting for you at 1 a.m. Namikaze Uzumaki." Naruto the blonde reread the note once more before setting it down on the nightstand next to the bed. She had no idea how to take this. On the one side, she wanted to go without hesitation and learn as much as she could about the boy. However, the shinobi side of her knew better than to go into a possible trap unprepared. She was rather torn on whether to go or not, and if so, whether to bring her team along. "Izanami-chan, I could use some help," she pleaded, and only received a growl that sounded slightly like contemplation as a response. "What are you asking me for? We both know you are going to go. But rest assured, kitten, if things go badly I'll back you up as best I can," Izanami responded back in a sincere tone. "Arigato Izanami-chan," the woman thanked, before looking at the clock which read 12:54 a.m. "Shit," she shouted, before running towards the window while cursing Rei's late drinking binges. The woman opened the window and jumped out, landing on a nearby room before leapfrogging on the roofs towards the Konoha gates. Unfortunately for her, the gates had double the normal guards, for what reason she didn't know. But it left her with a big problem of getting past them without being seen or sensed. However, as luck would have it, a block from her position in an alley, an orange-haired man in strangely colored Konoha Junin garb began to strike a conversation with the guards, getting their full attention. "This is my only chance," she mused, while hoping whoever this man was kept up the conversation long enough to let her get out. She took her chance when one of the guards laughed loudly, and she jumped on top of the fire escape of the nearby building, making noise but being drowned out by the laughter. From the fire escape she jumped on top of the roof and with a chakra-enhanced leap jumped from the building up and over the walls and safety of the village. She was now alone, in enemy territory even if she had permission to be in Hidden Village for the Chunin exams. She quickly took out the note and followed the rather detailed directions to the supposed meeting place with Naruto. Once she reached the last bit of directions, she set her senses on high and searched for anything out of the ordinary. She ran around the perimeter of the selected location, and found nothing strange except for the chakra signature that she recognized as Naruto's, as well as the area smelling heavily of fox, which tipped her off even more that Naruto was truly alone as he had said. With her paranoia satisfied, she entered the clearing selected for their chat, to find Naruto sitting down against a tree, with a red-hilted, black-sheathed katana lying against him, seeming to be asleep. Once she saw the sword she got out her kunai, and approached the boy with caution. "Mama, no need to worry, this sword was simply my own security." Naruto's voice rung out through the clearing, before he looked up to match gazes with the blonde once more with a smile on his face, making her feeling that warmth and security once more. Naruto slowly got up from his position with his sword in his hand and walked a bit closer to the woman and out into the open, allowing the moonlight to bask his features. He smiled once more and made the sword in his hand disappear from sight. The blonde just narrowed her eyes and with slow deliberate motions placed her weapon back in her pouch. Naruto allowed his body to relax slightly, never even realizing it was tensed up, and placed his hand out to the woman in a welcoming gesture. "I'm Namikaze Uzumaki Naruto, though you already know that by now," he greeted, chuckling lightly. The blonde looked at Naruto strangely, but slowly and reluctantly led her hand out until it touched his, before they each squeezed lightly. "I'm Niyugido," the woman introduced, making Naruto's ears twitch at finally hearing the woman's voice, and decided that he found it nice. "Nice to finally meet you, Yugido-san," he answered back, allowing their grip to loosen and finally release each other. "Well, I suppose it would be the gentlemanly thing to do to let the lady go first. I'm sure you have questions for me, or else I doubt you'd have come so willingly," he continued while sitting down on the grass to get more comfortable. "Hi," she said, still slightly on edge, but trying to get comfortable herself, and sat down as well. "Well, I'm an open book," he said nonchalantly. Silence reigned down between the two. For Yugido it had nothing to do with not knowing what to ask. In her case it was there were too many questions she wanted answered and couldn't figure out which one she wanted answered most. After a minute of silence she decided on the questions and the order in which to ask them. "My first question is to know whether we know each other somehow. And if so, how? If not, why I feel as if we do." Naruto whistled in surprise. Quite a loaded question, he mused before his lips turned into a sad smile. "Gomen Yugido-san, unfortunately that was a question I was going to ask you. I guess we are in the same boat in that case. I don't honestly recall ever meeting you, and if I did, I have no idea when or where." He answered, his face slightly hardening in annoyance. Her head fell in disappointment. "And that was the one I wanted answered the most," she sighing. "Gomen. But perhaps we can figure it out after a few more questions, nay?" he said, trying to cheer her up. For some reason he felt sad when she seemed unhappy, and it bothered him greatly. "Well, I suppose my next question would be why you smell so abnormally heavy of kitsune?" she asked, making Naruto look up in shock and slight suspicion. "Gomen, that is a rather deep and quite personal secret I relinquish to a select few," he admitted, getting an annoyed look from the blonde on front of him. So far this entire trip was for nothing for them both. "However, I wish to ask the same. Why you smell so heavily of Neko?" he asked. Now it was Yugido's turn to look shocked and then suspicious of the smaller blonde in front of her. "That is a rather deep and quite personal secret I relinquish to a select few," she responded, mocking him with a smirk, immediately inwardly frowning at her response. She didn't know what came over her when she answered him. She wouldn't ever normally be this calm or playful around anyone in Kumo, let alone a complete stranger like Naruto, to actually tease them like she just had. Something was very wrong here and it scared her. "Haha, very funny," he said sarcastically, before taking on an analyzing expression while just looking at the woman. A few minutes has passed and Naruto had not moved an inch, and just continued to stare at the kunoichi. What? She shouted finally, after having enough of his piercing, and uncomfortable zombie-like stare. His eyes narrowed slightly. I know what this will sound like, but I'm not a pervert, I assure you. Please show me your stomach for a second, he requested, his voice taking on a slightly colder tone, which unnerved her slightly, and even more so because of his request. Why? She asked worriedly. It wasn't for the fact of his request. She was hit on enough from the males in Kumo to be used to that, granted on most cases wanting to see her ass or breasts. No, it was because of just where he has asked to see that worried her. Because of what she was, her stomach was her most intimate and private area in her opinion, other than the common ones amongst all females. Please, I think I can finally answer your first questions now. But I have to see your stomach first. He pleaded, his voice urging her more this time. Yugito was unnerved at his reasoning. She could either not show him and keep her secret but not getting the burning answers her mind and heart craved. Or she could show him her stomach, let him find out her secret and either get her answers as to why she felt such a strong, almost unnatural connection with the boy. Or at the very worst kill him for finding out the truth and having to either run back to Kumo, or become a nuke nin. Show him kitten, Izanami's voice urged soothingly. Izanami-chan, Yugito asked as if she hadn't heard her friend at all. Show Naruto, I believe we can trust him, the voice said reassuringly. All right, she answered back, in a slightly defeated tone. Naruto simply waited, he didn't want to press the matter farther than he already had. He himself also felt that his stomach was the second most important part of his body. So he simply waited as long as he needed to for Yugito to decide. He perked up when he finally saw her fidget slightly, and then stand up in front of him. There was a slight blush on her cheeks after realizing she was about to strip for a boy she had just met, but more importantly, a boy half her age. That fact, along with showing him something very important to her, made her unconsciously turn her head to hide her embarrassment before hesitantly grabbing the buckles of her body armor, flick them off and put the protective clothing down on the soft grass. Then even more slowly reached her fingers around the hem of her shirt and lifted it till it was just under her breast, showing off her slim and toned midsection. The cold air hit her white flesh, making her shiver slightly. She waited there for a full minute before wondering what the boy was doing, since he hadn't made a sound the entire time. That is, until she heard his voice break the silence, and looked at him expectantly. I guess I was right. He mused. You're a Jinchuriki. And of the Nibi no Nekomata no less. I'm gonna have to have a little talk with Natsu-chan later. He said with finality, leaving a shocked but also saddened Yugito. She had hoped he wouldn't be able to notice the seal since she hadn't used any chakra to make it appear, but it seemed her luck was against her. Her gaze looked piercingly into his. So what are you going to do now? She asked with a tone that held a dangerous edge to it, as she pulled her shirt back down. He quirked a brow at her choice of words. What do you mean? He asked, before Yugito burst from her position, and pinned Naruto against the nearby tree he had been resting on with a kunai against his throat. I mean, I can't have you telling anyone what I am. But I also want to know that if this is what you were expecting, and if so, how this strange connection between us can be answered by me being a Jinchuriki. She answered back with a hiss, her eyes narrowed dangerously. Naruto couldn't help but smile at her, he had guessed right that she would react this way. But he was impressed at her speed, clearly she wasn't a genin in skill, much like himself. His smile turned into a low chuckle, before a twist of the kuni and a dash across his neck shut him up. Just what the hell is so damn funny? She shouted, pressing him deeper into the tree, actually making an indentation in the trunk with his body. Gomen Yugito-san. It's just funny to me that I'd meet up with two other Jinchuriki so quickly after I just returned to Konoha, he answered, with a smile still on his face. Yugito looked confused at Naruto because of what he just said. Him a Jinchuriki. She dismissed it immediately, yet, the tone of his voice, the look in his eyes, the smile on his face, he really believed himself to be like her. Just what exactly do you mean? Are you trying to tell me that you, the son of the infamous Yondaime Hokage of Konoha, is also a Jinchuriki as I am? She asked, almost choking at her question's stupidity, knowing this boy couldn't really be like her. Hi, that is exactly what I am saying. He responded mirthfully. Her disbelief quickly turned into a saddened rage at his answer. "Stop fucking with me," she roared, completely hating the fact Naruto was making fun of her with what she was in this fashion. Her rage, sadness, loneliness, and crushed hope were unleashed against the boy as she pushed him straight through the rest of the thick tree, causing it to fall. She then tossed him across the length of the clearing, making him roll on the ground when he landed, before launching the kunai at him in anguish. Naruto coughed up some blood from the harsh landing as he stood up, hoping to talk with her to calm her down. However, he was stopped before he could even open his mouth when he got pierced in the left lung by the kunai that Yugito released in her rage. He fell to a knee immediately, and coughed up more blood while groaning in pain. His blood and groans of pain lifted the rage from Yugito's eyes and saw what she had done. "Oh my Kami-sama, Naruto," she shouted, as her mind fully registered what she had done, before running him. As she ran to him, she wasn't quite sure why she was so worried about the crumpled form of the blonde. It could have been because she just killed an unarmed Konoha genin, which could cause a war since he was the son of a Kage. Or it could be due to the fact that she was just worried about him because of the identified albeit unbelievable connection the two shared. She didn't know either way. All she did know, she was scared out of her mind of the repercussion of what he had just done. Her mind was so jumbled at that moment, she didn't even hear him heave out a long sigh. "Why is it that every time I meet another Jinchuriki, they always have to cause me pain or try to kill me?" Naruto rhetorically questioned, with annoyance in his voice, as he stood up and pulled out the kunai with a small grunt of pain, though seeming to be fine. Yugito stopped in her tracks at the boy's words and then looked at him in shock and awe when he pulled the kunai that embedded him up to the ring part of the handle with only a small grunt, while seeming to be okay. She didn't know what to say. No normal human could have their lung pierced so badly and look almost fine, especially after ripping the weapon out the way he had done. "So, I was correct," Izanami's voice mused out in Yugito's mind. "Izanami-chan. Gomen kitten, truth be told, I had an inkling that this boy was another Jinchuriki. But I didn't want to say anything until there was some kind of proof, other than the whisker marks. But even then they could have been a clan trait like that one family in Konoha." "Gomenasai for keeping it from you, Yugito-chan," Nibi said solemnly, hearing her tenant's explanation as well as the tone they were spoken in, cut off any harsh remark Yugito had in the wings. It's alright, I guess," she retorted back. "Arigato. Now I think you should apologize to the poor boy. You could have killed him after all, kitten." The Biju scolded her host half-heartedly. "Gee, Gomen Naruto-san, my emotions got the better of me." "Gomenasai," Yugito said while walking the rest of the way to him. "It's alright. And at least it proved to you I wasn't trying to make fun of you or belittle you for being what we are," he said reassuringly, emphasizing the "we" part, which made her smile slightly. "Hi. Anyo, which Biju do you hold?" she asked. Now that they were on slightly better talking terms, she was curious about him. Nibi could have easily guessed. "You said I smelled like her after all," he answered with a smirk, making her look wide-eyed at him. "Why, you're the J, Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi no Kitsune," she stuttered out. "It wasn't every day you met the elite of Jinchuriki, and it was a boy of 13 no less." "Hi, Natsu-chan is my Biju, kitten, don't let him disrespect Natsumi-sama like that. Throw him against another tree or something until he learns the proper respect," Izanami shouted while verbally cursing the blonde-haired boy. "Naruto-san, Izanami-san wishes that you'd show Kyuubi more respect," Yugito said, embarrassingly having to relay such a message. "Well, tell Izanami-san that I don't take orders from anyone," he responded with a smug smirk, making Yugito flinch at Izanami's verbal tirade blasting in her mind. "That wasn't very nice for my head," Yugito whined. "Gomen Yugito-chan," he said sheepishly, which made her smile lightly. It was a good 10 seconds before Yugito registered how Naruto had just addressed her, and she immediately blushed in both embarrassment and rage before summoning some of Izanami's chakra to make her change. She now looked a lot more menacing. Her eyes were a bright yellow with black slits, her teeth and nails turning into fangs and claws. "What did you just call me?" she shouted in embarrassed rage, before seeing him smirk at her reaction. "You finally see it?" he asked, completely avoiding her inquisition. Yugito's emotions stopped completely as she looked confusingly at the boy. And that's when she saw it. It was like a ripples you'd see in water, which that seemed to be emanating off of Naruto, and formed another, larger and what looked like adult body on top of Naruto's. But you could see completely past it like a clear Mizubushin. Hi, what is it? She asked, completely entranced. It's a Onipo Genjutsu that Natsu-chan taught me a few years ago to hide my true appearance from everyone or anything but a select few who could sense it. Those being people with Dujutsu, certain Kekkei Genkei, or Junchuriki that can access their Biju's demonic chakra. He explained. Wait, so this isn't even your real form? She shouted, completely in awe about a Genjutsu so powerful that only a couple dozen people in the world could sense it. Nope, he answered playfully, completely ignoring her unspoken question about showing her. The two just stood there for a minute, before Yugito got impatient. Well, are you going to show me? She asked with a huff. She was quite curious, a trait not easily suppressed when you have a 10-story tall cat living inside of you. Well, I don't see what's in it for me, this form should be fine, he said, still playing the ignorance card. I stripped for you, damn it. She shouted back to him, before a pink tinge appeared on her cheeks from what she just shouted. I suppose that's true, he answered with a chuckle. Very nice by the way, she said, making her blush redden from the compliment. Fine, just don't freak out, okay? He asked, receiving a nod, before canceling his genjutsu, transforming before Yugito's eyes into his true form, with his tail swishing back and forth. Ah, it feels good to let myself go like this, he said, stretching each of his new appendages like he was making sure they worked properly, until his ears picked up on a wheezing sound. Naruto looked over to see Yugito resting on a single knee, heavily perspiring and was having a hard time breathing. Naruto was about to ask what was wrong when he realized he had stopped consciously limiting his chakra and ki when he cancelled the genjutsu, and the sudden rush of pressure probably caught the poor woman off guard. Ah, Gomen, Yugito-san. He apologized sheepishly, his limiters back on quickly. Gomen, I forgot to keep my chakra and ki limiters on, he explained embarrassingly, while helping the still-winded woman to her feet. He is this strong? Yugito questioned in her mind, staring wide-eyed at the ground while recovering her breathing. Why don't you ask him, kitten? It would be smart to know how strong your potential enemies are, especially if they are Jinchuriki, Izanami suggested wisely. Naruto-san. How are you that strong? She asked as her breathing finally normalized. Well, that wasn't my full power, just what my normal chakra can output, he responded nonchalantly. That wasn't even your full strength, she shouted out, whipping her head up in surprise to now see the transformed Naruto without distraction. Yugito's breath hitched when she saw what Naruto looked like. She could feel her face beginning to heat up as a slight tinge of pink adorned her cheeks. Kami-sama, he's a foxy god you just wanted to ride until you break, Izanami said, finishing her sentence. Wah, Izanami. The blushing woman shouted to her tenant, in a scolding and embarrassed manner. What? Just cause I'm stuck inside you doesn't mean that I can't enjoy the view. And what a view, meow. The demoness purred out while licking her lips, though Yugito couldn't see it. Yugito-san, you alright? Naruto asked, concerned, while seeing her face redden and her eyes glaze over slightly. Hi, she responded, looking away slightly. Gomen, your appearance just startled me is all, she confessed, telling the half-truth. Damn, I know that redness. I need to keep my real form hidden more lest I start gathering a fan club like the Uchiha, Naruto thought, while shaking his head. Well, to answer your question, no, that wasn't my full strength, far from it. These tales aren't just for show, you know. Nibi can probably explain it better than I can, he said thoughtfully before sitting down on the grass, his tails splayed across the ground. What? Izanami shouted in surprise, at hearing the mention of tails. What is it, Izanami-chan? Yugito questioned, worried at hearing her tenant sound so shocked. He's a Hanyu. But he is so young. Natsumi-sama was only sealed away 13 years ago. So for this boy to be a Hanyu and already have the power of 5 of her tails, it's unreal. The demoness answered back, though sounding like a ghost more than her usual self. Yugito's eyes widened as the implications hit her like a freight train. Why? You mean, he already went through his Sosei, and is this far along with Kyobi's chakra? She asked rhetorically, now sounding just as shocked as her friend. This boy, no this man, Yugito-chan, no matter what you do not make an enemy out of him, the feline ordered. Hi, you know, if you're going to have a dialogue with Nibby, mind telling me. Just so I'm not staring at your face, despite how cute you look when it's scrunched in concentration. Naruto teased. The two females were knocked out of their dialogue from his voice, and Yugito had the decency to look sheepish. Gomen. She apologized before his words really registered to her, and she looked at him in surprise. How did you knew I was talking with her? Naruto quirked a brow. That's new, didn't know Nibby was a female. He said offhandedly. But to answer your question, I've had my fair share of inner dialogues with Natsu-chan, so I know the look. However, now that we got the first reason why I wanted to talk to you out of the way, I can move on to the next one. He offered, making Yugito look at him quizzically. I would like to know why it is that your comrades call you, Bukiheim, with such obvious disdain. He asked, his voice taking on a serious tone. Hearing his question, Yugito's face turned sour with a hint of sadness as she looked away from the man sitting on front of her. She was the Jinchuriki of the Nibby no Nekomata, and one of the strongest shinobi in all of Kumo. Yet she allowed those weaker than her to control her. She was embarrassed about it, as well as angry. Because they are ignorant, she hissed, her anger about her past leaking out in her words. Naruto frowned at her. I see. You aren't treated well in Kumo, are you? He asked in a concerned voice, making her look back at him. Yugito didn't know what was compelling her to even stay there with Naruto. All of her thoughts were telling her to just go back to her room, and yet she stayed. She didn't know why. Perhaps it was because they had the connection and understanding of one another from being Jinchuriki. Perhaps it was the fact he was one of the few people, Jinchuriki or otherwise, to actually care enough to ask her about her life. No matter what it was, however, she just didn't have the strength to rebel against his soft amethyst gaze. That gaze again. She hated it and loved it at the same time. She hated it because she couldn't do anything to resist its almost supernatural powers. She lost control of defenses when Naruto gazed so intensely at her. Yet at the same time she loved it because along with the lack of control came understanding and acceptance. She realized that no matter how hard she tried, she wouldn't be able to lie to the man. No, she stuttered out, looking at the ground. I guess you wouldn't know what it's like being the son of a cage. She said with a pause, a hint of venom and jealousy in her voice before continuing. But most Jinchuriki are scorned where they live. We are hated, despised, cursed. And if you live in a particularly bad place, people may try to hunt you and do unspeakable things to you. For me, every day was a test for survival when I was a child. I had no one to help me, no one cared. I lived on the streets, living on whatever rotten food I could find. People hunted me like an animal just because of being what I was. I hated it. I hated them. But what could I do? I was too weak to do anything but survive. And I was forced to live in that hell for the first 12 years of my life. Until someone actually had the courage, love, and affection to adopt me. She explained, trying to hold back her tears of rage and sadness. Naruto heard her story, and sneered at the fact that another person like him and Gaara were scorned just for being what they were. However, by the end he couldn't help but cynically laugh at the blonde woman. It's not funny, you bastard. My life was miserable. She screamed angrily at him when she heard him laugh, and got up to leaving before feeling fur wrap around her wrist and forcefully turn her back to him. Her breath hitched in her throat when she saw his cold, hard gaze bore into her own, with an expression that held no warmth. Rest assured I wasn't laughing at your story, Yugito. I was laughing in the fact you think that I didn't go through the same thing. I could yell at you for being ignorant about my life since you barely know me, but that would do nothing in this situation. He explained, his voice holding a cold edge and made her shiver, before she was dragged to her knees only a foot away from the sitting man. Instead, I will show you how my life was like in the village you think treated me as a prince. He stated before beginning a set of hand seals and pressed the tip of one of his tails to her forehead. Anapo, Suji no Suna, demon art, sands of the past. Once Yugito heard the name of the jutsu, she felt a pulse of chakra burst through her body from where Naruto's tail touched her, and before she could say anything her world went white. Naruto-san. She yelled out once the white light dimmed, and found herself oddly back in the streets of Konoha in the middle of the night. "Over here Yugito-san," Naruto's voice called out from a building not too far away. "What was that jutsu you used on me?" she questioned while going over to him. "It's a demonic jutsu that allows whomever I touch to either view my memories, or me view theirs. Though it's as an omnipotent observer not directly from the eyes of the person," he explained before turning the corner of the building beginning to walk with her in tow. "But why did you use it on me for?" "I already told you why. I'm going to show you how the villagers treated me. And afterwards I want you to tell me if you still think I'm a prince or not," he offered coldly before stopping after passing around another building. "Now watch," he ordered, turning his attention down the street at the spectacle before him. "Oh, my, Kami-sama," was all Yugito could whispered out, as fear and disgust danced on her face at the scene before her. Rape scene. "Hey guys, Shinobi no Kami here. I decided to remove this part as it was a bit too dark for many. Hope you guys understand, so let us continue." "Enough Naruto-san, please, enough, no more," she said, her own cries to the man slightly drowned out by his younger self's cries of pain and agony. Naruto let out a long sigh, trying to calm himself from having to relive his worst memory, before snapping his fingers and everything turning white once more. Yugito opened her tear-stained eyes when the light dissipated once more, and saw they were both back in the forest. "Naruto-san," Yugito immediately cried out, lunging at the Hanyu, tackling him in a hug as her motherly instincts kicked in. "Gomen Naruto-san, I was ignorant of your life, Gomennasai," she yelled against his chest, fresh tears falling down her face and staining his shirt over what she had witnessed. Even as she wailed against the Hanyu, in the back of her mind Yugito wasn't sure why she reacted so strongly to his misfortunes. This entire meeting turned her emotions upside down. She hadn't been this emotional since the day she was finally adopted by her mother. She was a shinobi of over a decade and had seen her fair share of the worst things to come out of the mind of a human being to inflict on another, and did so without batting an eye. Yet she couldn't help but cry at the scene she saw, and profusely apologize for making light of Naruto's life, while also trying to comfort him if at all possible. "It's all right Yugito, as you said you didn't know and you were obviously very sorry after you learned the truth, so I forgive you," she heard him say, before a pair of strong arms wrapped around her trembling form. Naruto held Yugito there for quite some time, until the woman finally regained her senses. "Gomennasai Naruto-san, I don't know what to say," she drawled softly. "I already said it was okay, didn't I?" he asked, only getting a slight nod against his chest, before he let her go to sit on her own across from him. "But back on topic about you, if you hated Kumo so much, why didn't you just leave when you were strong enough? I know for a fact you could easily take most Junin even without Nibi's help." Yugito looked at the Hanyu in shock. How can he be so nonchalant about what we just witnessed? I mean, he was raped for Kami-sama sake and he didn't seem to be affected at all. "It's because he is strong, kitten," Izanami answered. "Izanami-chan," she asked expectantly. "Look kitten, that was probably the worst thing that he has ever faced in that village, and yet look at him now. He persevered through it all, where most people in this world would have given up. Naruto is strong, very strong. And not only physically either, he is emotionally strong. He has to be after all the torture he's been through. And with Natsumi-sama being inside him, I can guarantee you that he is as sly as a fox," pun very much intended. "This man is something else completely. It slightly scares me on how he can still be so sane after what he's been through. But then again, by still being sane after all that, he shows his true strength. I dare say that any female demon or otherwise would be lucky to have someone like him as a mate," she explained, and by the end almost purring her words. "I can't disagree with you there." Yugito mused to herself, now with only the highest respects for the Hanyu, and a tinge of pink on her cheeks from her mind, wondering on how it would be if she and he were together. She wouldn't admit it, but that idea definitely left a warm and slightly wanton feeling in her chest, which made something strange spark to life inside her. But this feeling was foreign to her and she simply passed it off as remorse for his life, and admiration for his strength, never realizing that those feelings were quickly turning into something slightly more. "Yugito-san," Naruto drawled, noticing the same distant look as before on her face. "Gomen," She apologized at realizing she was spacing out again. It's because the woman that adopted me when I was 12 years old and saved me from my own personal hell. She paused, her lips rising into a smile, before quickly turning into a scowl of contempt and utter hatred. And when I thought I was finally happy and free, Raikage-sama took her from me. Ever since that day, he's used her to bend me to his will, or else I'd lose her. It's the reason I became a shinobi in the first place. Kumo simply wanted a weapon for them, especially after the Raikage's Ni-san was killed by some weird group wearing black cloaks with red clouds. So once they found leverage over me, they forced me into the shinobi ranks, so that is all they see me as. And to just spite me, most of the Kumo shinobi call me Buki-hime. I only stay there because, if I defy Kumo, they will kill my Kase-san without hesitation. She explained with venom in her voice, but her facial expression belying her sadness and fear for her mother. Naruto was surprised at her reasons. He never expected to be so honest. Hell, he hadn't expected her to really be as honest with him she had been this entire time. From what he could gather, she was a strong kunoichi and a confident person. But then again, when it comes to people that can relate deeply to your most intimate problems, you tend to open up to them even if you barely know them. I can certainly see why that is a problem for you, Gomen Yugito-san. He said empathetically. I'll see what I can do. He finished with a tone of finality, making her look surprised. What do you mean? She asked quizzically. He gave her a warm and reassuring smile. We are Jinchuriki Yugito-san. There are only a few of us in the entire world, with most have had lives just like us, with few people who will ever show us kindness. Therefore the people we must count on the most for any sort of help or understanding, is each other. So because of that fact, I'm going to do whatever I can to help you save your Kase-san from Kumo. Now unfortunately I avoided that hidden village itself while on my travels, so I have no leads or informants inside. Nonetheless, I will do my best to help you save her. He explained, his voice taking on a determined tone. Even so, why would you do something like this for me? Someone whom you barely know, and an enemy shinobi at that? She asked, her voice rising in surprise and also hope. Naruto looked at Yugito a moment before chuckling softly, making the woman tilt her head in confusion. Well, I suppose. It's also because, what kind of being would I be if I didn't help someone reunite them with their family? A family who loves them? He theoretically questioned. This man is truly remarkable. Even after all his own personal pains in his life, he still has the drive to help others. Izanami thought in awe. Naruto-san, Gomen, but how can you say that to me? When only a few hours ago you told your own blood relatives that you weren't family. Yugito questioned, curious at his logic. Naruto began to chuckle, which then turned into full-blown laughter. However, that jolly laughter soon darkened, with his voice deepening, almost sounding like a growl by the end. That clan is no family of mine, Yugito-san. He answered, his voice completely emotionless, his eyes boring straight through her. Hadn't you wondered where that loving family was in my memory I showed you? He asked, her expression turning into horrified realization. It's because they had seen me as nothing but the demon that my two-san sealed in me. My family, that you speak of, abandoned me in this very village that vilified my entire existence. Uzumaki Kushina, my own Kase-san, was even the one to order my exile from the clan before they left Konoha. He answered, every word dripping with venom from his lips, threatening to scorch the very ground they sat on, his Hanyu bloodlust emanating off him in waves. Kami-sana, he is a poster boy for pain. How could he have turned out this way when the entire world seems against him? She couldn't help but ask herself, after hearing Naruto's explanation. As I said before, kitten, Naruto-san is strong, one of the strongest beings I've ever met. He turns any pain and anguish he receives into his own strength. If I were a betting Neko, I dare say he is one of the strongest beings on the planet right now. Izanami answered back. He is certainly a fine male. His unfaltering strength, his protectiveness and undying loyalty to those he is close to, that unholy bloodlust, and that kami-like body, MMNN, if I had a body right now I'd take him into that forest and make him howl to the moon all night. Izanami-chan, Yugito shouted in her mind, trying to reprimand her friend, whose haggard lustful voice echoed throughout her mind. Oh, don't tell me you wouldn't want a test ride, either, kitten. Remember, I live in you and I can see what you feel and think. So don't think I'm oblivious to the fact that you are starting to feel something for him, and for the same exact reasons that I mentioned. Naruto is the type of perfect male that comes only once in a millennia. I'm not telling you to do anything immediately, kitten. I'm just suggesting that you not deny these building feelings inside you. I know this is the first time you've actually been slightly smitten by a male. But he is a good male and I'll give you my support if your feelings grow later on for him. The demoness reassured. Izanami-chan, arigato. Yugito answered, not knowing what else to say, or truthfully what to feel. At this point she knew she felt something for the Hanyu sitting in front of her, but this feeling was foreign to her and it sparked inside her so quickly it scared her. She couldn't explore these feelings when she just met this man, she needed to sort this out before she decided on anything when it came to him. I should have brought a book with me, Naruto's voice called out, knocking the two females out of yet another conversation. Gee, Gomen, Yugito said, blushing slightly at both being caught again and on what topic her thoughts were on. And Gomen about the Uzumaki clan Natuto-san. I didn't mean to bring up bad memories, I just wished to understand. She explained, feeling ashamed that she did nothing but make him recall the skeletons in his closet their entire meeting. He waved his hand dismissively. Not a problem, I have plans for the Uzumaki clan, especially the ones that came here for the exams, they interest me very much. He said, his voice dark and foreboding. Yugito feared what Naruto had planned for those four poor souls. Was there anything else, Yugito-san? No. I think I learned a great deal more than I expected to Naruto-san, arigato. She answered with a small smile. And arigato for everything tonight. She paused, biting her lip slightly. I'm glad we could have this conversation and to have met you on such nonviolent terms. I'm also happy to know I'm not as alone as I thought I was, even with Izanami-chan here. She finished, her smiling widening. Not a problem, Yugito-san, I too am glad you came out here so we could talk like this. I'm happy to have taken away some of your burdens. We can use any breaks we can get with the lives we lead as both shinobi and Jinchuriki ne. He answered back with a laugh. Now unfortunately I have to inform you about the upcoming exams. Naruto explained to Yugito about Orochimaru's plan to invade the village during the third part of the exam. He originally had no intention of telling her since she was still a Kumo shinobi and wouldn't be involved at all. However, that all changed when she told him about her adoptive mother, and the fact the Raikage has the noose around her neck every waking moment. He'd imagined that if something were to happen to her two charges while escaping in the confusion when the invasion began, she would be held responsible, and that boded ill for her mother. Arigato, Naruto-san, knowing this will allow me to keep a level head once it begins, she thanked. Not a problem, he said, waving his hand in dismissal. However, what is a problem is that seal you have. He mentioned, changing the topic. She looked at her stomach in confusion. What do you mean? Well, there is nothing wrong with the seal, I mean it's a little weak, it being only a 3-pronged seal, compared to my 5-pronged. But it's more of the fact that I think Nibby would like to stretch her legs. And you'd like some peace and quiet in your head with only your thoughts. He said with a sly grin. Yugito looked at Naruto like he just grew a second head, with Izanami thinking the exact same thing. What do you mean, Naruto-san? You realize if you released her we'd both die, correct? Yugito questioned, her voice involuntarily quivering. Hi, that's how it is with all of us. But I was thinking more along the lines of what I proposed to Gaara and the Ikibi no Shukaku. A jutsu that will allow our Biju to walk free, well, mostly, with their true human body back. He explained, biting his tongue to hold back from laughing at Yugito's gaping fish expression. What? Izanami shouted within Yugito. The chance at freedom, if even only in human form, was too good to pass up at hearing, even if it was a joke. Naruto-san, please don't joke around like that. Both myself and Izanami know it's not possible to separate Jinchuriki and their respective bijuis like that. We have accepted our fates, please don't toy with our hopes like that. Yugito said, slightly saddened that after everything Naruto had done and said, he would do something like this. Yugito-san. Why would I lie about something so serious? He asked, before ruffling through his supply pouch, and found what he was looking for before throwing it at the blonde, who caught it effortlessly. So you did know Natsu-chan, oh you will pay, he thought as he looked for the special scroll his mate apparently created and left for him to find later. Yugito looked at the odd amethyst-colored scroll, noticing all the intricate symbols across it. "What is this?" she asked, still examining the exotic-looking scroll. "Freedom," he answered cryptically, making her look up at him in confusion. "Kan Tsukomu, soul inhale, it allows the user to attach a living soul into a corpse of their choosing, which will change the corpse into the soul's original form," he explained. That's almost impossible. Unless a soul has something anchoring it to the original body, both it and their body will die." Izanami shouted her rebuttal. "Naruto-san, Nibi says that if a soul isn't anchored to the original body, and is taken out, both the soul and body would die. So how can this jutsu even work?" Yugito argued. "Well, I guess that is why Orochimaru didn't want to use Kanami-chan's jutsu, he'd have died during the transfer. That also explains why Kanami-chan herself didn't use it to transfer to another body, knowing that the jutsu was probably the only thing that could save her life." Naruto mused at the new piece of information. Nibi-san is completely correct, however," he said, pausing with a mirthful smile. "Nibi-san doesn't have a physical body anymore now, does she? And even the jutsu considers yours her body. She does have something linking her soul back to you now, doesn't she?" he asked, before pointing to her stomach. Both Izanami and Yugito were gobsmacked at his obvious answer. They were both caught so off guard at the obvious truth of the matter that they'd have laughed at their own stupidity if not for the life-changing implications silencing them. "That means, I can really be free," the demoness said, shocked at the revelation. Can you really do it?" Yugito asked, hoping Naruto wasn't playing some kind of cruel joke. "Hi, Natsu-chan and I have already done it," he answered. "Unfortunately, you should know, even though Natsu-chan has her body back, that my seal is still active, and while she is free from me, we still share the same fate of death, as will you both, should you agree." "Izanami-chan?" Yugito questioned, wanting her friend's opinion. I want to be free, Yugito-chan. I want to be able to smell the air and nature. To feel the breeze on my face, to taste the rich food of this world once again," she said, her voice becoming like a whisper. "But we have been through so much, that even if I am free I will always be your friend and will travel with you," she finished. "Arigato, Izanami-chan, it means a lot to me that you'd stay with me even when you are free. Naruto-san, we have come to agree that we wish for you to perform your jutsu on us," Yugito answered confidently, making Naruto smile. "Very well then, please hand me the scroll," he commanded gently. Naruto took the scroll from Yugito and began to hand sign before smearing some of his blood on the scroll. The seal disappeared and he unraveled it before activating the seals within it, and a plume of smoke appeared. The smoke soon dissipated and lying on the ground was the preserved body of Momochi Zabuza. Naruto then closed the scroll, did another set of seals before smearing his blood one more time, then tossed the scroll back to Yugito. "Yugito-san, simply smear your own blood across the seal. Once you do, the only people that will be able to open it are myself, Natsu-chan and you," he explained, before watching the woman do as she was told. "Naruto-san, who is this man?" she asked curiously. "Momochi Zabuza aka Kiri no Oni, Devil of the Mist, S-rank nuke nin from Kiri. Also one of the 7 swordsmen of the mist. Natsu-chan, myself and Team 7 fought and defeated him on a recent mission. Gomen Nibi-san, he was the strongest corpse I could find to accommodate you so quickly. He relented back," she said. "For her freedom she was willing to forgive you this once," Yugito said with a smirk. "Arigato," he said with a laugh. "All right, Yugito-san, please lie down next to Zabuza and lift up your shirt again," he commanded softly. Yugito quickly followed his instruction, but hesitated slightly when lifting up her shirt. Now that she felt something. For Naruto, no matter how small at the moment, she couldn't help but be slightly embarrassed at showing herself to him, even if for innocent purposes. However, when he looked at her to see if she was okay, she just turned her head and lifted her shirt. Naruto sat in the middle of the two people and pressed his hands flat on their stomachs. Yugito shivered from his warm touch. Usually she would chop off the hand of anyone who would try to touch her. But Naruto was different, she enjoyed that he was touching her. She felt happy at the warm sensation and contact. She looked at Naruto expectantly, only to notice his face in deep concentration, almost looking pained. Kan Tsukumu. Naruto shouted, before a pulse of chakra and plum of smoke surrounded the clearing. Naruto stood up, satisfied already knowing that the jutsu worked perfectly. But simply wondering how the two will react to one another now that Nibi had her freedom, well most of it. The smoke began to dissipate slowly, and revealed silhouettes of two feminine bodies, before soon completely clearing. Naruto simply quirked an eyebrow once he saw who could have only been the Nibi no Nekomata in her human form. Natsu-chan is going to kill me if she comes here right now. But then again she had an inkling that this might happen, he thought, while mentally laughing nervously as he saw Nibi's human form. Standing next to Yugito was a young woman around her late 20s, around the same age as the other two. She wore a light pink kimono that had been modified with a red sash across her hips and chest which showed off her generous bust. And modified in the sense that instead of ending at her ankles traditionally, it ended halfway down her thighs, which showed off a generous portion of her flawless legs. She had violet-colored hair that was wrapped up in a ponytail that stopped around her shoulder blades. Her mischievous black-slitted, light yellow eyes, which greatly resembled a feline's, darted around at the new scenery surrounding her. She had a soft feminine face, that belied the ages of wisdom it held, her teeth, nails sharpened into claws and fangs just like Naruto. To finish it off, a pair of fluffy-looking white-tipped violet cat's ears adorned the top of her head, while two swishing cats could be seen behind her of the same color. Naruto himself was about to comment on the demoness that appeared before him, but stopped when said demon disappeared from his sight, before he was tackled into the ground. However, that wasn't the most surprising thing. What was that he was currently lip-locked with said demoness, who was lying on top with her legs between one of his, and was sensually sliding the one between his legs up and down. Much to the disappointment of Nibi apparent by her moan of displeasure, Naruto stopped her kiss and pulled her back so that she was now hovering over him, her weight resting on her extended arms. I call dibs, she cooed seductively, her glazed-over eyes half-lidded in a lustful euphoria, while licking her lips sensually, having not tasted a male in over 2 decades. Naruto only chuckled at her actions, remembering Natsumi's reaction when she first saw him after his sosei. Why is it that every demon I meet is a sex-starved vixen? He rhetorically joked, making Nibi smile mischievously. You try to go over a decade without any kind of release, and then you can complain to me about my forwardness with such a prime example of a perfect male in front of me, she answered back playfully, making him arch a brow at her words. Touché, he laughed. Iza-chan, would you mind getting off of Naru-kun? A feminine voice called out from the forest. Izanami immediately recognized and jumped off of the Hanyu. Soon Natsumi entered the clearing, with a smirk on her face at the scene she walked in on. Naru-kun, cheating already? She joked, seeing the embarrassed blush at being caught in such a position with the cat demoness. Real funny, Natsu-chan. How was I supposed to know she'd jump me the moment she was free? He said while getting up from the ground. True, I should have warned you about her. She is more of a vixen than I am after all, nay Iza-chan. She stated back, turning her attention to the now bowing cat demoness. Hi, Gomen Natsumi-sama. She said respectfully, making Natsumi shake her head in disappointment. I told you long ago to not call me that, didn't I? We've been friends for over 150 years, hell, you introduced me to Aoshi-kun. Izanami stood up from her bow, and smiled gently before walking over to Natsumi and wrapped her in a hug. It's been too long, Natsumi-chan, I've missed you, she said genuinely, glad to be able to see her friend once again. Hi. It's good to see you as well, Iza-chan, she greeted, returning the friendly hug, and stopped herself from jumping at her friend's successful attempt at secretly pinching her butt. Yugito walked up to the 3 demons, feeling rather left out of the conversation, before Naruto walked next to her and placed an assuring hand on her shoulder. She looked at him and saw his smile, which unconsciously made her do the same. Not that I'm not glad you two could see each other once again, but there is still more to discuss, mainly about the stipulations you two have now. Naruto said, getting the attention of the women. By the way, Natsu-chan, this is ni Yugito Jinchuriki of the Nibi no Nekomata. Izanami, Nibi interrupted. What? If you hadn't already guessed, that's my true name. She explained, getting a nod of affirmation from the Hanyu. I just figured you deserved to know and address me as such after everything you did to help Yugito-chan and I tonight. She offered with an appreciative smile. I see. It's nice to meet you then, Izanami-san, he greeted, returning her smile. Now I think we should get comfortable. This might take some time, especially if you have some questions, he said before sitting down. The group nodded in agreement and sat down on the grass before Naruto explained all the advantages to the jutsu, as well as the important drawbacks. And after a few questions from both Izanami and Yugito, it seemed that both understood the implications that were set when using this jutsu. Unfortunately, Izanami-san, I'm going to have to ask you to stay inside of Yugito-san as long as possible while in the village and during the exams. There is too much, cloak and dagger, situations going on to have you out and about too much. And also the fact that Yugito-san may need your help to fight in the exam, but mainly to keep her comrades safe, lest she be blamed, he ordered, with Izanami nodding in agreement. That would be best. I've lived within her for over 20 years, I think I can stand it a bit longer, she teased, playfully poking Yugito. Is there anything else? I believe that pretty much covers what I wanted to talk about while we were out here, he asked, seeing Izanami shake her head, while Yugito had an apprehensive look on her face, while slightly biting her lip. Yugito-san. Hi, she yelled out, before blushing from her reaction. Gomen, I just wanted to know why you fight for this village after everything that happened, and especially after what you showed me, she asked quietly, making Natsumi quirk an eyebrow. What does she, I see, she thought to herself before looking into Naruto's memory to see what he had showed the girl, her face taking a sad expression, tossing a glance at her mate. That's fairly easy to answer actually. It's because despite all this village has done to vilify me, I still have a select few people that are important to me and I wish to protect. I only came back to protect them from Orochimaru's invasion attempt. If I only had Natsu-chan here from the beginning, I'd have left this village to burn to the ground. I see, arigato Naruto-san, she said appreciatively, being oddly happy about his response of not really wanting to be a part of the village. Mama, I think we've passed the pleasantries stage. You can call me Naruto or Naruto-kun, your choice. I may be immortal now, but I'm not that old yet, he said with a laugh, before feeling a set of cold glares coming from either side of him, making him shudder in fear. Anyo, did I said old? I meant, still the sexiest vixens in the world, he corrected himself, letting out a sigh of relief when the cold stares turned into lukewarm gazes. Damn, almost screwed up with that one, he thought. Oh, don't think you're getting out of this that easily, Namikaze-san, he heard Natsumi's voice echo through his mind, her tone promising pain in the not-so-distant future. Hi, Naruto-kun, Yugito corrected with a smile and small blush, happy that Naruto allowed to call him in such a familiar fashion, the blush not quite escaping Natsumi's notice. Seems Naru-kun really does have his way with people, apparently better with females though, she mused with a mirthful smile, after easily telling that Yugito was starting to feel something for her mate. Not a problem, Yugito-chan. Now if there is nothing else, I think we should all get back to the village. We have an early day tomorrow, he said before getting up from his seat and wiping off a few strands of grass from his pants. Anyo, Naruto-kun, Yugito said, after just realizing something about the exam. Well, even though the exam isn't going to be allowed to finish, what happens if our teams face each other later on? What else? We go all out. Just because the exam isn't going to finish doesn't mean we can't put up a good show, or test each other's strengths. Nay, I will not be holding back once the fighting begins. Well, much, he said, laughing. I see, I won't either then, she responded, her own smirk on her face, making Naruto happy that she was the strong kunoichi he thought she was. Good. I want to see what kind of strength you both have. Oh, you won't be disappointed there, Naruto-kun, I just hope you're ready to be our scratching post, Izanami said mischievously, moaning out his name purposely. The group just laughed at her bad pun, before Naruto and Natsumi activated their genjutsu and headed back to Konoha. Once they were close, Yugito followed Naruto's instructions on how to deactivate his jutsu for Izanami. They reached the gate, when Naruto hinged a cage bushin into a little fox and had it run interference with the guards, who quickly ran after it when it ran into the village. Still as ignorant as ever, he said exasperatedly, shaking his head, as the three jumped the gate and landed in an alley. Well, this is good night for now, Yugito-chan. Make sure to rest up, tomorrow should be quite interesting, he said, smiling at her before he whispered a ya-ne, as he and Natsumi disappeared in a swirl of leaves. With Yugito, the Kumo Kunoichi quickly headed towards her hotel once the demon pair left. She had a lot to think about after the conversation she had with her new acquaintance, so much changed in her life in only a few hours' time. And what's more amazing by only a single person. Kitten, let's worry about everything later. You need your rest for the exams, well to at least keep Rei and Akiko alive anyway. Izanami offered, noticing her friend's thoughts. Hi. It's just too much to think about. I've met someone who knows my pain even better than I do. He helped to set you free, he was concerned about my life, and even said he would help with saving Ka-san. It's just too much, Izanami-chan. Hi, I can understand your feelings, kitten. Naruto-kun is certainly an amazing fellow. He will do great things in this world, I can feel it. I think you're right, Izanami-chan. The conversation made the trip to her hotel and finally her room go by rather quickly for the Jinchuriki. Once she got inside and closed the door, she let out an exasperated sigh, before leaning against the door. I didn't think I was this exhausted. But then again, it's not every day your life gets turned upside down by a single person, she thought, chuckling to herself. Yugito walked to her bed, and stripped off her shinobi garb, though blushing slightly, wondering if Naruto would approve her figure if he was in the room with her at the moment, before she shook her head and just put on a pair of shorts and a loose t-shirt for evening wear. She threw herself on her bed, moaning slightly at the fluffy softness contorting to her every curve. She got into her normal sleeping position, and just let her thoughts drift back to her late-night rendezvous, her hand unconsciously moving to her stomach where Naruto had laid his own before blushing once more. Her bed soon cast a spell on her that she couldn't resist and dozed off into a comfortable sleep with an honest, contented and happy smile on her lips. You really have it bad, kitten. Izanami mused, smiling at her friend. But I'm glad. You deserve to be happy after all the shit people have put you through. I just hope Natsumi-chan is willing to share, but either way, rest well, kitten. Tomorrow is bound to be exciting, she concluded, before licking her lips, remembering how Naruto's own lips tasted. And curious how other things of his tasted as well. With Naruto and Natsumi, I didn't know you knew Izanami-san for so long. Naruto said offhandedly while the two continued to head back to the Namikaze compound. Hi, more than 150 years actually. We were pretty much best friends even though I was the queen of the demons and her superior. One day we just met and clicked, and have been close ever since. Unfortunately, when Aoshi-kun and I started our family, we weren't able to see each other as often as we used to, but still enough to remain close friends. I see. And how close is close? Don't think I didn't see that little move she did when you two were hugging, he said with a smirk, which widened when he saw Natsumi sheepishly blush. We used to fool around sometimes when we were single, alright. It wasn't anything serious, so don't think too much into it. And it stopped after I found my mate and experimented in a threesome with Aoshi-kun and her. She almost growled out in embarrassment for having to admit it to him. He snickered lightly. Well, at least now I know where you learned to use your tongue like that, he said, his voice oozing with mirth and a little lust. And this is why I didn't tell you, perv, she yelled back playfully before taking a shot at his arm. His smile fell to an uncertain frown a moment later. Do you think I did the right thing in telling her so much? She turned her head towards the stars and thought. I think it was the best you could have done in the situation you were in. Your lives matched in a lot of ways, so really telling her about yourself was probably the best way to gain her trust. By the way, are you all right? I saw your memories of what you showed her. She retorted before lacing her fingers with his own in a comforting gesture, noting his expressionless face. His frown hardened slightly. It was certainly not something that I wished to witness again, but it was more important for her to know that she wasn't alone in being her suffering like she was. But hi, I'm fine. And I can mostly thank you and Hana-chan and a few others for that. Konoha is my past and I'm living in the present while looking towards the future. He answered, squeezing her hand slightly. I'm glad to hear that, Naru-kun, she answered while squeezing his hand back. But a little revenge wouldn't hurt either. She finished absent-mindedly, making him smirk and mentally agree. The two just continued to traverse the streets of the village in that position, before soon coming up to their home. Naruto unsealed the security measures before they went inside, and got to their room after dropping their genjutsu. They both undressed and were only garbed in their underwear, though Natsumi decided on no bra, before getting in bed. Naruto pulled his mate against him so her back was against his chest as they lied on their sides, their tails intertwined and covered them like a blanket like they usually did. "Sleep well Natsu-chan," he whispered in her ear, while lovingly fondled her breasts gently, making her moan lightly in appreciation of his motions. "You too Naru-kun. Can I ask a favor?" "Hi, anything, could continue this until I fall asleep," she requested huskily, but sleepily. Naruto just smiled lovingly at his mate, before kissing the nape of her neck, and squeezed her a bit firmer, making her moan in satisfaction. "Of course my Benny Kisai," he whispered hotly in her ear before nibbling on it for a split second. Arigato, Naru-kun," she purred out happily, allowing her mind to rest and just enjoy her lover's gentle touch. Naruto followed his mate's request to the letter and only stopped his motions when he felt her paced breathing showing she was asleep. He moved his arms to fall across her hips and upper stomach before pulling her even closer. He kissed her neck again and soon let his own mind drift off, though not before wondering just what the second part of the exam would bring for both his own team, as well as Yugito's and Gaara's. Chapter 16. Chunin Exams Part 2. Morning had come too soon for the demon pair, but they groggily got up to start the day anyway. They showed together, enjoying the closeness they shared before getting Haku. "Ohayo Natsumi-san, Naruto-san," Haku said, hiding her yawn, before she noticed Naruto had changed his look from his normal, mini Junin look. "New look?" she asked curiously. "Yay Naru-kun, I didn't think you'd get so serious this early on in the exam. Especially going so far as to finally use those special sandals I got you." Natsumi agreed, noticing that he wore the sandals she had gotten him while training. Naruto's new look wasn't as different as the two made it seem. The only differences in his dress was that he exchanged his form-fitting shinobi pants for a pair of loose flowing black pants that flared out the farther down the leggings it got. He also had his dark orange flak jacket open revealing his form-fitting shirt, while he had his Konoha headband now wrapped around his waist like a makeshift belt, leaving his hair to fall slightly over his eyes. His last changes were the white socks he wore along with the black sandals that wrapped around his toes and heel and ankle. They looked very sleek, much different than normal shinobi sandals which were heavily padded to cushion the shock from landings since they could jump from high places such as trees and cliffs. His sandals lacked the sheer thickness in the sole which could allow a lot of damage to the legs if used improperly while fighting. That is the exact reason that those kinds of sandals became obsolete when the age of samurai and only close quarters combat died and the age of chakra and shinobi took hold. "But I might get a chance to fight someone interesting, and I don't want to disappoint," he said with a bloodthirsty leer that wasn't unnoticed by his companions. "True," Natsumi conceded, with a shrug and a happy smile at seeing her mate's evil side so early in the morning. "Anyo, Natsumi-san, what did you mean by special sandals?" Haku questioned, curious as she eyed Naruto's footwear. "You'll see Haku-chan, you'll see," she answered cryptically with a smirk, making Haku uncharacteristically pout in defiance. "Well, let's go guys, would be rude to keep them waiting," Naruto ordered while activating his compound's security once they had exited the gates. The team quickly maneuvered through the desolate streets, and made it to Training Ground 44 in little time. Once on the scene they noticed that the other teams were already there and were simply waiting for the exam to begin. The team walked into an open area and sat down waiting for the same as the other teams. "Ohayo," a grisly voice called out to them, making them look in its direction. "Ohayo Gaara, Temari-chan, Kankuro," Naruto greeted seeing the siblings walking up to them. "We just wanted to wish you good luck in the exams," Temari said with a warm smile. "Arigato, and good luck to you as well," Haku smiled back. "Gaara, have you come to a decision by chance?" Naruto asked. "Hi, we would like the help, once the exams are over," Gaga answered, being careful of his choice of words. Both teams had already noticed that ever since Team Ice Fox entered the area, a good portion of the genin stared at them with calculating and intent gazes, forcing the two teams to tread carefully with the topics and words they spoke. "Good, we'll deal with it once it's over then," Naruto agreed. "Ohayo," another voice, though decided softer and feminine than the first, called out to the group. "Ohayo Yugito-chan," Naruto greeted seeing the Kumo Kunoichi walking to them. "Had a good night's sleep I hope," he inquired with a smile. Hi, she stuttered slightly with a small blush, embarrassed at the irony of the fact that the person who asked her that was the very person she had been thinking about while in bed the night before. Oi, Buki Haim, why did you leave like that? An aggravated voice called out from behind Yugito, making the container clench her teeth. I wanted to meet the competition. She lied, hoping he'd just drop it. What competition? With me, Akiko, and you here especially. All I see are 6 genin who are going to get their asses beat. He answered arrogantly, making all but Natsumi, Naruto and Gaara level small glares at him. Anyway, come on, the exams are about to start, so let's go. He ordered, before leaving. Gomen, Yugito apologized. Naruto dismissed it with a wave of his hand. Not a problem, he'll just have to learn the hard way about how you shouldn't be arrogant as a shinobi. He reassured, a sadistic leer on his lips, making Yugito smile in appreciation. The Kumo Jinchuriki bowed slightly before going back to her team, leaving the group on their own again. What's with the new look? Yet another voice called out to them, though obviously talking to Naruto, being that he was the only one that looked different. Naruto snorted in annoyance when he recognized the voice and looked up to see Uchiha Sasuke, with his team standing off to the side. Naruto was about to answer, when a fourth voice interjected. Probably because he has a small penis, and is afraid the ladies will notice if he continued to wear the standard shinobi pants like he had been. A gruff voice joked, as the 3 teams turned and saw the Iowa team from the day before walk up to them, looking quite smug. Oi, what's so funny? Or was it that I was right? The boy questioned, annoyed after hearing an amused snort come from Natsumi. She sent him a dismissing glance. Hardly, I wouldn't say 8 inches was small. She replied as if discussing the weather. She inwardly smirked at seeing all the boys in the area unconsciously look down at themselves in embarrassed disappointment. While the girls almost drooled at the new information, and were currently striping the blonde boy with their eyes, hoping for a sample. Did you really have to be so specific? Naruto playfully scolded, with an amused smile on his face and shaking his head in disbelief. She simply shrugged. Hey, it shut him up, didn't it? Besides, I'm certainly not ashamed of it. She cooed playfully. It's probably just a genjutsu, after all kitsunes are known for being tricksters. I'm surprised he didn't make it bigger just to boost his ego, yet a fifth voice entered the conversation putting in their 2 cents. Natsumi growled at the boy's sexist as well as offensive jab, but calmed when Naruto placed a calming hand on her own. She looked over to see Naruto's cold gaze look at her, before turning to the team that just walked up to them. I don't have the time nor the patience to deal with you 3 right now. And a word of advice, get your facts straight before another ignorant thought leaves your lips. Kyuubi is female, or are you just that sexist that you think all powerful beings have to have a penis? Need I remind you your clan head as well as next heir are both female? Valios was it. Naruto scolded, his voice coming out in a barely suppressed growl. Valios just snorted in defeat, with his brother and sister next to him before leveling a heated glare at the blonde. Your time with comes soon enough, demon, so enjoy your time in my Nissan's body. Because by the end of this exam you will lose everything, and his soul will finally be free of you. Valios retorted venomously, his fists clenching tightly. Naruto dismissed the threat. I'll keep that in mind, but until that time comes, get out of my face, you're ruining my mood. Oh, and the next time you see Kushina, make sure to tell her that I said to watch the exams very closely, because by the end she will see the truth. He ordered cryptically. Team Whirlpool leveled a glare at him before walking away back into the crowd of genin. The 2 friendly teams had noticed that the Iowa team had left as well. Probably when they heard about Kyuubi, they all thought, damn. Why the hell am I so popular? Naruto sighed loudly, getting sympathetic smiles from his friends. Who knows? But I hope that the girls who heard me before aren't thinking of trying anything with my Naru-kun. Natsumi said, shooting a playful glare at both Tamari, Haku, who had the decency to blush at her implications, and an annoyed one at Sakura, who was also blushing. He's not our type, I'm afraid, Haku answered sheepishly, making sure to choose her words carefully considering Team 7 was still there. True. And let's keep it that way. She smirked back at the teens. Sasuke was about to repeat his question since he never actually got it answered, thanks to the interruptions of the other 2 teams. He saw the odd sandals that Naruto was wearing and could remember reading about them somewhere pertaining to fighting. He wanted as much information as possible to both sat his curiosity, but also to know any of Naruto's tricks. He hadn't for a moment forget his humiliating defeat in Wave, and vowed that the next time they fought he would completely destroy him Naruto. Even if he had to beat Naruto using his own jutsu against him thanks to his Kekkei Genkai. Unfortunately, or fortunately, depending on how you looked at it, a large explosion soon erupted at the front of the gates to the training ground, getting all the Genin's attention. When the smoke cleared, there were 5 Chunin standing there, with Mitarashi Anko at the forefront. "Alright you little bastards, get into your teams and get over here, 'cause I'm not gonna repeat the rules once I finish, so listen well," she warned, her sickly sweet smile plastered on her face, before explaining this part of the exam and its rules when all the Genin were close enough to listen. "Now since I know you don't any questions." She paused her sentence, to jump over to the shack where the Heaven and Earth scrolls would be distributed. "Get your scroll and move to your assigned gate," she ordered with her sadistic leer on full blast, hoping that someone would disobey her orders so she could have some fun. The teams quickly got their scrolls and headed to their respective gates, awaiting for the signal for the second part of the Chunin exams to begin. "So, killing will be allowed, nay?" Natsumi reaffirmed offhandedly, with her voice trembling excitement at the prospect. "Hi. But I have a feeling I'm going to be hunted by a few teams, meaning we need to get to the tower as quickly as possible to assure out seats for the next part. That doesn't mean I can't have some fun, though," she argued with a pout. "Of course not, I'd never deny you that," he answered with a playful leer. "I know they aren't like the stereotypical demon. But they sure have the bloodlust like one," Haku thought while listening to her teammates, and shook her head, inwardly chuckling at their rather childish attitudes. The team continued to talk for a while, until a loud explosion went off in the middle of the forest, and the gates opened marking the start of the exam. "Well, let's go," Naruto ordered. His teammates just nodded before disappearing into the forest of death, leaving only small dust clouds in their wake, while the other teams did the same. "Naruto-kun, how will we know what teams has what scroll?" Haku asked, as trees whizzed past them while running. "We won't, we'll simply ask whatever teams we find until we get an Earth scroll," he explained as if the answer was obvious. "Isn't that a bit reckless?" she questioned, before remembering just exactly who her 2 teammates were. "Anyo, never mind," she said, making them all chuckle. They ran a bit farther and were forced to move around a large tree that was one of the biggest the 3 had ever seen. Yours is bigger," Natsumi joked seductively while making a fake calculating look at the tree trunk. Naruto guffawed and almost lost his footing at her random and rather inappropriate comment, while Haku blushed deeply. She wondering just how big of a libido Natsumi and other female demons could possibly have to think about sex so much. Unfortunately their moods changed immediately, when they heard a slight whizzing, approaching them from behind, and scattered in different directions as a battalion of jagged-edged rocks flew through the air where they just were. "Ah, seems they heard us coming. Oh well, just means we get to play with the Namikaze more," a voice called out excitedly. Team Ice Fox regrouped and looked at the interlopers, noticing Team Iwa had emerged from the underbrush. "We have a deadline to keep. If you happen to have an Earth scroll, please give it to us and leave," Haku said, her usual soft voice replaced with the emotionless one she used fighting alongside Zabuza. "Or, you could simply give us your scroll, and we'll only kill the Namikaze instead of all 3 of you," the boy negotiated. "If that is your choice," she answered, before beginning to hand seal. Team Iwa went swiftly into action and shot some kunai at Haku to disrupt her concentration before going on the offensive. They separated and each attacked one of the members of Ice Fox. Unfortunately, during the time Naruto also began hand sealing, though even faster than Haku, allowing Hai to call his jutsu first. "Sweeten. Sushoha water style. Water collision destruction," Naruto shouted, as a large column of water appeared out of nowhere. "What?" the Iwa nins shouted, surprised that someone could actually summon water with no source nearby. After the water was summoned, Naruto sent the column shooting at the middle Iwa shinobi, that is until he did another seal. "Katsu, split," he shouted, which caused the large column to split into 3 smaller ones and then snake their way towards all 3 shinobi. "Damn it. The badgering shinobi shouted, before the 3 Iowa shinobi began hand-sealing the same thing. Dayton. Doryu Heki, Earth Style wall. All 3 shouted, before slamming their hands into the ground in front of them. The chakra flowed into the ground before the earth shot up, forming a rock wall to protect them from Naruto's jutsu. Damn it, that was too close. I didn't think he had such high chakra reserves or a water affinity to be able to summon a sweetened jutsu like that. The badgering shinobi thought, after feeling the collision of Naruto's jutsu beat against his own. Wait, what is that? He mentally questioned, when he saw a snowflake fall down his line of vision, until realization hit him, and he jumped up from his crouching position. Shit! He shouted, though it was already too late, and was quickly encompassed in a block of ice, the same as his 2 teammates. Not a bad combo. Natsumi mused, remembering the plans they had discussed prior to the exam beginning on how to fight, while in the forest. See, what did I tell you, Naru-kun? Hyoten jutsu are a nice trick up your sleeve, since few shinobi know them outside of Snow Country nay. She rhetorically asked, while smugly smirking. Hi Natsu-chan. He agreed with a laugh, giving her a kiss as a reward. Nice work Haku-chan. He praised, getting a satisfied smile from the young teen. Nay, Natsu-chan want to take it from here. Hi. She answered with no hidden hint of glee, before 2 balls made up of white flames engorged her hands. Kitsune by Fox Fire. She shouted, launching both flames at the popsicled shinobi, and a third one at the remaining one. The immense flames quickly melted away the ice, as well as the clothing, flesh and bones of the Iowa nin. It left only 3 puddles of boiling blood, water and smoldering ashes in their place, with an earth scroll in one of the 3 puddles. Ah, we are lucky. Natsumi said happily as she nearly skipped to the puddle with the scroll, grabbed it without a care in the world and held it up to her team victoriously with a sadistic and happy smile. Earth scroll, she chirped. And she's your mate, Haku joked sarcastically, making Naruto look at her with bugged eyes. Did you just, make a joke? He stuttered out, wondering if this was really Haku. She was always so respectful. The young teen had the decency to blush, and look sheepish. Anyo, I guess you guys are rubbing off on me, she confessed, making Naruto laugh. Hi, perhaps, but it's nice to hear you joke around. You're kind of a stick in the mud sometimes since you're always so damn proper. He joked back, ruffing her hair playfully, making her smile. And I see you've mastered a few of the Hyoten jutsu my clone showed you the other day, not too bad Haku-chan. He praised once more. Well, since we got what we are here for, let's get to the tower, and ensure our spots. He suggested, getting nods from his team. Haku-chan, can you keep up? He asked, knowing that he and Natsumi were much faster than her, but then again he had only seen her fight all out once. Can you? She asked, with a smirk before running off into the forest towards the tower. Oh, seems she's grown a pair. He joked, watching Haku disappear. I think we've created a monster, Natsu-chan, he said, making them both laugh before running off to catch up to their young friend. The demons quickly caught up with Haku, and they stayed at her set pace, reaching the tower in a record time of only an hour into it. They entered the building and simply followed the hallway, which led them to a large hallowed room. On the opposite wall were instructions to finally open the 2 scrolls. Natsumi immediately did so when the writing on the 2 scrolls glowed slightly before a plume of smoke erupted from them. Ah, congratulations you 3, a masculine voice called out. Ah, yo, Yamato-san, Naruto said, recognizing the ANBU's voice. Oh heyo, he greeted, before looking at the clock on the wall and whistled in amazement. Barely an hour into it and already done. I'd say that would be a record. But unfortunately we all know what's going to happen in a month's time, he said, making the team nod. So not what? We just wait for the other teams? Naruto questioned, rather boredly. Unfortunately yes, however there are rooms for you to rest in, eat or what have you. However you aren't allowed to leave the training grounds until the exam is completely finished. Making the demons snort in annoyance. Very well then, I'm going to go back out, there are things I wish to take care of. Naruto said while turning around and heading back the way they came, seeming to disregard Yamato's words. Me too, that team didn't satisfy me at all, Natsumi pouted, heading back with Naruto. That cause your insatiable Natsu-chan, he joked, purposely leaving the innuendo out there. Only in certain circumstances. She purred back with a devilish smirk, purposely stepping on the landmine her mate left. As they were about to leave the room, Yamato shunted in front of them, with arms crossed defiantly. Gomen, you too, but once you complete the survival training you aren't allowed back out. And you are going to stop us, Naruto said, his voice growing lower and slightly annoyed. Nope, just wanted to make sure that if things go wrong out there I won't be held responsible since I both warned you and tried to stop you. He answered with a chuckle, moving out of the way of the demons who smirked back in appreciation. Oi, Haku-chan, watch the fort and go relax some nay. Naruto called back, before both demons disappeared around a corner. So how many teams did you take down before getting here? Yamato asked. Only one, luckily those seals on the scrolls make them pretty much indestructible. I'd have been annoyed if we had lost it along with the corpses, she responded nonchalantly. Also you took the lethal force rule to heart then, nay? Hi, Natsumi-san got a bit too excited and melted the corpses. She answered with a shrug before heading towards the mess hall and lounge. I would hate to ever have to face those two, Yamato thought, a small shiver going down his spine, while looking at the area the demon pair had disappeared in. With Naruto and Natsumi, how long do you think we need? Natsumi asked, standing at the entrance of the tower. 2 hours should be fine, he answered, resting against a stone column connected to the tower. Ah. But you know I won't be satisfied in that short amount of time, she pouted jokingly. I guess I'll just have to help you out later on then, he said huskily. I guess you will, she purred out, going over and pressed her body against his playfully. Naruto just smirked at her playfulness before leaning down and kissed her. 2 hours then, she said after licking his lips, then shunted away in a swirl of leaves. Naruto was about to do the same when he saw another team enter the clearing of the tower. Wow. You guys worked pretty fast, he called, seeing the Sand siblings. Apparently not fast enough, Kankuro joked. Yay, well. Naruto drifted off with a chuckle. Anything interesting happen? He asked, getting head shakes in response. That's too bad, well should be interesting with 2 Jinchurikis now, he smirked, making Gaara do the same. Unfortunately, I have some business to take care of out in the forest, so I'll see you guys back inside later on, nay. And congratulations, he said with a wave, before shunting in a swirl of leaves. Well, let's finish this up and get some well-needed rest, Tamari offered, making her brothers look at her oddly, before they all began to laugh at how silly her statement was and entered the tower. With Naruto, now where are you, kitty? Naruto said, with a chuckle at his bad joke, while surveying what he could from his perch atop a high tree branch. He knew that Yugito herself would be fine, but the problem was that she not only had to protect herself but her teammates as well. And even being a Jinchuriki, it would be tough to fight off 3 opponents or more while keeping yourself and 2 other people alive at the same time. He just wanted to keep an eye on her, until she got to the tower, so make sure nothing happened to her. Giving up his search at that point, he disappeared in a burst of speed, leaving an indentation mark on the branch he was just standing on. While jumping through the forest he found a few teams, but they were too preoccupied with each other to notice him, and he just kept on moving, seeing none of them were Kumo. Plus he figured that Natsumi would be along to have some fun with them anyway, so why ruin it for her? Ah, finally got you, he said, smiling as a familiar scent wafted into his nose, and stopped immediately before jumping towards the direction it was coming from. They must be fighting already, he mused, as he smelled 3 scents that didn't belong to any of the Kumo team. Naruto quickly maneuvered through the forest, until he came into a clearing and saw what he suspected, Yugito's team in a heated battle with some team from AIM. Naruto noticed that Yugito and her team were holding their own well, and was even slightly surprised that the boy named Rei was a decent fighter despite his arrogant attitude. Truth be told, Rei reminded him a lot of Sasuke. With not being needed, Naruto simply sat and rested on a tree branch and watched the fight commence. Battle, why don't you guys just give us your scroll already? I'm tired of playing with you. The ranged shinobi that was attacking Rei asked, while dodging the boy's punches. Because I won't lose, Rei roared, launching another punch, though this one was different. The boy's entire hand crackled with lightning. The ranged shinobi only noticed it at the last minute while dodging, but was unable to completely dodge the lightning, making him scream in pain before jumping away. Guess you liked my Raiko Genkatsu no Jutsu, lightning fist technique, nay. I'm not the Raikage's Sochi for nothing, you know. Rei said smugly, seeing the pained expression on the Rain Shinobi. Not bad, you little brat. Unfortunately now you've made me mad. So no more playing around, he retorted, getting into a new stance that Rei hadn't seen yet. While this was going on, Yugito and Akiko were fighting their own battles, though theirs were going more smoothly. Unfortunately they couldn't seem to finish them off, especially since Yugito wanted to save Izanami's chakra for a more important battle than this one. Damn, Rei isn't looking too good, she thought while averting her gaze from her opponent to see Rei's beaten up and haggard form only being able to defend himself against the seemingly refreshed Rain Nin. I have to end this before he gets any worse, she concluded. Yugito's opponent noticed her lack of attention and quickly began to hand sign with the opportunity given. By the time Yugito's attention was back on him, he was about to yell his jutsu, which caused her to curse at her lack of attention. Sweeten. Kokuin no Jutsu, water style, black clouds technique, he said as an aura of black mist began to emanate from his body before flowing into the air. The mist stayed in the air only a moment before raining down on the entire clearing, soaking all but the 3 Rain Shinobi in its sticky substance. What is this? Akiko asked, feeling the liquid between her fingers, until she recognized the texture. Oil. Hi, very good, the summoner said sarcastically. Now, he shouted out of nowhere. The Rain Nin that was fighting Akiko immediately shot out an array of ninja wire, aiming for the drenched Kumo team. The wire was able to capture both Rei and Akiko in surprise, who were now tied to nearby trees on opposite ends of the clearing. Well, look at what we have here, Yugito's opponent said with a maniacal laugh, as his team converged on her. Seems to me you have a conundrum on your hands. He paused while nodding, after which his teammates turned towards her comrades. You can only save one of them, he said before smirking with a crazed look in his eye, as his teammates began to hand seal. Who will it be? The Raikage's shit stain of a Sochi. He point to Rai. Or the girl who seems to respect you, if only slightly. He finished, pointing to Akiko. Yugito went wide-eyed at the man's plan, killing Shikadu without a second thought. But choosing which of her teammates will die. And what's worse is that no matter who she chooses, her mother will be killed for her own lack of ability if the Raikage has anything to say about it. I'm your superior, damn it, save me, Rei shouted, ordered to Yugito while struggling with the wire. With Naruto, this is bad, Naruto thought worriedly. He quickly stood up and took out a kunai. If his plan was to work, he'd have to react quickly to Yugito's choice, to be able to reach the other within time. He simply watched with concerned eyes while a chain of emotions run across Yugito's face, eyes, most of them being sadness and fear. He prepared himself to move at a moment's notice. With Yugito, time's up. The man laughed suddenly, snapping his fingers. Kaiten. Gukaku no Jutsu, great fireball technique. The 2 Rain Shinobi yelled out before a large flame jettisoned out of their mouths towards Rei and Akiko. Yugito looked horrified, but her subconscious willed her body to run towards Rei. As much as she had wanted to save Akiko and leave Rei to burn, she knew that Rei was more important to Kumo, and it seemed her body knew it too. By the time her thoughts caught up with her body, she was only a few feet from Rei with the fireball screaming at him still. She reached the boy and quickly slashed the ninja wire in twain before pushing him away from the jutsu and into the ground. Her breath hitched when her thoughts ran to Akiko. She quickly jumped back as the fireball decimated the tree Rei was tied to. Yugito turned just in time to get a clear look at Akiko, and all she could do was look in horror as the girl was engulfed in flame. Akiko, she screamed, tears of both sadness and fury threatening to cascade down her face at realizing she just lost the only other person that treated her like a human being other than her Ka-san in all of Kumo. Yugito's entire body trembled, while her hands were repeatedly clenching and unclench. She now wanted to obliterate the Rain Shinobi, completely. However, what everyone in the clearing had failed to hear while Yugito screamed was the sound of a jutsu being called from above them. Raiden. Shurai no Jutsu, lightning style, lightning strike technique. Everyone immediately looked up hearing the voice, only to see was a growing ball of lightning careening over them. Impossible. The rain shinobi who attacked Akiko said in disbelief, before an engorged lightning bolt snaked its way towards the rain team. Katsu, split. The voice called. The large lightning bolt, quickly separated into 3 smaller versions of itself, and while slightly weaker, were now infinitely faster. The rain team didn't even have a moment to get out of the way before all 3 bolts encompassed them. The lightning seemed to reach inside the mouths of its shinobi opponents and gargled their screams of pain. The sheer intensity of the lightning coursing through them soon caused their eyeballs to bubble and then explode out of their skulls from the heat. Their nasal passages, ears and mouths began to ooze blood. The lightning continued to flow through its oral pathway and affected every other part of the ranged shinobi's bodies, obvious from the fact their skin began to bubble up and then explode like miniature volcanoes, spewing boiling blood out of every part of their exposed skin, caressing the ground with the scarlet liquid. Soon the jutsu ceased its onslaught, allowing the rain shinobi to fall to the ground, with a 4th body landing in a crouching position in front of the corpses. Yugito wiped her eyes, and took a step forward, noticing a patch of brown hair as her vision cleared. "Hey, Akiko," she called out, hoping her eyes weren't deceiving her. The shinobi soon stood and turned towards Yugito's direction, a small smile on her face. "Hi," she answered, confirming herself to still be alive to the Nibi container. Yugito walked over to her and wrapped her up in a small hug, of which she returned in kind if rather hesitantly, considering they were still in a life or death exam. "Good, I'd be rather annoyed if we had to forfeit our spots. Just because one of you died," Ray scoffed, while dusting himself off after finally getting up from where Yugito threw him. "Don't be such a smart-ass, Ray," Akiko scolded him. "You're only alive because Yugito saved you, so be grateful." He scowled at his teammate. Why? For doing the only thing she was ever born to do. He snorted in disgust. Thank her. The idea was laughable. She did her job, I see no reason to praise her for the mission she is supposed to be doing here. He finished, turning away from his teammates. "Now let's check to see if those bastards have the scroll we need." "Asshole," Akiko cursed, as she walked away from Yugito in search of the scroll in the remains of the rain shinobi. The 3 began looking for the scroll, rummaging through the charred remains and belongings of their opponents. "How the hell did you escape the wire anyway? And where did you learn that Raiden jutsu from?" Ray asked. Akiko stopped her search, and began to backtrack in her memory about how exactly she had escaped. "I don't really know," she confessed, going back to searching. "I remember being tied to the tree and seeing the jutsu charging towards me. The next thing I know, I feel a strong breeze blow past me and then the wires holding me simply fell to the ground harmlessly. I ran up the tree and launched off. And the rest you both know," she explained. This one doesn't have it," she said offhandedly. "As far as the jutsu, I've been working on it for quite a while on my own, and was able to master it before the exam started. It's one of my most powerful jutsu too," she chirped pridefully. "A strong breeze," Yugito mused while muddling Akiko's words in her head, before she found something amongst the corpse. Yugito grabbed the cylinder from the pocket of the rain nin, and pulled it out. She looked at it, and with a disappointed sigh noticed it had the symbol for heaven on it, which is the scroll they were also given, meaning this battle was for nothing. She was about to get up and tell her team, when she felt something hit her shoe. She looked down to see another scroll roll slightly back and forth like it was just tossed at her. She picked it up, turned it around, and to her surprise it had the symbol for Earth on it, the exact scroll they needed. She had no idea where it came from, and looked around from the direction it might have come from. She found nothing out of the ordinary, and was about to tell her team she found it, but cut herself off when she noticed a piece of paper hanging off the scroll. Curiously, she opened the small note and read it. "Now you owe me one, Neko-chan. Get to the tower, I'll see you there, nay." She reread the note a few times, trying to figure out who it could have been that wrote the note and given her team the scroll. She soon snorted in bemusement, with a small blush on her cheeks, when it finally clicked in her mind. Naruto-kun, she thought with a happy smile, realizing that he must have been watching them fight, and had been the strong breeze that released Akiko, saving her. "I certainly do owe you one," she agreed, her blush deepening because of all the possibilities could mean. "I can do him the favor in your stead if you want, kitten." Izanami purred out the offer, her words dripping with lust and innuendos. Yugito just snorted in response to her friend and shook her head, before standing up. I found the scroll, and it's Earth. Good, then let's get the hell out of here, Rei ordered, jumping off into the forest towards the tower. Bastard. Akiko cursed him, before she and Yugito jumped off after him. Nay Yugito, you okay? Your face is red. You couldn't have gotten tired after only that battle. I mean you never get tired thanks to Nibi, she asked, noticing Yugito's pick cheeks. Hi, I'm fine, just a little winded is all, alright. She has been acting strange ever since we got to Konoha, I should keep an eye on her. Akiko mused, slightly worried at Yugito's recent actions. With Naruto, now that Naruto had been able to make sure Yugito's team was good to move on to the next stage of the exam, he decided to head back to the tower to get some rest, before Natsumi returned. Since she'd more than likely would want a certain itch scratched from all the havoc and bloodshed she caused. Not that he minded in the least. However, his plans found a little detour when he heard a loud, panicked and recognizable voice that screamed in the area he was traveling in. Sakura, he thought, as the scream subsided and the forest was quiet once more. Bah, I might as well check it out, he sighed. Naruto turned his direction quickly towards Sakura's voice, while breaking the branch he launched from the sudden force. Naruto quickly reached Team 7 only to have his brow arch in curiosity at the scene he was looking at. Deeper in the forest Team 7 could be seen, or what was left of them. Sai appeared to be dead, lying against a large tree trunk, his body looking bruised and bloodied. Some of his fingers were broken, obvious by the way they now pointed in directions that weren't normal. Though Naruto could tell he wasn't dead from the fact he could still hear his heart beating, slowly, but still beating. Next was Sakura, who looked only slightly better than Sai. Her wrist was mangled and the skin purple. Jutsu were now useless to her at the moment. She was collapsed on a large tree branch, looking at the scene in front of her in utter horror. Sasuke was what caught the Hanyu's main attention, him and an unidentified deathly pale grass shinobi that had his neck extended to unnatural lengths from across the tree tops and was currently biting the Uchiha genius in the shoulder. Sasuke looked the best out of the bunch, which was ironic since Naruto could tell that he had been the one who had fought the most out of the three. Naruto looked upon the scene with morbid curiosity, and just let the scene unfold unhindered by his actions, figuring that the fight was over and the man would simply take the scroll and leave the team to wallow in their defeat. What are you doing to Sasuke-kun? Sakura shouted, knowing that she was unable to fight with only one good hand. The grass shinobi smirked with his teeth still in Sasuke, before releasing the boy, who immediately collapsed to one knee, holding his shoulder, trying to ease the pain of the odd tattoo mark left from the grass shinobi. The man's neck receded into his body, and with a snake-like smirk looked to see his project's seed become planted in Sasuke. Me? He asked in mock innocence. Why, nothing, my dear, I'm simply giving Sasuke-kun there the thing he most desires, power, his voice becoming more excited with every word, until his voice sounded like the hiss of a snake. What do you mean? You hurt Sasuke-kun. How can that possibly help him? You are much too innocent and young to understand, little girl. But Sasuke-kun knows. He knows the dark desire of power and strength. And that mark he now has is proof of my own. The moment he uses it, he will realize his potential if he becomes my student. And believe me, he will come to me. After all, I'm the only person who is willing to teach him without hindrance or fear of that strength to make his ambitions come true. The whole time the two were talking, Sasuke was concentrating his best to hear what they were saying, but the pain was becoming too great. However, the moment the man spoke about giving him the power to make his ambition, the death of his brother, come true, nothing else mattered. No pain, no Chunin exams, nothing but his vengeance upon his genocidal brother. The man saw the boy's body react to his words, and if even possible his smirk grew larger before speaking once again. Sasuke-kun, when you finally realize that this village is only holding you back from your true potential, seek me out, I will welcome you with open arms. Sasuke-kun, seek out Orochimaru, he said gleefully, before beginning to sink into the very tree he was standing on, disappearing, leaving Team 7 to their deep wounds and thoughts. Oh, Orochimaru? Naruto questioned mentally, shocked at this turn of events. Naruto had never suspected that Orochimaru would have the gall to actually come to Konoha, and participate in the exams right under everyone's noses. However, his shocked thoughts were quickly thrown out for more pressing ones, killing the son of a bitch. Naruto let consequences be damned, and partially dropped his genjutsu, only keeping his kitsune features hidden, being in his adult form now, before he left the area in a swirl of purple flames. Damn it, where did he go? The Hanyu growled in frustration. The area he had left Team 7 in stunk of snake to high heavens, so he had to resort to cage bushins to make up the slack. Naruto ran through the forest like a bat out of hell, just hoping he'd find the snake Sannin before he escaped. Unfortunately, as luck would have it, he got the memories of a desummoned cage bee bushin and immediately stopped in his tracks, finding out that someone else had found the snake Sannin first. Naruto wasted no time and rushed to where the clone had found the man, trees blurring past him as he made a beeline to help the lone person who was currently fighting him. And if Naruto guessed, was also losing, badly. Anko, he said under his breath as he increased his speed as much as he could without giving his approach away with Anko, tisk tisk tisk. Orochimaru chided, waving a finger in front of him in pseudo-scolding way towards his ex-student. I'm disappointed, Anko-chan. After all the years that we've been separated, you don't seem to have gotten any stronger, he finished with a smirk. Fuck you, you traitorous snake. The purpled-haired woman shouted. Unfortunately for Anko, shouting at him was the only thing she could do at the moment, since she was currently crucified against a large tree, with kunai lodged in her wrists, and all across her trench coat, making it impossible to get loose unless she wanted to lose her coat, and more importantly her hands in the process. All these years, wasted. She screamed in her mind. Her body was completely thrashed, cuts and bruises all over. She had realized after only a few minutes of fighting her old sensei that all the training she had done since he had left their strength gap still as wide as it had always been, and it both made her feel infuriated and disheartened. Orochimaru noticed the defeated look in his ex-student's gaze and smirked even more at it, drinking in her misery like a fine glass of aged wine. He slowly approached the defenseless woman until his face was inches from hers and licked his lips in the same infamous fashion that she had always known him to. So Anko-chan, although your strength seems to be the same as the last time we fought. He started before moving a hand atop her fish-netted stomach, making her shiver in disgust. Your body has certainly grown, healthy, my compliments to Kami-sama. He smirked, seeing her disgusted look at him touching her. What, you don't enjoy a man touching you? He rhetorically asked with a low sinister laugh, and his hand sliding ever slightly lower. From what I've heard around the village, you aren't all that hesitant to bed any male. I'm slightly ashamed of that, my student. He said in mock disappointment as his hand reached her skirt. But then again, when you were my student, you always enjoyed my snake, whenever you could. He chuckled, letting his hand go under her skirt and press his fingertips against her slit through her panties. Stop. The usually iron-steeled Kunoichi stuttered out. She shivered from Orochimaru's psychological wordplay as well as touch, which had triggered very unwelcome and unpleasant memories of her past situations with the man that was groping her. This man was a genius at manipulating people, and it was easiest when your defenses were weakest, as hers were when she had hit puberty. A weakness which he capitalized on, nearly daily, and in the most raunchiest ways imaginable. Does Anko-chan not like that? He asked, in a husky voice, his breath washing over her neck hotly, making her squirm even more. Orochimaru was enjoying his power trip greatly, and decided to put the cherry on top in this situation with his student. He used a finger to move her panties to the side before sliding another finger against her entrance in earnest, making Anko shudder and an unwilling moan slightly escape her throat. Orochimaru smirked at her obviously strained and unwelcome moan, and decided to end it right then and there, and parted her lips in preparation. Fortunately for Anko, a kunai had been sent flying towards the pale man and hit its mark, slicing through part of the man's trespassing wrist. Orochimaru pulled back instinctively, assessing the damage done, before looking at the culprit. So, Anko-chan, you called for backup, nay? He said, amused, waiting for the assailant to show themselves. I'm disappointed though. You didn't even have enough faith in your skills to try to take me on alone. You lost your touch, Anko-chan. He chided, adding yet another nail into Anko's already damaged psychological coffin. Do not think so lowly of her, Orochimaru. Naruto's deep and strained voice echoed throughout the area, strained in the sense that he was holding back his growls of rage because Anko was still in danger. She did not ask me to come here to protect her. I came here to kill you, however my plans have changed slightly thanks to the twisted words you used against her to break down her emotional defenses. I see, however, what makes you think you can kill me? If you know my name, then you know that I am one of the legendary Sannin of Konoha, and I should not be taken lightly as such, he retorted with a smile, enjoying the man's bravado. Naruto stepped forward from the shadows of the trees to allow his opponent to see him, although all Orochimaru did was raise an eyebrow in curiosity. You're just a boy, and you think you can defeat me. Although I admire your bravery, I do so loathe your stupidity. It reminds me of my baka of an ex-teammate Jiraiya. If you are so sure of that, then step away from Anko and let us see who is in the wrong. Naruto offered coldly, leaving the ball in Orochimaru's court. The Sannin took a thinking pose a moment before his smile came back full force and stepped away from still shivering woman. Naruto jumped to the tree branch the two were on, keeping himself between Anko and her ex-sensei. Any rules to this duel? Orochimaru asked, sounding rather bemused at the prospect of fighting such a young and probably brash shinobi. Only one, Naruto said, his gaze hardening to that of ice. Only the winner will come out alive. He finished before fully releasing his normal chakra and ki, which washed over the surrounding area. My, so you were holding back, no wonder you acted so confident. Orochimaru chuckled. However, I hope you don't think that strength alone will decide a shinobi battle. He countered, jumping back and taking his personalized taijutsu style. This boy, he is much more skilled than I'd have imagined. Orochimaru mused, his once bemused expression hardening slightly at this realization as beads of sweat fell down his face because of Naruto's ki. If I'm not careful, he might actually be able to severely hurt me if his chakra output is any indication. Just who the hell is he? Damn, I got here way too late. Anko looks like she is about to paw out from blood loss, and Orochimaru's psychological and physical assault on her isn't helping her fight it off either. I need to end this quickly, Gomen Natsu-chan, but if I can, I need to end him here and now. Naruto thought, getting into his own taijutsu stance. Naruto, taking one last look at the prone form of Anko, whose head was bobbing up and down, apparently in and out of consciousness, soon shot off at the snake Sannin. Orochimaru was slightly surprised at the boy's speed, but was able to block his kick well enough. Unfortunately, he underestimated the boy's strength, and while blocking the kick, was pushed so hard into the tree branch that it left him in a 3-foot-deep crater of splintered wood. This kid is insane. Who the hell trained him? Sarutobi-sensei wouldn't have allowed someone like him to be trained in the village. Not after what happened with Itachi and myself. And that useless man Danzo wouldn't be so direct with a confrontation with me, especially with a witness from Konoha around. Orochimaru thought, feeling his arm slightly numb from the kick after being thrown back by Orochimaru's block. Naruto immediately jumped back on the offensive. He had little time to spare on the man, with Anko's life literally trickling away every moment. The two began a heated taijutsu match, with each getting their fair share of damage once Orochimaru decided to get serious. After a rather vicious right hook from Naruto which sent the snake Sannin back a good 10 yards, Orochimaru began sealing Senei Jishu, hidden shadow snake hands. He said, extending both his arms out, allowing 10 snakes to shoot out, 5 form each arm, speeding towards the orange-haired Hanyu. TSH. Naruto grunted, before running towards the snakes. Orochimaru smirked at what he guessed to be Naruto's youthful arrogance, believing that snakes weren't very dangerous. Oh, how wrong he'd soon be. Unfortunately, every time one of his snakes was about to strike him, the snake would simply fly through the boy. Shit. Afterimage. The snake Sannin mentally yelled, swiftly calling back his snakes as Naruto swiftly approached. This boy is just playing with me. The last snake was about to reach his sleeve, but got caught on something, Naruto's vice-like grip. Naruto quickly ripped back on the snake, and with it Orochimaru towards him. As he sailed through the air, the snake Sannin could see a ball of chakra begin to form in Naruto's hand, which made Orochimaru look in surprised and slight panic, even if he wouldn't admit it. Rasengan. Naruto shouted, the moment he had thrust his jutsu into the chest of the Sannin. TSH, bastard got away. Naruto immediately concluded, knowing full well that the impact was too hard to be a body. Naruto closed his eyes and concentrated on his hearing, before his ears soon twitched and he turned towards the sound. Naruto let out a demonic growl seeing that Orochimaru was now standing next to Anko with a kunai at her throat with a sadistic smirk on his face. Now, no need to get hostile. Orochimaru suggested in a happy tone. We are shinobi after all. And we use any means necessary to get what we want. He explained, raising the razor-sharp weapon against her throat. Naruto just growled even more at the Sanin's cheap but effective tactics. While Anko, who seemed to have regained some of her consciousness as well as personality back as they had fought, was also hissing at her ex-sensei, threatening to bit him if he got too close. Naruto could see the sadistic but bemused glint in the Sanin's eyes, and knew if he did anything the man would not hesitate to kill Anko, no matter how useful she once was to him. Naruto stood up, and relaxed his body, but kept his ice-cold gaze on both Orochimaru and his kunai. So what exactly do you want? Naruto's emotionless voice carried over, making Anko slightly shiver on just how serious and deadly Hana's boyfriend could be. Good, you're finally getting it. He congratulated. What I was is a simple matter of information. He explained. For beginners, what your name is, who trained you and how exactly you know the Rasengan. I may have not lived in this village for over a decade. But I was here long enough to know that only a select few are allowed to learn it, and even fewer living outside the village. If possible, Naruto's gaze and demeanor grew even colder towards the smirking man. He knew from the history books, as well as witness accounts, that Orochimaru's title of genius status wasn't just for show. The man was probably one of the smartest shinobi in all of the elemental nations. But it still pissed Naruto off that he caught him so easily with only seeing the Rasengan once. After I tell you, how do I know you won't kill her anyway? An honorable shinobi, eh? Such a foolish choice in this profession. However, it is refreshing to see someone take unorthodox ways to live, reminds me of myself. He chuckled. In truth, you don't. All you have to go on is my word. However, because of you reminding me so much of myself, I'll promise you that after you tell me what I want to know, I will leave Anko-chan alone. Of course, that is if you promise to not follow me once I do. Naruto took a moment to study the Sannin in front of him for any sign of falsehood. But then again, with this man you could never quite tell if he was telling the truth or not. He could say that the sky was red in such a convincing way that certain people would actually believe him. Unfortunately, Naruto didn't have the time, nor the skill to effectively detect if the man was lying. And only going by the information he knew as well as the man's steady heartbeat, he had to take the gamble. My name is Kazama Arashi. And I learned the Rasengan from Namikaze Uzumaki Naruto. We met in Snow Country and after some time taught me the technique in thanks for my companionship while he was there. As for who I learned from, there are too many people to count. I've been a wandering shinobi for most of my life, so I picked up things here and there from different people, he lied through his teeth. Orochimaru quirked an eyebrow at Naruto, but not knowing enough about the man to tell if he was lying, decided that if Naruto really was an honorable shinobi like he seemed to be, he wouldn't lie about this, more so with Anko's life in the balance. I see, although I'd like to ask more questions, I can't be sure if you are lying to me about this or not, so I will take you on your word. Now do I have yours that once I leave you will not follow? He asked, only getting a strong affirmative nod from the orange-haired man. Very well, I'll be taking my leave then. But first, he pausing before leaning towards Anko and let his inhumanly long tongue slide up her tender neck and face, making her whimper in disgust. You still taste as sweet as you used to. I guess you haven't kicked that dango habit of yours. He finished with a chuckle before pulling back the kunai from her throat and began sinking into the tree. We will see each other again, Kazama Arashi. He almost cooed out to the man as the last bit of him disappeared. Naruto growled in annoyance by the turn of events, however the reflection of the battle would have to wait. There was a buxom purple-haired woman that needed his attention now. He quickly rushed to her side and ripped the kunai lodged in her coat out. But now was the hard part. Anko-san, I need to take those out of you, be ready. He softly ordered, hoping that she even heard him. Hi. She rasped out. Naruto frowned at what he was about to do, knowing from experience how badly it hurt, but knew it had to be done. He quickly grabbed both kunai, and with a swift tug ripped both kunai out of the tree in her wrists. Enko's scream of pain could be heard through the area, as her blood splashed across the tree branch they were standing on. Naruto quickly caught the Junin in his arms, guessing that from the loss of blood she couldn't stand up on her own, if the slight blue hue of her skin was an indication. He quickly threw away the kunai, and laid her on the ground, while he knelt next to her, assessing all the damage her ex-sensei had done to her while he was rushing there. Damn, he did a number on you, Anko. But luckily for you most of it is easily repairable, the worst are your wrist wounds. He mused. Naruto quickly concentrated his chakra, and pressed a hand on both her chest and stomach. He then began the medical jutsu he had learned on his travels, making Anko's body radiate a purple aura, as waves of chakra entered her body, and repaired broken bones, torn muscles, and ripped flesh. Once he finished, Anko took on a slightly more normal skin tone, but now it was up to him to get to the heart of the problem, her still bleeding wrists. Normally he'd have healed them first, but knowing that the snake Junin enjoyed her fair share of poisons, he decided to heal the rest of her wounds first. Anko-san, you still with me? He asked softly, only getting a slight nod in response. Good, I was able to take care of most of your wounds, but I'm going to have to sanitize your wrist wounds first before healing them in case you were poisoned. This will feel weird, but do not worry. He assured her. Naruto sighed at what he was about to do. But knew that without the right supplies this was the easiest and quickest way to sanitize any wound, well, that he could use anyway. He propped the struggling woman's upper body onto his lap and grabbed her left wrist, bringing it up to his mouth. Anapo, Suba Fukatsu, demon art, saliva restoration. He whispered out before baring his teeth and sinking them into her wrist, encompassing the bleeding wound. Anko groaned at Naruto's penetration, but soon relaxed after feeling a warm sensation that encompassed her wound before it spreading through her body. What is he doing to me? Anko mentally questioned, fighting off both the sweet whispers of unconsciousness, as well as the warm feeling Naruto was causing her. Naruto could feel his chakra-enhanced saliva doing its job by the feel of slight fizzing of her blood, which was simply the bacteria and any foreign substances burning away because of the jutsu. Once he felt the last of the fizzing stop, he began to lick her wound with his tongue, leaving a good layer of saliva on the wound so it would close quickly and properly. Unfortunately, because of Naruto's concentration on the task at hand, he failed to notice the transition of fatigue and pain on Anko's face when he first started, turned into that of restrained pleasure, obviously by the fact she was biting her lip so to stop herself from moaning. Kami-sama, what is he doing at me? It feels so good, she moaned mentally, as strange waves of bliss coursed through her body, thanks to whatever jutsu Naruto was using on her. Naruto had finally been satisfied with his work on her left wrist and wasted no time switching to her right one. Naruto followed the same pattern, still completely oblivious to Anko's blissful expression as he was healing her. Hana-chan is one lucky bitch to have nabbed him up. She thought, relishing in the feel of Naruto's tongue brushing across her skin. Maybe I can convince her to share. Once or twice, she finished with a mental grin. Naruto finished his job, and began to wrap her wrists in spare medical tape he had lying around in his shinobi pouch. Anko-san, you still with me? He asked again, not sure if she had lost consciousness or not. Hi. He stuttered out, though it coming out more as a moan, than that of a dying woman. Good, because I need you to do something for me. He began before placing his own wrist in front of her face, and with one of his kunai slit his wrist. I'm going to need you to drink some of my blood. I don't have any blood pills and I'm afraid you'll lose consciousness before I can get you any other medical attention. He explained as Anko watched in both amazement at his sacrifice as well as slight arousal. When you're the ex-student of Orochimaru, blood tends to become something of a fetish. Anko slightly nodded and raised her hands to grip his arm before bringing it within inches of her mouth. It's okay, Anko-san, I'm blood type O, you won't reject my blood, he reassured her, noting that she hesitated. She nodded again before sinking her mouth on his wrist. Anko's reaction was immediate. The moment Naruto's scarlet life-giving liquid touched her tongue, her entire body shivered, at both the euphoric feeling the blood gave her as well as the heavenly taste, well, at least to her. Kami-sama, it feels like I'm about to explode. This guy has to be some kind of sex kami or something. I mean, I have a known blood fetish, sure. But this is on a totally different level. Kami-sama, it feels like I'm about to come. This is ridiculous. But so good. She mentally moaned out, her body responding exactly the way she said, writhing in euphoric pleasure, as she viciously lapped up any and all drops of Naruto's blood that coursed out of him. Anko-san, you alright? Naruto questioned, slightly concerned at the woman's body movement, as well as smalling her aroused state filling their proximity, but chalked it up to the remnants of Orochimaru's actions minutes prior. Anko didn't even think about letting go of his wrist, and only answered with a very enthusiastic nod, bringing the wrist with her so she wouldn't have to stop feeding. A good 5 minutes had passed since Anko began drinking Naruto's blood, and he thought it to be enough to keep her alive. Anko-san, you've had enough, it should last you until I can get you to the hospital, he whispered, pulling his arm back, but noticing it didn't budge. Anko-san, you have to let go so I can get you out of here, he whispered in a firmer voice. Onagai, just a little more, she mentally screamed, almost reaching her orgasmic peak. Naruto noticed her incooperative manner and forcefully pulled back his arm, making her whimper in disappointment and leaving her completely unsatisfied and now horny as hell. However, she felt great compared to 10 minutes ago. Naruto allowed a minute to pass so his own wrist could heal, before he wiped away the blood and helped Anko up from their resting positions. Unfortunately, well for Naruto, but fortunate for Anko, because of his swift movements, and the shift of her position, Anko's thighs rubbed together in just the right spot to make her go over the edge that his blood had left her at. Naruto, noting her unknown trembling, kept her steady so she wouldn't fall, as she rode the one of the strangest, and one of the best orgasms she ever had, for all it was worth. After nearly a full minute of trembling, Anko regained her motor control functions, and stood up on her own, though with Naruto's arms still wrapped around her just in case it happened again. That was amazing, she mentally purred out, not even completely satisfied, but a lot better now that she wasn't stuck at her peak of arousal like she was before. Anyo, Anko-san, did you just? He asked, slightly embarrassed, considering that Natsumi had never had a fetish for his own blood, as well as noting a large spike in her pheromones in the air within the past minute. Anko blushed embarrassingly, simply for the fact of how it came to be, not that she had. She was a woman who was in touch with her sexual side, and enjoyed the act of sex in all its facets. She was not a slut, however, as much as the village and Orochimaru thought of her as one. Her sexual partners were the few males, and few females that she completely trusted in the village. It wasn't a matter of quantity of partners, it was the quality of them. It just so happens that when she finds one, she happens to screw their brains out whenever she can and whenever they are willing. Gee, Gomen, she stuttered, embarrassed, before pushing off Naruto to stand on her own and turn to him with a sheepish smile. I kind of have a thing for blood. And yours was, Kami-sama, so good. She explained, almost purring out the last words with a glazed look in her eyes. Naruto just chuckled at Hana's best friend, as well as feeling slightly egotistical in the fact he had made a woman come just from his blood alone, doubting that many men had that power. I see, well, I may slightly understand the idea of bloodlust, but a fetish? Not so much, I cannot. He joked, making Anko grin. And I'm glad you're slightly better. I'd have hated to see how Hana-chan would have reacted if something worse happened to you. He finished seriously, making her sheepishly grin and scratch her head. Speaking of which, I should get you to a hospital. I may have medical knowledge and jutsu, but it isn't anything compared to that of a real doctor. If only you were my real doctor. She thought out loud suggestively, her gaze taking on a dreamy look, making Naruto chuckle and shake his head in disbelief. Mama, come on now, hubby Heim, Snake Princess, let's get going. Now I'm not going to risk you getting hurt, so pick your poison, carry you in my arms or piggyback. He offered. Hubby Heim, she said thoughtfully. I like it, she finished with a large smile. Piggyback, so you can be the one to have tree branches flying in your face. She joked with an evil smirk. He playfully rolled his eyes. Geez, you'd think you'd be more grateful I did just save your life. He countered sarcastically, turning around, taking a knee and let her climb on his back before lifting her up. Hey, I never asked you to save me, she argued. Now onward, she ordered with a laugh, kicking his ribs like one would a horse. Touché, he conceded before disappearing from the area in a burst of speed, leaving the battered forest. Unfortunately, with Anko's weight added on, and Naruto not wanting to show his Hanyu self, the trip to the outskirts of the Forest of Death and to the beginnings of Konoha took longer than expected. The silence began to eat at the purple-haired Junin, mainly because it forced her to think about the situation that just occurred, and in truth she didn't want to think about it. "Anyo, Arashi-san," she called out. "Hi," he yelled back since the wind caused a lot of sound. "Why were you in the Forest of Death anyway? You know it was for Genin only during the exams, unless an emergency came up," she asked, nuzzling herself into his back more as a sort of security blanket, in case he yelled at her for asking him. It was rather rude to interrogate someone who had just saved your life after all. Because of the things going on with the village, and the years of bad blood between Naruto and Konoha, Hana-chan asked me to keep an eye out for him during the second part of the exam. I was only planning on following him to make sure no one tried to finish him, since no one was around to stop them if they did. However, I found Orochimaru on my travels with Team 7 and then followed him to you. You know the rest. "I see, Gomen, for asking, I was just curious. Arigato for helping me too. I know I can act like a bitch at times, but it's nice to know people have my back when I really need it." "Not a problem, and if you are a friend of Hana-chan's, you are a friend of mine. I trust her judgment when it comes to peers she associates with, so I won't write them off immediately just because they are from Konoha," he answered back, his voice deepening by the end at the mention of Konoha. The pair's conversation was cut short as the gates to the forest appeared and Naruto easily hopped them before speeding off towards the village. With Hana had just finished working a double shift at the vet's clinic and was now heading home to refresh herself before heading towards the Forest of Death so she could see the preliminaries to the final part of the Chunin exam. Now usually it was forbidden for non-participating members of the exam to see it besides for the final part. But luckily for Hana, her two best friends were one of the proctors to the exam, and if that failed, the other was a genjutsu mistress. She turned the corner to head down the street that held most of the middle to smaller clans' compounds located on it. However, her plans were put to a halt when she saw a blur coming towards her and was kicking up dust like a tornado. She enhanced her sense of smell and sight as best she could, and with both of them in use she was able to discern that it was Naruto, although she wondered why she also smelled Anko with him. As soon as the blur was about to pass her, it stopped to reveal Anko basically strapped to Naruto's back, with her cloths torn up, and bandages in certain places. "Arashi-kun?" she questioned, with an arched brow. Seeing her obvious expression asking for an explanation, he decided to defuse the situation before it grew. "Gomen, Hana-chan, I need to get Anko-san here to the hospital. I'll let you know when I get back, nay," he explained, before disappearing from the area. Hana looked rather surprised at the whole incident, but wanted to know answers sooner than later, so she jumped off to follow the pair, and get her questions answered the moment Anko was in capable hands. Konoha Hospital. Naruto reached the hospital soon after meeting Hana, and allowed the doctors to take Anko away. Although not before Anko surprised him by kissing him passionately as a thank you for saving her. Thankfully, Naruto turned around to see Hana running towards the hospital doors. "Wow, I almost bit the bullet on that one," he sighed in relief, thankful that Hana didn't get there a minute earlier. "Okay, Arashi-kun, what is going on?" she asked as he met her outside of the hospital. Naruto just smiled at Hana's flushed face from her full sprint run, thinking it looked cute, before giving her a kiss and pulled her along with his arm wrapped around her waist. "Well, you see," he started before explaining his team's portion of the exam, and then the introduction of Orochimaru. "That son of a bitch," Hana growled out with bitter hatred dripping off her bared fangs. "Hi, he is a very annoying man. But strong, and intelligent, and worst of all cunning. He will be annoying to kill when the time comes." He agreed with Hana's sentiments, and pulled her closer to him. "We'll get him, Arashi-kun. But onto more pleasant news, since I know Anko-chan will be okay thanks to you," she began while smiling appreciatively at his protectiveness of her friend. "I was actually going to get ready and then go to the exam and watch you guys. Want to keep me company?" she asked innocently, with Naruto never noticing the calculating glint in her eye. "Sure. The exam on average takes a few hours. And we finished in a little over an hour into it. So that should give us a few hours to relax before I have to get back," he answered. Hana just smiled before pulling him along, nearly dragging him to her house. He never saw the mischievous grin on her lips. Inuzuka compound, Ohio Ka-san, Naruto greeted as the pair clambered into the house. Naruto-kun, what are you doing here? Is this part of the exam already over? Sume asked, poking her head into the hallway from the kitchen. No, but my team already got to the tower, so I decided to go exploring. And ironically found Orochimaru. He explained, seeing Sume's eyes widen in shock and slight concern. Unfortunately he got away. He finished. I see. And you were okay. Hi, it was a pretty even match until he took a hostage, but he left soon afterwards, so I took care of them by bringing them back here, he explained, getting an understanding nod from her. But why are you here? Not that I mind see you. She asked, chuckling at how her question might have come out. I invited him over to keep me company until I'm ready to go to Head Tahi Tower to watch the preliminary matches. Hana interjected. Ah, well, they shouldn't be over for quite some time, so make yourself at home, Naruto-kun, I'll make us some tea. Arigato Ka-san. Sume smiled at the pair before leaving them to their own devices. Hana brought Naruto up to her room, and gathered her things, before telling him to relax while she took a shower. Naruto agreed and let her go off, before plopping himself on her bed and just relaxed. Damn, that bastard was a lot stronger than I gave him credit for. It's no wonder why he's a genius, as well as a Sannin, Naruto grumbled in his mind, after realizing just how tired he actually was. Naruto's eyes soon began to droop, and decided to take a short nap since he still heard Hana in the shower. Little did he know, he just unwittingly fell into Hana's trap, which had been sprung the moment he crossed the threshold of her room. With Hana, I wonder if he suspects anything, she thought while getting out of the shower, her body still wet as the water careened down her tanned skin. She grabbed her towel and partially dried herself off, before putting on the clothes she brought with her, and then wrapping the towel around her chest and legs. I sure hope he doesn't lose too much blood, even though he has been with Natsumi-san before. I wonder how much he'll be able to take before he begins to beg. She mentally snorted in amusement, as an animated picture went through her mind. The Inuzuka heiress swiftly crossed the silent hallway, and entered her room to find Naruto soundly sleeping. She could only smile at how cute he looked while doing so, that is until her smile turned into a devilish smirk before walking up to her bed. When she reached it, she dispatched her towel, before climbing on top and as shinobi-like as she could straddled the sleeping Hanu's waist, making him groan in response, and her smirk to grow. In true predatory fashion, Hana rested on her knees and hovered over Naruto, before leaning down, her lips right next to his ear. Oh, Ru-to-kun, she cooed out in a heavenly seductive tone, before nipping his ear. Lightly, she smirked in triumph when she felt his body shudder, and moved back up to just sitting on his waist and waited. Naruto soon groaned out in annoyance by being woken up from his nap, and finding an uncomfortable weight on top of him. He brought his arms towards the offending thing, but stopped when he touched whatever it was. Wait. It's soft, smooth, and warm. He mentally questioned, confused on what it could be. Naruto opened his eyes, and looked at where his hands currently rested, before they widened in surprise. They were currently squeezing a pair of toned, tan, and rather attractive thighs that were straddling his waist. Naruto's gaze soon slowly moved up, noticing a pair of red panties, before moving up even more and seeing a toned, flawless stomach. His gaze continued in this fashion, making note of a matching red bra that held a pair of plump breasts, followed by a tender neck, and then finally the mischievous-looking face of one Inuzuka Hana, who was currently smugly smirking, with her eyes slightly glazed over with playful lust. I noticed you like what you see, nay. Naruto-kun, her sensuous voice cooed out to him. Naruto could only nod dumbly since he was currently speechless, for many reasons actually. First off, for the fact of Hana's forwardness, as well as deceptiveness, he just realized she had planned this at least up to a point. She had never been the initiator for their physical relationship, which he would never blame her for considering her past. But mainly because Hana was currently still slightly dripping wet from her shower. Her hair and skin shining in the morning light, while wearing only a pair of very sexy underwear and sitting on him. All in all, she was looking very sexy to him. Certainly one of the best wake-up calls I've had. He admitted, finally getting some semblance of coherent thoughts back. Her smirk grew, and with the utmost slowness and sensuous movements she could, moved back down to hover over him, her lips only inches from him. Doesn't have to end there, you know. She cooed, her breath hitting his lips. Naruto smirked at her response after gaining back his confidence, and squeezed her thighs, which made her tremble before sneaking in a lustful kiss. She moaned, as she let herself go and just pressed her half-naked body against his. They continued their heated makeout session, their hands exploring each other, hips grinding against each other but going no further. That could come later. Unfortunately for them though, an exaggerated cough in the direction of Hana's door stopped their little game. You know you're doing that all wrong. The voice that had coughed stated, the tone full of mirth. The pair stopped kissing and turned to see Sum leaning on the doorway with a bemused smirk on her face. The two had the decency to blush at being caught, especially since their position was a rather provocative one at the moment. With one of Naruto's hands on the back of Hana's head and the other slithered under her panties in the middle of giving her butt a firm squeeze. While Hana's were either caressing his cheek, or underneath his Junin vest and black shirt rubbing against his toned torso and chest. Oh, don't stop on my account. I could give you pointers after all, Sum said, stifling a laugh, as Hana quickly sprung off Naruto and put the rest of her cloths on, while he shuffled his cloths around to not make it so obvious they were just doing what they were doing. Ka-san, don't you knock. Hana yelled in embarrassment, just as any normal teenager would. Well, not in my own house, I don't. And besides, if you two were going to do that, then you should have locked the door. She countered, though shaking her head in mirthful disbelief. Hey, this was all news to me. I just went with it, Naruto defended himself. Sum quirked an accusing brow at her daughter. Oh ho, so my little Hana-chan is being dominant, nay? Sum teased, making Hana blush more. Ka-san. Sum laughed. Mama, calm down, I'm not the Inquisition, nor am I ignorant enough to think two healthy people like yourselves won't do that. Just next time lock the door, will you? She explained before turning. Anyway, the tea is ready when you come down. Oh, and Naruto-kun. Hi. I think it's my obligation to tell you that most Inuzuka women like to be dominated in the bedroom. Just thought you'd like to know that little piece of information for later, she offered, her tone expressing the shit-eating grin on her face that the pair couldn't see. Sum quickly left the two to their own devices once again. Hana huffed in response to the whole situation, before setting her gaze on Naruto. Oh, Naruto-kun, she called in a sickly sweet voice that screamed danger. Hi. He answered, feeling her burning gaze on the back of his head. How could you leave me out to dry like that with Ka-san? She asked, though it more of a demand. Anyo, well, it was. You started it. He replied weakly, before his eyes opened wide at seeing Hana lunge at him, tackling him against the bed. The pair rolled around for a full minute before Naruto got the upper hand and pinned Hana down. In victory, he leaned down, was seemingly about to kiss her, which she expected him to do. But at the last minute moved down so his lips were right next to her ear. Gomenasai, Hana-chan, he apologized huskily before sensually nibbling on her ear. Circa. Cheater. She moaned out. Naruto just smirked, before moving back up and kissed her gently before getting off her and the bed. Gomen. But let's head down though, nay? He asked, extending his hand to help Hana up from her bed. The two headed downstairs with gentle smiles on their faces after their fun, and joined their mother for tea. Sum asked Naruto about the exam as well as his meeting with Orochimaru. Naruto gave them the full description of what happened, before noticing how quickly time had passed. Gomenasai, Ka-san. But I told Natsu-chan we'd only be free for 2 hours and it's almost time, so I'll need to get back. She just smiled. I see, that's fine, Naruto-kun. You still have to keep up appearances, so it's understandable. But visit us more, nay? Naruto smiled back and nodded in agreement, before both he and Hana got up to leave. He said his goodbyes to Sum, and then left the Inuzuka compound with Hana in tow. They both headed to the outskirts of the Forest of Death, before stopping at the gate. Hana-chan, I'll see you inside, nay? He questioned. Hi, she responded before they leaned in for another kiss. Naruto moved back before jumping over the gate heading to the tower. Once Hana couldn't see him anymore, she ran off to the hospital to see how Anko was doing and then bribing her snake friend to get her inside the tower too. It had been nearly 3 hours since the start of the exam, and there were already a handful of teams walking the halls of the tower waiting for this part of the exam to finish. Most of these teams being the favorites in the exam that most of the public thought would become Chunin this year, such as Whirlpool, Sand, Seven, as well as a few others. Meanwhile, Haku was resting in one of the lounges while reading one of the shinobi magazines that were supplied to fight off the boredom. She was drowning herself in one particular article that caught her eye pertaining to Hyoten Jutsu. Unfortunately, her reading was put to an abrupt stop when the magazine was cut in half thanks to a kunai. "You," a rugged voice demanded. "Where is the demon?" Haku sighed in disappointment at being interrupted from her reading, and looked up to see Team Whirlpool standing before her with Valios in the forefront and kunai in hand. "I don't appreciate you disrupting my reading," she answered neutrally. "Well, fortunately for me I don't really care, since my Nissan's soul is at stake." He growled out. "Now where is the demon?" he ordered once more. "Why do you wish to know, Valios?" A feminine voice called out from behind them. "Because we want to know why it's such a coward that no matter how hard we looked we couldn't find it in the forest," Kasumi answered, her gaze hardening towards Natsumi, who had blood splashed all over her. "I see. Well, unfortunately for you, Team Iwa found us first, and found the scroll we needed after we dispatched them," Natsumi explained. Valios's eyes darkened after hearing that, and in a flash had Natsumi pressed against the wall by the collar of her shirt. "What possible reason do you have for being teammates with that monster? Is that where all that blood came from?" Valios shouted, his rage emanating off him. Natsumi was about to answer when her nose twitched at the scent of someone she knew rapidly approaching their position. The next second a blue-hilted katana was resting on Valios's arm and pressed dangerously against his neck. "Kasumi, please keep your teammates under control. This is my second warning about threatening to harm those important to me, there will not be a third." Naruto's cold voice reverberated throughout the room, the moment his body phased next to his mate and Valios. All three of Uzumaki's gazes landed on Naruto before growing dark. However, Kasumi didn't wish to witness the wrath of Kyuubi just yet, and walked up to Valios, putting a hand on his shoulder, silently ordering him to back down. Valios grunted in disapproval but did so and let Natsumi go, before turning his back to the demon pair. "Enjoy yourself while you can, demon, because your time is almost up." Valios threatened coldly before his team left the room, leaving only Team Ice Fox. Can't leave them alone for a few hours before they start something," Naruto sighing in annoyance. "Where were you anyway, Naru-kun?" "You said 2 hours, Natsumi asked, noticing that his wardrobe was back to his Junin pants and sandals, while she sensually licked some remnants of blood off her fingers. "Well, you see," he started out before explaining the circumstances he met after he left the tower to both Natsumi and Haku. Natsumi herself was pissed at first that he hadn't even contacted her about Orochimaru, and waited until now of all times to. But agreed to his explanation on why he hadn't, knowing that he was right no matter how annoyed she was. The team would have continued their talk, but it was interrupted by loud ding sound coming out of the speakers set up in the tower. "All remaining teams please report to room C5 for the final part of this exam." "Geez, and I just got here too," Naruto said in pseudo-sadness, before he and his team went towards where they were told. Room C5 Preliminary Battle Arena. The teams were now standing in a large room that was obviously some kind of battle arena. The teams lined up in front of the congregated Junin sensei, proctors, as well as the Sandaime Hokage himself. Welcome and congratulations to all the shinobi who have passed the survival portion of the Chunin exams." Sarutobi's voice boomed throughout the room. "However, it seems that this year's batch of participants are better than we expected, and many more teams have survived up to this point. Unfortunately, because of this surplus of shinobi, preliminary matches must be given to dumb down the amount that will be participating in the final portion of the exam," he explained, getting the attention of all the participants before explaining the rules of the matches. "Now that you know what is expected of you, do any of you wish to back down before the matches begin? Simply raise your hand now," he commanded, while looking at the crowd. After a few seconds 2 hands went up. Names. Enko, who had been able to recover in the hospital enough to get back to her proctor's job, asked with little interest. Yakushi Kabuto, Sai, the 2 men stated, before Enko nodded and the 2 left the room, never noticing the hardened gazes of a few of the Leaf Junin as well as the Hokage himself. "Very well, Since the rest of you are still willing to continue, please choose whichever balcony you wish and prepare for the preliminary matches to begin, Sarutobi ordered. The teams with their senseis in tow went up to the balconies and waited for the large screen to reveal the first matches of the preliminaries. Once everyone was settled in, Sarutobi snapped his fingers and the large screen came to life, with the names of the remaining participants flashing around. Finally the list began to slow, before coming to a complete stop, revealing the two shinobi who would begin the fights. Most of the teams looked in on surprise, never expecting the two who were chosen to be the first picked. Very well, will the two participants please join the referee in the middle of the arena? The Hokage ordered. The two participants did as was told and began their descent to the arena below. Chapter 17. Chunin Exams Part 3. Akato Yoroi, Uchiha Sasuke. Are both participants ready? The proctor referee called out, once the two got to the middle of the arena. Hi, they chorused out. Very well, Hajime, begin fight. Canon Sasuke fight winner, Uchiha Sasuke. The proctor yelled. Kakashi quickly shunshed to the kneeling Uchiha, before helping him up and walking him out of the area. Damn, that seal is causing him a lot more problems than I thought it would. Kakashi thought, while looking slightly concerned at the pain-ridden face of Sasuke as he clutched his shoulder. Back in the arena, the Hokage snapped his fingers and the large screen lit up once more. The names began to slow until completely stopping. Sabaku no Gaara and Kira Ray, please join the referee in the middle of the arena. The Hokage ordered. Gaara simply shunshed his way to the middle in a swirl of sand, while Ray walked down the balcony and then towards the middle. The proctor was about to begin the match when a voice broke the silence. Oi Gaara, do me a favor, Naruto shouted, getting everyone's attention, before he shunshed himself right next to Gaara with his head next to the container's ear and a friendly hand on his shoulder. As Naruto spoke, the audience was dying to know just what he was telling the Suna shinobi. Unfortunately he was speaking so lowly that only Natsumi and Yugito, who was using the smallest amount of demonic chakra, to hear. While the rest of the people couldn't help but shudder seeing the sadistic-looking smile on Gaara's face as Naruto spoke. Naruto soon moved back, smiled at his brother, patted him on the shoulder and shunshed back up to the balcony next to his team and Hana, who had just arrived. Naruto noticed a gaze on him, and looked across the room to see a smiling Yugito looking at him. As if understanding her unspoken words, he smiled back, nodded and mouthed, "Enjoy," before looking back at the arena floor. Evil Naru-kun, very evil, Natsumi's soft voice reverberated approvingly throughout his head. May I do what I can, besides he deserves a good beating for what he's done. He thought back. Anyo Naruto-kun, what did you tell him? Haku asked, making everyone's attention zoom in on him since his teammate had asked the question they all wanted to know the answer to. Just leave him alive, Naruto answered with a nonchalant shrug, making everyone slightly shiver at both his tone and the unspoken meaning behind the words. Sabaku no Gaara, Kira Ray, are both participants ready? The referee asked. Hi, Hajime. The moment those words were spoken, the cork on Gaara's gourd popped out, falling to the floor, while sand slowly began to inch its way out. Meanwhile Ray had jumped back and was already hand-sealing. I'll end this quickly, even though he will use that sand somehow. The speed of my Raiden Jutsu should get past whatever defenses he has up his sleeve. Ray concluded. Raiden. Raryuden no Jutsu, lighting style, lightning dragon projectile technique. He shouted. The moment he finished his jutsu, a large ball of crackling lightning formed in front of his hands. Once the lightning ball seemed ready to explode from the seams, it finally did and shot out straight at Gaara, with the head of the bolt looking like a voracious dragon. Ray smirked when he noticed that Gaara hadn't even moved from his position, and just watched as the dragon hit and exploded, making smoke encompass the impact site. Oi Proctor-san, call the match. This boy has a long way to go. Naruto murmured while smirking at the arrogance Ray was showing. Ray was about to turn his back and head back up to the balcony, when he noticed something come out of the smoke. What? He shouted before jumping out of the way. Tendril of sand located where he just was. He can manipulates the sand in such a manner. He thought, surprised at never hearing of a Suna shinobi save the Sandame Cage to be able to do such a thing. Ray landed on the balcony railing in a crouched position and waited for the cloud of dust to leave to see if his guess was right. And to his shock he hit the nail on the head. Once the dust settled, everyone could see that a thin but apparently strong wall of sand was erected where Rei's jutsu would have hit, with Gaara not seemingly to have moved an inch. Gaara's emotionless gaze moved up to meet Rei's, who had visibly flinched when he looked into those cold cyan eyes of his opponent. Damn, I didn't think he could do that, this makes a lot of my jutsu useless. He mused, thinking about how to get the upper hand, until an idea hit him. Wait. If I can make his sand hot enough, I'll be able to solidify it like glass. He thought, before yet another arrogant smirk crossed his lips. I hope you don't think you are invincible just because you have that defense. Rei shouted while hand sealing once again. Raiden. Nibai Raiko Genkatsu no Jutsu, lightning style, double lightning fist technique. He yelled, as his hands became encompassed with lightning, before jumping into the air. As Rei sailed through the air, Gaara grunted in annoyance before sending his sand to intercept the flying boy. However, what everyone except the Kumo team expected didn't happen. As the sand shot at Rei, he straightened out his posture and extended one arm at the oncoming tendril. The moment the two jutsu hit, a loud sound much like glass breaking resounded through the arena. As the audience looked on, they noticed in surprise that where the two jutsu impacted, Gaara's sand was turned to tanned glass. Rei took that opportunity of shock to his advantage and somersaulted over the tendril, continuing his descent towards Gaara. While Gaara looked on in confusion, his sand did its job by continuing to shoot out tendril after tendril at Rei. Unfortunately for Gaara, the boy had been able to master this jutsu and could summon more lightning to his fists immediately after using the jutsu up, so he was able to stop every oncoming tendril in its tracks in a feat showing his shinobi prowess. You're mine. Rei shouted when he was able to continue on his war path and reach Gaara himself. The boy cocked his right arm back and sent it careening to Gaara's face, which made a loud smacking sound against the sand shinobi's face, before sending him careening across the floor with his sand not far behind. Rei looked on in triumph at his victory, before looking dumbfounded at Gaara, who quickly stood up as if he wasn't even fazed by the attack. Gaara simply dusted himself off, before looking at the shocked Rei as well as audience. How can you stand after that? Rei shouted, while pointing accusingly at Gaara, making his siblings and sensei smirk. It's because you didn't continue on with your attack. Something as simple as that alone won't stop Gaara. Temari said, making all the teams around her look at her with curiosity and slight fear. Rei just looked at the stoic Gaara before noticing his cheek where he punched it, cracked. What the Kumo shinobi thought, as he watched Gaara's cheek literally crack and then fall off in fascination. Suna no Yoroi, armor of sand, Konkuro replied from the balcony, noticing everyone's dumbfounded expressions. What the hell is this guy, just a fucking fortress or what? Rei aggravatingly shouted, before activating his Nibai Raiko Genkatsu no Jutsu once more. Is that all you have? Gaara's taunting voice called out. No. Good, Gaara replied before lifting his arm and pointed a finger at Rei, before his sand shot out once again. It's faster than before, Rei thought, as he dodged the first few tendrils out of sheer reflex. Gaara simply moved his arm in whatever direction Rei ran or jumped to, guiding his sand towards his prey. Unfortunately for Rei, with the increase in speed of the sand, he was completely on the defensive, barely being able to dodge the sand, and use his jutsu to turn it into glass even less often, let alone force a counterattack. Shit, if this keeps up, Rei thought worriedly. Rei's thoughts, however, cost him his concentration, and the next moment a tendril of sand caught his foot. Damn, he cursed as he was swung into the air. Gaara's expression became one of pure bliss, as his sand played him an orchestra of groans of pain as bones cracked, and blood splattered across the arena grounds. Rei could do nothing at the time to get away from the hellish sand, while he was thrown like a rag doll against nearly everything in range of the arena. The floor, the ceiling, the balcony itself, the walls, anything the sand deemed fit to crush him against, it used to make its master happy. Fortunately for the Kumo shinobi, the sand lent up on its assault for only a moment, but a moment was all the boy needed. He twisted his body in a rather sickening posture, but it also allowed him to punch the sand that held him, causing it to turn to glass and release him. Rei fell to the ground with a meaty thud, but got up as quickly as he could. His breathing labored, his body bruised, bleeding, and some bones obviously broken. I will not lose here. Rei yelled out in haggard breath, before he began a chain of seals which both Yugito and Akiko recognized immediately. No. He wouldn't. Even if he was losing this badly he couldn't. Not in his condition. Akiko thought out loud in shock at just what Rei was about to use. What? Tamari asked, in slight worry for her brother. His strongest jutsu. Yugito simply answered, while inwardly smirking like a cat, finally being able to see Rei get his comeuppance, especially with knowing he was no match for a Jinchuriki, poetic justice if she had ever heard it. The group just looked back with bated breath as to what would happen with the situation as dire as it now was. Gaara could sense the high chakra output for the jutsu, as well as the distortion to Rei's body which came in the form of a bulge in the boy's stomach and was slowly moving up his body. It was currently going up his neck and Gaara knew that his normal sand wouldn't be able to protect him for whatever it was, so for the first time in the fight he began hand-sealing himself. Suna no Muya cocoon of sand. The sand surrounding Gaara quickly came to life and created a dome around Gaara's form, and not too soon considering that Rei was about to release his jutsu. Raiden. Jian, false darkness. The boy shouted, as a humongous lightning bolt shot out of his mouth snaking its way quickly at Gaara. The lightning bolt took no time at all to impact and surround Gaara's sand dome. The sound it made was almost deafening to everyone as they watched in fascination as to what would happen next. Rei's jutsu soon came to a conclusion as the last bit of the lightning left his mouth and followed the trail to Gaara's sand, with the lightning still encompassing Gaara. Rei just smirked in triumph once again as he and the rest of the audience watched, as the yellow lightning soon took on a darker color, and before long took the color of a dark night sky. I win, Rei whispered, before the lightning began to convulse and then without warning exploded. The explosion was large enough to send the entire room into a coughing fit, as dust and sand flew through the air. Gaara. Temari's scream could be overheard from the explosion. It was a nice shot, Natsumi admitted while coving her nose and mouth from the dirty air. That it was, he is pretty good, Naruto admitted as well. I can't believe he used it. Akiko said disbelievingly. The dust soon began to settle, and the proctor was about to call the match when a silhouette could be seen at the point of the explosion. Impossible, Rei stuttered, with a shocked expression on his face. The remaining dust settled, and finally revealing a ragged-looking Gaara. His entire body looked tanned, as well as having massive cracks all over, with some of his skin falling off. Rei fell to his knees after realizing what happened. He set up two defenses, the dome, and then encompassed his entire body with sand as a backup. Though concluding what happened. The boy got up from his knees, his body looking like it was about to give out at any moment, yet his expression went from shocked to jagged and determined. I'm the son of the Raikage of Kumo, I cannot and will not lose here. He growled out, seeing more of Gaara's, Suna no Yoroi, armor of sand, fall off his body. Rei hand sealed for his, Nibai Raiko Genkatsu no Jutsu, before charging Gaara head-on, knowing that he would win because of who he was. Gaara just looked at the raging boy impassively and shot out a few tendrils of sand, knowing that with the lack of chakra he wouldn't be able to dodge all of them. And he was right, Rei was able to dodge a few and hit more with his jutsu, but while he concentrated his attack on one, another tendril got past his senses and wrapped around his torso and shot him through the air, smashing him into the ceiling with such a force that it made a crater in the ceiling while the crunch of his body made most of the onlookers cringe in pain. Once Rei recovered from the hit, he looked at Gaara with a fierce anger as his nose and mouth bled from his wounds. Simply because you are the son of a powerful person, doesn't automatically make you a better person than the rest of us. Now I will teach you what it is to be humble. Gaara stated in his monotone voice, before raising his hand towards Rei's helpless form, as more sand surrounded the boy so only his arms and legs were completely covered. Sabaku Susu, desert funeral. He finished as his outstretched hand clenched into a fist. The next moment a blood-curdling scream reverberated throughout the arena, as spurts of blood began to fall to the arena floor. Kami-sama, Akiko said in shock as what Gaara had just done, while most of the audience were thinking along the same lines as she. Gaara, that's enough. Let him go. The proctor said, clasping a hand on Gaara's shoulder. Gaara simply nodded and released Rei's mangled body, allowing it to fall from the ceiling and smash on the ground with a thump. Rei's body was completely thrashed, both his arms and legs looked like someone let a pack of lions loose on them. His entire body was bruised and bleeding, but surprisingly enough he was still alive, if barely. But people heard his whimpers of pain and knew the Suna shinobi used that jutsu on only non-lethal parts of the boy. Winner, Sabaku no Gaara. The proctor said, before a group of medical shinobi appeared next to Rei, put him on a stretcher, and took him to the infirmary. Gaara shunted back to his siblings and gave them a satisfied smile, before looking towards the board. A very interesting match, the Hokage said, before coughing slightly. But now for the next one. He concluded before snapping his fingers and the sign coming to life once more. The genin were becoming antsy at who would be next, especially after the exciting match that just occurred. Soon however the names began to slow, and then come to a stop. Will Sabaku no Kankuro and Tsurugi Masumi please join the referee in the middle of the arena? The Hokage ordered. Well, guess it's my turn, Kankuro said with a smirk, before heading down the balcony to meet his opponent. Sabaku no Kankuro, Tsurugi Masumi. Are both participants ready? The proctor asked. Hi, very well, Hajime. Canon match winner Sabaku no Kankuro, the proctor yelled, as a smirking Kankuro rewrapped Karasu and began his climb back to his siblings. Too easy, Kankuro said as he reached his siblings, while the teams looked back at the board for the next match. The board came back to life once more after Sarutobi snapped his fingers, before slowing down and revealing the pair for the fourth preliminary match. Well, this should be interesting, Naruto said, after whistling in surprise at this turn of events. Will Niyugito and Akiko please join the referee in the middle of the arena, Sarutobi ordered. The two Kumo Kunoichi looked at each other with upset expressions, never actually thinking they'd be pitted against each other, but it seemed fate had other plans for the two. They quickly regained their composure and walked down the stairs, reaching the middle of the arena floor. Niyugito, Akiko. Are both participants ready? Hi. Yugito called out. Wait. Akiko said, making everyone look at her, wondering what she had to say. The young teen looked at Yugito, before a small smile graced her lips. Never thought we'd be opponents, she said, chuckling slightly, making Yugito relax her expression in sympathy. Neither did I, Akiko. Well. Akiko started, her expression taking a serious turn. I know I cannot win against you. But I would like to test my strength against you in a full fight, she explained, before getting into her usual taijutsu stance. Yugito looked at her friend with widened eyes, but she soon saw the determination in Akiko's own gaze to fight her in a real battle. Yugito smiled at her friend, before settling down in her own stance, her smile turning into the emotionless one that Akiko was always used to when Yugito was in Kumo or on missions. Arigato, Akiko said, with Yugito nodding in response. The proctor looked at the two opponents, making sure to give them each their say before the fight. Now, Hajime, he shouted, seeing that the girls were done talking and ready to fight. Immediately Yugito disappeared from sight, and reappeared in front of Akiko with her fist cocked back. The next moment Akiko's body was planted into a crater when her body impacted a wall. Wow, haven't seen Yugito-chan serious in a fight until now. Naruto thought out loud after whistling in surprise. I'm quite impressed. Well, I'm sure Iza-chan hasn't been just sitting on her cute butt the entire time they were together, Natsumi retorted, getting a nod of affirmation from Naruto while the people near them wondered just what they were talking about. Shit, I forgot how strong she was. Akiko thought, her body already aching from the single punch. Akiko saw Yugito standing a few yards away and pulled herself off the wall, landing on her feet with a thud. Damn. She outmatches me in almost everything, strength, speed, agility, stamina. I'm kinda regretting asking for a serious fight now, she thought, chuckling inwardly. Oh well, this is a good chance to test myself against a Jinchuriki, she concluded, her determination growing slightly. Akiko straightened her posture, and settles back into her taijutsu stance, before sprinting off to attack Yugito. I'm impressed with your determination, Akiko, Yugito said while dodging the younger female's punches and kicks. Arigato, Yugito, Akiko retorted before feinting a punch and beginning to hand seal only a foot away from Yugito. Damn, I got careless, Yugito yelled in her mind, seeing Akiko's sealing complete. Raiden. Shurai no Jutsu, lightning style, lightning strike technique. Akiko yelled as a ball of lightning that both Yugito and Naruto recognized formed in front of her sealed hands. Let's see how many lives this kitten has. Naruto joked, making Natsumi smirk at his pun. Akiko released the lightning, sending it directly at Yugito, who had only a second to move out of the way. Luckily that second saved her life, and was able to dodge the brunt of the point-blank jutsu. Yugito landed across the room from Akiko, her entire left arm and shoulder sizzling thanks to her friend's jutsu. The container cringed in both pain and disgust from the smell of burning flesh, as she waited for Izanami's help to repair the burnt skin. "You've gotten better since we last sparred, Akiko," Yugito complimented, hoping it would buy a little time to recover. "If you think I'm going to give you enough time to let your friend help, you're mistaken, Yugito," Akiko answered before jumping towards her friend. "Damn. She always was smart," Yugito grunted in defeat of her plan. The two began a dance of taijutsu, with Akiko being completely on the offensive, though Yugito still holding her own despite the handicap she now had. After a few minutes Yugito began to get feeling back in her arm and decided to turn the tables, and with a duck under Akiko's roundhouse kick was able to punch the girl in the gut, sending her stumbling back slightly. Yugito soon began her offensive, utilizing her superior speed to deal devastating blows on the young girl with only her one arm and feet. On a certain right hook landing across Akiko's cheek, her whole upper body turned away so that Yugito couldn't see. Yugito figured that she was losing the ability to take the damage dealt and continued with her onslaught, but was surprised when a large electrical current shot through her body, shooting her off of Akiko the moment their bodies touched. Yugito landed a few yards away, still feeling the pain as well as numbing effects of whatever it was that Akiko used. "Raiden. Saiteki Biribiri, lightning style, static shock," Akiko replied, while turning back to face her opponent, and answering the unspoken question that everyone wanted to know. "She has definitely gotten stronger. She even made at least 2 original jutsu," Yugito thought. "Gomenasai, Akiko," she said, getting a questioning brow raise from Akiko. "I wasn't taking you as seriously as I should have been, until now," she explained, while showing that most of her injuries sustained so far were pretty much healed already. "I was wondering when you were going to get serious," Akiko taunted with a smirk, making Yugito give an apologetic smile. "Now, let us begin," Yugito spoke with her voice cold. "Let's," Akiko answered before quickly hand sealing once again, before throwing her palms against the ground. "Raiden. Gekijuaryoku, lightning style, deadly gravity." Once the jutsu was spoken, the entire room flashed a brilliant yellow, before groans of struggles could be heard. Akiko looked up and smirked at seeing what she had hoped to see, Yugito struggling to stand up. Unfortunately, a majority of the shinobi in the audience were having some trouble keeping their balance as well. None of the Junin, nor the Hokage himself, were having an easy time standing and were forced to use the railings as a crutch. What did you just do?" the proctor asked, while keeping himself up on one knee, making Akiko smile embarrassingly. Gomen everyone," she apologized. "It's a jutsu that creates an abnormally high level of gravity within a certain surface area, in this case, this entire room. But the gravity isn't set to a certain level. It's all based individually, and on your chakra, so the more chakra you have, the higher the gravity will become for you," she explained, keeping the secret to breaking the technique to herself, considering that she was using it against an opponent. A jutsu that can render Junin and even cage-level shinobi to this. "That's quite impressive," Sarutobi thought, surprised that such a young girl could create such a strong and potentially limitless jutsu. Not a bad strategy considering her opponent. But it seems to be a double-edged sword, cause it is affecting herself as well," Naruto said while looking towards the fight, while Natsumi piggybacked on him since he didn't seem affected as badly. "Arigato Naru-kun," Natsumi's haggard voice whispered against his ear, making him nuzzle his head against her cheek in response. "Damn. She certainly knows how to make my advantage into a disadvantage," Yugito conceded while struggling to stand up. "No more holding back, Yugito," Akiko challenged, before rushing towards her. Their battle continued with Akiko dominating the fight thanks to her gravity jutsu. "Damn. She could actually beat me if this keeps up." Yugito though, while luckily blocking a harsh-looking kick. Yugito took a chance and grabbed the blocked foot before throwing her across the arena, and began hand sealing. "I never actually thought I've ever used this," she said before she finished her sealing. Doten. Doryu Taiga, Earth Style, Earth Flow River. She cried, as the entire floor of the arena turned into slick mud, while luckily for her was also able to negate Akiko's gravity jutsu. Damn. She found a weakness to it. And so soon, Akiko mentally growled at her back luck, seeing that Yugito was already feeling back to normal. The two fighters balanced atop the muddy river, regaining their normal gravity movement. Yugito was able to do it first, and launched herself at Akiko. And using her usual speed and strength was able to obliterate the younger girl. Blood soon began to splatter across the muddy floor from the beating Akiko was taking, while all that could be seen of Yugito was a black and yellow blur as she beat on the young girl. So this is her power. Naruto said more to himself than anyone. I doubt it. Akiko seems to be Yugito's friend, so even though she wants to, she can't bring herself to be 100% serious against her. Plus she hasn't even used Iza-chan yet. She is probably saving it for the finals, Natsumi answered, while playfully nibbling on his ear as she spoke, making him shudder. Hi, you're probably right. And can't you wait until after the exams, Natsu-chan? Naruto thought to her, making her smirk and flick her tongue into his ear a little, making him quiver. I could. But that wouldn't be fun now, would it? She responded, making him snort. Akiko was trying her best to defend against Yugito's onslaught of attacks, but she used a lot of her chakra on her bigger jutsu. All she could now do was defend as best she could until she found an opening or thought of a counterattack. Yugito, however, was thinking of the fastest way to end the fight, since she knew that Akiko was far from giving up. As she continued to attack the teen, she began to hand seal. Raiden. Tenrai Habana, Lightning Style, Divine Spark. Yugito yelled as she skidded across the muddy surface before launching herself at her prone opponent. Akiko heard the jutsu and turned, but only soon enough to see Yugito's arm extended while lunging at her, with 5 glowing balls at the tip of each finger. Yugito reached the girl and attacked every one of her appendages, starting with her left leg and then calling out the number Ichi. Then attacked her right leg, Ni. Then her left arm, San. Then her right arm, Yan. And finally hit her palm against Akiko's chest, Go. After the palm hit, Yugito jumped back and gave an apologetic frown at Akiko, who saw it, and her eyes soon grew wide, before Yugito raised her hand into one final seal. Kai. Once she said that, the spot where Akiko was struck in her left leg began to glow yellow, and then the next moment she was engulfed in an explosion, which had propelled her right. Then the mark on her right leg began to glow before exploding, which sent her back to the left. Her left arm glowed and another explosion followed, careening her back to the right of the arena. Her right arm glowed as well and then exploded, sending her back to her original spot. Lastly, the hit on her chest glowed and then exploded, sending her careening backwards towards the shinobi statue that decorated the room. She impacted the statue with a meaty crunch and even made a crater in it. Yugito quickly ran to her friend, helped her up, and was surprised that Akiko was not only still conscious after the bleeding she went through. After all, her body was mangled much like Rei's by the end of the fight, with a lot of her blood splattered across the still muddy floor, but she was smiling as well. Please call the match, Yugito requested in an almost ashamed voice, while canceling her earth and jutsu. Hi. The proctor stuttered out after see the impressive jutsu. Winner, Ni Yugito. A medical team quickly appeared and took Akiko from Yugito's arms, putting her on a stretcher. Gomenasai, Akiko, Yugito said, quite upset over the wild thing. The young girl just smiled appreciatively. It's all right, Yugito. I wanted this to be a real fight and you gave me that despite us being friends. Arigato, she reassured, before she closed her eyes and was diagnosed as unconscious, and along with it the gravity jutsu, finally allowing everyone to move normally. Naruto put Natsumi down, and quickly, shunshed down to Yugito to try to comfort her. Nay Yugito-chan, that was a really great match. You two were really amazing. He complimented, hoping it would rouse her spirits, and luckily it worked. Arigato Naruto-kun, it just hurts that I had to hurt her. Hi, it always does. But I think that she would have been hurt even more if you hadn't fought her seriously. He answered back. He gave a small affirming nod. Hi, you're probably right, of course I'm right. He said happily before grabbing her hand. Since both your teammates are gone, you'll watch the rest of the matches with my team, Nay. He playfully ordered, dragging her along with him towards his balcony. Arigato, Naruto-kun, she thought with a smile. You know her, Naruto-kun? Hana asked, not wanting to admit it but being slightly jealous that he was still holding Yugito's hand. She was an Inuzuka and fiercely loyal to those she was close to and expected the same from them. Ah, Gomen Hana-chan, this is Yugito-chan as you already know. But more importantly she is number 2, he said emphasizing the number, making sure she understood what he meant. Hana looked at the older blonde with an analyzing gaze, before shrugging and extended her hand with a smile. Hi, I'm Inuzuka Hana, and close friend of Naruto-kun's, she greeted the female container, emphasizing her relationship to Yugito. Ni Yugito, the blonde responded back with a smile of her own before they shook hands. Knowing Naruto as well as I do, I should have expected this to happen. Natsumi thought while shaking her head in disbelief, slight annoyance, and jealousy. He is like a magnet for broken women, they just flock to him, not that I can very well blame them. She countered before sighing in defeat. After all, that's part of what makes him. Him, and I can't very well love only part of him, so we'll see what happens. She concluded, wondering just what the future will hold. For Naruto and his mates. An incredible match. But now on to the next one. Sarutobi yelled out to get everyone's attention, before snapping his fingers and let the board light up once more. The names went round and round, before slowing, finally coming to a stop. Will Nara Shikamaru and Tsuchi-kin please join the referee in the middle of the arena, Sarutobi ordered. Troublesome, Shikamaru said lazily before walking down the balcony to meet his opponent. Nara Shikamaru, Tsuchi-kin. Are both participants ready? The proctor asked. Hi. Very well, Hajime. He called out as the 5th match began. Canon match winner, Nara Shikamaru. TSH, troublesome. Shikamaru scoffed before heading back to his balcony and team. On with the matches, the Hokage said, snapping his fingers, as the board lit up. The board flashed through the names, before slowing and then coming to a complete stop. Will Uzumaki Valios and Inuzuka Kiba please meet the referee at the middle of the arena? Sarutobi ordered. Finally, Valios shouted, jumping off the balcony and landing in the middle of the arena. Guess I get to get revenge for you, Naruto. Kiba said with a chuckle and superior smirk, while walking past his companions. He was about to walk past Naruto himself when a hand on his shoulder stopped his progress. Kiba turned to see Naruto was the one who had stopped him and had a serious look on his face. Kiba, do not joke around with an Uzumaki. You could live to regret it. Do not be foolhardy enough to think this will be an easy match. I suggest you take that boy very seriously. Naruto warned Kiba, whose demeanor took a more serious side. Hi, I know, just needed to get the nervousness out of the way, he replied before turning back and heading down the balcony stairs and towards the center of the arena. So I get to fight a mud, eh? Valios quipped with a smirk. By the end of this match we'll just see who the mud is, Kiba retorted with his own smirk. His smirk dropped. You'll regret those words, Uzumaki Valios, Inuzuka Kiba. Are both participants ready? The proctor asked. This is gonna be fun. Valios said, now a sadistic leer in his eyes, while cracking his knuckles trying to intimidate Kiba. You're damn right, Kiba retorted. I'll take that as a yes, the proctor said while sweat dropping at the two. Very well, Hajime. He yelled as the 6th preliminary match began. Let's go Akamaru, we'll hit him hard and fast. Kiba shouted, with his little dog barking in agreement. Shikyaku no Jutsu, 4-legged technique. Kiba shouted after activating the necessary seal. Chakra soon began to emanate off Kiba before he fell to all 4 limbs much like his Nindog partner. The whole situation made Valios just quirk his eyebrow at the Inuzuka boy, seeming to simply wait for him to attack. Well, if you aren't going to attack, then I will. Kiba growled out, his usual masculine voice, now sounding slightly grinding, before he sped towards Valios. Valios simply smirked at Kiba's attack, and easy blocked the mid-air kick to his face. You are slow. Valios taunted before punching Kiba in the gut, sending him fly a few yards back. Far too slow, he confirmed. Damn, just one punch and he's already broken a rib. I guess Kabuto wasn't joking about this guy's specialty being taijutsu. Kiba thought while rubbing his bruised side. Kiba quickly got up and rushed his opponent once more, unfortunately getting the same result if only slightly less damage. Akamaru. Kiba shouted, as his faithful companion barked and raced over to him. Guess we have to use it sooner than I had hoped, Akamaru. He rhetorically asked with a feral smile, before pulling out a small pill from his shinobi pouch and feeding it to his dog, and then grabbing one for himself. Once the small dog swallowed the pill, its fur turned almost red and it became much fiercer looking than before. Akamaru quickly jumped on top of Kiba, before Kiba himself began to hand seal. Jujin Bunchen, Beast Man clone. He shouted before Akamaru disappeared into a puff of smoke, and arising from the smoke a few moments later was a second Kiba. So, what? I'm now going to have to beat two of you instead of just one. How boring. Valios taunted boredly. Yay, just keep talking, Kiba thought, before both forms of him launched in opposite directions. Valios followed both Kibas and knew he was going to do something. The only question was what. Both Kibas in an almost mirror-like display squared off on either side of Valios, forcing him to look at only one at a time. Valios found this lack of fighting bored, and sighed in annoyance before raising his arms and gave the two Kibas the signal for, come, with his hand. Both Kibas growled at his arrogance and decided to teach him a lesson he wouldn't soon forget. Akamaru launched at Valios, and when he got halfway there jumped in the air and soon began barrel rolling, moving so quickly it made him look like a small tornado. Suga, piercing fang. The spinning Akamaru barked, while flying through the air right at Valios. TSH, only an amateur would be hit with something like his. Valios scoffed, and moved to his right just when Akamaru was about to hit. Unfortunately for Valios, his pride got in the way of the match, and had failed to notice the second Kiba mere feet away from him while also spinning tremendously. Valios felt a surge of pain cover his left shoulder and arm, before a weight he hadn't noticed pushed him off his balance and forced him to jump back. Gatsuga, dual piercing fang. Kiba said with a superior smirk with Akamaru right next to him. I'm impressed, Inuzuka. I didn't think you'd be able to hurt me, let alone make me bleed. He complimented while wiping away the fresh blood that oozed out of his shoulder and arm wounds. Kiba smirked. Don't think it'll be the last time either. Valios's gaze hardened. Don't think they just because you were able to harm me that you've won this fight. This is far from over and you've already resorted to using 4 jutsu. If you wanted to end the match in one move, it should have been something more like this. Valios lectured while beginning to hand seal faster than any of the genin of the prior matches. Uzumaki no Kaiten, Gukaku no Jutsu, Uzumaki fire style, great fireball technique. Valios shouted before taking in a large breath and then expelling it. From Valios's mouth was probably one of the biggest jutsu genin in most of the visiting shinobi had ever seen. Its heat was so incredible that everyone in the audience felt the temperature rise several dozen degrees. The fireball hurled itself towards both Kibas, and if not for the luck of the Inuzuka knowing about Uzumaki jutsus, Kiba would have been frozen there solid like a statue. Fortunately for him that wasn't the case, and he was able to recover, grab Akamaru and jump out of danger. The audience just looked on in awe and fascination as the fireball raged along the ground before smashing into the shinobi statue, obliterating nearly all of it. Naruto whistled in surprise. So that's an Uzumaki skill from a true user, he mused offhandedly, finding no wonder why the Uzumaki clan were ranked up with both the Uchiha clan and the Hyuga clan. Naruto also noticed in the corner of his eye Natsumi rubbing her stomach as if she felt pain when she saw the fireball appear. Must be phantom pain from her battle with them and my two-san. Naruto thought with sympathy, wrapping his hand in her free one, giving it a reassuring squeeze. Natsumi looked at Naruto and saw the concern in his eyes, and could only smile gently as he tried to comfort her from her past memories that now resurfaced with that jutsu. Damn, hearing about their jutsu and actually being on the receiving end of it are completely different. Kiba groaned after seeing the destruction that Valios just caused to the statue, or what was left of it anyway. We can let him have enough time to hand seal again, or next time we may not get away. He reasoned in his head. Let's go, Akamaru, Kiba shouted, before both Kibas once again ran at the silver-haired boy. I already told you that wouldn't work. Valios shouted, preparing himself for the assault. Both Kibas began to spin as they did before, but as soon as they were about to hit Valios, their direction missed only slightly, and hit the ground. However, instead of stopping like last time, they bounced off the ground like a ping-pong ball in random directions. The two problems this caused for Valios was the fact that because they now moved randomly around him he couldn't adjust to their movements, which made it exceedingly hard to attack. The other problem was that because of their collisions with the floor, the ground itself broke apart and soon filled the area with flying debris and dust, making it hard for the hazel-eyed boy to see. Not so tough when you can't see, nay. Kiba taunted his opponent, who randomly looked around for something, anything to attack. Gatsuga dual piercing fang. He shouted. Damn, this mud isn't as bad as I thought. Valios admitted, while searching for his opponent, before grunting in pain when something sharp dug into his back. Damn you, he shouted, thrashing his limbs randomly. You're letting him get to you, Valios, Kasumi thought in slight shame while hearing the battle from up in the balcony. Valios-kun, calm down, that is not how I taught you to fight. A strong feminine voice yelled from the stands, making all the onlookers turn their heads. Uzumaki Kushina was currently looked down at the battle with hardened eyes, making everyone wonder just what would happen with her harsh words. The next few seconds felt as if all the sound in the room had completely vanished. Everyone felt something was about to happen, but none, save Team Whirlpool, could guess until it did. In the meantime, Kiba and Akamaru kept up their assault, hoping they were wearing down their opponent. Despite Valios taking damage constantly, using the jutsu was dangerous because of its taxes on the body and chakra cost itself. After hearing Kushina speak, Kiba felt something change, and saw something in the dust cloud Valios was in. What's this feeling? Uzumaki can maelstrom fist. Valios's voice soon shouted, over and above the cracking of the floor. After his voice died down, a current of air was expelled from the center of the dust cloud, sending everything in a 10-yard radius flying, Kiba and Akamaru included. Well, this should be interesting, Naruto mused, taking an interesting look at what Valios had just unleashed. Whatever it is though, it isn't boding well for Kiba. He admitted in his head, noting the looks of those around him, especially Hana's, who only looked horrified that Kiba was losing so badly. You should be honored, Mutt. Valios taunted with a satisfying smirk as he stepped out of the crater, and towards the still recovering canine duo. I didn't think I'd have to show this so soon. But I suppose if you are going to lose, it would be less of a blow to your ego and pride if it was with my favorite and most powerful jutsu. He finished, his smirk growing while looking pathetically at Kiba. Kiba growled. Don't be so cocky. You haven't won this yet. Kiba barked back, before a heavy punch in his gut interrupted, making him lurch over and throw up some blood. Hey, fast, most of the crowd thought in amazement. One moment Valios was several yards away, the next he has his fist lodged into Kiba's sternum. And don't be so cocky that you think you can still win, Mutt. Valios retorted, before the arm still in Kiba's stomach pulsed with chakra, sending Kiba careening back across the floor. Shit, what the hell kind of jutsu did he use just now? Kiba groaned, blood dribbling out of his mouth. Uzumaki can maelstrom fist. Kushina started. Valios-kun's original, favorite, and most powerful jutsu and taijutsu style. It allows him to use his chakra as a body enhancer, it increases his strength, agility, and reflexes to triple what they normally are. And not only that, but because he is a taijutsu-centered shinobi and has trained his body in the art, his style allows the chakra that enhances his attributes to also leak out of his body at the point of impact to whatever he may be attacking. This chakra then swirls and obliterates whatever it touches, much like a maelstrom would. She explained, answering the question that many begged to ask but were too shocked to, especially after now seeing exactly the kind of damage that could be done. Kiba began to rise and cover his sternum with his hand in a protective fashion, before throwing up a little more blood. Damn. She certainly wasn't kidding about its power, it feels like my organs have just been rearranged. Kiba mentally laughed as his vision began to waver from the pain. Well, if I'm going to go out, I certainly won't be alone. He concluded. Akamaru. He yelled, hearing the obedient barks of his companion rushing towards him. Gomen Akamaru, I know you are hurting as much as I am. But let's show this asshole what it means to be an Inuzuka ne. He questioned, getting an encouraging bark from his partner. Kiba smiled at his companion before shakily standing up, as Akamaru jumped in his head, before the boy began a long series of hand seals, that only Hana recognized and looked shocked at the implications. He's really going to use it so soon. Kiba must really think he might lose if he is willing to use that. Hana said, slightly shaken at her brother's actions, while making those near her look at her quizzically. What do you mean, Hana-chan? Naruto asked, only getting a head shake from her. You'll see, Naruto-kun, you'll see. She answered cryptically. Inuzuka Ryu Chinju Kandi Henge, Soto Ru Inuzuka style rare beast transformation, double-headed wolf. Kiba yelled, after finally finishing his hand seals, and before a large puff of smoke surrounded him. Valios looked on unfazed at the large amount of chakra that was just unleashed to summon whatever it was that Kiba had. As the cloud began to settle, a low growling could be heard from within the cloud. As the cloud then began to dissipate, a large white, doubled-headed wolf could be seen in Kiba's place. So I'm just now going to beat on one large mutt. Well, your jutsu is fairly impressive, at least in its size anyway. Valios taunted, getting into his taijutsu stance, simply waiting for the snarling wolf to attack. The two sets of burning red eyes met the hazel gaze of Valios and narrowed in rage and annoyance. Valios, noticing the emotions being portrayed by the wolf, just smirked and with his right hand made a come motion to it. The wolf's snarls grew, before setting into a pouncing position, as the two fighters squared off on opposite ends of the arena. A short stare down began between the two, before Kiba apparently had enough and charged the now smaller boy. The wolf leaped into the air before spinning wildly, making Valios smirk and simply wait for it. Same attack, just a different look. Valios scoffed. However, what Valios seemed to not notice was the increasing speed that Kiba was drilling himself at. Valios prepared himself for what he expected to come, but was quite surprised when Kiba's tornado almost doubled in speed. And if not for his tripled reflexes, he'd have probably been directly hit by Kiba instead of jumping out of the way to now find their positions switched on the arena floor. Well, that was certainly bore, gah. Valios started before crying in pain, clutching his right arm in pain, as gashes appeared in his right side, with blood careening to the broken arena floor. Wah, what the hell happened? I know he didn't touch me. Valios thought while gritting his teeth in both pain and frustration. Up in the balcony, Hana could only smirk. This is one of the ultimate attacks of my clan, Garugat Dual Wolf Fang. And unfortunately for that boy, he just learned why it is so. Hana explained sadistically, it was about time and Inuzuka was able to get revenge for what the Uzumaki clan had put both Naruto and well as them through because of their desertion. I see, so the attack really is much like a tornado. Even if you completely dodge the brunt of the attack, the winds surrounding the tornado will still cut you. Natsumi said to herself, intrigued by the jutsu. However, what that boy is feeling now could be considered the eye of the tornado compared to what the attack truly feels like. Hana retorted, her smirk widening. Damn, that mutt is tricky. But if he thinks that will happen again, he is sorely mistaken. Valios thought, recovering from his wounds which still bled, before noticing that the wolf was breathing rather haggardly. Seems he is running out of gas. One, maybe two more of those shots before he is finished. The silver-haired boy calculated, before an idea came to mind. Oi, mutt, he shouted, quickly getting the attention of the wolf. I can tell you're running out of chakra, so why don't we end it in the next move? He offered, noticing Kiba look at him suspiciously. Unfortunately, Valios hit the nail on the head. Kiba's jutsu uses all remaining chakra to perform, and every time he uses his Garuga, the less chakra the jutsu will have, making it weaker after every attack. Kiba took a second to weigh his options, and found he really had none but to agree. His element of surprise for his jutsu was already figured out, so that was out. Kiba growled out, in an attempt to agree, and Valios understood the sentiment, before they both got into their final stances. Kiba quickly shot off and began his final Garuga, while Valios simply stood his ground, his hand in a defensive position in front of his body. Everyone was at the edge of their seats as this showdown occurred. No one truthfully knew who'd win after Kiba's retaliatory jutsu was unleashed. The audience just watched as the two boys quickly closed in on each other, before clashing in the middle of the arena. The sheer force of the impact sent waves of air and dust all around the arena, causing many to turn away or cough. As things settled down, everyone looked back and in surprise watched a stalemate commence. Valios was stopping Kiba's onslaught with his jutsu exploding out of his hands. While Kiba continued to spin wildly like a buzzsaw, wanting only one thing, victory. The stalemate seemed to go on forever, but as all things do, it finally came to an end when Valios smirked at Kiba's spinning form. You lose mutt. And next time. Try not to make so much rubble. Valios spoke smugly, before a surge of chakra surrounded his body and shot to his arms, that caused an explosion between the two opponents. However, as the explosion encased the two figures could be seen being jettisoned from the opposite side of the cloud. Kiba! Hana shouted in fear, recognizing her brother's bloody form as well as Akamaru. Kiba sailed through the air and right before he was about to hit the wall was abruptly stopped, his body jerking in response like a rag doll. People stood in shock to find that it was Valios who had stopped Kiba's intimate meeting with the wall. But quickly found it was for no chivalrous reason, obvious at the death-like grip he had in the nearly unconscious boy's neck keeping him off the ground. Valios smirked in sadistic victory, enjoying Kiba's blood running down his arm from the boy's injuries. I win mutt. And I'm afraid that I never leave survivors. He whispered so only Kiba could hear, as he cocked back his fist with what the Junin noticed was enough chakra to completely vaporize his opponent's head should he connect. Gomen, Naruto, Oni-chan, Kiba thought saddened he couldn't beat the boy, before closing his eyes waiting for the attack. Kiba! Hana shouted before grabbing the railing about to jump over, being one of the few people that heard Valios's statement. Many of the Leaf Junin were in a panic to scramble to run, shunshin, fly, hell anything to stop Valios's death punch from reaching its target. Valios's smirk grew as he saw them try to reach Kiba in time, and relished in the fact they were too weak to stop him now. The very reason he was glad his Kushina had decided to leave this village in the first place, after he heard stories about it. He set his eyes back on his opponent and released his fist forward to give the final blow. He closed his eyes to relish in the impending feeling of his fist meeting soft flesh, but found it odd when the flesh began to stop his fist. He opened his eyes, curious as to the intrusion, perhaps a large hard bone he struck in the skull. However, what he didn't figure on was that a hand had stopped his fist. Not only stopped it but was now slowly pushing it back. Valios looked beyond the fist and saw what made his eyes widen. The cold emotionless eyes of his brother, Namikaze Uzumaki Naruto. The moment Valios's fist was stopped, so did everything else in the building. The rushing Junin to stop the punch, Hana to protect her brother, everything, as if time stopped itself. How? How did he get there before us? Kurenai wondered from her position a few yards away. Everyone else had the same thoughts, a genin moving faster than a Junin. Was that even possible? Everyone pondered this, except for a select few, those who knew of Naruto's true self. Who simply smirked at the bug-eyed audience, as well as Team Whirlpool who noticed that it wasn't some kind of trick. Naruto simply used his speed to reach that place before the Junin, he was fast, incredibly so. Kyuubi. You have corrupted my son for far too long. You will be destroyed and Naru-chan will be free. No single act of kindness now will deny my of that. Kushina thought, her eyes looking at Naruto with eyes as cold as glaciers. The moment Valios recognized Naruto, the Hanyu quickly flowed both their bodies in grappling techniques, and by the end had Kiba released and crumpled on the floor. Valios was now lying on his stomach with the arm that was going to kill Kiba held painfully behind his back, with Naruto kneeling on the boy's back so he couldn't get up, well without breaking his arm in the process anyway. Kushina. Naruto's voice called out, his tone void of anything, of everything, sending shivers through some of the genin that had been watching as everyone's attention were on the two. Take some time to teach this boy some humility and mercy, instead only jutsu to kill me. It would be a good idea to have him know just how important it is to be merciful to his opponents when they are defenseless. And I'll volunteer to teach him his first lesson. Now. Naruto spoke, as he jerked the boy's arm hard enough to completely dislocate it from his shoulder, causing him to groan out in pain. I find your words ironic, Kyuubi, especially after what you have just done. Kushina rebuked just as coldly, as Naruto stood up, letting Valios get up and cradle his shoulder in pain. Perhaps. But remember, he was never my opponent. Besides, he was about to kill family. What would you have me do? Stand there and watch. You know the value of a family. Naruto said, before taking on a shocked expression, pretending like he just realized what he said on accident, until he laughed coldly. Well, I suppose you don't. he stated remorselessly, not even caring and shunshing back next to Natsumi. Leave it to a millennia-old demon to get the better of me with a barb like that. It was its fault I left my Sochi here in the first place. So it has no damn right to lecture me. Kushina raged, glaring daggers at Naruto, wishing she could just go over and finish the job her husband started, but knew it would cause an uproar with her killing a Konoha shinobi, and a genin no less. Uzumaki Kushina. An aged voice called out to her, making her sigh in frustration knowing what was about to happen. I will leave the punishment up to you for the boy. However, if something like this happens again, especially when the no-kill rule is enforced, he will be tried as breaking Konoha law. Is that understood? Sarutobi asked, the authority in his voice demanding obedience. Hi. And I would like to apologize to any Inuzuka member present for my shinobi's actions at the end of this match. He will be punished, I assure you, gomenasai. She apologized, bowing respectfully to both Kiba, who was currently being dragged away in a stretcher to the infirmary, and Hana, who had apologized to Naruto that she would have to miss his fight, and was now running with the medics with her brother. Remember your promise, Naruto-kun, Hana thought, her anger at the audacity of Kushina's rather heartless apology raging through her mind. I would have done it anyway, Hana-chan, even if you didn't ask. If I meet an Uzumaki in the arena, I will crush them, completely. Naruto thought, remembering Hana's request when she told him she had to leave. Due to the interference, Uzumaki Valios is the winner of the match. And now that they are being attended to, we can continue the matches. Sarutobi said, snapping his fingers. The board once again came to life with the names of the remaining participants, before slowing and then stopping. Will Haruno Sakura and Yamanaka Ino please join the referee in the middle of the arena? Sarutobi ordered. The two kunoichi quickly reached the arena and smirked at one another. Haruno Sakura, Yamanaka Ino. Are both participants ready? The proctor asked. You know I'm going to win, billboard brow. Ino taunted. I doubt it, Ino pig. Sakura barbed back. I'll take that as a yes. Very well, Hajime. The proctor shouted. Cannon battle. Neither participant is able to continue, therefore the match is a draw with both participants unable to advance to the finals. The proctor said, as a medical team came and took the two kunoichi away. Let us begin the next match then. Sarutobi called out, snapping his fingers, allowing the board to jump to life with over half the participants gone. The board began to slow before stopping on the most surprising pair so far. Most of the audience finding it hard to believe that fate would intentionally pit these two together. Will Uzumaki Kasumi and Namikaze Uzumaki Naruto please join the referee in the middle of the arena? Sarutobi ordered, though stuttering at this match's participants. If there was one pair he didn't want there to be, it had to be Naruto. And anyone from Team Whirlpool. Kami-sama, this arena isn't going to be big enough. He thought, slightly joking, and slightly being serious at the sheer magnitude of the coming battle will probably promise. Seems fate really is making up for lost time, Naruto thought, the shit-eating leer on his face threatening to cut his head in half, as he walked down the balcony stairs. Finally, I can save Oni-sama. Kasumi thought, as she did the same as Naruto. Uzumaki Kasumi, Namikaze Uzumaki Naruto. Are both participants ready? The proctor asked. Hi, the two chorused out, the bloodlust from the two almost palpably radiating off them. Very well, Hajime. The proctor yelled, before shunshing out of the center arena, knowing the two were ready to go all out from the beginning. And he wasn't wrong. Uzumaki no Kaiten. Gukaku no Jutsu. Uzumaki fire style. Great fireball technique. Kasumi yelled, already finishing her hand seals, which everyone noticed was even faster than her brother's. The fireball she fired, however, was small compared to Valios's, but even a green genin could tell you why. The more compressed a jutsu is, the faster, as well as powerful it becomes, which can only be achieved with amazing chakra control. This point was greatly proven by the fact that her fireball was almost upon Naruto only a moment after it was summoned. This isn't good, she has much more control over her chakra than Valios did. Most of the audience who knew Naruto thought, as they watched the match spark to life. Sanaru-kun isn't going to show his immunity to fire quite yet, nay? Natsumi questioned, seeing her mate quickly hand-sealing. Futten. K's no Yaiba wind style, sort of wind. Naruto said, before pressing his hands forward. Not bad, Naruto. Baki thought while smirking that his ex-student was using one of his own original jutsu. Kasumi's fireball was a few feet from Naruto when a distortion of air flew in front of the fire and stopped it in its tracks. The two jutsu began a battle of strength and wills of the users, before the wind began to actually press inside the ball as if you were poking a water balloon, signaling that the wind was slightly stronger. This shouldn't possible. Air is a fuel source for fire, it shouldn't be able to suppress my jutsu like this. Kasumi thought, her cool demeanor breaking only slightly, before she added more chakra to the stream of flame making it burn hotter and brighter, forcing back Naruto's jutsu into a stalemate. The audience looked on at this unlikely battle, wondering just how strong Naruto must be to be able to use a Futon strong enough to actually hold back a Kaden, let alone an Uzumaki Kaden. They watched the two opponents seeing their stoic expressions, noting that neither one was soon going to give up. However, those that were watching Naruto all noticed a slight change in him, only apparent by the change in the glint in his gaze. Katsu, split. Naruto said, slamming his hands into a praying look, as the large blade of wind began to distort before actually splitting into 5 smaller ones. Though the blades, now less powerful, were able to concentrate on the important weak points of the fireball and without much effort were able to literally slice through the jutsu itself, before flying towards his slightly shaken opponent. Kasumi's shinobi reflexes kicked in and she jumped out of the way as the 5 wind blades cut into where she was just standing and continued cutting cleanly through the ground until they impacted the far wall, leaving 5 slash marks. In a battle like ours, the advantages of elements over another is practically meaningless, Kasumi, Naruto admitted coldly, looking at her with icy, dead eyes, while she just glared at him. Is he lecturing me? She mentally questioned, slight annoyance digging into her thoughts. Do not lecture me, she shot back, forming yet another set of hand seals. Uzumaki no Kaden, Hausenka no Jutsu, Uzumaki fire style, mythical fire phoenix technique. She yelled as a flurry of small searing fireballs shot out of her mouth. Naruto just snorted at her reaction to his fact, and jumped out of the way of the fast fireballs. He had shown his acrobatic prowess while dodging each fireball that had melted whatever they impacted. Naruto screeched to a halt once her jutsu ended, and began sealing himself in retaliation with a smirk all the while on his face. Uzumaki no Kaden, Hausenka no Jutsu, Uzumaki fire style, mythical fire phoenix technique. He shouted, spewing out fireballs at Kasumi, as both she and her remaining family looked on in both surprise and disgust. Will Kyuubi ever stop hurting this family? Kushina mentally shouted, her 2 children thinking the same. That settles it. However, if any of you had any shred of doubt of Kyuubi's control, this will prove it, since Naruto was never taught our jutsu. She concluded her last thoughts mostly concerning her children, who she knew in the deepest recesses of their minds hoped that their brother was still alive in that body. Kasumi grunted in renewed hatred for her opponent as she dodged his jutsu. She skidded to a stop when he concluded and just looked at him in disgust. Now. You will pay for taking away my Oni-sama, demon. Kasumi said coldly, this being the first time she actually called him demon, making Naruto sigh in exasperation. Kasumi's hateful glare only intensified, before her hands clenched into tight fists, and the next moment she slammed them into the ground, making much of the already beaten arena floor uprise more. Naruto just quirked an eyebrow at her actions while she, unbeknown to him, was concealing her sealing hands with her hunched form. Uzumaki no Doden, Ritsudo Tenshou, Uzumaki earth style, revolving split earth palm. She yelled, surprising the audience at her secretive actions, as the ground she has just uplifted began to spin wildly like tops before careening towards Naruto. Naruto was able to turn around in time and dodge a good amount of the rocks, but was hit by the final ones, which sent him to the ground, tumbling towards Kasumi. Kasumi breathed heavily after using 2 of her family's jutsu in succession, and was shocked to see that during Naruto's last tumble had kicked off the ground, sending him into the air and right towards her. A loud smack of flesh could be heard when Naruto's fist impacted her face, careening her across the floor a good 10 feet in the opposite direction. Kasumi recovered quickly after the shock wore off and followed Naruto's example, kicked off the ground and landed on her feet, skidding to stop. She wiped the blood from her lips and spit what was in her mouth at the ground near him, making him snort in amusement. That was quite unladylike, like Kasumi. He taunted, making her lightly snarl. Despite that, however, ladies first. He finished, giving her the next move in their little fighting dance. Very well, she said, hand sealing ones that Naruto knew quite well and quirked an eyebrow at in curiosity. Sweeten. Baku's Sushoha water style. Bursting water collision waves. She yelled as a large amount of water began to expel from her mouth, completely covering the arena floor in at least 15 feet of water. Impressive. You must have Kushina's water affinity to use a jutsu like that and not be out of breath. As well have trained your chakra control and stamina far beyond someone of your years. You have your Kekkei Genkai to thank for that, I'm sure. Naruto mused, as he stood upon the water. Hi, I do, and you have no idea how. Right you are. But that isn't why I used this. She retorted, pausing her sentence while putting her arm behind her back, before pulling out an ornate-looking scroll, placing a small amount of blood on it and unsealing what was inside. Zenu no Ichimi, touch of the Almighty. She finished as she brandished the oriental long sword. The sword itself was about 5 feet long from hilt to tip, with the ornate-looking hilt looking to be made of pure gold, with a golden tassel attached to it. While the blade looked exquisitely made, it shone with a regal sheen, presenting its elegant look while also its obvious fierceness as a weapon. She is using it already. Kiyoshiro stated offhandedly while looking at the current battle with more interest. He knew Kasumi would only brandish this particular sword when she took a battle to its utmost seriousness, and this was the first time she had ever done it. That is a nice blade. Naruto complimented. However, its name seems a bit presumptuous, does it not? Kasumi made no real reaction to his barb at her weapon, she simply looked at it in an almost loving manner, letting her eyes caress the weapon tenderly. This has been an Uzumaki heirloom for generations, so I've been told. And only the clan head and next heir are allowed to even touch it, let alone use it in battle. She said, almost seemingly to herself. And up until how I've never considered using it. He said, her voice growing harsh before she swung it in an arc, making the blade almost sing in excitement. But I want it to help me in the battle I think will be my greatest one yet. She explained, the blade almost humming in agreement with her request as its tip pointed to Naruto. Naruto nodded, not really sure what to make of her little declaration, but now knowing she would be using Kenjutsu, thought it better to keep his own unknown lest someone recognize the names. Kasumi lowered the sword to her side, before crackling could be heard. However, no one but a select few noticed or knew where it was coming from. That is no ordinary sword. It's emanating lightning chakra. Naruto thought as his gaze hardened at the sword and its wielder, his muscles subconsciously tensing at this new fact. TSH smart girl. She just upped her chances at winning drastically. She potentially has an infinite reach on me with this water. He realized. Kasumi noticed the glint of understanding of her advantage race across Naruto's eyes but didn't give him a chance to do anything before plunging the sword into the small lake. The crackling from Zenu that the audience noticed flew from the blade and into the water, screaming its way towards its target. Naruto saw the lightning coming, and jumped into the air so to not be struck, but the small water droplets that rose with him allowed the lightning to jump out of the water and leapfrog from the drops before crashing into the prone back of Naruto. A loud scream, and crackling lightning could be heard the next few moments as Naruto's now slightly charred and smoking body flew forward from the impact. Shit. Naruto cursed, his expression one of pain and annoyance as he noticed his descent was right into Kasumi's watery clutches. Kasumi and her family just smirked as her plan unveiled before her flawlessly. Naruto's body hit the water with a loud splash, and Kasumi without missing a beat grabbed her sword, pulling it in front of her before closing her eyes while her lips moved but no one heard her speak. Once her lips stopped she flashed her eyes open now full of determination, before striking the water once again with the blade. The sound of crackling lightning in the now boiling water was almost deafening to those who watched, and Naruto's gargled screams of pain only added to the maddening sounds. Naruto-kun. Yugito and those closest to the Hanyu screamed in worry, save for Natsumi who only continued to smirk at the battle she watched. Damn, she is definitely better than I gave her credit for. I need to get serious before she hurts me enough that doing so would become pointless. Naruto thought through gritted teeth. Everyone just watched as the lightning continued to snake through the water and skewer the boy floating in it, as blood began to seep out of his wounds and turned the once clear blue water into a sickly purple. However, thanks to this distortion no one was able to notice that Naruto, albeit painfully, began to hand seal while the lightning continued to course through his body. Uzumaki no Suiten. Suiryuden no Jutsu, Uzumaki water style, water dragon projectile technique. Naruto gargled out, as the water near him began to pool around before shooting up into the air, crash into the far wall, and within a few seconds broke through to continued outside. Because of the sudden drop change in water level, as well as her concentration on her attack, Kasumi wasn't able to keep her balance on the water and fell into the water herself, causing her attack to stop. Smart move Naruto-kun, Sarutobi complimented, smiling at the boy's ingenuity in the dire situation he was just in. The two opponents gasped for breath when the last remnants of water was launched out of the building thanks to Naruto's jutsu. Naruto himself was able to recover first and shakily stood leaning on his knee, still trying to normalize his breathing. Kasumi was now doing the same, though leaning on Zanu for support, while glaring at Naruto, even if the smallest voice in the back of her mind was impressed that a demon could think of something so simple yet effective to stop her attack. The two soon recovered and stared each other down menacingly, before Naruto grabbed a kunai from his supply pouch and launched himself at Kasumi. They began an impressive bout of taijutsu and kenjutsu, with each giving and receiving blows. Though Kasumi had the reach advantage, Naruto was faster thanks to the lightness of his weapon and was able to use that to his own. Time went on as the close quarters combat continued, that is until Naruto and Kasumi clashed their weapons together in the center of the arena, while facing off. The emotions crossing their eyes speaking volumes to each other as well as to the audience, no real words needed to be said now. Kasumi wanted to end the demon for the sake of her brother's soul, and she would accomplish it any way she could. While Naruto just wanted to beat her for what her brother had done to his true family. Winning the match would simply be a bonus in his mind. Their will to beat the other clashed just as strongly as their weapons were, neither one wanting to give even an inch of ground to the other. This is pretty intense, most of the onlookers thought in astonishment at just how brutal this battle was getting. It'll end soon, Natsumi countered as if hearing them, the same smirk on her lips. And she was right. After another minute of the stalemating genin, Kasumi did something highly unorthodox in such a situation. She released the grip of her right hand. This action allowed their leveled power to sway in Naruto's favor as his kunai slid down, Zenu, before sliding off incompletely and lodging the weapon into Kasumi's shoulder. Everyone looked on in surprise at her actions and the reactions that took place because of it, even Naruto himself. But then a glowing, spinning blue ball in her now free right hand explained it to everyone. "You are free now, my Oni-sama." Kasumi's slightly happy voice was all but a whisper on the gusting winds surrounding the two, as Naruto's expression went to one of shock and surprise, never expecting her to come up with a plan like this. "Rasengan," she cried, as she pushed her right arm forward into Naruto's chest. At that moment it seemed like time slowed, or even stopped for most of the observers, as Kasumi's Rasengan began to dig through Naruto's shirt. Most of the audience could only look on in shock, which kept them their feet planted, knowing that it was impossible to stop what was going to happen now. While Natsumi and Team Whirlpool had smirks on their faces, albeit for completely different reasons. Kasumi's Rasengan soon began to rip through Naruto's flesh and muscle like paper, before reaching his chest cavity, which stood no chance of survival as it quickly cracked in several places, before slowly turning into dust as the ball drew deeper. By now Naruto's blood-curdling screams were all that could be heard from the arena as his blood spurted out of his wound, caressing the arena floor in red, as Kasumi continued with her exorcistic revenge. By now the Rasengan was already an inch inside Naruto's chest, as more skin, muscle, and bone were ripped right off his body and strewn towards the arena floor haphazardly. If Kasumi had stopped her attack now, the onlookers could have clearly seen Naruto's heart beating from within his chest. But the Uzumaki heiress soldiered on, finishing what she had trained her entire life for and wouldn't back down now that she was so close to saving her brother. She inched her jutsu more and more into Naruto's chest, noting that she finally hit his heart, obvious by the copious amounts of blood that had just began to almost shoot out of him and bathed her and the floor in his blood. Her hand was finally completely inside his chest, before she looked up to see the demon's expression just one last time before she ended its life and fulfilled her promise. The expression on its face, however, wasn't one she'd have figured it to have. Especially since it had just been screaming, as well as having its heart literally shredded out of its body. Yet there it was, a blood-filled smirk on its lips. Its entire face and every orifice now cascading blood, yet it still held a smirk on its lips. Why? She thought to herself, before a thought hit her, making her unconscious sympathetic gaze completely change to one of utter loathing. It is taunting me. Even in death it taunts me with its sins. She roared in anguish. Kasumi continued to look at Naruto's bloodied visage, before summoning more chakra to her jutsu, making it spin even more dangerously, as another spurt of blood flew out of Naruto's chest cavity. I win, Kyuubi. Now go to hell. Kasumi spat out to the still smiling Naruto. Katsu. She yelled, as the Rasengan in her hand literally exploded, taking the rest of Naruto's corpse with it, as an explosion of blood-red mist encompassed her, with large chunks of what was left of Naruto raining down onto the arena floor and walls. Most of the onlookers were still stuck to their feet in shock at just how this match ended. The red mist began to dissipate to show Kasumi's silhouette, before she walked out of the cloud, her entire body covered in blood and small bits of flesh. Proctor called the match, she stated in cold finality, noticing the proctor looking on in shock. Her words seemed to have breathed life into everyone, as they shook themselves from their dazed stupor, but continued to look on at the arena with disbelieving gazes. It's not possible, Sarutobi thought, with many of the other onlookers thinking the same exact thing. But there was no doubting it, Namikaze Uzumaki Naruto was just killed. Yugito's expression was one of unbelieving fear, sadness. It can't be, he was so strong, to die so easily, he couldn't really be. She tried to convince herself, but the truth stopped her words. I'm so sorry, kitten, Izanami thought, not saying it to her friend since she knew it wouldn't make things any easier. Yugito had only just found someone she could possibly open her heart to, and just like that he was snatched away from her. It's not fair, kitten. And I truly can't believe it either, she finished, as she watched Yugito's memories of the occurrence. Winner. Naruto-kun. Yugito yelled, interrupting the proctor's declaration while turning everyone's attention to her, as she collapsed to her knees, tears already falling down her face. Chapter 18. Chunin Exams Part 3 continued. Oi. What's with all the yelling? It's like a guy just died in here. A familiar voice called out, making everyone's attention move towards the door to the arena. All of the people in the room looked at two people who just entered, though more specifically the shorter one and the one who just spoke, causing many of their mouths to open in disbelief. Impossible, most of them thought, wondering if their eyes were deceiving them. Right in the archway stood one Namikaze Uzumaki Naruto. His cloths looking untouched as well as looking different, his skin unmarred and chest still intact. Naruto-kun? Yugito questioned barely above a whisper, thinking it was just a trick of the light in her tears. But she wiped them away and still saw Naruto standing there. Bastard. Has us scared sick. Izanami roared in Yugito's mind, before a sigh of relief escaped her lips. But I'm glad he's okay, kitten, calm down, nay. She said comfortingly to her friend. I see, so she was able to defeat my Bushin, eh? The new Naruto questioned. Well then I suppose it's my turn, he concluded, while nodding at Hana, who had been standing next to him, but was now walking up the balcony steps to meet his team. Bushin? Most of the people thought questioningly after their bout of shock wore off. What kind of Bushin was that? Chishio Bushin, blood clone. Sarutobi said in almost a whisper, yet it carried throughout the entire room. Chishio Bushin? Kurenai asked. He nodded. A rarely used but very powerful Bushin jutsu, that most shinobi have discarded as obsolete, with newer Bushin jutsu that have been created, the Kage Bushin being one. He explained. What exactly is it? She asked. He turned towards the Genjutsu mistress. The name should explain it all. It is a clone made entirely of the user's blood. However, the reason this jutsu is so powerful, as well as the reason most shinobi don't use it anymore, is because of the cost to the user. The only way to summon a Chishio Bushin is to have the exact volume of blood of the user. Meaning that you'd have to drain the user's weight in their own blood to create a single Chishio Bushin. He explained, getting gasps from many of the shinobi in the room. However, with this great price, comes great rewards. This Bushin has no set time limit of usage, it can potentially be a perfect copy of the user, making it great for spying, or escaping. And the final thing about the Chishio Bushin when summoned is that it's gifted with a third of the user's chakra without actually taking chakra from the user themselves. So it can also be a great offensive jutsu if the user has enough chakra, because the bushin is just like a normal person. It can bleed and take damage and can only be dispelled when killed, or told to. He finished, as Naruto had finally reached the center of the arena and standing in the blood puddle of his clone. I was fighting a bushin this entire time. Kasumi yelled in her head. That took me a long time to create, you know. Naruto said offhandedly. But he did his job, I suppose. You look like he put you through the ringer a few times before you finished him. Naruto finished, tilting his head to the side childishly. Kasumi snorted at his jab on her current look, before smirking and put a hand on her hip. True, that was a fairly impressive jutsu of yours. She started, making him smirk. However, as you can see, you lost. I was able to beat him. Did I now? He questioned, in a mocking tone. Last I checked, a bushin is just a bushin, a shinobi's weapon. Just because you break a weapon doesn't mean the wielder is defeated. It would be the same concept if Valios, who I'm going to have a little chat with later after what I saw him do to Kiba before I healed him, defeated only Akamaru. Would that mean that Kiba lost the match? No. Meaning that our battle is still going on. You just simply earned the right to fight the real me now. He explained. Proctor. Kasumi questioned, looking at the Junin expectantly. He is right, a bushin jutsu, no matter the type, is simply that, a jutsu. Defeating a shinobi's bushin means nothing if the shinobi can still fight. He answered, making Kasumi glare at him. There you go. Naruto retorted, while nonchalantly tapping his sandals on the floor in a bored fashion. She turned her glare to Naruto. Very well. But you have me at a great disadvantage. Is an almighty demon really going to fight me when I've already used over half of my chakra? She taunted, hoping to bait him into allowing her to rest, or at the very least buy her some time to do so. Naruto lifted his head towards the ceiling, and scratched his chin in an exaggerated thinking pose. Technically there is no disadvantage, you fought against my jutsu and expunged most of your chakra in doing so. That really isn't any fault of mine now that I'm ready to fight. However, he started, before turning to gaze Kushina, who was looking at him with almost unrestrained hatred. I'm not going to have Kushina, nor anyone else, use your weakened state as a shield against me when I annihilate you in front of them. He continued, his own gaze growing cold as he continued to looking at Kushina, before ripping his face away and looking towards the Hokage. Oi Tsunade! He yelled, getting quizzical looks from most of the people, thinking he was nuts, since the blonde Sannin hadn't been spotted in Konoha for many years. Drop that genjutsu and get down here to heal her. I want her at top form for when I crush her. He practically ordered, continuing to stare in Sarutobi's direction. Everyone followed his line of sight to the Hokage, and were astonished that a few moments later, a distortion on the wall to the left of him began and soon revealed a very attractive and busty blonde woman recognized as who Naruto said it was, Tsunade, the Slug Princess. Not only that, but another moment later yet another distortion occurred to the Hokage's right, which soon revealed the aged form of the final Sannin, Jiraiya the Toad Hermit. Not bad, Naruto, so you were able to pick us up even when using one of my best genjutsu ne. Those 6 years must have been intense. The rugged but amused voice of Jiraiya called out with a smile. Naruto snorted. Don't address me with such familiarity, Jiraiya. And I didn't ask for you, I called Tsunade. You can go back to your damned books. Naruto barked, his cold gleam and tone making the hermit frown. So he knows. The two Sannin thought lamentingly at the implications. Naruto, I can explain. Tsunade began, her voice laced with worry and guilt, making the audience look on confused. Naruto merely growled. Enough. That conversation can wait. Now heal her, he ordered, interrupting the Slug Princess's attempt to speak, only making the audience look on even more confused than before about his connection to two of the three legendary Sannin. Tsunade frowned, but nodded, knowing nothing else could be solved until they were finally able to speak to him, preferably alone. She shunshed next to Kasumi and began to heal her wounds. After a few minutes Kasumi looked refreshed, but everyone knew differently. Her chakra was still less than half. Tsunade was about to go back to her original spot, but Naruto's glare stopped her in her tracks. She sighed and grabbed a pill from her pocket, handing it to Kasumi, who swallowed it quickly, almost instantaneously feeling her chakra refill to max. With her job done, she walked over in the direction of Naruto, and when she stood next to him, she chanced a glance at him before frowning once more. Gomen Naruto, gomenasai, she whispered so only Naruto could hear, though a select few others picked up on it. Naruto simply snorted in both annoyance at the turn of events and appreciation for her help, before she shunshed back to her sensei knowing he would not speak to her. Feeling better are we? Naruto asked. Hi, though I never would have fitted you as an honorable demon. Especially with your track record. You must have gotten that from all the brave and honorable Konoha shinobi you've eaten. She mused viciously. Naru-kun, Natsume's voice reverberated in his mind, her tone sounding like she had just been beaten to within an inch of her live with that verbal jab touching a very shameful and sad subject with the demoness. It's okay Natsu-chan. He cooed reassuringly, sending a mental picture of him holding her in a warm, protective, and possessive way, hoping it would help. Arigato Naru-kun, she answered back, her tone slightly warmer than it had just been after seeing the image, though still holding shame. Of course Natsu-chan, just watch the show, I promise you'll love it, he said trying to cheer her up. I hope he rips her to shreds. Azanami's voice hissed out, as her container chanced a glance at Natsumi and put a supportive hand on the frowning girl's shoulder. No witty comeback, Kasumi taunted after not getting a response from him, feeling rather confident. She killed him once after all, surely she could do it again. Konoha, honorable. I suppose that's in the eye of the beholder Kasumi. Because I see nothing honorable nor good about this village. It's better off burning to the ground save for a select few. He retorted, his gaze looking directly at the floor, his bangs covering his eyes. His barb caused Kakashi, the two Sannin and Hokage to flinch at his callousness towards his native soil, while the rest of the Leaf Junin narrowed their eyes at him. Some of foreign shinobi smirked at the boy's barb towards his own home, especially the Sound Junin present who had a smirk on his face so wide you'd think it'd rip in half. Kasumi herself was about to retort to his statement, but the moment her mouth opened, the entire room was flooded with ki, making the words die in her throat as if they themselves were afraid that if they came out they really would die. Those least affected stared in shock at the ki Naruto was splaying throughout the room, making them realizing that this was higher than a normal genin could ever produce, much higher. So this what he is capable of, most of the Junin thought, finally getting the answer to their long-standing question. You haven't seen anything yet. Natsumi whispered under her breath, her gaze going from that of shame and sadness to one of happiness and love. He really wasn't kidding, I think I'm going to enjoy this, a lot. She thought, a small sadistic smile on her lips as she watched Naruto in fascination. Kasumi just stood there, her feet planted firmly on the ground, while panting with her legs visibly shaking from the pressure of Naruto's ki. Why can't I move? She mentally shouted to herself. Another minute passed before out of nowhere the ki pressure simply stopped altogether, allowing the affected people to breathe normally again, and Kasumi to move. She shook off the feeling of the ki pressing down on her, before looking back to Naruto. And what she saw made her as well as everyone else but Natsumi look in complete surprise and wonder. Naruto's body from head to foot was completely surrounded by a faint blue aura of chakra. Not only that, but the aura itself created what could only be described as dragon wings which protruded out of the aura from Naruto's back. The wings, while everyone knew were only made of pure chakra, flapped and stretched as if they were the real thing. After the wings seemed to stretch, they went into a stationary position behind his back, which was when Naruto finally looked up towards Kasumi, who in that moment took an unconscious step back. What kind of jutsu is that? She questioned, stuttering slightly, never seeing, or even hearing about a jutsu like this. Shiroi Renge no Ryu, White Lotus of the Dragon. Natsumi answered with a mischievous smirk, just loud enough for everyone to hear and their attention to be squarely on her, her answer causing a loud gasp from a certain duo of green spandex-wearing males. Did you just say, Shiroi, Renge? Maida Guy, the larger of the two, and Junin stammered out, his eyes the size of dinner plates as his entire body shook uncontrollably. She smirked, grew. Hi, the younger male gulped audibly at her answer, feeling his mouth go bone dry. The same, Shiroi Renge, that's been lost taijutsu, style for centuries. The same, Shiroi Renge, that has been acclaimed to be the deadliest and strongest taijutsu style in the world. The very same, Shiroi Renge, that was said could defeat 50 armed samurai single-handedly with no weapon and only a beginner's knowledge. Rock Lee, Maida Guy's literal mirror imaged, asked in utter shock and almost unrestrained excitement at possibly seeing such an ancient and powerful taijutsu style. She nodded. Hi. The one and only. Although Naru-kun's isn't the same, his is his own original style. He simply used the written principles of the style and the basics of it as his foundation, and wanted to honor its teachings by using its name in his own. He built his Shiroi Renge no Ryu all on his own, and it's more powerful than the normal Shiroi Renge, of which you speak. But don't take my word for it, watch and see for yourselves. She explained, her voice growing almost giddy in anticipation. Oi, Natsu-chan, you revealed too much. You know we don't want anyone knowing more than what they should about our jutsu. Naruto's voice called out from the arena in a pseudo-scolding tone. Gomen Naru-kun, she called back with a pout and whine. But it's just exciting to see you finally use it in a fight. She chirped, making many of the people sweat drop at her excitement of him using a supposedly death-dealing style. Just don't do it again or I'll have to punish you, he scolded with a hint of lust. If you really wanted me to not tell anyone, you shouldn't threaten me with punishment, Naru-kun, her voice cooing back, heavy with a playful lust. Sorry for the wait, Kasumi. Naruto said, his attention now completely on his opponent. Shall we begin? He offered, his wings stretching out to the sides completely. I guess I'll just have to clip those wings, she retorted after getting over her shock and into her clan's battle stance, and making a motion with her hand. Come, she ordered, seeing a sadistic leer come across Naruto's lips before he disappeared from sight. Hey, fast, Kasumi and the rest of the onlookers thought, looking frantically for the blonde boy. You'd be horrible at hide and seek, you know. Naruto's voice called out mockingly from above them, causing them to all look up to see him standing upside down looking at Kasumi. Then it's a good thing this isn't some kind of game, she countered, trying to hold back the dryness of her throat of not being able to see nor sense him until just then. Just what did Naruto learn in those 6 years? Kakashi thought, his visible eye gazing analytically at the blonde. He was too fast for me to even follow, he might even be too fast for the Sharingan to follow. He contemplated before taking his left hand out of his pocket and grabbed his headband. Kakashi was about to lift to release his dujutsu, until he suddenly felt a gust of wind against him and a pressure on the metal part of his headband. His visible eye focused quickly after being forced to close from the wind, to see Naruto now crouching on the railing on front of him, with a stern look on his face. Kakashi, I didn't spend all those years perfecting my Shiroi Renge no Ryu, just to have someone steal it with little more than a glance. Naruto began before pressing the kunai that was on Kakashi's headband deeper, actually making it crack slightly. So keep that accursed eye covered unless you wish to lose yet another one. He barked, his now emotionless tone leaving no room for discussion. Kakashi only nodded in understanding and released his headband, putting his hand back in his pocket. Seeing this, Naruto removed the kunai from the headband and disappeared once more. Kakashi's gaze grew slightly curious. If that was his warning to Me, I wonder what his reaction would have been had Sasuke been here for his match. The silver-haired man thought, shaking off the slight fear he had, until he noticed that where Naruto had just crouched on the railing was now inwardly dented. What the? Gomen Kasumi. But I dislike people who want strength but don't want to work for it. Naruto apologized, appearing once again in front of her. His speed. It's ungodly, she thought, looking at her brother, wondering just how powerful Kyuubi really became after possessing it. The same thought was running through many of the onlookers' minds, especially when they noticed the indented railing Naruto had been crouching on and now the pair of craters his feet were in when he returned to the arena floor. Shinpo, impact step. Natsumi once again answered the question that everyone's expression silently asked, making everyone now look at her expectantly. Naruto, however, shot his mate a half-assed glare, but seeing her pout with excitement dancing in her eyes, he sighed in defeat and give her a slight nod to continue. She grinned happily at his consent. It's not really a jutsu, more of an after effect, when Naru-kun uses Shiroi Renge no Ryu. His speed is so great that when the jutsu is activated, the very ground he steps on can't handle the stress and literally buckles from the pressure, which in turn causes the surface to collapse, making a crater. he just decided to give this effect a name. She explained with a satisfied smirk, seeming to almost inhale the intoxicating smell of shock and fear from those around her. That's enough, Natsu-chan, Naruto said seriously, getting a complying nod from her. Kasumi, I've kept you waiting long enough, prepare yourself. He offered, his wings stretching out once again, making Kasumi go down into her clan's taijutsu style once more. Naruto disappeared before small craters began to appear in a line coming towards Kasumi. Her eyes widened, and on instinct alone crossed her arms across her front defensively. The next thing everyone saw was Kasumi flying through the air before hitting the far wall, making an indentation in it, while Naruto stood a foot across from where she had just been standing. Suyoi, strong, Kasumi thought, as she spit up a mouthful of blood from the unseen punch he delivered to her stomach. Gravity finally took hold of Kasumi and began to peel her off the wall, before falling to a knee, breathing heavily, wiping away the excess blood from her mouth. She stood up on shaky legs, and looked at her opponent, who looked as if he was testing out his limbs with kicks and punches like they were brand new. She dared a glance at her mother, but when their eyes met she froze. She saw a variety of emotions running through Kushina's eyes, the most pronounced being hatred, and one she had never seen before nor thought existed for her mother, fear. The hatred she could understand. Here was her firstborn, taken over by a demon, who was now beating her only daughter. But the fear, an emotion she had never once seen come across her mother's form. She was always calm, collected and strong, yet now fear was in her eyes. Uzumaki Kushina, who was once and probably still is one of the strongest kunoichi in the world, alongside the slug princess Tsunade, was afraid. But of what? Seeing her firstborn like this. Seeing her children fight. Seeing the heir of the Uzumaki clan losing. The fear had no clear target in those eyes as far as she could tell. But what she did know was that Kyuubi was the cause of it all. Kyuubi attacked the village that night. It was Kyuubi who took her brother away. It was Kyuubi who was now beating her. And it was Kyuubi's fault her mother was afraid. It's all your fault. Kasumi screamed, as something in her psyche snapped. Her gaze heatedly fell back to Naruto's form. I will. She started, her voice carrying over the entire arena, making everyone look at her quizzically. I will. She repeated, her tone becoming sharp and determined. I will. Her voice now growing cold and venomous. Defeat you. She screamed as she snapped her body up, her eyes emanating a glow that promised pain to her opponent, before she grabbed a bunch of shuriken and launched them at Naruto, who simply smirked. However, she wasn't done yet, and went through a set of seals faster than she could before, the adrenaline pumping through her veins giving her a boost of strength and speed. Fudden. Repusho wind style. Gale wind palm. She yelled, slamming her arms forward as a large gust of wind pushed forth from her body, which hit the shuriken, increasing their speed dramatically. Naruto noticed this and cursed under his breath before he disappeared from sight, dodging the projectiles, with only the impacts of the ground allowing his movements to be followed by a majority of the onlookers. Naruto had dodged the last shuriken with little trouble, but noticed Kasumi wasn't where she had just been. He looked for her before he smelled her blood, which was dashing at him from behind. He quickly turned and grabbed the descending wrist that had Zenu in it, tightly, making the young girl groan in pain before she was forced to let go. Naruto grabbed the sword with his free hand, and looked at it a moment, admiring the craftsmanship. This is a beautiful sword, he complimented before flicking his arm, so the sword rushed towards Kushina. The onlookers looked shocked at his actions and looked to see if the Whirlpool Sensei was alright, only to see her cold stare and now bleeding cheek. That Zenu, which was now protruding out of the wall, had nicked while sailing through the air. Naruto just smirked, seeing his mother not even flinch when the sword cut her, but put his attention back on the young girl he held in his hand. Now, he began, his face getting closer to her with every passing moment until their noses were nearly touching while her heated gaze met his amused one. I will show you just what my jutsu can do besides make a mess of the environment. He offered, his warm breath caressing her skin, making her gaze harden even more, that is until she was suddenly released from his grip. Kasumi jumped back on sheer reflex, but noticed Naruto had disappeared again. She skidded along the ground before stopping abruptly when she hit a fleshy object. She turned quickly to see a smirking Naruto before a fist impacted her face, causing her to stumble back. She was about to regain her bearings, but a kick to the Ribs stopped that, then a punch to her back sent her forward. Then a series of devastating blows were launched upon her, blows so quick that it looked like she was simply having body spasms with how her body contorted. The onlookers looked on in amazement of Naruto's style, as well as sympathy for Kasumi who was taking a beating. Her body looking like a rag doll, being thrown in every direction as blood splashed out of her mouth and nose. Her cloths began to tear and rip from the sheer force of each blow, and with the sound of the kicks and punches Naruto was landing on her body it was no wonder. Naruto himself hadn't been seen since he started the onslaught. The only evidence he even still was the continuous indents swirling all around the ground near the Uzumaki RSA. Unbelievable. Nearly everyone watching this fight thought, their jaws threatening to fall open at just what they were witnessing a genin doing. Kami-sama, I never could have imagined a style of combat like this. It's no wonder why Shiroi Renge was hailed as the strongest style to ever exist, if what we are witnessing now was taken from only the basics of that style. Sarutobi thought, looking on in astonishment, barely able to see blurs of purple swirling around Kasumi. Getting old does tend to dull the senses. Kyuubi. You truly are a monster. You could have ended this already and yet you are taking great pleasure in humiliating the Uzumaki clan and beating a now defenseless young girl. Kushina thought angrily, her hands gripping the now dislodged Zenu so tightly her knuckles became white. Kasumi herself could only take the brutal beating she was receiving, but as suddenly as it came, it ended. Her body almost continuing to move in erratic directions formed the muscle memory of it happening. Her breathing was haggard, and her body was scratched, bruised, and bleeding. The moment she opened her eyes, they widened as much as they could. Not an inch away from her face was Naruto's aura-encased hand, seeming ready to literally knock her head off her shoulders. But she also noticed that his fist was trembling, as if he was battling with himself on whether to finish her off or not. With that thought in mind she chanced a glance at his face. What she saw surprised her even more. His face wasn't one of an ecstatic demon enjoying the punishment it was giving it. His eyes didn't gleam with unrestrained pleasure from causing pain nor blood to spill like a normal demon would. Naruto had a rather stoic expression on his face in actuality, but she noticed something. It was barely visible, but there was a faint frown on his lips. His eyes as well didn't show any kind of happy emotion, but they rather looked annoyed, and slightly sad. Well, it was fun while it lasted. Natsumi thought, with a satisfied smile on her face. I'm glad you stopped Naru-kun, even if as an Uzumaki she didn't deserve death because of Kushina's brainwashing. She concluded, her eyes belying her concern as she watched the inner turmoil of her mate. Everyone else just looked on in bewilderment, wondering just what would happen next. Though none of them expected what did happen next. Naruto, still in his attacking position, just sighed loudly, and got out of the stance, before turning away from Kasumi and began to walk away. Proctor, call the match, there isn't much she can do to me in the state she is in. Naruto's cold voice cut through the thick tension like a knife, making some of the audience groan that such a good match had to end, while others sighed in relief that it had finally concluded. Hi, he answered before starting to walking to the middle of the thrashed arena floor. Winner. Matt, wait. A haggard voice called out, interrupting the proctor, the tone clearly in pain. Everyone looked at the owner of the voice, to find it belonged to the heavily breathing Kasumi, who was holding her left arm partially covering a rather painful-looking bruise she received from one of Naruto's kicks. Matt, Kyuubi, she ordered again, her voice coming back slightly more determined, and she took a shaky step forward. Naruto quirked a brow. You can barely stand, this match is over. Naruto stated bluntly, turning back, before hearing her speak again, making him stop in his tracks. Nays, why? She questioned, taking yet another step forward. Why did you stop? Was it because you think I'm weak since I'm only mortal? That I can't take you on? That I can't defeat you? Or that I'm a girl? Why? Tell me, demon. Why did you stop your attack and spare my life when I know deep down in your soul you wanted to continue on and kill me? She asked, though with her tone it was expressed more as a demand than anything. Naruto turned his torso and head slightly to now face her, before a shadow of a smile crept onto his lips. Because I didn't, nor did I ever want to kill you, Kasumi. He said softly, before turning his head towards his open hands. Perhaps I am a demon, of sorts. He said almost sagely, before turning his gaze towards his mother. But I'm not the Kyuubi. He finished his voice, now strong and unwavering but dark, before he turned once again and began to walk away. I only wished to utterly and completely defeat you Uzumaki Kasumi, so that your Ka-san could see just what she had truly had given up when she abandoned her first Sochi to this village. He said almost offhandedly. Why? Why do you torture my family so? Kasumi questioned inside her own mind, as confusing, hateful, and sad tears inched their way to the corners of her eyes, as she watched Naruto's back. Why? You took my Oni-sama away. How can you not be a demon after doing something so despicable? She continued, as her tears turned fully into rage. Naruto was in deep thought, as he walked away the match already finished with, until he heard a cry from behind him. He turned to see Kasumi flying through midair towards him. But what surprised him as well as several Konoha Junin, though most especially Jiraiya, was the humongous Rasengan in her hands. Kushina, you taught her that, after I expressly told you to not teach it until you retired as clan head. Jiraiya screamed, sending a shocked glance at the now smirking clan head who just continued to watch the fight. She needed the edge, Jiraiya-san. Why should she learn it later, when it can serve her best now of all times? Kushina questioned, her smirk never leaving her lips. You have fallen so far, Kushina, Minato must be rolling in his grave. Though I suppose I'm really no better, am I, Naruto? Jiraiya thought lamentingly before looking back to the arena. Give me back my Oni-sama. Kasumi screamed, her tears flying off her face from the wind billowing around her, her voice almost pleading. Cho Udama Rasengan, ultra big ball spiraling sphere. She yelled. Naruto's eyes narrowed at the large jutsu in her hands. Damn, I guess I'll have to use one of my more powerful jutsu. That Rasengan is no joke, especially with her putting her remaining chakra into it. He thought, a growl of annoyance escaping his throat, before he stretched out his right hand. Futon. Rasengan, wind style, spiraling sphere. Naruto said, as a normal Rasengan appeared in his hand, before a moment later wind began to pick up and surround the ball, the wind so sharp that it was akin to blades orbiting around Naruto's jutsu. Those who knew of the intimate past of the Rasengan looked on with jaws hitting the floor. Unbelievable, he not only mastered it without any formal instruction, but was able to do what the Yondaime never could, to apply an affinity to it. Most of the Konoha Junin thought completely in awe at just what Naruto has been able to accomplish in his 6-year absence. He was taught by the best after all. Natsumi thought smugly, smirking at seeing everyone's shocked expressions. Naru-kun definitely deserves a reward tonight, after such an exciting fight. She thought mischievously, unconsciously licking her lips. Naruto waited for Kasumi's large Rasengan to get close enough, and when it was he slammed his wind-based jutsu into hers. For a few moments the attacks were in a complete stalemate, though unfortunately for Kasumi, Naruto's was just more advanced and powerful considering it was enhanced by an element, and the most offensive element no less. After several moments more Naruto's Rasengan finally began to press into Kasumi's. And before long was able to penetrate the barrier containing her restrained, swirling chakra. Normally an act like this would release the chakra right at Naruto, but because of the particular elemental jutsu he used, Kasumi's jutsu was blown back into her, as well as Naruto's own. The audience looked on in awe as a blue tornado-looking beam erupted from the jutsus colliding. The beam completely encompassed Kasumi, and looking as if Naruto was shooting it from his own arm, that is before he himself disappeared from sight. My Kami-sama. And this from only Genin, most of the audience thought, in utter astonishment, as they looked onto the results of the blast with bated breath. Naru-kun. You really are too kind-hearted, even after all the crap people have put you through. But then, that's one of the things I love about you. Natsumi thought, knowing just what Naruto was doing. A few more seconds passed, as the beam slowly shrank in size until it completely vanished, leaving a crater on the arena floor from the impact and a hole in the ceiling where the beam shot through. Where's Naruto-kun, and the Uzumaki? Hana asked, not finding him anywhere, everyone else having the same problem as her. Medic. Naruto's voice called out, making everyone turn their heads towards the entrance to the arena, where the medics would enter from. Kami-sama. Yugito gasped out loud, at seeing Naruto, as everyone else just grimaced at what he looked like. Naruto's back was currently to them, but that wasn't the reason for their reaction. What was is the fact that the back half of his shirt and flak jacket were completely obliterated, while his pants were ripped in many places but still holding together. Not only that, but his back itself had deep lacerations as if a samurai took to his back as his practicing dummy. His back was heavily bleeding from the wounds, as well as lightly smoking in certain places from the chakra, while his shoulders heaved up and down as he breathed haggardly. What happened to Sarutobi was about to question, when he noticed Naruto was holding something in his arm. He saved her. He answered his own question, when on further inspection recognized the bundle in his arms as Uzumaki Kasumi, getting surprised nods from those who heard him. Z. Kasumi whispered through pained breath, while looking up at her unsuspecting savior with half-lidded eyes. In response, Naruto just pulled her into his chest tighter after he noticed her shiver. Kasumi herself wasn't in much better condition than Naruto if the audience had a good look at her anyway. Her front looking the same as Naruto's back, her body was heavily cut up and bleeding with lacerations lining her front, the front of her cloth shredded into nothingness leaving her naked, as her body slightly smoked. Rest Kasumi. Were Naruto's only words, they weren't a request. Kasumi was going to protest and ask her question again, but when she looked into Naruto's eyes she saw a glint of concern and even guilt, and despite knowing just what he was, decided to listen, before closing her eyes, resting her head against his chest, allowing the darkness and chakra exhaustion to take her. Is Kyuubi really as bad as you said, Ka-san? Kasumi mentally questioned, considering that Naruto's actions were nothing like how Kushina had described Kyuubi to act, before she fell unconscious. Naruto heard the click of the arena entrance and walked closer when the medic team entered and laid her on the stretcher. Frowning at her current attire or lack thereof, he ripped off the remaining frontal portion of his flak jacket and shirt and placed them across Kasumi so she was covered from perverted eyes. The medics quickly took her out of the room, and closed the door before Naruto headed back to the middle of the arena once more. Call it, he ordered coldly. Hi, winner, Namikaze Uzumaki Naruto. The proctor said, still trying to get over what happened. Naruto put his hands in his pants pockets and looked towards a scowling Kushina. I hope you are satisfied, Kushina, he said emotionlessly, sending shivers down a few of the genin's spines at his coldness, as well as a few blushes from the young kunoichi at seeing his toned torso, and the battle scars just adding to his physical attractiveness. I will never be satisfied until you are dead and Naruto-kun is free. Monster, Kushina mentally answered, a growl escaping her throat but only heard by her remaining son. Naruto just sighed in annoyance before shunshining back next to his team, Yugito and Hana. Are you okay, Naruto-kun? Both Hana and Yugito asked simultaneously, before looking at each other and blushing slightly. Hi, little winded but nothing a nap won't fix. She was strong, made me release more than half my chakra by the end. He answered, leaning against the cold wall that felt good against his damaged back. Incredible match, Naruto-san, Haku congratulated with a smile, making him smile in appreciation. That was Naru-kun. But you should probably get a shirt on before you make some of the girls lose consciousness. Natsumi joked with a smirk. Naruto looked around curiously, and noticed that she was right. Most of the genin kunoichi were blushing madly and a few had spurts of blood falling down their noses as they, covertly, stared at him. Ma, I'll be back then, he said before shunshining out of the room. Just how strong is he? Yugito questioned, though not really expecting an answer. Pray you never find out, because that was only the tip of the iceberg, was Natsumi's cryptic and rather ominous answer, making those that heard her unconsciously gulp, her sadistic smirk not helping the situation. Well, let's see if the next match can match up to the last. Sarutobi called out, making the whispers of the shinobi about the last match silence, none noticing that Yugito too had shunshined out of the room. With Naruto, and I really liked that jacket too. Naruto grumbled while going through his closet at the Namikaze mansion in his non-demon adult form. Naruto thought over the fight he had with his half-sister while changing, and just sighed while shaking his head in exasperation. Despite his initial bloodlust, and eagerness to wipe the floor with an Uzumaki, despite him still doing so, as the fight went on, his bloodthirst began to dwindle. Especially when Kasumi had declared that she only fought to free what she believed to be his trapped soul. Had it not been for Kushina's trickery, he probably would have found her reasons to fight admirable. Although he still hated the clan for what it put him through, he couldn't quite shake the nagging feeling that Kasumi, Kiyoshiro, and even Valios, despite his attitude, were really only fighting him because Kushina brainwashed them into thinking his soul could only be saved by killing Kyuubi's body. If he had still held any sort of love for that clan, he might have even considered trying to talk with his steep siblings and possibly get them to realize the truth about him. Unfortunately, it was too late for such sentimentalities. Both the Uzumaki and he broke ties long ago, and that is how it would stay. You trained your own children to kill me, and you call me a monster, ne Kushina? He whispered while getting his sandals, before leaving the mansion. Naruto was heading towards the gate in his child form when he noticed someone leaning on the gates, their back to him. Though he could easily tell who it was, a blonde ponytail that long was a dead giveaway. Yugito-chan, he questioned, making the woman slightly jerk at hearing her name before turning around. Naruto tilted his head, wondering why she was here, while closing the gates behind him and activating the compound's defenses. "Nay Yugito-chan, what's WRO?" he began to question before a hard slap to his face stopped him. Naruto held his now reddening face in surprise at her actions, and quickly looked back at her for an explanation, but was surprised at what he saw. Tears were flowing down Yugito's face, her expression one of both sadness and happiness at the same time. "Yugito," he began again to once more stop when said woman lunged at him, wrapping her arms around his back and embracing him like he was some sort of lifeline for her. "Yugito-chan," he questioned, now worried at her actions, finding the hug awkward since he was now shorter than her. Gomen en. Naruto Kun, she hiccuped against his hair. Considering that Naruto had no idea what the matter was, he did the only thing he could do, wraps his own arms around the waist of the emotionally woman and let her cry against him, while trying to be as supportive as he could be. Eventually she calmed, though hiccups still appeared once in a while. They released each other with Naruto tilting his head to the side on obvious confusion while Yugito only stared at her feet. "Baka," she whispered. "Anyo, what did I do?" he asked before he looked up to face him, tear stains on her cheeks. "Why? You died, right in front of me," she explained, tears threatening to fall once more once she finally said the words out loud. Her answer hit him like a ton of bricks, his eyes widening in realization. "I really am a baka to not have thought that seeing my Chishio Bushin get destroyed and just how it did would affect those I'm close to that didn't know. Especially Yugito-chan, who just found someone she could relate to on such an intimate level. I imagine Hana-chan would have reacted like this had she not been with Kiba at the time. Natsu-chan as well, if she hadn't already figured out that it was a clone fighting and not really me at the time." He reasoned in his mind, his expression growing soft, sympathetic, and guilty. Naruto took a cautious step towards Yugito, not wanting to upset her more, and slowly raised his hand to cup her wet and warm cheek reassuringly, her gaze looking anywhere but Naruto at the moment. "Gomenasai Yugito-chan," he whispered apologetically, swiping his thumb across her cheek to wipe away her tears. Hearing this, her gaze went back to his, and softened when she saw the apologetic expression on his face. "Gomenasai," he repeated, switching his hands to wipe the tears on her other cheek away, though this time noticed that the woman had slightly began to nuzzle into his hand, making him smile softly. He took his hand away after a minute, leaving her to wipe the tears around her eyes and sniffle before her face took on a mock angry expression. "You better be Naruto-kun, cause if you had really died after we just became friends, I'd have Izanami-chan bring you back so I could kill you myself," she warned, her tone sounding deathly serious, but he could tell she just didn't want to seem so emotionally weak, even after crying the way she did. Hi, I'll remember that, Yugito-chan," he responded, making them both lightly smile. "We should get back to the exams. I'm sure they are getting too relaxed with only one Jinchuriki to worry about, nay," he joked, making her smirk sadistically, and nod in approval before they both jumped to the nearest roof and towards the forest of death. Exam Tower. The pair made it back to the tower with little problem, and once more traversed the winding hallways heading back to the arena. Though on their way, saw a medic group run past them with who looked to be Uzumaki Kiyoshiro on a stretcher, looking in very bad shape. His clothes were completely shredded and bloodied, his right arm was twisted in a way that just wasn't humanly possible and yet was. His left hand was clutching his right eye, as blood spurted through the gapes of his fingers and down his face, his expression one of unabashed pain, agony and horror of unimaginable levels. The worst wounds however looked like 5 set of claw marks crossing his chest in different angles which were still slightly bleeding as the medics carried him to the ICU wing of the tower. Was that Natsumi-san? Yugito asked, slightly awed at the damage the boy obviously had to endure during his match. No doubt about that, Yugito-chan, that is Natsu-chan's handiwork if I've ever seen it. Naruto retorted, his lips unconsciously twisting into a smirk. We should hurry before they start asking where we are, he suggested, as she nodded in response and they both continued on. The two had finally reached the double doors to the arena, and opened them without a fear for what may jump out at them. They walked in the arena floor and looked on with quizzical expressions, seeing Haku and Rock Lee standing in the middle of the arena, with satisfied expressions as well as bruises across both their bodies. Their clothes ripped here and there, along with blood trickling down in different places with puddles of water surrounding them at different part of the arena floor. They had wanted to ask what was going on but could tell that the battle was still going, so held their tongues, but fortunately their answers would come now. Proctor-san, I concede, Haku's soft and rather exhilarated sounding voice called out. Hi, winner, Rock Lee, the proctor said. It was a great match, Haku-san, I hope we may fight again later, Lee said, extending his hand to the young girl, while without hesitation took it in turn. Hi, I would like that, Lee-san, she replied, as each of their smiles widened. I think we missed a good match, nay Yugito-chan, Naruto questioned, with Yugito only nodding while looking on at the smiling pair. Ah, good, you two have returned, in perfect timing no less. The last preliminary match was just decided. Sarutobi called out to the two Jinchuriki, who began to walk towards the center of the arena. Ah yes, will all those who have won their matches along with their senses please come to the center of the arena for an announcement concerning the final part of this year's Chunin exams, he ordered. Everyone quickly followed it. The winners and their Junin instructors gathered in the center of the arena while facing the Hokage, Enko, as well as the two Sannin that stood slightly behind him. First, I just want to congratulate those of you who have won your matches, you truly are strong shinobi, he praised, getting mixed reactions from the group. Now, concerning the final part of the exams. It will be the same concept as the preliminary matches you just fought. However, the matches will take place in exactly 1 month, and take place in the exam arena that all Chunin exams that are hosted by Konoha are done in. Not only that, but you will be fighting with an audience of many influential people. Lords from far and wide will come to see you fight, so no matter what, come to win, he challenged with a wry smile. Hearing him conclude his speech, Enko stepped forward. All right, you little bastards, you heard Hokage-sama. The final will be the same as the prelims, but this time you will know who your opponent is before the match, Enko announced, before a box poofed into her hands and moved to the closest genin, telling them to pick from the box. In this box you will each be assigned a number, and from that number your opponent will be decided, she explained while moving down the line, as a Chunin wrote down the numbers each child got. This is to allow you to train yourself to defeat said opponent within the month hiatus you have between now and the finals. And considering that you now know what your opponent is slightly capable of, I suggest that you use the time wisely. She warned, a sadistic leer on her pink lips. The final genin picked his number, and the Chunin wrote it down before handing the paper to Enko, who stood in front of the genin once more. Now for the order you will be fighting in. She paused, hoping to enhance the tension she loved to cause, but was sadly disappointed and pouted before getting on with it. Match 1. Sabaku no Tamari vs Nara Shikamaru. Match 2. Hyuga Neji vs Natsumi. Match 3. Aburame Shino vs Sabaku no Kankuro. Match 4. Namikaze Uzumaki Naruto vs Yugito. I'm going to be fighting him, her. Both Naruto and Yugito thought simultaneously, looking at each other with uncertainty. Match 5. Uzumaki Valios vs Rock Lee. And finally match 6. Sabaku no Gaara vs Uchiha Sasuke. Enko finished reading off the list before giving it back to the Chunin. Well, there you have it. You now know your opponent, so I suggest you use that month to devise ways to defeat them, and to think up new jutsu so you won't be defeated yourself in the process. As for the foreign shinobi, I hope you have enjoyed your stay in Konoha these past few days, and I wish you a safe trip home, and until we see each other once more in a month. Sarutobi concluded with a slight bow, the foreign shinobi bowing in return, before everyone began to exit the room. Naruto-kun, wait a moment. He announced, getting the attention of Naruto as well as those he was close to. I would like to have a word with you, please come to my office. Sarutobi requested, before shunning away. Both Naruto and Natsumi exchanged glances, before Hana came up to them asking to come along. Once he agreed, they all disappeared in swirls of leaves. Hokage's office, what's up Oji-san? Naruto asked boredly, after the trio entered his office. Naruto's question was answered as one of the windows to the office opened up and through it jumped two familiar figures that made Naruto's gaze harden. The figures of the toad and slug Sannin. We wanted to have a talk. Jiraiya answered. And we knew you wouldn't come if we had asked you ourselves. He explained, making Naruto look at Sarutobi with a displeased gaze, with the wizened man looking back with an apologetic expression. Naruto figured that these two would want to talk with him, but not right after this part of the exams ended, and just sighed in exasperation at the situation. Naruto, along with his female companions, decided to get comfortable in a few of the chairs provided, considering they knew he wouldn't be able to leave without those two having their say. Speak, he commanded coldly, leaving no trace of him even remotely wanting to be there any longer than necessary. His demeanor, while understandable, still made both Sannin frown before Tsunade spoke up, hoping to disarm the situation. Naruto-kun, we just wanted to have a word with you, and perhaps try to explain what had happened in the past. But is it okay to have these two present? Some of the things we wish to speak to you about are rather personal. Please don't speak with him in such familiarity. You don't have the right, Natsumi growled blatantly, with Hana nodding in agreement. And besides, Naruto-kun said it was all right for us to come. We are the closest things to family he has after all, Hana added. Tsunade looked perturbed at the two and was about to make a heated retort about real family, but was stopped when Naruto began to talk. Explain what exactly? He started, his voice already devoid of emotion, staring so deeply at the two that they felt he was looking past them instead of at them. That you, Tsunade, or should I say Kyuubi godmother, decided that after I was born and given to that red-headed woman, you disappeared from my life until this very day. While I can forgive the fact you left, considering that you had your own personal demons to tend to and had cut all ties with this village so you couldn't have had a clue Kushina left me for dead 11 years ago. But that still doesn't absolve you of the fact that you never once cared enough to hazard a single visit to see how I was doing. Not even a letter to see how I was doing, just so you didn't even have to enter the village and yet still know. Had you been selfless or even once caring enough to hazard to find out how I was doing, you'd have learned what my life was like here all those years ago. He barked, seeing the now dejected and guilty look on the attractive woman's face, that is before his gaze focused on the other man in the room. And you, he said even more coldly, if that was even possible. Jiraiya, or Kyuubi godfather, as it were, left me in the same way Tsunade did, only for more selfish reasons. And even worse than her crime against me, you knew that Kushina left me in this hellhole to rot. You still associated yourself with Konoha, and had connections within these walls, I'm sure. So the news of the Uzumaki clan leaving wasn't something you wouldn't hear about. Yet here we are 11 years after she abandoned me, with you finally making an appearance in my life. You stayed away from this village for a decade after my two-san died, just so you could write those damnable books of yours without taking any sort of responsibility for me. Never once coming to see me. Never once coming to help me. Never once coming to protect me. Never once doing anything. He roared, the last words sounding like they were coming from a true demon. Naruto's anger had come to a boil and he couldn't hold it back. His hands clenched the armrests of his chair so tightly they began to crack under the pressure. His ki slowly leaked out and saturated the air within the room. Both Sannin looked down in shame. Although Naruto was vicious with his words, he was exactly right. Neither of them took their responsibilities at his godparent as anything more than just another title that was thrust upon them, like Sannin. They were supposed to be his support if anything ever happened to his real parents. Yet when the time came that they should have been there for him, neither was anywhere in sight. One writing a book while peeping at women, and the other drinking away her problems and gambling away her money. Much to Naruto's annoyance, considering the fact he was furious at the two standing before him, both Hana and Natsumi each grabbed a hand and squeezed it, trying to calm him down, and succeeded. Naruto closed his eyes and let out a slow and heavy breath, before opening his eyes once more, his gaze solid and intimidating. If you've come to ask for my forgiveness, you can forget it. You both can stew in your own guilt, stupidity, and selfishness until the Shinigami decides to grace you with his presence. Naruto spat, before grabbing onto both girls' hands and stood up, making them stand up as well. And if that was all you wished to speak to me about, we'll be on our way. We have better things to be doing after just finishing our matches. He concluded, before turning his back to them. Matt. Jiraiya shouted out of nervousness. Please wait. He begged, causing Naruto to turn his head. We both know what we did was terrible. He started making Naruto snort at his describing what they did with the word, terrible. But we want to try in any way to make it up to you somehow, that is why we came back. He explained, his words rousing the blonde's curiosity. Naruto sighed once more, and turned back to his seat with girls in tow. You have 5 minutes. He responded, crossing his arms over his chest. The two let out a sigh of relief. Well, we know that nothing we can do will be able to fix what we did, or didn't do in the past. So all we can do is say Gomenasai and try to make up for it in the present and future. The Toad Hermit explained, before a small smile spread over his lips. Naruto, you were born with great potential, and very powerful Kekkei Genkai from both the Namikaze and the Uzumaki clans. And we are both here to try to nurture your gifts to make you a strong shinobi as both friends to your parents as well as to try to repent for our past sins against you. And our first decision was to use this month's hiatus between the exams to personally train you. He offered, his tone sounding regal, hoping that it would get the desired effect from the boy, only to receive the opposite effect, Naruto snorting indignantly, making him frown slightly. I know you may not like us right now, Naruto. But you can't deny the fact that learning from 2 of the legendary Sannin of Konoha will make you tremendously powerful. Especially concerning the strength you'll need against that Kunoichi from Kumo you are matched up with. Jiraiya finished in a concerned tone. Something about Yugito felt off to him ever since she fought. Naruto nodded in understanding. I would very well admit that learning from you two would make me strong. Naruto began, making the two's hope rise that he'd say yes. However, I have a much stronger and loyal sensei than the 2 of you could ever be. And I wouldn't trade her for anything in the world. He finished proudly, making Natsumi blush slightly at his words. Besides, what could you two teach me that I don't already know? He questioned. Both of the Sannin scowled slightly at his barbs against them, before they realized why they were there and smiled once again. Tsunade stepped forward. I, Naruto, will teach you the secret to my infamous strength, that can literally destroy mountains in a single punch. Not only that, but I can teach you some of my medical jutsu, that is if you are good enough. Tsunade explained with a challenging smirk, hoping that Naruto was just as headstrong as Minato had been when it came to a challenge. Jiraiya then strode forward. While I will be teaching you several variations of the Rasengan which I noticed you were not only able to master but able to add an element to it, I can also teach you Fuinjutsu, as well as other jutsu that I have collected over the years. Jiraiya announced proudly. Naruto just looked at the two after their declarations, before standing up without a word, and went to the closest bookshelf around. As he did this, everyone quirked a brow at what he was doing, that is before he lifted his hand, and flicked his middle finger against the shelf. The moment his finger touched it, the shelf crushed in upon itself like an invisible meteor hit it, making everyone but Natsumi look wide-eyed at him. However, Naruto didn't appear to be finished when he bit his thumb and summoned Shinku Kaijin from its pocket dimension. He unsheathed the shining blade and stabbed himself trough the thigh, grunting in pain, before ripping the sword out from the side, making blood splash across the floor. All 3 of the elders in the room panicked at what he has just done and were about to go over and help. However, a set of hands pulling on their wrist stopped their progression. They looked at Hana and Natsumi oddly since they were the ones who stopped them, but both girls simply shook their heads and looked back at Naruto. The trio followed their eyes and looked in astonishment to see that Naruto's entire leg was surrounded in a green aura, and the slash on his leg was quickly healing before a moment later appeared to be gone. Once he tested out his leg, and felt it working properly, he unsummoned his sword and took his seat between his companions once more. As you can see, I already know how to use my chakra to enhance my strength. Not that I really need to use any after all the physical conditioning I've done. He thought to himself. As well as an all-around medical jutsu that can heal nearly any sort of wound as long as I have enough chakra to supply the wound with. Naruto answered, while looking at Tsunade, who had a rather sheepish and slightly jealous look on her face from his actions and words. As you for Jiraiya, as you've stated already, I've already mastered the Rasengan, as well as added my main element to it. However, I've also personally created 3 powerful variations to the jutsu. And am currently working on a 4th that could probably decimate an army faster than my 2 could using our Kekkei Genkai. You've just witnessed me summoning a sword, so you have an idea of my skills in Fuinjutsu, even if that is only the tip of the iceberg on my knowledge of the subject. He said, making the aged Sannin gulp loudly. So, what else can you two put on the table to offer me, because right now I'm not impressed. He finished, crossed his arms, looking expectantly. His words and actions left both Sannin speechless and hard-pressed to find anything they could do to keep his attention. Their training for him was their trump card, and it failed, miserably. Sarutobi coughed forcefully, seeing the helpless looks in his students' eyes. Perhaps these two could tell you about your parents, and in exchange you could tell them about your life. Sarutobi suggested, trying to give his 2 students a chance with the boy, who at the moment was eyeing him so coldly he thought he would freeze under the gaze. Well, perhaps your life after you left on your self-proclaimed training trip. He corrected after an awkward cough when he realized Naruto's life in the village was not to be openly discussed. The 2 Sannin smiled appreciatively at their sensei. Hi, we could do that, Naruto, perhaps even get to know each other during that time. Tsunade offered with a warm smile, praying that it could work to convince him. Naruto's eyes just narrowed. I do not wish to know anything about the woman who gave birth to me. She and her clan are as dead to me as I was to them the moment they walked out of those gates. As far as my 2-san, he is unfortunately dead. And while I have only a few things of his, those that I do tell me volumes about who he was. And I am content with what they taught me about who he was. And how he lived, he continued before once again getting up from his seat. Now if there is nothing more I really wish to leave, he requested, and when only seeing the sad expression on Tsunade's, and Sarutobi's face, alone with a thoughtful one on Jiraiya's, decided it was time to go. Naruto was about to open the door to the office, when a voice called out. Naruto. Jiraiya's voice cut through the silence, making the boy look back once more. Tell me, just who is your sensei you spoke so highly of before? You are clearly much stronger than you let on, so I'm wondering who it is that trained you, and taught you such powerful but more importantly very dangerous techniques, the Rasengan being one of them. The aged Sannin asked, any form of sadness replaced with a concerned as well as curious expression. His question made all 3 teens smirk, before Naruto tilted his head slightly so he could see Sarutobi. Nay, Oji-san, you didn't tell them yet? Naruto asked, making both Tsunade and Jiraiya look at him, then their sensei oddly. He shook his head. I didn't have time, they both arrived only today. And even worse, after the survival test already began. The Hokage answered, making the 3 smirk even larger. Naruto closed the door before going through a set of seals, and slammed his hands to the floor. Anapo. Otofugen Shoheki no Jutsu, Demon Art, Sound Silence Barrier Technique. He called out before a pulse of blue surrounded the room. After he finished the jutsu, both Naruto and Natsumi were surrounded in smoke, before it dissipated and showed them in their true forms. To their credit of being experienced shinobi, both of the Sannin only arched an eyebrow at the now demonic pair. Care to explain? Jiraiya asked, getting a bad feeling in the pit of his stomach. The pair shrugged. Not really. But I'll tell you what Oji-san knows already. Naruto quipped back. First off, Natsu-chan here was my sensei after I left Konoha. The other thing is that she is the Kyuubi no Kitsune. Unfortunately this time, the Sannin didn't react well and in a second were only inches from striking Natsumi's face. Jiraiya's Rasengan shining in the sunlight, while Tsunade's fist hummed with unseen chakra. Now the reason why they had stopped their attack wasn't out of any rational thought to let someone explain the situation. They stopped because of the 2 beautiful and deadly katanas that were now pressing dangerously against their throats. The Sannin looked down to see an emotionless-looking Naruto stare up at them from his crouching position, the grip of his swords unwavering, waiting for any movement towards his mate. Attack her again and your lives are forfeit, Sannin or not. No one will threaten the life of someone who is so important to me in life. This is your one and only warning. Naruto's declaration was cold and straight to the point. Kami-sama, She's turned him into a weapon, the Sannin thought, before backing off but keeping an eye on the smirking vixen. Sarutobi-sensei. Why are you allowing this to occur? It's painfully obvious that the Kyuubi is using Naruto as both a shield and sword against Konoha. Jiraiya questioned. His sensei just shook his head. You do not know all the facts, Jiraiya-kun, so I'm afraid your reaction, while understandable because of the past, is quite false at present time. And while I do not know every intimate detail between these two while they were gone, I believe their story about not wishing this village harm, unless harm is done to them by the village first. They have provided vital information about upcoming events, that disprove any intention on their behalf to harm Konoha, he reassured. But Kyuubi tried to destroy the village. Tsunade countered. Listen to Oji-san, you are both out of your element and over your heads, and unless he wishes to tell you more about the situation, it would be best to leave such outbursts in your head. Naruto warned, both his katanas already gone from his hands. Tsunade frowned. Sensei. Can you tell us what exactly is going on here? Being here and out of the loop is costing us preciously. She questioned, getting a nod from the aged leader. I'll leave you three to it then. But I suggest you listen well to his words. And I will expect you to apologize to Natsu-chan when you know the truth. Naruto warned before the demons reverted back to their child forms. Oh, and Oji-san, only tell them what they absolutely need to know. They haven't earned any right to know me as I am. He ordered, his tone leaving no room for discussion, as well as promising an excruciating punishment if he disobeyed. Hi, they will know what is needed, Naruto-kun. Arigato, I'll see you later, Oji-san. Naruto bid farewell with a small smile and wave, before he and his girls left. We really screwed up, didn't we, sensei? Tsunade said, her expression one of sadness, not even being able to look at him in the eyes. Sarutobi let out a puff of smoke from his pipe. What you both did, or lack thereof, to Naruto cut him deeper than you could ever imagine. Especially after the betrayal of his mother and clan, only to later learn about your relations to him. You both will be lucky if he even acknowledges you in the future, unless you can think of something to give him as an olive branch. He answered before sighing, and took a drag from his pipe. Now you both better take a seat and listen carefully, this is very important. He suggested, letting his students grab seats before sighing, and beginning the story that Naruto had told him when he first returned. Konoha streets, well, that was annoying, Natsumi sighed, her arms wrapped around Naruto's right, enjoying his warmth, but also to comfort him from his obvious displeasure at the meeting. That it was Natsu-chan. But arigato to you both. He said before a small smile graced his lips, which made the girls' still tensed bodies relax. If you didn't grab me, I was quite tempted to punch them out of the building. He explained, as they laughed at the images of him doing so racing through their minds, that is until their emotions were quickly reeled in and stopped walking. What do you want, Kakashi? I was hoping to take my companions out to celebrate on our victory, and I don't want shadows following me the entire time. Naruto's happy tone now replaced with slight irritation. Gomen. Kakashi's voice called out before he appeared in a plume of smoke. And I was only following you because I wanted to have a little talk with you in private, Naruto. He explained. Naruto turned around to face the silver-haired Junin, and noticed that Kakashi's usual nonchalant demeanor was completely gone, which only meant that whatever he wanted to speak with him about was serious. Very well, Natsu-chan, Hana-chan, give me a moment, this will not take long. Naruto stated, giving them both a small smile before walking with Kakashi around the corner of a building. Do you think we should have gone with him? Hana questioned. Natsumi shook her head. No. If it's anything important, Naru-kun will tell us. She answered before taking a seat on a nearby bench and admired the nature that surrounded the area. With Naruto and Kakashi, what was so important that it couldn't wait another day, Kakashi? Naruto asked, irritation lacing his words. Naruto, although I am still trying to gain your trust after what I did, we are both still shinobi of Konoha, so I expect you to show some respect as your superior. Kakashi scolded the boy half-heartedly. You still didn't answer my question. Naruto responded, shrugging his shoulders. Kakashi sighed at his subordinate's attitude, but reeled in his annoyance to get to the point of this conversation. Naruto. You know of Sasuke's opponent, correct? He questioned, getting a bored nod. Then you know how powerful and obviously ruthless he is. And that is who Sasuke is facing in the finals. And your point, Kakashi. I think fighting Gaara would be good for the Uchiha. It'll bump him down a few pegs from the high horse he rides, thanks to the village I'm sure. Naruto retorted, not seeing where this was going. Kakashi frowned, though you couldn't really tell. While I admit Sasuke can be snobbish at times, having to fight such a person in the finals is taking it a bit far just to teach him a lesson. He countered, before sighing after seeing Naruto yawn at his words. Naruto, I saw your match as well as Gaara's. And with Gaara's sand to protect him from almost every attack from nearly any angle, I'm not sure if Sasuke will survive the encounter, let alone win, even with a month to train his Kekkei Jiniki and Reikiri. That is unless. He paused, and noticed the tiniest amount of curiosity rise from the blonde. That is unless he uses Shiroi Renge no Ryu. Kakashi deadpanned. Naruto looked at Kakashi for a moment before the curious glint he had dissolved into calculated coldness. Just what exactly are you implying by that, Kakashi? Naruto asked, his tone denoting no emotion, and yet his eyes told the Junin to pick his next words carefully. What I am saying, Naruto, is that because of how unstable Subaku no Gaara is while fighting, I want you to come with me and Sasuke to train for the month hiatus. And while I teach both of you what I can, I want you to show him the taijutsu style so he can copy it with his Sharingan and use it in his fight against Gaara. With the abilities of your style, Sasuke's natural skill, Kekkei Genkai and Reikiri, not only will his chances of survival increase dramatically, but his chances of winning the match will as well. He explained. Naruto looked at Kakashi with unblinking eyes for a good 10 seconds before a small smile crossed his lips, and then grew into a grin, and then into small chuckles, before finally erupting into full-blown laughter. You laugh, want me to laugh? Show the Uchiha laugh, one of my original jutsu laugh, just so he can copy it, without even taking the time to laugh, learn it. Naruto questioned between fits of laughter. Kakashi's visible eye hardened slightly. I don't see what is so funny, Naruto. Without the added edge of that taijutsu style, Sasuke could potentially die in that match. Kakashi answered. Naruto's laughter stopped immediately and his expression went back to nothingness. Before speaking again, this rapid change rather surprised and freaked the Junin out slightly. First off, Kakashi, I stopped you from watching my match with your Sharingan for that exact reason. I abhor cheaters, and that is all the Sharingan is to me. You steal in a second what other shinobi, both enemy and ally alike, dedicate years of their lives to create. It truly sickens me to no end. Don't think I don't know where Sasuke learned that Shishi Renden of his. The Kekkei Genkai of the Uchiha spit in the face of every hard-working shinobi who has ever walked the earth. So as for Sasuke stealing my style just to win his match, I say let him create his own and win on his own merits, because he will not win by using mine. Naruto answered coldly. Naruto, you are young, so I realize you don't know all the lessons that are learned in the life of a shinobi. One of the most important being, to use any means by which you can to become stronger, complete the mission, and protect the village. Kakashi retorted in a sage-like tone, which made Naruto snort in disgust. What is that? A principle set up by shinobi themselves so they don't have to feel guilty about doing things so immoral and dishonorable that they'd sooner rip out their own hearts than have to think about them for more than 5 minutes. That's cute, Kakashi, but all it is another scapegoat, and a crutch for shinobi who are too weak-willed to live like a proper shinobi, but more importantly, human being. You throw away your honor and morals for what? Power. That is completely pathetic. A shinobi should always hold their honor and morals above everything besides saving another's life. In some sick way I'm glad Itachi killed his clan. If I could, I'd shake his hand for ridding the world of such abhorrences to the profession and species. Naruto retorted cynically. Kakashi's eye widened before narrowing dangerously. Naruto, you crossed the line with that statement. He scolded, anger leaking out of his words slightly. And I will not debate the ethical and moral standings of shinobi with you. Now I didn't want to do this, but I'm going to have to order you as your Junin sensei to accompany myself and Sasuke and at some point show him your jutsu, do you understand? I understand, Kakashi sensei. He lied. However, you don't seem to understand that even if you order me to, I will not show the Uchiha my jutsu I've spent years working on. If he wants to win so badly, let him work for his victory, not use my blood and sweat to do so. Naruto barked back before turning around looking to get ready to leave. Naruto. If you do not listen to me, I will go to Hokage-sama about this. This could be considered insubordination. Kakashi threatened, when seeing Naruto walking away. Go ahead, you'll be pleasantly surprised at OG-san's answer though, oh and Kakashi. Naruto answered before turning, his gaze now colder than a glacier's peak. You just blew your only shot at finding redemption. He finished in a tone of finality before turning and rounded the corner of the building. Did I really do the right thing in trying to force Naruto into this? Kakashi thought somberly, knowing from the very beginning he might have been threatening his one shot at Naruto ever trusting him. I can only hope that Sasuke survives, or what I just threw away was all for nothing. He concluded before shunshing to the Hokage tower to have a talk with the aged leader about what just happened. With Hana and Natsumi, the girls were just relaxing on the bench watching the clouds, when a pair of small hands covered both their eyes. Back already, Naru-kun? Natsumi questioned, easily recognizing the feel and shape of Naruto's hands. You're supposed to guess who? He pouted, not that they saw it. But hi, I'm back, he answered, removing his hands. The girls stood up, heard a poof of a dispelling Kage Bushin, and waited for Naruto to walk between them before they headed off. Natsumi wasn't planning on asking Naruto what went on, since if he didn't mention it outright wasn't important. But as they walked, she could sense that he was agitated about something and decided to ask him about it. Naru-kun, everything okay? You're all tense. Yeah, Naruto-kun, I didn't want to say anything but you do seem tense, Hana agreed, you two are too observant with me. He joked, but quickly sighed. Kakashi wanted me to go with him and Sasuke to train for the month's hiatus. He began, getting raised brows as an answer. Really, he just wanted me to show Sasuke my Shiroi Renge no Ryu, so he could copy it with that damned Kekkei Genkai of his to increase his chances of winning against Gaara in the final matches. Both girls shuddered in both surprise and rage at the audacity of Kakashi to ask Naruto to give up his jutsu to the Uchiha like that. That's low of Kakashi to force on you. And to have the Uchiha just steal the jutsu without even learning it. I never liked that clan because of those eyes. Hana spat out in disgust of her fellow shinobi. Can't agree with you more on that one, Hana-chan, though I have a feeling that the council was stringing Kakashi up like a puppet to try to get me to teach their last Uchiha some of my jutsu after they heard about my skills in the fight against Kasumi. Naruto reasoned, though even if Kakashi was coerced into making him, that didn't mean that Kakashi had to give in to their demands. As he mentioned before, honor should be upheld more than anything but a human life, which is why he took away his chance at redemption. Well, you did do a number on her, as well as the tower itself, Naru-kun, so it's natural that the clan heads that heard would be curious as well as manipulative into use your power for their own ends in some way, Natsumi agreed. But don't worry about Kakashi, there are bigger things to worry about. She paused before a devilish smirk creeped on her lips, making Naruto sweat slightly. Like just where you were planning on bringing us to celebrate. He tilted his head cutely to the side. What do you mean, Natsu-chan? Oh, don't think you're getting out of it. You told Kakashi you were taking us out, right, Hana? She explained, with Hana nodding as well, her own smirk on her face. Well, Naruto stuttered before seeing the expressions the girls had and knew had have no chance. Pick wherever. He surrendered before the girls squealed like little kids, grabbed his wrists and dragged him to their new favorite little and quite expensive bistro. I should have used another excuse to get Kakashi to leave. Naruto lamented, tears threatening to fall down his face as he was dragged away. Later that night, after the three had their little celebration, they said their goodbyes, with Naruto promising to visit Hana and her family more often since he had a month of basically nothing to do. Naruto and Natsumi, however, returned to the mansion and decided to relax for the rest of the day, following Haku's example after they found her snoring, splayed across her bed in her room. Night soon rolled around, and the demon pair had decided to get out of the onsen after relaxing there for the past few hours. Nay, Natsu-chan, there is something I need to take care of before I call it a night. You don't have to wait up for me though, okay? Naruto said while drying himself off after he'd taken off his trunks to put them in the laundry. What Naruto wasn't expecting as an answer was a warm, wet and quite naked body to press against his back, which made him shudder knowing that the mounds and curves of his love were pressing against him in earnest. Unfortunately or fortunately for him, He also wasn't ready for a warm and soft hand to glide down along his stomach before reaching to grab his increasingly enlarging member. "But I wanted you all to myself tonight, Foxy-sama," Natsumi's sensuous voice cooed out to him, her hot breath encompassing his ear. She nibbled on it lightly, pressing her body even more against him, her breasts flattening against his back, as she caressed his member painstakingly slowly, making her mate shudder and a small whimper escape his throat. Unfortunately my kiss-eye, this is rather important and can't wait any longer, despite how much I want to stay," he stuttered out, his tone husky and filled with obvious lust and wanting. In response Natsumi simply pumped him faster, and began to kiss and bite his neck before squeezing him and flicking her finger across his head to grab the small amount of creamy milk that came out, then let him go. Naruto quickly turned to see her sensuously lick and suck her finger clean of the juices on it, making him smash her against the wall, pressing himself against her while attacking her lips. She moaned from his actions, her body on fire, and now wanting him even more from feeling his member quaking against her stomach like it was. After a minute of the heated make-out session, Naruto lamentingly released his control over her. "Gomen, I'll be back to continue where we left off," he said huskily, everything about him, from his facial expression, to his gaze, right down to how he held himself at that moment, screamed to her that what he planned on doing to her would be well worth the wait when he returned. She only smirked, before licking her lips and giving him one last lustful kiss. "Get back soon, cause if you don't I just might start and end without you, or worse be asleep," she stated, her voice heavy with a playful lust. Naruto smirked at her attempt to make him get back faster. He kissed her forehead before turning to leave, but jumped slightly when he felt a hand slap his ass and a small giggle come from behind him. "You're gonna pay for that when I get back," he threatened in a stern but playful manner before closing the door to the changing room and heading off to get dressed. "I sure hope so," she retorted with a smirk, before her hands unconsciously moved to her nether regions, making her moan out in slight surprise. "You better get your sexy ass back here quickly, Foxy-sama, before I actually do start without you," she said, before another moan escaped her lips while her fingers explored her as if they had a mind of their own. She willed them to stop and wait for him, before dressing herself in just a kimono, leaving the changing room as well. With Yugito had decided to just take a long rest after her match with Akiko. Despite not using her demon's power, it still took a lot out of her to beat her friend. Yugito simply relaxed in her room, and took an especially long and enjoyable bath which she had just recently finished. She just got out of the bathroom, wearing only a small white t-shirt that stopped above her midsection, showing off her toned stomach, and a pair of black short shorts that accentuated her legs and shapely butt. She also had towel in her still dampened hair, trying to dry it off, before heading to bed to get some well-needed rest before the trip back to Kumo. "Are you planning on saying sayonara to Naruto-kun?" Izanami questioned. "And what would I say?" In truth, Yugito had been thinking about that for a lot of the day. She had wanted to say bye to the man who single-handedly changed her life, but had no idea how to go about doing so. "Well, you could invite him over here and surprise him by only wearing a tiny Izanami-chan," Yugito screamed in her mind. "Is that all you really think about? I swear Natsumi-san was right." The young woman huffed, shaking her head disapprovingly. "Perhaps. But that doesn't change the fact that there is a tiny voice other than me in your mind that is begging you to do something like that." The vixen countered, and smirked at seeing her Cantainer's cheeks light up. Luckily for Yugito, a reprieve came for her in the shape of a knock on the door to her room. "Who could it be at this hour?" she thought, throwing her towel on her bed. "Who is it?" "Room service," a young man's voice called from the other side of the door, making Yugito have a confused look on her face before opening the door. "But I didn't order room, sir," she began to explain before her words stopped at seeing a smiling Naruto standing before her in just simple going-out clothes. "Naruto-kun?" she questioned, the same confused expression on her face, wondering just why he was there, that is, until a surprised sounding whistle cut across her ears. "Geez, Yugito-chan, if I really had been room service I wouldn't even ask for a tip with what you opened the door wearing." His replied, a teasing smirk on his face. Yugito looked at him questioningly, before she looked down to see what he meant before it all came to her and she let out a low shriek before trying to cover herself, her face burning red in embarrassment. "Kami-sama. Out of anyone who had to see me in this." She groaned in her head, hearing snickers in the back of her mind. Oh please kitten, after your embarrassment is over you know you're going to be glad that Naruto-kun here was the only one to see you wearing that. Izanami reasoned, still chuckling at the poor woman's misfortune. Nay Yugito-chan, despite the very nice view, I actually came here to speak with you before you left for Kumo, may I come inside? A few moments passed with Yugito just standing there until she realized what he said, beat down her embarrassment and turned around, moving in the room, silently letting Naruto in, who closed and locked the door so no prying eyes could listen in. Naruto turned to see Yugito walking away from him, heading towards what looked to be the bathroom. Unfortunately, with Natsumi's little teasing session before he got there still in his mind, he couldn't help but notice Yugito's rather sensuous butt bounce ever so slightly with every step, and although biting back the idea to tease the poor woman more, couldn't help himself. Firmer than Natsu-chan's, and bigger than Hana-chan's. He whispered, but purposely loud enough so she'd hear, but making it sound like he meant it only for himself. Yugito heard him clearly and fought back the urge to bring her hands back on top of her butt in a protective fashion, while the blush on her cheeks flared up once more. Oh yes, he will be a fun mate for you kitten, Izanami thought, while biting her trembling lip so her laughter couldn't be heard. Yugito quickly got to the bathroom and slammed the door shut, making Naruto chuckle good-naturedly, before he heard Yugito's voice from behind the door. Naruto-kun, hi. I forgot a change of clothes before coming in here, she said, her voice oozing with embarrassment, making the two that heard her chuckle lightly. Hi, I'll let you trust me with my taste in cloths, he responded, moving to the dresser and opened the top shelf, only to have his eyebrows twitch with mischief, and a playfully sadistic smirk cross his lips. Kami-sama, I know I've teased her enough, but this is just too good to pass up, he thought before searching through the clothes, finding the perfect one. Anyo Yugito-chan, hi. Which color do you like more, red or black? He asked as innocently as possible. Anyo, both are fine, but red I guess, she answered, unable to see the shit-eating grin on his face as he walked to the bathroom door, knocked on it, and opened it slightly. Here you go, he said, biting his lip to hold off his laughter till the right moment, as he slid his hand through and gave her the piece of clothing. What the did he give me? This is too small even to be a shirt, Yugito mentally questioned before unraveling the bunched-up attire. Yugito's face instantly turned so red, you'd think it was purple out of both embarrassment and rage. Oh yes, so much fun, Izanami concluded before not being able to hold it in anymore and burst out laughing at the sight of just what exactly Naruto had given her. Yugito held up the crimson-colored thong in front of her face, something she wouldn't ever buy on her own. It was a gag gift on her birthday from Akiko, saying she needed to get a man whom would appreciate an article of clothing such as this. Yugito's rage overwhelmed her embarrassment as a controlled ki swept through her room, which Naruto felt immediately. Too. A demonic but still feminine voice gurgled out of the bathroom, making him sweat slightly. Okay, maybe that was a little too much, he though still chuckling. The door to the bathroom swung open as a black, white, and yellow blur jumped and tackled the Hanyu to the ground before they started tumbling around. The two containers wrestled around the room for a good 5 minutes. Well, more like Yugito tried to punch Naruto's face in while he just held her at bay, before they both stopped. Naruto was now on his back, his arms holding back Yugito's while she was straddled his waist. The two were breathing slightly winded, as Yugito's angered gaze bore into Naruto's playful one. Nay Yugito-chan, you don't have to be so angry, he suggested, making her growl in response. Besides, if you were embarrassed with what I said, just imagine if someone walked in on us, he offered, letting the position they were now in sink in. Yugito quickly jumped off him and sat on the bed with a huff. You're an ass, you know, she hissed angrily, her cheeks still slightly red. He chuckled. Gomen, I was only teasing Yugito-chan, he apologized, before giving her what he had really picked out for her, a pair of sweatpants and a short-sleeved shirt. Arigato, she said, her voice still laced with anger but of more annoyance than anything, while she changed. What did you need to talk to me about anyway? She questioned. He took a seat next to her on the bed. It's about you going back to Kumo, and who you are, he started, his tone denoting that he was now serious. After what's happened in the exams today and you going back to Kumo, I'm afraid that things are only going to get more difficult for you, he explained. Yugito thought about his words, and in truth they were right on the money. She would most likely be blamed for Rei's defeat at the hands of Gaara, and severely punished if the Raikage was feeling especially angry that day. Yugito's gaze took on a forlorn look before turning her attention to the rug floor. Hi. You are probably right, Raikage-sama will not be happy about Rei's loss today. She agreed, before a small smile graced her lips when she felt Naruto's reassuring hand on top of hers. That's the reason I came here. Well, there were two more, but this one being the most important, he said, before releasing his grip on her hand and rattled through his shinobi pouch before drawing out a three-pronged kunai with green-colored tape around the handle. I want you to take this with you back to Kumo. It's a very special kunai. He explained before grabbing her hand and placed the kunai in it. Yugito looked at it, strangely turning it at all possible angles, seemingly to try to decipher what was so special about it. She had noticed a shiki right running along the middle blade, but couldn't understand it. After giving up, she looked at Naruto, her expression silently asking the question, only to see a smile cross his face. I'll give you a hint, Maitu-san, he said, his voice full of mirth, before his smile grew even larger when Yugito's eyes widened like dinner plates. Hiraishin. She spoke almost unbelievingly. Hi, that was one of Maitu-san's original Hiraishin kunai. And I want you to have it, he explained with warmth and reassurance. Yugito was shocked at Naruto's actions, and had no idea why he would do this. Why? She couldn't help but ask, because as I said, your life will only get harder from this point on. He began, before putting his hand on top of hers once more. And with only Akiko as your friend, things might become too much. So with this kunai in your possession, you will always have me at your beck and call for whatever you need. Someone spar with, someone to help you out, or if things get really bad, a shoulder to cry on, or just someone to talk to. He explained, his smile gentle and comforting. Now I expect you to not use this kunai for every little thing though. But when you are in a tough spot, simply lodge the kunai into something and I will be there in a flash, literally. After hearing his words, Yugito was completely thrown for a loop, and in truth was saddened at the fact that even though they had grown slightly close, and would even consider him a friend, she believed that once she left, Naruto would simply write her off since they lived in two different villages and wouldn't see much of each other. And even if they had decided to keep in contact, she expected it to only maybe be through courier shinobi, but never something as intricate and infamous as the Hiraishin. He really is amazing, she thought as tears formed at the sides of her eyes, but before they could fall, hugged him tightly, pressing her face into his chest. He smiled gently at her and wrapped an arm around her, hugging her back. You didn't think I'd just drop you as a friend because you're going back to Kumo, did you? He rhetorically knowingly. Arigato Naruto-kun. You really don't know how much this means to me. She said against his shirt. Not a problem, Yugito-chan. Besides, people like us have to look out for each other, nay? He asked warmly, before Yugito's face rose, and although tears were falling down her face, a large smile was on her lips. Hi. He chuckled warmly at her happy response. Now no more crying. He scolded playfully, wiping away her tears the same way he had done back at the mansion. On to the next thing, he said, before the two released each other. I want you to know that, I'm going to try to look for your Ka-san during this month hiatus. He announced, getting a surprised look her. But I'm going to need your help, I can't have her be moved around from where she is currently being held at. So I need you to bear with it and do whatever it takes to keep the Raikage happy so he has no need to do anything with her, do you understand? Yugito frowned slightly at his proposition, especially at the fact she'd have to listen to that horrible man. However, if it helps with the release of her mother, she could bear with it. Hi, I understand, Naruto-kun. She replied with determination in her voice, making him smile. Good, and in return I will try my best to find and return her to you safely, he assured before standing up from the bed. Now you should probably get some rest, you have a long trip back to Kumo. He paused before taking a knee and giving her a friendly chaste kiss on the forehead. Have a good night, and I'll see you around, nay? He questioned, getting an affirmative nod. One last thing though, he said, his tone deathly serious, with his expression only accentuating it. I was serious about that comment on your ass. He joked as a toothy grin crossed his face, and waved to her. Yeah. He disappeared in a swirl of purple flames. Pervert. She shouted half-heartedly, another blush on her cheeks and a happy smirk on her lips, while having a giant urge to throw something at the place where he was standing. Yugito quickly stripped off her sweatpants and t-shirt, finding them too hot to keep on before plopping herself on her bed, and just repeating their conversation on her head. Her cheeks heated up from all his teasing, and appreciative, happy smiles from his selflessness while subconsciously running her hands up and down the special kunai he had given her. "Arigato Naruto-kun," she said once more before closing her eyes to sleep, his kunai pressed against her chest in a protective fashion. "That guy is a real charmer, and it's worse cause he may not even realize it. You're really starting to fall for him hard, kitten, so you better act up soon before he is snatched up by so many girls he won't know what to do with all of them." Izanami thought sagely. Namikaze Mansion. Naruto reached his home easily enough, and with reflexes only gifted to a shinobi sneaked through the house, reaching his and his mate's bedroom without a creak. He was about to open the door when he heard muffled moans coming from the other side, which caused his already gutterish thoughts to arise even more, making his pants tighten quickly. He shivered when he heard his mate groan out his name in passionate and pleading want. He couldn't take it anymore and stripped into nothing but his boxer briefs and opening the door to the room quickly during a particularly loud moan. Lemon warning. What Naruto saw when he first entered made him silently whimper, and boxers tightened to their limit. Natsumi was currently working on herself vigorously with her fingers, her legs spread open unashamed, while her other hand cupped her breasts, as her expression was one of pure bliss. Her eyes closed tightly, her cheeks burning red, her mouth clenched shut, her fangs piercing her bottom lip to muffle her screams of pleasure. Her entire body gleamed with sweat, which was only accentuated by the moonlight that illuminated the room. Naruto was barely holding himself back from the moonlit queen in front of him, but willed himself to return the favor like he promised before he left. Thanks to her mind being occupied, he didn't have to worry too much about her sensing him as long as he played it safe. He inched his way to the bed, discarding his boxers in the process, and when he reached the foot of the bed, let his full genjutsu fall. With a lustful smirk, Naruto used his tails as leverage to hover over the bed and his mate, and simply waited for the perfect moment to strike. Thankfully he didn't have to wait long when a long and throaty moan of pleasure echoed through the room and juices escaped her drenched lips. She withdrew her fingers from her lips and gripped the sheets to ride out her orgasm unhindered. Now, Naruto thought, with a evil smirk. Naruto released his tails, and fell the few inches down to hit the bed. But because of his angle of descent he impaled himself completely into the unsuspecting vixen. Natsumi didn't see it coming. One moment she was riding her second orgasm, when right in the middle of it a warm, hard, long and fleshy object penetrated her. The sheer force almost making her scream in slight pain but also tremendous pleasure at being so vigorously filled. Her eyes shot open in surprise, as did her mouth when she gasped, releasing her death grip on the sheets, her tongue lolling out of her mouth. She would have screamed in both pain and insurmountable pleasure, but a pair of lips pressed themselves against hers as a tongue lashed out to entangle hers like a snake would its dinner. Naruto gave her no time to react to the situation, and had already begun to pump into her as fast as he could, his lips covering her moans of pleasure. It had only been a few minutes when he felt her begin to claw at his back, which was a signal he had learned that she was about ready. He smirked before making his thrusts agonizingly slow, only pumping every few seconds. He released his grip on his mate's lips and just looked at her, her eyes finally opened with a lustful sheen covering them, her breathing hard and quick, as their glistening bodies pressed against each other, sweat and juices falling off their bodies. "I'm so close, Onagai, harder, on, faster Foxy-sama." Her soft voice begged through haggard breath, making him smirk, keeping his current pace, before nibbling on her lower lip. "No can do my Benny Kisai, I told you I was going to make you pay when I get back, didn't I?" He retorted, his hot breath tickling her quivering lips. But you made me wait so long, isn't that torture enough?" she pleaded, bucking her hips trying to forcibly increase the speed of this thrusts, but Naruto would have none of that and used an arm to keep her hips against the bed. "Nope," he said with a playful leer. "You'll just have to endure this, my Kisai," he commanded, making her whimper in disapproval, and bite her lip in sexual frustration, at finally having what she had so desperately wanted, and now not getting enough of it. Naruto kept his slow pace even through the pleads, begs, and sometimes threats of his mate. However, after a good hour of torture, he felt the scratches on his back again telling him she was at her peak once more. He decided to play with her one last time, and as unannounced as entrance into the room was, he began pumping in her as fast as he could without warning. Her eyes opened wide as he let out a silent scream of pleasure from his ministrations. MMNN, Kami-sama, Sadiq, F, Foxy, Sama. She screamed from the new stimulation as she orgasmed, her juices flowing out, dribbling down her ass as well as his still thrusting thighs. Her claws raked down his back, small trails of blood flowing down as he grunted in both pain and pleasure. See, that wasn't so bad, he joked, his upper body heaving in time with his breathing. Sweat and small trails of blood dripped down his body, as he watched his mate come back down from her orgasmic high, her face the epitome of euphoria. You are evil, Foxy, Sama, she growled through deep pants, but couldn't hold back the shit-eating grin on her lips after such an intense and quite surprising experience. Oh, I love you too, my Benny Kiss-eye. He joked back before passionately kissing her. And I hope you aren't finished. Because I know I'm just getting started. You left me very wanting when I left, he said with a hungry smirk after releasing her lips. Despite her feeling tired, she couldn't deny the fire still searing her body in want of him. Hi, I suppose I did, didn't I? She retorted, her voice carrying a coy innocence to it that made them both smirk. I guess you'll just have to find out, he said before capturing her lips again and began where he left off, pumping himself head to hilt into his mate. Lemon and the demon pair continued their fun throughout the long hours of the night and early morning, never remembering to put up a silencing jutsu, which had forced an owl-eyed and tomato-red Haku to listen to the multitude of groans, grunts, screams and moans that escaped their bedroom. Whether she wanted to or not, no one in the Namikaze mansion got much sleep that night.